Chapter 1. What is happening? Luo Xuan rubbed his aching head, struggling to recall the events that had transpired. He remembered engrossing himself in a game, seemingly at the expense of another player, which led to a heated exchange of insults. That individual had threatened to confront him. Fear had never been a companion of his, especially in a random matchmaking scenario, so he had thought nothing of it. However, when the threat materialized and the person actually sought him out, he found himself on the receiving end of a blow to the head, after which everything faded into darkness. How had he suddenly ended up lying on the ground? "Heh, I knew you wouldn't go down so easily," a burly man beside him chuckled, giving him a gentle nudge and flashing a grin. "Whoa, a shammate." Luo Xuan regarded the man, who sported an outrageous shammate hairstyle. Though not dyed in vibrant hues of red, blue, or green, parts of it stood defiantly upright. Luo Xuan felt a sense of incredulity. How was it possible that there were still older men who embraced such a style? "Are you really dazed?" "I'm Sate, and you seem to have mistaken me for that shammate guy." The man clapped Luo Xuan on the shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain. "Hey, looks like you're in pretty rough shape. But no worries, you'll recover in a few days. I must say, I'm impressed you dare to challenge a mid-level warrior as a low-level one." Sate laughed heartily at Luo Xuan's discomfort. Yet, Luo Xuan remained perplexed. What was a low-level warrior? What was a mid-level warrior? And what did an unknown duel entail? He hadn't engaged in any solo matches today. Moreover, it was evident that he was not in an internet CF. The red earth surrounding him resembled something stained with blood. "Excuse me, sir, where am I? What has happened to me?" With no one else around, Luo Xuan had no choice but to inquire of the shammate man. "Could it be that you truly have taken a blow to the head? This is the territory of the Saiyans, the fighting race. You got into a skirmish with a mid-level warrior over a girl this morning." The burly man added with a conspiratorial tone. "You didn't see that coming, did you? That girl is a high-level warrior. For a low-level warrior like you to have eyes for a high-level one, you've got guts, albeit it's rather embarrassing." Luo Xuan paid little heed to the embarrassment upon hearing the term fighting race Saiyans. He was left utterly dumbfounded. "Saiyans from Dragon Ball?" he murmured, disbelief washing over him. Surely this was a dream? Yet, the pain radiating through his body was a stark reminder that this was no mere figment of his imagination. Could it be that he had been reborn? Reborn into the world of Dragon Ball? This had to be a joke. What are you babbling about? What wild beast is a dragon pig? Never mind. Given your state, you won't be able to fight anytime soon. Let me take you back. The man chuckled, turning as if to search for something. As he pivoted, Luo Xuan noticed a tail protruding from the man's back. Could he truly be a Saiyan? Feeling behind himself, he confirmed that indeed, a tail was also there. Huh! Realization dawned upon Luo Xuan, and he let out a bitter laugh. How unfortunate he was to have been reborn on planet Vegeta as a Saiyan. Saiyans were known for their combative nature and ferocity, capable of ruthlessly eliminating even their own comrades if they deemed it necessary. And here he was, a recluse reborn into such a brutal existence. To make matters worse, he had been reincarnated as a low-level warrior wasn't that akin to being cannon fodder? What's so funny? Is it a joy that you're still alive? The shammate man's voice cut through Luo Xuan's musings. Well, it is indeed a reason to celebrate that I'm not dead. Luo Xuan nodded, acknowledging the truth in his statement. After all, he had expected to perish in that internet CAF, yet here he was miraculously alive. However, did this man truly not differentiate between a joyful laugh and a bitter one? Furthermore, why was it that others in stories of reincarnation were often rescued by cute little Lolas or charming maidens, while he had ended up with a shammate uncle? Hey, you should thank me. If it weren't for me, you would have been a goner. I couldn't just stand by and watch a low-level warrior like you go toe-to-toe with a mid-level warrior. Otherwise, like everyone else, I would have left you here to die. By the way, where's your home? The burly man grinned. My home is in that direction. Luo Xuan was about to claim ignorance when a sudden influx of information surged into his mind, revealing various details, including the location of his home. All right, by the way, what's your name? Sate nodded, pulling Luo Xuan to his feet and guiding him toward the direction he had indicated. Luo Xuan. That was the name he had carried on Earth, and he had no desire to abandon it just because he found himself on planet Vegeta. Luo Xuan? Quite an unusual name. In truth, this was not the Saiyan name he had been given from the information he had just received. He learned that his Saiyan identity was Roykster, a name he found too lengthy and unappealing. By the way, what happened to that mid-level warrior? If he discovers that I'm still alive, will he come looking for trouble? Luo Xuan felt a twinge of unease. Even if he were in pristine condition, facing that mid-level warrior would likely result in his swift demise. You needn't worry about that. The mid-level warrior was dispatched in one blow by that beauty. He was reduced to ashes. Upon hearing the man's words, Luo Xuan's heart skipped a beat. One blow reduced to ashes? Was the disparity between high-level and mid-level warriors truly so vast? Observing the man's expression as he spoke, it was evident he was utterly unfazed, suggesting that such occurrences were commonplace. Yet, this very reality sent shivers down Luo Xuan's spine. Only Saiyans would engage in such ruthless conduct. If he wished to survive in this world, he would need to grow stronger. We've arrived, you can enter on your own. The burly man merely escorted Luo Xuan to his doorstep before stating this. Thank you. Despite the man's imposing stature, Luo Xuan felt it necessary to express his gratitude. Should you need anything, feel free to seek me out. I rather admire your spirit. The man chuckled before turning to leave. A chill ran down Luo Xuan's spine. Could this man possess some peculiar trait or unusual preference? Once the man had distanced himself, Luo Xuan, bearing the weight of his injuries, pushed open the door and stepped inside. The interior was not what he had envisioned. It was exceedingly rudimentary, lacking even a single decent piece of furniture. Aren't Saiyans supposed to possess advanced technology? Why is there nothing here? Gazing at the barren dwelling, Luo Xuan began to suspect he might have reincarnated into a counterfeit version of Planet Vegeta. The high-tech devices he had witnessed in the anime were nowhere to be found, not even the most basic of scouters. Dragging his battered body, Luo Xuan finally reached a massive stone resembling a bed and cautiously lay down upon it. Hiss! The stone slab was somewhat elevated, and as he climbed onto it, he inadvertently tugged at his wounds, prompting him to grimace in pain. What on earth is going on? Luo Xuan surveyed his surroundings, momentarily at a loss. Everything about Planet Vegeta was vastly different from the anime he had watched. It resembled a primitive tribe, with nearly all furnishings crafted from stone, and even his attire consisted solely of rudimentary animal hides. Yet, the tail at his back served as undeniable proof that he was indeed on Planet Vegeta, having transformed into a Saiyan. Ding dong, system initializing. Upon hearing the chime, Luo Xuan felt a thrill run through him, followed by an exhilarating tremor of anticipation. On Earth, he had perused numerous novels, where every protagonist who traversed dimensions possessed a unique advantage. Was his own about to manifest? System initialization complete. Downloading Dragon Ball World plugin. Dragon Ball World plugin download complete. Installing plugin. Plugin installation complete. Senza Bean system activated shortcut key set to F1. The electronic voice echoed in his mind, leaving Luo Xuan in a state of bewilderment. Wasn't the system supposed to converse with him directly? Why was it inundating him with a barrage of incomprehensible information? Finally, upon hearing the mention of Senza beans, he grasped the concept these were miraculous beans cultivated by the guardian of Corinne, capable of sustaining a person for 10 days without food and healing even the gravest of injuries, as long as one was not dead. But why was the Senza bean system categorized as a plugin, and why was it assigned a shortcut key? What did it all mean? However, Luo Xuan thought this was the end of it, but the voice in his mind resumed. Installing plugin. Plugin installation complete. Gravity system activated shortcut key set to F2. Installing the plugin. The plugin has been successfully installed. The multiverse translation system is now activated, with a shortcut key set to F3. Upon hearing this, Luo Xuan was utterly bewildered. The gravity system was somewhat comprehensible, presumably related to gravitational forces. But what in the world was this multiverse translation system? The plugin has been downloaded completely. Some plugins are currently updating. The host can directly view and utilize the shortcut keys within their mind. After this statement appeared in his consciousness, there was a sudden silence, as if it had vanished, leaving Luo Xuan to ponder whether everything that had just transpired was merely an illusion. In my mind? Luo Xuan murmured, closing his eyes, and truly beheld the contents of his mind. Within his consciousness, several items began to materialize slowly. F1. Immortal Bean System Collectible. Immortal Bean. Consuming one allows for 10 days without food and can heal any injury, though it does not cure ordinary illnesses. F2. Gravity System 000. Gravity can adjust the clothing worn to increase gravity from 1 to 1000 G. F3. Multiverse Translation System. Multiverse translation, capable of translating the languages of all races in the universe. F4. F12. This is truly remarkable. Though he had yet to test it, Luo Xuan understood from the descriptions that these items were undoubtedly beneficial. The first item, the Immortal Bean, was essential for his survival in this world. Unless he encountered an opponent far more powerful than himself, who could defeat him instantaneously, this Immortal Bean would ensure his injuries could be swiftly mended. The gravity system served as a potent tool for cultivation. Luo Xuan recalled that the protagonist of the anime Dragon Ball, Son Goku, trained by wearing weighted clothing. His gravity system not only allowed him to increase his load, but also to adjust it between 1 and 1000 G. Finally, the multiverse translation system, though merely a translation tool, would prove invaluable should he reach a certain level of cultivation and venture beyond planet Vegeta into the wider universe. At such a time, it would undoubtedly be of great use. Thus, these three items were exceedingly advantageous for Luo Xuan at this moment. Ha ha, this is fantastic. Luo Xuan laughed heartily, only to inadvertently aggravate his wounds once more. Observing the myriad injuries adorning his body, he shook his head in resignation, realizing just how severe they were. Were it not for his Saiyan heritage, which bestowed him with formidable resilience, these injuries could have claimed his life. All right, let me test the effects of the Immortal Bean now. Recalling the information from earlier, Luo Xuan was well aware that these items were promising, yet he had not put them to the test. If he were to be grievously injured in the future, and the Immortal Bean did not possess the miraculous properties described, it would be a tragic fate indeed. How does one utilize this? Though it was a shortcut key, Luo Xuan had no idea how this shortcut functioned. Was it akin to pressing a key on a computer keyboard? But this was a shortcut within his mind, and he could not physically press anything. F1. A fleeting thought crossed Luo Xuan's mind, and suddenly an Immortal Bean appeared in his hand. Is it really this convenient? He had not anticipated that the so-called shortcut key merely required a thought within his mind to summon the Immortal Bean. Once again, the memory of the miraculous F1 bean system resurfaced in his mind. Originally, the parentheses indicated that it could be collected, but now it displayed a cooldown. Another cooldown? After some contemplation, Luo Xuan came to understand that if this item could be collected without limit, he would essentially possess immortality. Thus, a cooldown was imposed after each collection. However, he was left pondering the actual duration of this cooldown, and if it were to last a year or more, he would do well to avoid provoking the formidable Saiyans. For having been reborn, he had no desire to court death. Well, let's first test the effects of this bean. Dismissing further thoughts, Luo Xuan examined the green bean in his hand, hesitated no longer, and promptly placed it in his mouth, chewing and swallowing it. The first expressed his confusion, as he felt little sensation after swallowing. The second however, was one of surprise. Not long after ingestion, Luo Xuan observed as his wounds swiftly scabbed over and vanished without a trace. Leaving no scars behind, and a wave of comfort washed over him, and the pain for his injuries dissipated entirely. The bean truly lived up to its description, capable of healing all wounds. Now, Luo Xuan felt the weakness he had just experienced completely fade away, replaced by a surge of vitality coursing through him. He could hardly believe the miraculous nature of this bean. His entire being had been restored and invigorated. He threw a few punches, the sound of wind slicing through the air. A rather impressive display for someone who usually spent his days in an internet CF. His body felt remarkably robust. He patted himself down, feeling the solidness of his physique, truly the body of a Saiyan. Even as a low-level warrior, he was not to be compared with an ordinary earthling's physique that, of course, in the realm of Saiyans, this body was not particularly formidable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have met his demise. The only reason he was alive now was due to the transference of his soul. With no pressing matters at hand, he decided to organize the information swirling in his mind. There was a great deal of knowledge. Yet it remained somewhat chaotic and required his own clarification. This was likely the memory of the Saiyan whose life had been extinguished, and after sorting through it, Luo Xuan grasped the current situation of planet Vegeta. At present, planet Vegeta had not yet achieved unification. The Saiyans were merely a minority, while the majority comprised a highly civilized Zafur people, although their combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the Saiyans. They vastly outnumbered them and possessed advanced technology. Consequently, the territories occupied by the Saiyans were quite limited, and they continued to live primitive lives as, he had unexpectedly reincarnated to a time before the Saiyans had unified. He wondered when the Saiyans would begin their assault on the Zafur people. He recalled that their civilization developed while simultaneously waging war against the Zafur. Having been an avid fan of the Dragon Ball series, he was able to recall some details thanks to the memories of the Saiyan, that he remembered that the complete annihilation of the Zafur people occurred on the night of the full moon, which came every 8 years. He was uncertain how much time remained until the next full moon. Another year. Closing his eyes, he delved deeper into the Saiyans' memories and discovered that there was indeed a year left until the full moon. This meant that within this year, the Saiyans would begin their assault on the Zafur. He was merely unsure when it would commence. It seemed imperative that he train diligently. Otherwise, he might truly become cannon fodder. After all, while the Zafur lacked strong combat abilities, they wielded formidable technology, and his current body likely wouldn't withstand firearms. Having replaced the deceased Saiyan, Luo Xuan was acutely aware of his body's condition. On Earth, it would be considered strong, yet it fell short of withstanding weaponry. The reason was that this Saiyan had lost both parents at a young age, and, as a low-level warrior, he could never match the prowess of intermediate or advanced warriors. Consequently, he had succumbed to despair, ultimately leading a life of indulgence and neglecting even the basics of training. His physical condition deteriorated over time. Now, he would be easily defeated by even low-level warriors. It appeared that he had not only reincarnated on a false planet Vegeta, but also within the body of a defeated Saiyan. Luo Xuan felt helpless. How could there be a Saiyan who had given up? Wasn't he had said that Saiyans were a proud and tenacious race? Alas, since he had been reborn on such a planet, he had to prepare himself. He could not afford to wallow in despair as before. After all, he now possessed a unique advantage and should not waste this second chance. In his previous life, Luo Xuan had been despondent, spending his days immersed in video games, while the reincarnated Saiyan had also led a languid existence, indulging in food and drink. Yet, having become a member of the warrior race, he could not allow himself to succumb to complacency. He should at least strive to carve out a place for himself in this new world. But how should he train? Should he do push-ups or sit-ups? Luo Xuan searched through the Saiyans' memories. Apart from recalling delicious foods, there seemed to be no other useful information. It appeared that he had forgotten how to train. Perhaps due to the nature of his rebirth, as those memories were not deeply ingrained. In any case, Luo Xuan needed to forge his own path in training. He decided to experiment with the gravity system first. Unexpectedly, unsure of how to proceed, he recalled that in the anime, Goku would wear heavy clothing for weighted training. Now, he thought he would try this approach as well. It might aid in his training. F2. A fleeting thought of the F2 shortcut crossed his mind, followed by the realization that gravity had increased by 1 g. Why is there no response? Am I using it incorrectly? Though the gravity had doubled. Luo Xuan felt no increase whatsoever. What could be the reason? Perhaps he was not employing it correctly, but in his mind, it was clear that the gravity had indeed increased. Could it be that the system was based on Earth's gravity? After much contemplation, he arrived at this possibility. The gravity of planet Vegeta was likely 10 times that of Earth. If the system's gravity was calculated based on Earth's gravity, then the current gravity would simply be insufficient compared to the gravity of planet Vegeta. Since Luo Xuan's body had grown up on planet Vegeta, he felt no noticeable increase in gravity. Given this, he decided to adjust the gravity to 20 times, since the gravity here was already over 10 times that of Earth. Increasing it to 20 times would merely equate to doubling the gravity of planet Vegeta, which should pose no problem. F2, 20 times gravity. Bang! As the thought flashed through his mind, he suddenly found himself crashing to the ground. So heavy! Caught off guard by the sudden weight, Luo Xuan was unprepared and was promptly flattened. Fortunately, the added weight was not excessively burdensome, allowing his body to endure it. Oof! Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself up from the ground, slowly rising to his feet. The 20 times gravity was indeed not as easy as he had imagined, yet it wasn't insurmountable either. After all, despite not having trained much, he still possessed the body of a Saiyan. And this weight was manageable. Ha! With a low shout, Luo Xuan threw a punch. It felt heavy, and his strikes were somewhat sluggish. However, the fact that he could still move proved that he was capable of training. Gritting his teeth, he began to swing his fists, each punch demanding considerable effort. Yet for the sake of becoming stronger, he persisted, throwing one punch after another. Phew! Luo Xuan lay back on the bed, gasping for breath. The 20 times gravity should have been bearable for his Saiyan body, but due to the prolonged lack of training and the fact that his soul had only recently taken over, he quickly broke into a sweat. No, he couldn't continue in such a despondent state. He had to train diligently if he could survive the conflict between the Saiyans and the Zafru. There would be a chance for him to return to Earth. Luo Xuan's thoughts were quite straightforward. He was, after all, a native of Earth. However, having been reborn on planet Vegeta, he sought a way to return to his homeland. Unfortunately, the Saiyans on planet Vegeta were still in a primitive stage, lacking even the spherical spacecraft he had witnessed in anime, not to mention any advanced technology. Thus, the prospect of returning to Earth at this moment was utterly impossible for Luo Xuan. Shortly thereafter, the Saiyans would engage in a conflict with the Zafurians. At that time, Luo Xuan would be able to stealthily utilize the advanced technology of the Zafurians to make his way back to Earth, provided he survived the impending battle. Although the Saiyans possessed formidable physical defenses, they were not invulnerable to the high-tech weaponry that could inflict injury or even death. Consequently, relying on his current body to survive was a near impossibility. It was only after acquiring a golden opportunity that Luo Xuan resolved to strengthen himself, hoping to seize a position of dominance when the time came. Continue, he thought, compelling himself to persist in his training. Calculating the days, he realized that the onset of war was fast approaching. Without diligent effort, he would become mere cannon fodder. Lying on his bed, he began performing sit-ups. In his previous life, he had been a recluse, rarely engaging in physical exercise, let alone training. Thus, he had no systematic approach to cultivation in his mind. He only knew about sit-ups, push-ups, squats, and planks. These were relatively common exercises in his former world, and he had seen plenty of them online. Though he was uncertain of his ability to execute them correctly, bang! Just as Luo Xuan was doing push-ups, the door to his home was forcefully kicked open. His bed faced the door, and he turned to see a burly man retracting his foot. It was the same man who had helped Luo Xuan into the house earlier. Luo Xuan recalled his name was Shate Dada. I knew you were fine. Your energy is remarkable, capable of getting out of bed so easily. I admire you, but there's no hole in the bed, is there? The man observed Luo Xuan's position, his hands propped on the bed, mimicking the posture of push-ups. However, in his eyes, it appeared rather lewd. Cough, cough. Luo Xuan felt speechless. Was it possible that there were no push-ups on planet Vegeta? Kid, do you recognize who I brought with me? Without further ado, Shate stepped aside, revealing a petite figure behind him, significantly smaller than his own. She was undeniably adorable. Luo Xuan hadn't anticipated that there could be such a cute girl among the Saiyans. In the anime, Saiyans, regardless of gender, were known for their love of battle. But this girl seemed to have stepped out of an entirely different anime. Who is she? Although the girl was charming, Luo Xuan had just arrived in this world and knew no one. Did you hit your head? Just this morning, you were fighting a mid-level warrior for her. And now you don't recognize her? Shate rolled his eyes, questioning whether Luo Xuan had indeed lost his mind. It had been only a short while, yet he seemed to have forgotten everything. Cough, cough. It's not that I've lost my mind. It's clearly that I've died. Of course, Luo Xuan would never voice such a thought. Why did you come here with her? Luo Xuan swiftly changed the subject. She wanted to check on you, and I happened to run into her, so I brought her along, Shate replied with a smile as he ushered the girl inside. Thank you, but I'm fine. Luo Xuan shook his head. The girl hadn't come to see him until now after his fainting spell. Was she genuinely concerned for him? Are you really all right? The girl finally spoke, her voice harmonizing sweetly with her adorable appearance. Melodic and pleasant to the ears. Yes, my recovery ability is quite strong. I'm perfectly fine now, Luo Xuan responded, throwing a few punches to demonstrate his well-being. Despite her cuteness, he sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from her, indicating that this seemingly innocent girl possessed strength far superior to his own. Your punches aren't as swift as before. You claim to be fine. The girl glanced at Luo Xuan and spoke slowly. Upon hearing her words, Luo Xuan fell silent. Her keen perception was impressive. However, his diminished punching speed was not due to injury, but rather his body's struggle to adapt to the increased gravity. Thank you for today. I should have checked on you after dealing with that mid-level warrior, but my uncle took me away, which is why I came to see you now. Noticing Luo Xuan's reluctance to elaborate, the girl continued, You're welcome. Had I known you were a high-level warrior, I wouldn't have intervened. Luo Xuan had already pieced together the events of the morning and understood what had transpired. Thank you, he added, grateful yet slightly surprised by how this girl responded. You are a high-level warrior? Luo Xuan inquired again. Although Shade had mentioned her status, she had not confirmed it herself, so he needed to ascertain the truth. Yes, she nodded, affirming her status. Such matters were determined upon birth, and there was no reason to conceal them. Could you teach me your cultivation methods? With her confirmation, Luo Xuan expressed his desire, aware that his own training methods paled in comparison to those of true Saiyans. Oh, you don't understand cultivation? No wonder you were utterly defenseless against that mid-level warrior. I thought even a low-level warrior would possess some skills. Shate interjected before the girl could respond. Yet Luo Xuan paid him no mind, focusing on the girl before him, remaining silent. The memories within this body contained no information regarding training methods on planet Vegeta. He was uncertain whether it was due to an innate inability to train or if some memories had been lost in his rebirth. The latter seemed more plausible, as it was implausible for a Saiyan to lack the ability to cultivate. You can't cultivate? Not only was Shade incredulous, but even the adorable Saiyan girl appeared astonished. Similarly, Luo Xuan found it hard to believe his own predicament. You, a Saiyan, cannot cultivate? Are you jesting with us? Shortly after my birth, my parents were killed in battle, and as a low-level warrior, I had no friends. Luo Xuan fabricated a lie, though the truth of his orphan status remained intact. I see. Well, I can teach you my cultivation methods, but I wonder if you can endure them as a high-level warrior. She was well-versed in combat and training, having undergone rigorous training since childhood. After all, high-level warriors were born into a significantly elevated status, receiving the most comprehensive training methods. That I can do it, Luo Xuan declared resolutely. After all, if he couldn't endure, he would end up as cannon fodder in a year. He certainly did not wish to squander the hard-earned opportunity of his rebirth. All right, I'll come and find you tomorrow to train together. The charming Saiyan girl didn't look down upon Luo Xuan for being a low-level warrior. In fact, she seemed to hold some optimism for him, though he couldn't quite discern why. Okay, thank you. Luo Xuan nodded, aware that he must diligently persevere in whatever training awaited him the following day. By the way, what's your name? The Saiyan girl was far from the cold-blooded characters depicted in the anime. She remained as cute and playful as ever. Luo Xuan. And you? This was his name from Earth. Despite now having a Saiyan name, he opted to revert to his earthly identity. Strange name. I'm Lin. Lin nodded slightly. Her name, consisting of just a single character, flowed effortlessly off the tongue, which took Luo Xuan by surprise. All right, I have some matters to attend to. I'll come find you tomorrow morning. That I don't fancy waiting for those who sleep in, she declared, playfully waving her tiny fist. Although the motion was small, Luo Xuan could still hear the whooshing sound of the air being displaced if that little fist were to strike his chest. Luo Xuan was certain that, given his current physique, he would not be able to withstand Lin's blow. Is this the distinction between advanced and low-level warriors? Luo Xuan pondered, astonished. Having watched anime previously, he hadn't perceived the disparity to be so vast. But experiencing it firsthand revealed the gap to be indeed considerable. I understand. Luo Xuan nodded in response. Seeing that he had no objections, Lin smiled and departed, offering no details about the training methods, nor where it would take place. Although Luo Xuan was eager to learn about the training techniques, he felt it inappropriate to refuse her invitation since she preferred to guide him personally. Hey, kid, you really did it. You managed to win over that advanced warrior. Shate remarked with a chuckle, nudging the dazed Luo Xuan as Lin walked away. What? Do you like her? He inquired. Luo Xuan did not answer directly, but countered with a question of his own. Not really. Her muscles aren't sufficiently developed, and her complexion appears rather unhealthy. Too pale and delicate for my taste, Shate replied, shaking his head in disdain. It turned out this older fellow had a unique preference for girls with well-defined muscles and a bronze complexion. Luo Xuan, your recovery ability is quite impressive. It's only been a short while, and your wound have already healed, Shate observed, surprised, recalling how he had assisted Luo Xuan back to safety earlier that morning when he was still covered in injuries. Even if the bleeding had stopped, healing would not occur so rapidly, would it? Well, I possess a naturally strong recovery ability, Luo Xuan explained. Although the robust man had helped him return, the impression left by the Saiyans in anime lingered vividly in his mind. Luo Xuan worried that if he divulged the existence of the system within his mind, he might be targeted by other Saiyans. That it wasn't so much a fear of the man beside him, but rather a concern that word could spread, inviting unwanted attention from other Saiyans. And with his current strength, he would be utterly incapable of defending himself. Ultimately, it all boiled down to his insufficient power. That's a relief. I was just worried you might have been killed, Shate laughed, patting Luo Xuan's shoulder, which only intensified Luo Xuan's feeling that he had stumbled into a false version of Planet Vegeta. Encountering a peculiar assortment of Saiyans, the adorable lowly and the boisterous uncle were nothing like what he had seen in the anime. Once the uncle had finally departed, Luo Xuan began his training, doing push-ups while contemplating this new world. Traditionally, low-level warriors were dispatched to planets with weaker combat capabilities. However, given that Saiyan technology was still in its infancy, it implied that low-level warriors remained on this planet, presenting a unique opportunity for him that if he were in the future on Planet Vegeta, being reborn as a low-level warrior would mean being sent to another planet altogether. Thus, this was a chance for Luo Xuan to rise among the Saiyans. If he could cultivate his strength, he would no longer have to obey the orders of the Saiyan King and could eventually return to Earth, in a world where strength reigns supreme. Lacking power relegates one to the status of mere cannon fodder. Even a Saiyan could be easily extinguished. Therefore, everything hinged on acquiring absolute strength. What exactly were the training methods of the Saiyans? As Luo Xuan, limited to doing push-ups and sit-ups, ponder how Saiyans train, he remained blissfully unaware that his mindset was gradually shifting. In his previous life, he would never have been so diligent in exercising. Back then, he would have been too lazy even to get up and walk around. Yet now, not only was he tirelessly performing push-ups, but he also eagerly anticipated the training that awaited him the following day. Perhaps this was the influence of the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins. For the battle-hungry Saiyans, only combat could evoke true excitement. Or perhaps it was the relentless pursuit of strength that ignited the Saiyan blood within. Bang! Ouch! Who was that? Luo Xuan dreamed of returning to Earth, endowed with Saiyan abilities, flaunting them in the city, when suddenly a colossal beast crashed down upon him, sending him sprawling to the ground. Did I not tell you to wake up early today? An irate, lowly face appeared before him. None other than the advanced warrior Lin. My apologies. I overslept, Luo Xuan stammered, uncertain of when he had fallen asleep the previous night. He only knew that the Saiyan blood within him had been fervently surging, compelling him to engage in exercise, though he was unsure if it bore any fruit. It was only after he had fully exhausted himself that he collapsed into slumber, feeling as if he had barely slept before being roused. Let's I'll take you to where I usually train, Lin huffed, turning on her heel to leave that moment. Luo Xuan noticed that dawn was just breaking outside, so early. Though he longed for more sleep. Since she had come to teach him, he felt obliged to follow. Otherwise, she might not offer to instruct him again in the future. Thus, Luo Xuan set aside his thoughts and followed her without hesitation. Where are we headed? Luo Xuan glanced around, finding this place unfamiliar. Had it not been for the original inhabitant of this body, he would have suspected a complete loss of memory that it seemed that after his rebirth. His memories had undergone some alterations, merging with those of the original owner of this body, resulting in the loss of many memories. How long has it been since you last ventured outside? Lin asked, her large, sparkling eyes fixed on Luo Xuan, incredulous that he, as a Saiyan, was unaware of such a place. That I seem to have some issues with my memory. Many things escape me, Luo Xuan admitted. There was no way he could explain that he had come from a planet called Earth and had transmigrated into a Saiyant's body. Amnesia. Could it be from when you were kicked in the head during that fight with Russ? Lin recalled the last time Luo Xuan had battled the intermediate warrior Russ, and, as a witness, she had seen Luo Xuan's head take several kicks. Russ. Luo Xuan did not recognize the unfamiliar name. But with a bit of thought, he deduced that Russ was the intermediate Saiyan he had fought. Yes, that's the one who beat you up, but it's all right. I've taken care of him, Lin explained, addressing Luo Xuan's confusion. Taken care of? How did you resolve that? Luo Xuan felt a twinge of curiosity about challenging the individual named Russ. After all, setting his sights on an intermediate warrior seemed neither too lofty nor too lowly. Are you truly that daft? Of course, I killed him, Lin said innocently, causing Luo Xuan to break out in a cold sweat. Indeed, the Saiyans were a cold-blooded and ruthless race. Even this adorable girl spoke of killing with such nonchalance, as if she were merely discussing the slaughter of a chicken, showing no regard for human life. This only strengthened Luo Xuan's determination to train. If he did not exert himself, he might find himself the next victim. However, on the flip side, that Saiyan was already dead, having been killed by Russ in their previous skirmish. It was merely that Luo Xuan's soul had fortuitously transmigrated into this body, allowing it to continue existing. All right, we've arrived. This is where we Saiyans train. You truly don't remember it, do you? Observing Luo Xuan's bewildered expression, Lin also realized that he might have completely forgotten. Indeed, there was not a trace of memory. Luo Xuan pondered the information in his mind, but found no inkling about this place, and could only shake his head in resignation. Well, let me introduce you, Lin began. This place has no name. Most simply refer to it as the training ground, primarily a location for Saiyans to cultivate their skills that, of course, not all Saiyans come here to train. Survival here is contingent upon one's strength. Lin explained to Luo Xuan, this area consists of mountain ranges and some plains, all enclosed. Within each arena, there is typically 1 or 2 Saiyans engaged in combat. Survival based on strength? Luo Xuan mused. Realizing that this world indeed revered power. Even in such a realm, one must possess strength to gain entry. Do not underestimate these mountains and plains, Lin continued, seemingly sensing Luo Xuan's thoughts. This is where we Saiyans exchange with the Zafurians for gravity training facilities. The gravity here can reach up to 10 times that of ordinary places. 10 times. Exchanged with the Zafurians. Luo Xuan had not anticipated that the Saiyans were astute enough to utilize the advanced technology of the Zafurians to transform this place into a gravity training ground. Given the current technological level of the Saiyans, it was likely that a considerable price had been paid for this exchange. He wondered what the Zafurians would think if they realized that these Saiyans, trained under such extreme gravity, could potentially obliterate them. Indeed, the gravity can be adjusted between 1 and 10 times, and we Saiyans are not yet capable of creating such devices. Lin nodded, acknowledging the limitations of their current technology. You're not training under 10 times gravity, are you? Luo Xuan swallowed hard. If that were the case, it would mean training under gravity equivalent to 100 times that of Earth. No, we can only endure up to 1 time gravity. 2 times would be unbearable for our bodies. Lin shook her head, confirming that while they were powerful, they could not withstand double gravity, let alone tenfold. Oh, so can I challenge someone there? Luo Xuan sighed in relief at the clarification, realizing he was far from being able to defeat those advanced Ion warriors. Thus he could not enter that space. Can you defeat them? Lin inquired. Regarding Luo Xuan with curiosity, he could only shake his head. Certain he would not stand a chance. Exactly. You see those arenas? Each advanced warrior has their own space, and they can bring 1 person with them. usually a mid-level warrior, as they can still be of some utility. Lin pointed out, indicating two Saiyans in one of the arenas. Indeed, one was an advanced warrior, while the other was a mid-level warrior. I also possess a training ground here. Follow me. However, the gravity inside is equivalent to that outside, if you can't handle it. There's little I can do, Lin said as she headed towards the arena. As Luo Xuan observed the fighting Saiyans, he felt an exhilarating rush of blood, trailing closely behind Lin towards the arena. Perhaps it was the Saiyan blood coursing through him. Watching those engaged in battle ignited a fervor within him. However, he was acutely aware of his current limitations and decided it prudent to first learn the training methods before making any further plans. This area is my training ground. Be cautious, as once you enter, the gravity is significantly greater than outside. Lin pointed to a nearby platform, which was not particularly large, standing about half a meter high. Understood, Luo Xuan replied, momentarily taken aback by the metallic sheen of the platform. It did not appear very sturdy. He wondered how it could withstand the force of Saiyan combat. The metal used here is beyond what we can damage. Simply step on it and activate the gravity device, Lin explained, seemingly aware of Luo Xuan's thoughts. The two then leapt onto the metallic platform. Upon contact, Luo Xuan discovered that the surface was not as slippery as he had anticipated. Even when running quickly, he would not lose his footing. Are you ready? I'm about to activate the gravity, Lin stated, not allowing Luo Xuan a moment to further examine the gravity platform. Yes, Luo Xuan nodded. There was no point in scrutinizing further. Better to focus on his training and enhance his strength. Upon receiving his affirmation, Lin produced a device from her possession, presumably a remote control with a single button at its center. Under Luo Xuan's watchful gaze, she pressed the red button. Ugh! The moment Lin pressed the button, Luo Xuan felt an overwhelming weight envelop him. Had he still possessed his former body, he might have broken a few bones under such gravity. How is it? Are you managing? Lin asked, noticing Luo Xuan drenched in sweat. She had adapted to the weight, so it did not affect her as severely. However, training under such conditions was undoubtedly far superior to other environments. A thought flickered through Luo Xuan's mind. He was essentially adjusting the gravity to its original state. The previously increased gravity would now be amplified tenfold, making it quite overwhelming. As the gravity was retracted, only the platform's additional weight remained, and Luo Xuan felt considerably relieved. After all, the gravity here was merely double that of Earth, whereas he had previously endured 20 times that. Hence, he could just barely accommodate the current gravity. Since the former gravity was 20 times that of Earth, adapting to the forces of planet Vegeta had increased it to 10 times Earth's gravity, equating to 1 time the gravity of planet Vegeta. Here, the gravity was also 1 time that of planet Vegeta, thus making it a total of 30 times Earth's gravity. Alright, shall we begin? Is it combat? Observing those around him, Luo Xuan understood that the best way to utilize this gravity platform was indeed through battle. There was no better method than this. Ah, yes, Lin exclaimed, taken aback by Luo Xuan's sudden ease after previously sweating profusely. She realized that even for her first experience on the gravity platform, it took a full day to gradually acclimate. Yet here was Luo Xuan, an apparently low-level warrior, demonstrating such capability that a murmur of surprise rippled through the surrounding gravity platforms. Upon witnessing Lin bring a low-level warrior, many had turned their attention here. They, the advanced warriors, held a certain pride, typically bringing along mid-level warriors, as most sought to secure a gravity platform. With only 72 gravity platforms available, the number of advanced warriors was significant, thus they opted to bring advanced warriors for future battles. Additionally, only advanced warriors could reasonably spar with one another, while strong mid-level warriors would be dispatched with a few punches, failing to provide effective training. When they saw Lin accompanied by a low-level warrior. Many speculated that the low-level Saiyan had offended Lin and was being brought here for a thorough reprimanding. However, upon seeing Luo Xuan, previously drenched in sweat and seemingly on the verge of collapse, suddenly adapt to the gravity, they were all left astounded. When did low-level warriors become so formidable? This was the question echoing in the minds of the advanced warriors, who had taken at least half an hour to adjust to these metallic platforms. Yet here was Luo Xuan adapting in less than 10 minutes. Could it be that the gravity device was malfunctioning? Lin, facing Luo Xuan, shared the same thought. Were it not for her ability to perceive the gravitational force exerted by the gravity platform, she might have doubted the functionality of her own gravity device. Nevertheless, it was precisely this sensation that magnified the impact of Luo Xuan's presence upon Lin. She increasingly found him to be quite amusing. To adapt so swiftly on his first encounter with this gravity platform was indeed no small feat. Hence she encouraged him to commence his training as a seasoned warrior. Lin held her own pride, believing she could train alongside a lower-tier fighter, yet she would never directly engage in combat with one. Just like that reckless mid-tier Scion from before, Lin refrained from striking unless provoked. However, after that mid-tier Scion had bested Luo Xuan, Lin had promptly eliminated him. Luo Xuan's expression grew serious. His body was merely that of a lower-tier warrior, while his opponent could effortlessly dispatch mid-tier fighters, making him a trivial challenge. Yet to become stronger, he could not waver. This was no longer the peaceful Earth, but the war-torn planet Vegeta, where the weak were destined to become mere cannon fodder. With this thought in mind, Luo Xuan charged toward Lin. Bang! In an instant, before Luo Xuan could comprehend what transpired, Lin's fist had sent him flying. She had held back. Otherwise, he might have been obliterated in one blow. Such was the vast disparity between advanced and lower-tier warriors. Observing Luo Xuan being struck down, the surrounding Saiyans let out a collective sigh of relief. They had initially thought that lower-tier warriors had reached such heights of strength, only to realize it was merely luck that allowed him to adjust to the gravity here. Indeed, lower-tier warriors were indistinguishable from ordinary refuse. They were nothing but a bunch of garbage, and the spectators felt foolish for having paid him so much attention. The Saiyans around were all elite fighters, primarily advanced warriors engaged in rigorous training. Initially surprised that Lin brought a lower-tier warrior to this platform, they speculated that he might be exceptional. After all, history had seen a few renowned lower-tier warriors. Although their battle prowess was weak in their youth, they would later rise to formidable heights, often surpassing even advanced warriors. Their names were remembered by posterity, unlike the fathers of most, whose legacies faded into obscurity. Thus, at first, the onlookers assumed this lower-tier warrior had been granted access due to his superior combat abilities. However, the outcome was utterly unexpected when he was sent flying by a single punch. Even Lin frowned, surprised that Luo Xuan could not withstand her recent strike. How could he train under such circumstances? "Are you all right?" Lin inquired, noticing Luo Xuan still on the ground. "I'm fine at tea that moment." Luo Xuan finally managed to rise. That punch, had it struck him in his previous state, might have been fatal. Truly, the Scion physique was remarkable. He had endured such a heavy blow. Furthermore, he had been testing a hypothesis. Did Scions become stronger after experiencing death? If so, with the power of the Senzabines, he could afford to take risks in the future. The results of his experiment pleased him immensely, comparing his current strength to his previous life. He found his physical capability to be significantly enhanced. Yes, his body could barely withstand 3/10 of his strength, while the mid-tier warrior he had defeated previously had succumbed to half of his power. However, even at this level, he would struggle to match Lin in combat. Compressing his strength to 3/10 was already the utmost he could manage. Seeing that Luo Xuan was unharmed, Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Had her blow truly killed him, it would have been laughable to 3/10 of his strength. Luo Xuan's lips twitched. He had not anticipated that her punch had only utilized such a fraction of her power. The sheer terror of advanced warriors was evident. Lin appeared to be of similar age to him, perhaps even slightly younger, yet her 3/10 of strength was enough to leave him barely standing. The disparity was stark. Had he unleashed his full power, she would have been flattened without a doubt. Lin had intended to refer to him as a lower-tier warrior but thought better of it. "I understand." Luo Xuan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had hoped to at least hold his own against an advanced warrior, only to discover that she had effortlessly bested him with a mere fraction of her strength. How could he continue in this manner? Were there no mid-tier warriors willing to spar with him? As Luo Xuan pondered his plight, Lin seemed to sense his thoughts and called out to the surrounding Saiyans. Among them were lower-tier, mid-tier, and advanced warriors, all gathered to witness the bout. Just moments ago, they had been intrigued to see a lower-tier warrior sparring with an advanced one, only to be disappointed by the latter's overwhelming superiority. Some of the spectators were ready to disperse when Lin's voice rang out, causing them to turn back toward her. "Lin, what has he done to offend you? Tell me, and I shall eliminate him without hesitation. Is it necessary to go through such lengths, wasting precious training time?" A burly figure from a neighboring gravity platform shouted at Lin. The Saiyans here were the elite among elites, naturally familiar with one another. "No need." Lin offered a curt response without even looking at the man. "One day, I shall have you beneath me, and you will learn to respect others." Upon hearing Lin's words, the burly man muttered to himself, then resumed, unleashing a barrage of punches against his opponent. His foe, a mid-tier warrior, despite being formidable within that tier, was no match for the full force of an advanced warrior and was soon sent flying. "You lack strength. You should focus on your training instead of coming here." After dispatching the mid-tier warrior, the burly man stated flatly before shutting off the gravity platform and departing. The mid-tier warrior merely shot Luo Xuan a venomous glare before turning away. In his eyes, it was Luo Xuan's presence that had provoked Lin, leading to the sudden onslaught from the burly man, ultimately resulting in his inability to use the gravity platform in the future. All of this was blamed on Luo Xuan. "That I want to fight him." Thus, the mid-tier warrior addressed Lin, recalling her earlier words about sparring with mid-tier fighters. "Let me have a go. Anyone who can defeat me will have access to the gravity platform for a day." However, Lin appeared oblivious to the mid-tier warrior's remarks and continued to call out to the circle of spectators below, "I will. Allow me. Could advanced warriors participate?" Lower-tier warriors were eager to try their luck. As this sentiment spread, the crowd surged with enthusiasm, including several advanced and lower-tier warriors. They all understood that a day of training on this gravity platform equated to 10 days of training elsewhere, a significant advantage offered by the tenfold gravity. Thus, upon hearing Lin's words, the previously stunned onlookers quickly regained their composure. "Very well. You shall do." Lin assessed the gathered crowd before pointing at a mid-tier warrior below. Although the Saiyans lacked devices to measure power levels, they could discern strength through observation. This individual, while a mid-tier warrior, appeared to possess strength slightly above that of a lower-tier warrior, making him a suitable opponent for Luo Xuan. Had it not been for the mid-tier warrior's inebriation, he would never have dared to challenge Lin Me. Excellent. The mid-tier warrior, upon realizing he was the one Lin referred to, erupted into raucous laughter. In his view, dealing with a low-level warrior was more than sufficient for him. The surrounding Saiyans cast envious glances, all admiring the fact that this individual could utilize the gravity chamber for an entire day. The mid-level warrior, amidst the envious stares of everyone, stepped up onto the gravity platform. "Are you ready? If there are no issues, we may commence," Lin stated directly to Luo Xuan and the recently arrived mid-level warrior. Disregarding the murmurs from the spectators below, "I have no problems," Luo Xuan nodded. Despite the mid-level warrior being among the lower ranks, he knew he had to exercise caution. One misstep could lead to his demise. However, Lin had already offered him this opportunity, and it was clear that engaging in a sparring match with her was out of the question. Thus, he felt compelled to honor her goodwill. "I have a question." The mid-level warrior, a slender man, sneered at Luo Xuan. Yet, when he turned his gaze to Lin, the sneer vanished, replaced by a sycophantic grin. Although Saiyans are inherently proud, a mid-level warrior holds little sway before a high-level warrior. With a mere flick of her finger, she could easily eliminate him. A high-level warrior. A mid-level warrior is scarcely distinguishable from a low-level warrior. If low-level warriors are akin to ants, then mid-level warriors are merely slightly larger ants. "Is there a problem?" Lin furrowed her brow. She had initially chosen this individual for his inferior strength, yet now he dared to question her. That moment, Lin contemplated whether to eliminate this bothersome character altogether. "You do realize he's just a low-level warrior, right? If I accidentally kill him during our fight, you can't blame me," the mid-level warrior remarked. If he knew that Lin was contemplating his demise, what expression would cross his face? Lin hesitated. Though the warrior was indeed vexatious, he raised a valid point. Luo Xuan was merely a low-level warrior, and she had brought him here as a favor. What would happen if he were to be killed during their bout? No worries, since it's a battle, let fate decide. Just then, Luo Xuan spoke up. It was evident that the mid-level warrior had a disdain for Luo Xuan, and he could sense the myriad of envious and resentful gazes surrounding him. If Lin were to speak on Luo Xuan's behalf, the other Saiyans would undoubtedly look down upon him. Although Lin was there to protect him, it was uncertain what would transpire elsewhere. There would certainly be those who bore ill will towards Luo Xuan and might choose to act against him. It was impossible to predict how many would do so. Thus, Luo Xuan needed a chance, an opportunity to demonstrate his prowess and deter others, and this mid-level warrior was the perfect target. While the opponent was indeed a mid-level warrior, he ranked among the lower tiers, and Luo Xuan harbored a secret that even Lin was unaware of. During his previous encounter with this mid-level warrior, he had perished, and now it was his soul that had traversed into this body. Yet, he remained a Saiyan, and Saiyans possess a unique trait. If they are revived on the brink of death, their combat abilities are significantly enhanced. Although his previous body was that of a low-level warrior, following that death, it had undergone considerable transformation, and his strength had increased substantially. Therefore, Luo Xuan estimated that his current prowess was not far inferior to that of the mid-level warrior. If he were to unleash his full potential, he should be able to defeat him. Are you certain? He is a mid-level warrior, Lin cautioned upon hearing Luo Xuan's words. While she deemed him weak, he was still a mid-level warrior, possessing innate advantages that a low-level warrior could not rival. Yes, I understand, Luo Xuan nodded, fully aware of the circumstances. Nevertheless, he felt a flicker of confidence, knowing his current strength far surpassed that of an ordinary low-level warrior. All right, let's begin. Life and death shall be left to fate. Falling off the platform or surrendering will count as a loss. After declaring the start, Lin added, believing she was offering Luo Xuan a safety net. Should he surrender, no harm would come to him. If the mid-level warrior continued to press on, she would not hesitate to eliminate him. Kid, this is your own doing. I don't know how you managed to offend a high-level warrior, but it works in my favor. I get a day of training in the gravity chamber. Blame your unfortunate birth. Prepare to die. He assumed Luo Xuan had wronged Lin, thus seeking vengeance here. After all, how could a low-level warrior even set foot in the gravity chamber? As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Luo Xuan. The mid-level warrior, true to his rank, displayed commendable speed despite just stepping onto the gravity platform. He sprinted forward, exuding waves of formidable power. When he was half a meter away from Luo Xuan, he abruptly halted and launched a punch aimed at Luo Xian's cheek. To deter those who are recklessly bold, one must demonstrate strength. This was Luo Xian's internal thought, and it was also an opportunity Lin had provided him to prove himself. If he couldn't even defeat the lowest tier of mid-level warriors, he would have no face left to stand on this gravity platform. With this thought in mind, Luo Xuan let out a low shout, not attempting to block the mid-level warrior's punch. Instead, he lifted his leg and delivered a whip kick toward the mid-level warrior. Seeking death, the mid-level warrior scoffed coldly upon seeing Luo Xuan abandon his defense, choosing instead to confront him head-on. Did he not fear being killed by a mid-level warrior's punch? That kid actually thinks he can take it head-on. He intended to retaliate, oblivious to the fact that a low-level warrior's strength posed no threat to a mid-level warrior. What a fool! The onlookers below erupted in laughter at the sight, mocking the absurdity of a low-level warrior attempting to engage a mid-level warrior directly. Luo Xuan paid no heed to their jeers. A singular thought flashed through his mind. F2 20 times, in an instant, Luo Xuan's body weight multiplied to 40 times that of Earth's gravity, equivalent to 4 times that of planet Vegeta's gravity. And his leg also bore the weight of 40 times gravity. Bang! At that moment, the mid-level warrior's punch collided with Luo Xuan's face, while Luo Xuan's kick simultaneously struck the mid-level warrior. Both were sent flying. They crashed heavily to the ground, plunging the arena into silence. Witnessing both Luo Xuan and the mid-level warrior being propelled off the platform and crashing down, the crowd fell into a stunned hush, which soon erupted into chaos. This truly a low-level warrior. How could a low-level warrior kick a mid-level warrior away? This is impossible. Even so, he should have been knocked out by a single punch. When did a low-level warrior's defense become so formidable? The crowd buzzed with incredulity, while Lin on the platform was equally astonished. She had expected Luo Xuan to be heavily injured before surrendering, but he had withstood a punch from a mid-level warrior and even managed to kick him away. Wow, this mid-level warrior's defense is impressive. The pain radiating from his foot made Luo Xuan reflect on the strength of the mid-level warrior's defense. The recoil from the impact had numbed his leg. Earlier, Luo Xuan had relied on the gravity shortcut in the system to amplify his weight 20-fold, while utilizing inertia, he achieved such an effect. Otherwise, with his current strength, defeating a mid-level warrior would take an inordinate amount of time he could not afford to waste. He needed to rapidly increase his power, which required training in this gravity chamber. How infuriating! Was that guy really a low-level warrior? The force behind that kick was comparable to that of a mid-level warrior, and his defense was no less impressive, perhaps even superior, amidst the astonishment of the onlookers. The intermediate warrior who had fallen to the ground was engulfed in his own surprise. He had personally witnessed the formidable strength of Luo Xuan, which rivaled that of an intermediate warrior both in power and defense. Could this truly be a mere low-level warrior? As the pain in his feet subsided, Luo Xuan gradually rose to his feet, although the punch he received from the intermediate warrior left a lingering sting on his face. It only fueled his excitement further. The visceral thrill of such a close-quarters battle inexplicably exhilarated him. It felt as though he were finally living the true life of a Saiyan. Watching anime had provided a sense of enjoyment, but experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different realm of exhilaration. However, this was not the time for revelry, as the opposing intermediate warrior had yet to concede or collapse, with no hint of hesitation. Luo Xuan charged forward. The intermediate warrior, grinning, welcomed the challenge, determined not to underestimate him this time. Upon their collision, a deep sound resonated as their bodies met. Their hands locked together, transforming the fight into a contest of strength. Neither yielding an inch nor showing signs of retreat. Their powers were surprisingly evenly matched. The low-level warrior possessed remarkable strength. Indeed, his power and defense could rival that of an intermediate warrior. How had he trained so effectively? The spectators marveled at this spectacle, keenly aware that it was a rare feat for a low-level warrior to reach the level of an intermediate warrior, while the latter naturally enjoyed advantages that accelerated their power growth. A low-level warrior's path to equality was fraught with difficulty. Impressive strength, the intermediate warrior sneered. Acknowledging Luo Xuan's capabilities, he then headbutted Luo Xuan, momentarily disorienting him. However, Luo Xuan quickly regained his composure, exerting force through his hands and leaping into the air to kick the intermediate warrior's chin. Executing a flip, he landed firmly on the gravity platform, while the intermediate warrior was sent flying away. With the gravity now intensified by 20-fold, Luo Xuan seized the opportunity. His body felt remarkably light without the gravitational constraints, and with a quick push off the ground, he pursued the retreating intermediate warrior. He exclaimed, unleashing a punch aimed at the intermediate warrior, who, unable to defend himself, could only raise his hands slightly in a futile attempt at protection. However, the amplified gravity that Luo Xuan had harnessed was overwhelming. Even his attempt to shield himself proved futile against the immense force, redirecting him outside the gravity platform, where he crashed heavily to the ground, skidding for several meters before coming to a halt. The surrounding Saiyans gasped in disbelief. The intermediate warrior had lost. The realization struck that this low-level warrior had gradually acquired combat skills during the fight, prompting a sense of satisfaction in Lin as she observed Luo Xuan on the platform. This low-level warrior appeared to be quite exceptional that you've lost, Luo Xuan remarked indifferently, loosening his clenched fists as he glanced at the fallen intermediate warrior. This battle had illuminated the formidable nature of the Saiyans. Despite facing a lower-tier intermediate warrior, the effort required had been significant, and he recognized the necessity for continued training. Just as Luo Xuan contemplated this, no one anticipated that the intermediate warrior would charge at him, fueled by a mix of rage and humiliation at being defeated by a low-level warrior. "What are you doing? You've already lost," Lin exclaimed, astonished by the intermediate warrior's reckless advance towards Luo Xuan. Now, evasion was no longer an option for Luo Xuan. He had to fight back. With a slight bend of his body, he executed a punch infused with the weight of 30 times the Earth's gravity, compounded with the 20-fold from the arena, culminating in 50 times Earth's gravity. Fortunately, the added weight from the 30-fold only affected his clothing. Otherwise, even a Saiyans physique would struggle under such immense strain. Their fists collided like two ferocious beasts, and Lin, who had been preparing to assist Luo Xuan, cried out in disbelief. Engaging a furious intermediate warrior head-on was sheer folly. A resounding bang echoed through the arena as the intermediate warrior, akin to a leaf tossed by a tempest, was once again sent sprawling. The onlookers, whether spectators or participants, including Lin, were taken aback, their eyes widening as they beheld the battered intermediate warrior. Could this truly be a low-level warrior? A singular thought flickered in their minds. In their understanding, a low-level warrior could never triumph over an intermediate warrior, just as an advanced warrior could easily dispatch an intermediate one, that yet here stood this young man. Defying their preconceived notions, approximately 17 years of age, Luo Xuan had effortlessly defeated an intermediate warrior who was over 30, a testament to his years of training. How could the latter have been so easily bested? If it weren't for their own eyes witnessing the event, they would never have believed that a low-level warrior could inflict such significant harm upon an enraged intermediate warrior. The sheer strength required to achieve such a feat was unfathomable. No one dared to underestimate Luo Xuan any longer. Even some advanced warriors wore expressions of concern. While they might currently possess the upper hand in a confrontation, what would happen if he were given more time to grow stronger? Observing the unconscious Saiyan who had been flung aside, Luo Xuan exhaled slowly, recognizing the perilous nature of the recent battle. Without the aid of his system, he likely would have faced defeat. The disparity in power between warriors of different ranks was indeed vast, and he realized he had more training ahead of him. Now, I suppose I've won? Luo Xuan inquired of Lin, a smile gracing his lips. He had fallen from the platform, and technically, even if he had emerged victorious, the unexpected strength he had displayed rendered the contest unnecessary. Lin smirked, acknowledging the outcome. The match had been arranged because she believed that there was a significant gap in their abilities. Even with only 30% of her strength, Luo Xuan would have struggled to withstand her. Thus, she had allowed an intermediate warrior to challenge him, intending for Luo Xuan to gain experience and face challenges that would foster his growth. To her surprise, he had managed to vanquish an intermediate warrior, suggesting that even her exerting more effort would not have mattered. Luck, Luo Xuan stated succinctly, choosing to keep the details of his system to himself, preferring that fewer individuals were aware of it. For Saiyan, triumphing over an opponent through sheer strength should not warrant modesty. There was no need for false humility. For any Saiyan, regardless of age or gender, pride was inherent. Thus, Lin found herself in disagreement with Luo Xuan's assertion of luck. Perhaps, but I believe that sometimes luck is indeed a part of strength, she countered. Luo Xuan's sentiment was not a mere boast. It was a belief forged through personal experience. Had it not been for his fortunate circumstances and the possession of system, it could well have been him lying unconscious on the ground. Thus, he mused that sometimes good luck is indeed a facet of strength. Perhaps that is the case. Will you continue to challenge the others, or would you prefer to spar with me? Lin remained non-committal to Luo Xuan's words. Luck, a rather intangible concept, perhaps should not be uttered by one so prideful as a Saiyan. Fight? Perhaps not today. I need to return and reflect on today's combat experiences. Luo Xuan shook his head, contemplating that if his combat experience were sufficient, he might not have found it so arduous to secure victory moments ago. Furthermore, that recent encounter had reshaped his understanding of his own capabilities. If it were truly a test of genuine strength, he might have faltered, "Is that so? Very well. You must be weary. Go rest for now." Lin pondered this, agreeing that Luo Xuan had already engaged in a fight, and against a more formidable intermediate warrior at that, naturally leaving him quite fatigued. Although Lin had never fought against someone a higher rank, having been born at the pinnacle as a powerful advanced warrior, she considered that battling a superior Saiyan would likely be more exhausting than facing one merely stronger than herself. "Well then, may I return tomorrow?" Luo Xuan inquired. Despite having triumphed over the intermediate warrior, he was acutely aware that he could never surpass Lin, which made him somewhat apprehensive about disrupting her training. He was not a true Saiyan, at least not in spirit, and thus found himself mulling over many considerations. Those who assist him do so out of kindness. There is no obligation to spend time sparring with him, and oh worries. Do come. Lin discerned Luo Xuan's concern. Those Saiyans revel in combat. They are not fools. They are not merely brawn with little intellect. With a moment's thought, she grasped the essence of Luo Xuan's statement. Were it another Saiyan, she might have deliberated. However, she found a certain intrigue in this lower-level warrior who had just bested an intermediate fighter. Would he, after training, grow to a level where he could rival her? It struck her as curious. With such power, why had he previously sustained such grave injuries? Or was it a ruse to draw closer to her? Otherwise, it was indeed suspicious that he could recover so swiftly after being so severely wounded by an intermediate warrior. That's good to hear. Luo Xuan chuckled softly before descending from the gravity chamber and making his way home. The onlooking Saiyans began their training, while the intermediate warrior remained sprawled in the same spot, unattended. There was no need to concern themselves with a warrior defeated by a lower-level fighter. He deserved his fate. Upon returning home, Luo Xuan clutched his arm, inhaling sharply. The exertion of forcefully employing 30-fold gravity had proven unbearable for his body, particularly after enduring a direct blow from the intermediate warrior. Now, he felt as though his arm were shattered. If his suspicions were correct, the bones within had likely fractured, possibly even shattered. Yet, in an effort to conceal his state, he had to feign nonchalance. For a report of a shattering injury today, followed by a complete recovery tomorrow, would undoubtedly raise suspicions in this era of Saiyan civilization, without advanced medical technology. None were aware that surviving at the brink of death could yield tremendous power. Luo Xuan's pretense was remarkably convincing. The other Saiyans had not sensed anything amiss. Had it not been for his cunning, he might have perished against the intermediate warrior that, as he reflected. Luo Xuan noticed the F1 display indicating that Senza beans were available for collection. With a mental command, the beans materialized, and he instinctively caught one with his free hand. Had he been the Luo Xuan of Earth, catching such a sudden appearance would have been impossible. After securing it, he swiftly consumed the bean, savoring its restorative effects. Almost immediately, warmth flooded through him. All pain dissipated, and fatigue vanished as if swept away. This remarkable item proved invaluable, though it required a cool-down period. Otherwise, he would have prepared several for future use. Luo Xuan chuckled to himself. The Senza bean's effects were akin to those he had witnessed in the anime. Possessing extraordinary powers to heal injuries, as long as one had breath in their lungs and could swallow a Senza bean, recovery was assured. That was indeed perilous, had those Saiyans not been so stunned. They might have detected something. Luo Xuan realized that his growth in power was essential for the future. He shook his arm, delivering a series of rapid punches, each generating a swift sound of slicing air. This was a testament to the current strength of his physique. However, unlike the last time, this did not directly enhance his physical capabilities. If he had an ample supply of Senza beans, he would not hesitate to face death a few times to become even stronger. But for now, he had no choice but to rely on his own training that, in truth, Luo Xuan's ability to manipulate gravity stemmed not from gravity itself, but from leveraging gravity's coefficient, specifically its acceleration. The recent combat had been so exhilarating that it had shaken the Saiyans' worldviews, rendering them oblivious to the fact that when he struck, he had actually elevated his leg before delivering a downward kick. By increasing the gravity at the moment of impact, his speed surpassed the original, and his momentum was likewise amplified, enhanced further by the innate speed and power of Saiyan. This sudden surge was conspicuous, enabling him to launch the intermediate warrior. Similarly, in his final punch, Luo Xuan did not merely throw a fist. Instead, he tightened his grip, pulled back, and then unleashed a rapid strike. Due to the acceleration of gravity, his force was directed downward and forward. All his might was channeled into the intermediate warrior, who consequently flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground. As gravity intensified, Luo Xuan was likewise pinned down, which explained why he did not soar backward. However, not being propelled away meant he could not fully dissipate the force, resulting in his arm suffering a complete shattering fracture, alongside other injuries. Thankfully, he had the Senza beans. Otherwise, he could only speculate how long his recovery would take. Indeed, these were mere tricks. If his strength were sufficiently formidable, he would not need to resort to such complexities that in that moment, Luo Xuan fully grasped the significance of power. Had it not been for the timely arrival of this essential tool, he would have perished long ago. Yet, he understood the necessity of not relying solely on this advantage. After all, this was the Dragon Ball universe, where numerous strong individuals kept watch over the planets, but a moment's carelessness could expose the system within his mind. Should it be forcibly extracted, he would find himself in a most awkward predicament. Perhaps someone had already discovered it, but Luo Xuan's current weakness had spared him from any repercussions. Thus, it remained imperative for Luo Xuan to strive for self-improvement. Only true strength would serve as his most reliable safeguard. F2 20-fold. With this thought in mind, Luo Xuan hesitated not. After the recent bout, he realized that his body could endure gravity levels up to 30-fold. Should he exceed that threshold, his own body would be the first to suffer. Just as Luo Xuan was drenched in sweat from his exertions, the door to his home swung open, and a familiar voice echoed in. "Lin, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be training?" Luo Xuan, performing one-handed push-ups, found that his strength had reached a level where such training was feasible. Back on Earth, such a feat would have been unimaginable, even with both hands. "Did you sustain an injury just now?" As soon as Lin entered, she inquired, having noticed something the others had not. It seemed that Luo Xuan's right hand appeared somewhat unnatural. "No." "What injury?" Luo Xuan replied, demonstrating a few push-ups to assure Lin. He had not expected to be discovered. Fortunately, he had used a magical bean for recovery. "Strange, I clearly saw your right hand seemed a bit off just now," Lin observed, watching Luo Xuan support himself with his right hand, showing no signs of injury. Though puzzled, she chose to believe him that it was just a momentary numbness from the recoil. After resting, it's no longer an issue. "You came over just for this?" After this casual explanation, Luo Xuan forcibly shifted the topic. "It's nothing much, merely a passing thought. That I wanted to tell you that while your strength is considerable compared to ordinary low-level warriors, it still falls short against intermediate warriors. So I wish to take you to a certain place." Having witnessed Luo Xuan's combat earlier, Lin had gained a fresh perspective on this low-level warrior, confirming that he was indeed different from the typical low-level fighters. "Where is this place?" Luo Xuan furrowed his brow. Was it that she was unwilling to allow him to use the gravity chamber? Although Luo Xuan did not require it, having his own gravity system, he merely sought to spar with Lin. It shouldn't be the case, for despite their brief acquaintance, Luo Xuan understood that Lin was not the type to act in such a manner, that, if she were, she would have long since disregarded him as a low-level warrior. "Having just observed your combat, your power and speed are commendable, but your combat experience is lacking," Lin analyzed. Hearing her words, Luo Xuan nodded. Gaining combat experience was something one had to explore on their own. Although the original owner of this body possessed combat experience, it was not necessarily applicable to Luo Xuan. Thus, to acquire combat experience, he needed to accumulate it himself, which was why he wished to spar with Lin. Luo Xuan found himself in agreement with Lin's analysis. As an Earthling, he had never engaged in battle, and lacking combat experience was quite normal. However, on planet Vegeta, an inexperienced Saiyan could meet an untimely demise without awareness. Hence, Luo Xuan was fervently eager to enhance his strength and combat experience, and sparring with Lin was the only means he could find to achieve that. "I wish to fight you, as it is the only way to elevate my combat experience," Luo Xuan stated, revealing his true intention. As for the gravity field, it was of little significance compared to the weight of his own attire. What he sought was solely combat experience. He did not dwell on other matters, for he believed that given sufficient time, he would undoubtedly improve. That it is precisely because you fight with me that your combat experience cannot advance. Perhaps it might improve slightly, but it holds little value for your growth, Lin remarked. This insight had dawned upon her while observing Luo Xuan's battle with that intermediate warrior. She had initially assumed Luo Xuan possessed at least some combat experience, if not extensive. After all, Saiyans were a warrior race, engaged in combat daily, who among them lacked some experience. Yet, it was peculiar that Luo Xuan exhibited no combat experience whatsoever. It was evident from his recent battle that he was a novice, utterly uninformed. While he learned continuously during combat, it was still insufficient. Why? Lin, being an advanced warrior, undoubtedly had a wealth of combat experience. Thus, fighting her should pose no issue. Could it be that combat experience could not be transferred to others? Because we know each other, she simply stated, without elaboration, but Luo Xuan understood. Because we know each other. I see. You mean to say that you must suppress your own strength when fighting me, so that I learn nothing? Saiyans either refrain from engaging or go all out. They do not fight those they know unless both parties are evenly matched, ensuring that neither can easily kill the other, allowing for a fair battle until one side concedes. There's indeed a place quite suitable for you, though it lacks a gravity field. Luo Xuan's explanation was on point, and many Saiyans shared this approach, choosing opponents of comparable strength rather than ambitiously seeking those far superior. What place? As long as it enhances my combat experience, the absence of a gravity field is inconsequential. Luo Xuan smiled. What he valued was not a gravity chamber, but rather the opportunity to learn combat techniques and training methods. He now understood that Saiyans possessed no special training methods. Their sole means of cultivation was combat. Regardless of gender or age, once they began training, it was all about fighting, constantly battling to surpass their opponents and challenge those of greater strength. Only through relentless challenges and the survival of the fittest could they continue to exist on this planet. Luo Xuan now grasped why, in the future on planet Vegeta, low-level warrior infants were casually sent away. After all, they were deemed useless. A low-level warrior could never surpass an advanced warrior, regardless of their training efforts that, of course, this was merely the Saiyan perspective. Having watched Dragon Ball, Luo Xuan did not subscribe to such beliefs. With enough dedication, even an advanced warrior could be surpassed. Perhaps Luo Xuan should be grateful that in this era, Saiyans had yet to reach a technological civilization, which meant they had not developed the habit of sending away low-level warriors. Allowing him to survive on this planet in the North Forest, we Saiyans accumulate combat experience most effectively. There are creatures known as the Fang-toothed beast there. Their offensive power is relatively low, but their combat prowess is formidable. Lin paused, seemingly realizing she had misspoken, and offered a clarification. When I say their damage is low, I mean that under careful circumstances, they won't easily kill you. However, injuries are still a possibility. As for death, it shouldn't normally occur. This area is primarily where intermediate warriors train. Few low-level warriors venture there. For someone her caliber, the Fang-toothed beast is merely a swift kill. However, considering Luo Xuan is a low-level warrior, she felt it necessary to issue a warning. Fang-toothed beast? That indeed suits me. After hearing Lin's description, Luo Xuan contemplated. Although this place was meant for intermediate warriors, he believed he could give it a try. Having returned from the brink of death, his strength was not inferior to some intermediate warriors. While achieving an instant kill, as he would in the gravity chamber, might be unrealistic, defeating them would merely be a matter of time. Yes, that place should be quite suitable for you. As for the future, I can take you to the training grounds of advanced warriors until you can hold your own against me. Lin smiled, her lips curling into a grin that if it were anyone else, a low-level warrior defeating an advanced warrior would be a laughingstock. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Lin felt that this low-level warrior before her was somewhat different. Perhaps his words held more truth than one might expect. Lin herself was unsure why she harbored such naive thoughts, but the feeling was strong enough for her to express, until you can match me in combat. I will strive to do so. Luo Xuan nodded. Even without Lin's encouragement, he would pursue this goal. Lin fell silent, having said all she needed, but Luo Xuan did not. Could you tell me where the North Forest is? Upon hearing Luo Xuan's inquiry, Lin turned, astonished that a Saiyan did not even know where the North Forest was. Are you truly a Saiyan? However, Luo Xuan was not a true Saiyan. He had merely been reborn into a Saiyan's body. As for memories, he possessed only fragmented remnants. With no recollection of a place called the North Forest, that moment, Luo Xuan could only manage an awkward smile. How about this? Shate is also training over there. Let him guide you, she suggested, resigned. The question of whether this fellow was truly a Saiyan warranted deeper investigation. Nevertheless, at that moment, it was best to have Shate escort Luo Xuan. After all, Shate was an intermediate warrior and trained in the North Forest, making him an ideal companion. Subsequently, Lin, accompanied by Luo Xuan, sought out Shate, She was returning to the gravity chamber, where the training of Saiyans predominantly revolves around combat. Thus, Saiyans on the gravity chamber must continually accept challenges from their peers. If one were to lose, they would have to step down from the chamber, which would then become the prize of the victor. Naturally, this is not a continuous battle. Only the top 3 challengers of the day are recognized, while subsequent fighters merely serve as sparring partners. After all, Saiyans are a warrior race, and it is through combat that they can perpetually grow stronger. Owing to the gravity chamber's allure, many advanced warriors willingly take on the role of sparring partners, as fighting in the chamber significantly enhances their strength. Thus, even if the quota for challenges has been exceeded, advanced warriors still frequent the chamber to spar with those who possess access to it. This is the place. The vicinity is where our intermediate warriors train, and there are also several lower-ranked warriors, albeit those with slightly greater strength. Shate led Luo Xuan into a forest, which was the very north forest Lin mentioned. Luo Xuan glanced around and found it devoid of people. Is this truly the North Forest? Why is there not a soul in sight? He weakly inquired, recalling the claim that intermediate warriors congregated here for training. Ever since the gravity chamber was established, few have chosen to come here. A bunch of lofty dreamers, Shate lamented, surveying the forest. There used to be many inhabitants here, but after the gravity chamber was built, anyone who went there could potentially train for an hour. Advanced warriors are still human. They require rest, and during that time, other Saiyans can take their place. However, only intermediate and some lower-ranked warriors engage in challenges, continuously sparring until the advanced warriors finish their rest. As for how long one can remain, it depends on their own abilities. Those with greater prowess naturally stay longer. Upon hearing Shade's explanation, Luo Xuan understood that the intermediate warriors had all gone to the gravity chamber, while the lower-ranked warriors were elsewhere, rendering this place quite desolate. All right, you may enter. Just be cautious, and you shan't meet your demise, Shate urged after elucidating the situation. That aren't you coming in with me? Luo Xuan asked, momentarily taken aback, that I shall not enter. I'm heading to the gravity chamber to see if any advanced warriors are resting, so I might have a chance to spar, Shate replied, turning away without a glance, leaving Luo Xuan alone, bewildered in the wind. Just who was it that spoke of dreamers? Now he seemed more anxious than anyone else. After silently giving Shate a middle finger, Luo Xuan ventured into the depths of the forest. This forest was extensive, with robust trees that bore semblance to a primeval woodland. Could there truly be those monstrous creatures known as the fong-toothed beasts here? He pondered as he pressed forward. Yet, not only were there no fong-toothed beasts, but he also failed to encounter any Saiyans. Had those beasts fled to the gravity chamber as well? Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar echoed through the air, reverberating in his ears. What on earth was that? Could it be one of those fong-toothed beasts? Luo Xuan surmised that the beasts must be formidable creatures, as such a deafening roar could only come from a powerful entity. His vigilance heightened. He realized the roar was nearby, indicating that the fong-toothed beast was close at hand. Roar! Another roar followed, even closer than the last. Luo Xuan discerned the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. Perhaps due to its immense size, the creature moved with great power, yet at a notably slow pace. This realization eased Luo Xuan's anxiety somewhat. If the fong-toothed beast was slow, he could potentially outmaneuver it. Come on, I am eager to witness what prowess this fong-toothed beast possesses. Luo Xuan was undaunted by the impending encounter. After all, he had already faced death once. Thus, apart from the thrill of the imminent challenge, he felt little else. The ground trembled beneath the weighty footsteps, and soon a dark silhouette came into view. This must be the so-called fong-toothed beast. As he observed the shadow, it became clear that it indeed warranted the title of a giant beast. Roar! With a thunderous roar, Luo Xuan finally beheld the true form of the fong-toothed beast, and he was momentarily stunned that a pig-deer butterfly. The creature before him was adorned in a blue-purple hue, possessing 2 prominent tusks, crowned with antlers, and sporting a pair of yellow and black-spotted wings on its back. Was this creature truly the fong-toothed beast meant for Saiyan training? The pig-deer butterfly appeared significantly larger than those depicted in the anime. Could it have journeyed from planet Vegeta to Earth? As Luo Xuan scrutinized the beast, it too laid eyes on him. initially taken aback before breaking into a grin, saliva dripping from its maw. As though it had spotted a delectable morsel. Oh, you perceive me as food? Then I shall regard you as prey. Let us see who shall fall. Luo Xuan sneered, charging forward to meet the oncoming pig-deer butterfly without hesitation. If he were to train and accumulate combat experience, he could not afford to flee. He must engage in battle, in an instant. Luo Xuan collided with the pig-deer butterfly, their impact producing an indescribable sound. He delivered a punch to the beast's sturdy body, only to find it remarkably resilient. Though the strike was not entirely ineffective, its impact was minimal. Currently, Luo Xuan was under 20 times the gravity, yet he refrained from employing the gravitational acceleration he had utilized in the gravity chamber. While that would temporarily amplify his strength, it would also inflict harm upon himself, such a method of combat. Inflicting 1,000 casualties upon the enemy, while sustaining 800 of his own, was evidently ill-suited for this scenario. Your hide is tough. Let us see how you withstand another blow in that moment. Luo Xuan felt a surge of combat fervor, as if his very blood were boiling. The pig-deer butterfly, sensing his eagerness for battle, wasted no time in charging at him, without granting a moment's respite. To Luo Xuan's surprise, this so-called fang-toothed beast was indeed a rather large pig-deer butterfly, exhibiting the same irritable temperament as those he had seen in the anime. Upon noticing him, it launched an immediate attack. Evading to the right, he narrowly dodged the beast's charge, and as it rushed past him, Luo Xuan delivered a powerful kick to its abdomen. The beast, hindered by its own weight, lost its balance and fell to the ground with a resounding crash. Kicking up a cloud of dust, seizing the opportunity, Luo Xuan swiftly grasped one of its legs. With a forceful heave, he hurled the pig-deer butterfly a good 10 meters away, where it collided heavily with a sturdy tree, causing it to topple under the strain. This creature is indeed hefty, Luo Xuan remarked, brushing off his hands, somewhat accustomed to the encounter. That previous maneuver was purely instinctive. He had never anticipated that his strength could be so formidable. Effortlessly, he had sent the pig-deer butterfly flying, something he would have never dreamt of before. In the past, even a mere pig could have sent him sprawling. Roar, just as Luo Xuan reveled in his triumph. The pig-deer butterfly rose once more, roaring defiantly before charging at him again. This creature is remarkably resilient. It survived that fall. Luo Xuan mused, unfazed as he prepared to meet it head dash on. It seemed he was intent on engaging in a battle of sheer strength with this formidable foe. The pig-deer butterfly, upon observing the human's audacity, appeared ready to accept the challenge. In an instant, fury surged within him, his eyes ablaze with a deeply human rage, an affront to his very essence. In the blink of an eye, Luo Xuan collided with the formidable fang-toothed beast, a clash that transformed into a contest of strength between man and beast. Luo Xuan gripped the beast's massive fangs with unwavering determination, remaining steadfast despite the creature's relentless efforts to break free. Luo Xuan bellowed, and in that moment, one could witness the muscles in his arms swell with renewed vigor. Everyone's astonishment. The fang-toothed beast was propelled backward, step by step, as it retreated under the force of his push. Your strength is hardly impressive, Luo Xuan chuckled, bemused by the creature's lack of power, despite its imposing size. That a thought crossed his mind. Why did Lin claim that utilizing them as training partners would be optimal? After all, one could hardly consider a brute force user formidable. Could they? Suddenly, Luo Xuan sensed something. His grip on the beast loosened as he executed a backflip. As he propelled himself backward, a dark shadow whisked past the spot he had just occupied. What was that? Luo Xuan pondered, taken aback by the swiftness of the entity. Had it been another Saiyan in this training ground? A flicker of realization dawned upon him. This was indeed a place for Saiyan training, and the presence of other Saiyans was not surprising. Given their combative nature, it was entirely plausible that they would take notice of a low-ranking warrior like himself. Chirp! As Luo Xuan glanced over, he spotted a monkey-like creature perched on a nearby tree, baring its teeth in a menacing snarl. A monkey? Luo Xuan blinked in disbelief. The creature appeared to be a monkey, albeit one adorned with crimson fur and eyes to match. With two sharp fangs protruding from its mouth, the monkey made its entrance. The fang-toothed beast seemed to grow excited, its gaze towards Luo Xuan radiating a sense of provocation. Could this monkey be a close companion of the beast? A senior brother? Second brother? Luo Xuan found the scenario amusing. A mere pig and a monkey did not seem particularly intimidating. Yet before he could ponder further, the duo lunged at him without hesitation, intent on taking him down. Come at me, Luo Xuan declared, unfazed by the approaching pig and monkey. If Lin had asserted that the fang-toothed beast was a worthy opponent for training, then surely the synergy between these two creatures would not be insignificant. Observing their previous actions, it was clear that the fang-toothed beast was the primary attacker, while the monkey specialized in ambush tactics and speed, an effective combination. Indeed, as the fang-toothed beast charged, Luo Xuan prepared to evade, aiming to replicate his earlier success in toppling the beast. Just then, the monkey concealed in the tree sprang into action as Luo Xuan dodged. The monkey seized the opportunity to strike from his blind spot, extending its claws toward his head. Having narrowly escaped the beast's assault, Luo Xuan found himself unprepared for the monkey's sudden attack. He could only turn his head in time to evade a direct hit. Yet the monkey's claws still grazed his cheek, leaving a crimson mark in their wake. Damn it, Luo Xuan muttered, wiping the blood away, astonished by the precision of their coordination. They seemed to operate as a single entity. However, recognizing their unity, he understood that the fang-toothed beast would not relent easily. Seeing the monkey fail to land a hit, it charged once more without hesitation. Bang! Relentless barrage ensued, with the beast striking thrice without pause. Luo Xuan had barely evaded the first two attacks when a third collided with him, sending him crashing to the ground that moment. Luo Xuan comprehended why Lin had deemed the fang-toothed beast an excellent training partner. Alone, either of these creatures would be manageable for him. He could dispatch them with relative ease. However, their collaboration proved to be remarkably effective. The fang-toothed beast wielded brute strength, while the monkey excelled in speed and ambush tactics. Together, they had succeeded in overwhelming him. How intriguing, he mused, despite lying on the ground. These two creatures were indeed the perfect companions for his training. Oh dear, I nearly forgot to inform that young man. The fang-toothed beast comes in pairs. It struck him halfway through the training that he had neglected to mention to Luo Xuan that in the northern forest there were indeed two beasts. Not one today as he turned back. He recalled his earlier confusion about Lin's assertion that the fang-toothed beasts here could serve as training for intermediate warriors. He had thought their individual strength insufficient to challenge even a low-ranking warrior like himself. However, with the monkey's presence, the dynamics shifted entirely. How amusing, Luo Xuan remarked with a smile as he rose to his feet, ready to face the advancing fang-toothed beast and monkey. This time, he deftly evaded their attacks with ease, having learned from the initial surprise. Hey, look over there! A low-ranking warrior, a group of intermediate Saiyans soon gathered, drawn by the spectacle of Luo Xuan's skirmish. Though they were not particularly formidable themselves, they had at least crossed the threshold into intermediate status, rendering them significantly stronger than Luo Xuan. Indeed, a low-ranking warrior dares to venture into the northern forest. Do they not realize this is a domain for intermediate warriors? One of the shorter Saiyans remarked with disdain. Utterly foolish, a lone female Saiyan scoffed, clearly unimpressed by Luo Xuan's audacity to enter a place meant for stronger fighters. How long do you think that kid can hold out? The apparent leader of the group inquired. Observing Luo Xuan as he dodged and occasionally sustained hits, I'm not sure, but I doubt he'll last much longer, another Saiyan replied, his demeanor notably less aggressive. I recall the last low-ranking warrior who stumbled in here lasted about 8 minutes before being torn asunder. The shorter Saiyan chuckled, recalling past encounters with low-ranking warriors who had ventured into this perilous territory. While many low-ranking warriors had attempted to endure in this place, most left, having learned their lesson after a single encounter. I reckon he might last around 5 minutes. The leader smirked, indifferent to the fate of a stranger in their midst. The 4 Saiyans stood by, watching Luo Xuan's struggle unfold as though it were a performance. How about we place a wager? The shorter Saiyan suggested, his eyes gleaming with mischief. What shall we wager? The leader inquired, intrigued yet skeptical. I bet that low-ranking warrior will be torn into 4 pieces. The shorter Saiyan proclaimed, relishing the prospect of a gamble. Very well. I wager he will be shredded into fragments. The leader concurred, casting a glance at the increasingly weary Luo Xuan. Their bet was not about which side would triumph, but rather how many pieces Luo Xuan would be reduced to them. The notion that a low-ranking warrior could best the fang-toothed beast was utterly ludicrous. How dull! The woman spoke softly, refraining from joining their wager. Instead, focusing her gaze on Luo Xuan in the arena. The other Scion remained silent, quietly observing from the sidelines. These two fellows are indeed tenacious. Luo Xuan narrowly evaded another attack, panting slightly. He had been engaged in combat for quite some time and was beginning to feel fatigued. One of these opponents relied on sheer size and brute strength, while the other depended on speed. Their synergy was undeniably perfect. Despite Luo Xuan's multiple attempts to strike, none bore fruit. Once, he nearly struck the monkey. Only to be thwarted by the robust body of the colossal beast, he found himself outmatched in speed by the monkey, and his strength was insufficient to harm the mighty creature. Thus, he was left to gradually wear them down. However, it now appeared that the toll on him was significantly greater. That fellow was already exhausted, and it seemed the outcome was imminent. The leading Scion, with keen perception, recognized at a glance that Luo Xuan was at the end of his tether. Indeed, this young man had shown greater endurance than the previous low-level warriors. The previously quiet Scion also spoke in a low voice, noting that Luo Xuan had reached his limit. Yet for a low-level warrior to last this long was no small feat. What use is it? With such strength and no means of escape, does he truly believe he can defeat the colossal beast? It is too late to flee now. He should simply await his demise here. The woman's tone remained calm, devoid of any emotion. In her eyes, Luo Xuan's actions were merely a reckless pursuit of death. I find this lad rather impressive. Should we not rescue him and invite him to join our ranks? The leading Scion nodded in agreement, recognizing that a low-level warrior capable of enduring thus far deserved a place in their team. Let it be. This fellow is too proud, and as merely a low-level warrior, he would ultimately become a burden. The short Scion was the first to voice dissent, firmly opposing the idea of rescuing Luo Xuan. Who doesn't know you are motivated by that wager? The previously silent Scion remarked. He, unfazed by the revelation. The short Scion merely chuckled. In the arena. It was time to conclude this encounter. Continuing further would surely lead to depletion. Luo Xuan gasped for breath, having reached his utmost limits. If this battle continued, he would undoubtedly be the one to fail. That a fleeting thought crossed his mind, and suddenly Luo Xuan felt significantly lighter. He had been contending with these two while burdened by 20 times his weight. He let out a low shout just as the monkey charged at him, and Luo Xuan met it head-on. The colossal beast, seeing Luo Xuan's attack, hurriedly moved to intercept. Yet Luo Xuan did not relent. He clenched his fist tighter and delivered a powerful blow to the thick-skinned beast. With a resounding thud, blood splattered as the creature collapsed heavily to the ground, witnessing the demise of its companion. The monkey's eyes widened with a hint of human-like panic, and without a moment's hesitation, it turned to flee. Trying to escape? Luo Xuan chuckled, then vanished from his position. With the gravity lifted, he felt a surge of energy coursing through him, and he was filled with an overwhelming urge to unleash his power. Perhaps due to the previous pressure exerted by the pig and the monkey, Luo Xuan now resembled a newly awakened beast, launching a devastating punch at the colossal beast, killing it instantly. The remaining companion of the beast, witnessing this scene, wasted no time in fleeing. Thinking you can escape, a dangerous smile crept across Luo Xuan's lips. During their earlier skirmish, this little creature had caused him considerable trouble, and with its speed, he had been unable to contend with it. However, that was then. Now, with the 20-fold gravity lifted, he felt significantly more agile, and his speed was no longer diminished. He vanished from sight, moving with remarkable swiftness. The red-haired monkey, in its flight, frequently glanced back, seemingly worried that Luo Xuan might catch up. With its minuscule mind, it could not fathom why the man's strength had suddenly surged. Fortunately, it was slow enough that Luo Xuan could not close the distance, allowing the monkey to feel a moment of relief. Are you searching for me? Just as the red-haired monkey thought it had evaded capture. A voice echoed in its ear. When it turned, a fist was already hurtling towards it, obliterating it instantly. What? Luo Xuan stared in astonishment at his own fist. What had just transpired? He had merely intended to defeat it. Yet it had disintegrated into nothingness. He grappled with confusion. The four Saiyans watched in stunned silence. You two were indeed accurate, for pieces shattered. The more reserved Saiyan finally broke his silence. Ah, is that so? The diminutive Saiyan chuckled awkwardly, taken aback by the unexpected outcome of a single punch destroying the colossal beast. Could this fellow truly be a low-level warrior? The leading Saiyan swallowed hard, pondering when low-level warriors had become so formidable. Even among their ranks of mid-level warriors, none would dare claim the ability to reduce something to ruins. Yet this low-level warrior had achieved it. His speed had also been extraordinary, surpassing their own, and it had erupted in an instant. Could it be that he had intentionally suppressed his power while training against the colossal beast? The only one who remained relatively composed was the female Saiyan, though her face bore traces of astonishment as she witnessed a low-level warrior so effortlessly vanquish the colossal beast with a single punch. Rigo, what are you all doing here? Have you seen a low-level warrior? Just as they were recovering from their shock, Shade arrived, having been training in the forest and familiar with them all, upon seeing Shade. The others nodded in unison, still in disbelief. Where? Shade inquired, aware that any mishap could occur, especially with a low-level warrior, as the high-level warrior named Lin had promised him a chance to step up first during their rest. Shade understood that the high-level warrior-esque consideration stemmed from his relationship with Luo Xuan. If Luo Xuan were to perish due to his negligence, not only would he miss the opportunity to step onto the gravity platform, but he would also be lucky to escape with his life. The others remained silent, simultaneously pointing behind Shade. Although he was puzzled by their expressions, he turned around to see Luo Xuan, head bowed, gazing at his own hands, with a pool of blood at his feet and the lifeless body of the colossal beast nearby. Phew! Thank you for saving him. Shade sighed in relief upon realizing Luo Xuan was unharmed. Upon sighting the slain beast, he promptly expressed his gratitude to Rigo and the others, believing they had intervened to protect Luo Xuan. That was his own doing. He killed the colossal beast by himself. You know our nature. We wouldn't step in to assist. Rigo admitted, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his demeanor. Nevertheless, this was simply the Saiyan way. Rescuing a stranger, particularly a low-level warrior, offered them no benefits. It was preferable to witness him perish, survival of the fittest. This was the rule of the Saiyan world, where they remained a minority. Thus, useless incompetents were deemed unworthy to share their resources. Are you saying Luo Xuan did it alone? The colossal beast did not come. Shade asked, momentarily stunned. His voice weak. It did. The short Saiyan chimed in first, for if it hadn't, they would not have been so astonished. It came? Why did I not see the corpse? Did it flee? Shade inquired again, perplexed. If the colossal beast had indeed arrived, it should not have been so easily slain. It was obliterated by that boy with a single punch. Rigo felt a dryness in his throat. Puzzled by the unfolding events, a lowly warrior not only vanquished the monstrous Wang Qi, but utterly pulverized it with a single blow. You say he reduced it to mere fragments with one punch? Shate evidently harbored doubts. Even he could not fathom the possibility of obliterating the Wang Qi with a single strike. Uncle Shate, what brings you back? Are you here to train alongside me? At that moment, Luo Xuan also spotted Shate. Previously, when Lei Gu and his companions were present, he had noticed them but refrained from approaching due to unfamiliarity. Now, seeing Shate's arrival, who appeared to be somewhat acquainted, he decided to approach. Actually, I came to inform you. Shate interjected, I neglected to mention that the Wang Qi is a duo working in concert. One resembles a red-furred monkey, known as Wang Qi, and the other is simply referred to as the beast. Although Luo Xuan was already aware that the Wang Qi was a pair, it was prudent for Shate to clarify that's how it is. No wonder they were coordinating so seamlessly just now. Luo Xuan nodded in understanding and then shifted his gaze to the others. The group felt a chill at his glance, apprehensive that he might resent them for not intervening earlier and merely observing. This individual had dispatched a beast of such formidable defense with apparent ease. If he were to unleash a similar blow upon them, What would ensue? Allow me to introduce you, Shate said, pointing to the leading figure among the group. This is Lei Gu, who often trains in the northern forest. Don't hold it against him for not intervening earlier. You're aware of the Saiyan disposition. While Luo Xuan had dispatched the Wangqi, he was acutely aware that he now faced 4 intermediate warriors, a challenge that would be no less daunting than confronting the Wangqi. Understanding Shate's implication, Luo Xuan nodded towards the leading Saiyan. Although he had no desire to forge friendships, he had observed the group's earlier nonchalance and their betting against him. This left him less than pleased. He harbored a grudge and preferred not to rely on anyone's assistance. However, their wager on how many pieces he would be torn into by the Wangqi had greatly irked him. This is Ha Ku. GC and Mo Shi, Shate introduced, referencing the diminutive Saiyan, the reticent youth, and the woman. This is Luo Xuan. After introducing the other 4, Shate made the introductions complete. Upon hearing this name, they paused momentarily. It did not quite sound like a typical Saiyan name. Yet, they ultimately judged based on strength, regarding names as trivial. One could be called Dog Egg without issue. Thus, they regarded each other as acquaintances. I must inquire, are you truly a lowly warrior? After a moment's hesitation, Lei Gu voiced his question. The sheer shock of witnessing Luo Xuan's singular punch that felled the Wangqi was still fresh in his mind. After contemplating for a brief moment, Luo Xuan nodded that in truth, he was still somewhat unclear about what had transpired. He merely felt an inexhaustible surge of energy coursing through him, culminating in a single, decisive punch that dispatched both beasts in an instant. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's affirmation, not only were Lei Gu and the others taken aback, but Shate also wore a look of astonishment. Could it be that Luo Xuan truly annihilated the Wangqi with one punch? Reflecting on his prior performance at the gravity training facility, where he had effortlessly bested an intermediate warrior, it became apparent that his strength had indeed grown stronger, perhaps surpassing that of any intermediate warrior present. Shate believed he could easily slay the Wangqi, but to pulverize it with a single blow and rend the beast into 4 pieces was beyond his capabilities. Only advanced warriors or those nearing that level could achieve such feats. This suggested that Luo Xuan's current punching power was already comparable to that of an advanced warrior. Despite witnessing it firsthand, Lei Gu and the others found it difficult to believe that a lowly warrior possessed strength exceeding theirs. Reaching the realm of advanced warriors, it was a bitter pill to swallow. Previously, they had perceived lowly warriors as akin to ants. Regardless of their strength, they remained mere ants compared to the might of an elephant. How could an ant possibly contend with such a creature? Now, they were being told of an ant that had trained to rival the strength of an elephant. How could they accept this? Your recent punch should be on par with that of an advanced warrior. Lei Gu chose not to elaborate further, though Mo Shi interjected, initially, I thought a lowly warrior venturing here would be tantamount to seeking their own demise. Yet, I did not anticipate that this lowly warrior would be this powerful, comparable to an advanced warrior. Isn't that the standard strength of a lowly warrior? Upon hearing Mo Shi's words, Luo Xuan turned to her. He had little interest in what had been said previously, but this remark piqued his curiosity. The notion that his recent punch could rival that of an advanced warrior was intriguing in his mind. Advanced warriors were beings of immense power. He had assumed that his punch was merely a slight enhancement over the average lowly warrior's capabilities. After all, he had not exerted himself too much. He believed he was only marginally stronger than typical lowly warriors. The 5 intermediate warriors around him were dismayed by Luo Xuan's statement. Did he intend to mock them? If all lowly warriors were like this, what would become of the position of intermediate warriors? However, they were indeed misjudging Luo Xuan. He was not from this world and had no frame of reference for the strengths of lowly, intermediate, or advanced warriors. To him, all he saw was strength, immense strength, and the concept of super Saiyans was, of course, immensely powerful. The power of your punch is something no one here can match, whether Luo Xuan was genuinely unaware or merely feigning ignorance. Shate, recalling Luo Xuan's earlier performance, surmised that this individual might have sustained some mental trauma, rendering him oblivious to the reality of his own capabilities. That is how it is. After hearing Shate's explanation, Luo Xuan began to comprehend the gravity of his own strength. He had not realized that his punch was so formidable. Would he become a one-punch Saiyan? No. At present, his punch could only match that of an advanced warrior, or perhaps even some of the stronger intermediate warriors, that isn't overly impressive. Luo Xuan felt he was not that remarkable. Yet his words sounded quite scornful to the ears of the intermediate warriors present. When he spoke of being comparable to advanced warriors, they sensed his excitement. Yet when he asserted that none among them could reach such heights, it felt as though he was belittling their strength. Ahem, Luo Xuan, do you still wish to train here? Your abilities would be better suited to the gravity training facility to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Shate posed another question. Initially, he had thought Luo Xuan would find training here as a lowly warrior suitable, but now, witnessing his evident prowess, he felt it would be more appropriate for him to train at the gravity facility. No, I wish to remain here for a while longer. Luo Xuan found little value in the gravity facility. Conversely, he believed that honing his skills amidst life and death struggles was far more beneficial. He recognized that he lacked combat experience. A realization that struck him while battling the Wang Qi. Had he possessed greater experience, he would not have allowed the Wang Qi to prolong their encounter. Ultimately, it was only after releasing the constraints of gravity that he managed to defeat the beast. Thus, for Luo Xuan, his strength still felt insufficient. He needed to seek out more Wang Qi for further testing. Very well. If you wish to train here, so be it. Shate nodded in agreement, since Luo Xuan expressed his desire to remain. He felt no need to press further. You may head to the gravity facility. I can manage here alone. Luo Xuan understood that Shate greatly preferred training at the gravity facility, as not all Saiyans possessed an adjustable gravity field. Be cautious. Do not venture too deep into the forest, for it is not only home to the Wang Qi, but also harbors other formidable beasts. Before departing, Shate offered a word of caution, indicating that the northern forest was rife with dangerous creatures, with the Wang Qi being merely the most common and suitable for training. Upon hearing Shate's warning, Luo Xuan nodded. This was planet Vegeta, a place markedly different from Earth that he fully trusted that formidable beasts roamed these lands. Indeed, it is prudent to avoid the depths of the forest. There have been unusual occurrences reported in that area recently. The one speaking this time is Mashi, and as she utters these words, her expression bears a certain weight as a Saiyan, despite their self-proclaimed identity as a warrior race. Not every Saiyan is invincible. Thus, they do harbor apprehensions towards beings of superior strength. Within the northern forest, there exist formidable beasts that, while not as adept in combat as the Saiyans, often attack in packs, should one encounter them alone. Even a Saiyan must choose to retreat. What is the situation? During this period, Shade has been engrossed in the gravity chamber, oblivious to the happenings in the northern forest. Previously, we had heard rumors of fierce beasts leaving the forest in droves. Rigo took the conversation forward, explaining that they have long been training in the northern forest and are thus well informed about its affairs. This knowledge allows them to preempt dangers, and if the situation escalates, they shall vacate the northern forest. Although they are intermediate warriors, they are merely in the middle ranks, unable to partake in many matters. Indeed, and what about Ghana and his companions? He perished. This statement came from the short Saiyan, Hake, who seemed to harbor some grievances against the group led by Ghana. Typically, Saiyans training in the northern forest form groups of 4 or 5, providing mutual support in encounters with both powerful beasts and fellow Saiyans. Perished, Luo Xuan was unaware, but Shate recognized that Ghana's group possessed greater strength compared to Rigo and his companions, for Ghana was nearing the status of a high-level warrior. The fact that they had fallen was unexpected. Could it be that a new, formidable beast has emerged in the northern forest? Yes, they are indeed dead, though we are uncertain about what transpired within. Thus, we have remained on the periphery of the forest. Refraining from venturing inside, Rigo lamented, feeling the pressure of the situation, fearing they might encounter trouble. While Saiyans are known for their combative nature, they understand the importance of caution when faced with someone who could easily obliterate them. They prefer to wait until their own strength has increased before challenging such adversaries. Perhaps you should join Rigo and the others that it would be safer team up with them. The reason they have not intervened previously is simply that they were unfamiliar with you. Now that you are acquainted, forming a team would be entirely feasible. Shate expressed his concerns for Luo Xuan, worried that should anything happen to him, he would lose his priority access to the gravity chamber. Rigo, what are your thoughts? Though this lad is a low-level warrior, his strength is commendable. He has even bested intermediate warriors. You witnessed him obliterating a giant beast with a single punch. This is what you told me. Allowing him to join your team would be advantageous. I trust you won't refuse? Shate opined that regardless of Luo Xuan's prowess, he remained a low-level warrior, vulnerable should he encounter a particularly fierce beast alone. After addressing Luo Xuan, Shate turned his gaze towards Rigo and his companions, hoping they would look after him, but no need. I prefer solitude. That MY combat experience is insufficient, and I might hinder the team. Luo Xuan interjected, just as Rigo was about to agree. His intention had been to hone his skills in the northern forest, and teaming up with others would likely impede his progress. Moreover, he possessed a secret that, while not immediately apparent, could eventually be revealed over time. Should his strength suddenly surge or his previously slow pace accelerate, repeated occurrences might arouse suspicion. The T present, Luo Xuan's strength was inadequate, and he understood the adage that possessing great talent could lead to untimely demise. Thus, he required solitude to navigate the northern forest. Since you wish to train alone, we shall not insist, Shade acquiesced, although Rigo, initially ready to agree, felt a surge of indignation at Luo Xuan's dismissal. Saiyans are inherently proud. And as an intermediate warrior, Rigo felt slighted by the refusal of a mere low-level warrior. Hake's face was also marred with anger. Were it not for the disparity in their abilities, he would have confronted Luo Xuan directly. When did low-level warriors become so arrogant, dismissing the prowess of intermediate warriors and refusing to ally with them? Only Kisu and Mashi remained silent, quietly observing the unfolding drama, though they too sensed that Luo Xuan's attitude was somewhat excessive. Very well, if you wish to train alone, so be it, Shake conceded, surprised by Luo Xuan's response. However, reflecting on Rigo's sentiments, he found understanding. Had he been in Rigo's position, witnessing another gamble with his life during a perilous moment would have left a bitter taste in his heart. It would be a stretch to expect collaboration, let alone refrain from hostility. Humph. Allow me to remind you once more. The threats here extend beyond ferocious beasts. Numerous intermediate warriors lurk about, some of whom are not as benevolent as we are. Hake, recognizing his inability to best Luo Xuan, resorted to verbal intimidation, though it held no weight against Luo Xuan. Enough, Hake. Spare us your words. Focus on your training, where your strength may indeed hold the team back. Rigo admonished, restraining the furious short Saiyan as he turned to leave. What did you say? What is wrong with my strength? Hake barked, seething with anger as he followed Rigo, questioning him along the way. But the others paid him no mind. Watching the quartet depart, Shade shook his head and exchanged a few parting words with Luo Xuan before also leaving the northern forest. As Luo Xuan observed the departing figures. A smirk curled upon his lips, that a fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he felt an increase in the weight upon his body. After bidding farewell to the group, Luo Xuan immediately amplified the gravity of his attire to 25 times. The Saiyan physique proved to be remarkably resilient. Adapting to such immense gravity was merely a matter of determination. Though he felt a significant heaviness, slowing his movements considerably, overall, the 25 times gravity felt just right for him. Luo Xuan recognized that this was largely due to the innate strength of the Saiyan race, which thrives under pressure. Had he still possessed his former physique, adjusting to even 2.5 times gravity would have been an insurmountable challenge. The Saiyan body, when faced with 20 times gravity, could adapt after just one battle, enabling Luo Xuan to withstand 25 times gravity. This was primarily due to his previous experience of enduring 30 times gravity in the chamber, which, although damaging, granted him insight and understanding of such extreme conditions. Thus, when faced with 20 times gravity, his adaptation was swift. However, 30 times gravity was beyond his current capabilities. Even mere movement would prove arduous. 25 times gravity, however, was just within his reach, neither excessively high nor too low. Feeling the weight upon him, Luo Xuan adjusted and set off in the opposite direction from Rigo and the others. Had they or Shate been present, they would have noted his somewhat labored steps, leaving distinct impressions on the ground due to the sudden increase in weight. Mashi, are you still thinking about that young lad? Along the way, Hake continued to boast of his prowess. Yet within this team, who is unaware of his true capabilities, no one pays him any heed. After a while, it becomes tiresome to keep talking. So he falls silent at this moment. Noticing that Mashi is still lost in thought, he approaches her. Hey, what is so special about that kid? He is merely a low-level warrior. If it weren't for Shape being there just now, I would have already taken him down. Hake still feels somewhat disgruntled. That kid has the audacity to look down upon their team. The thought of being scorned by a low-level warrior is intolerable. Kill him? Who has to say who would kill whom? Mashi remains silent, but it is Reger beside them who speaks first. Although he too feels disgruntled, upon careful consideration, he realizes that if a battle were to ensue, he wouldn't be confident in subduing that low-level warrior. What is wrong? I, Hake, am at least a mid-level warrior. How could I possibly be killed by a low-level warrior? His strength is uncertain, but Hake isn't about to admit defeat verbally. After all, the opponent isn't present, so there is no chance for a confrontation, allowing him to say whatever he wishes. Can you shatter a behemoth with a single punch? Can you reduce a fongtooth to rubble with one blow? This time, it is Kai's who speaks up that he may not talk often, but when he does, his words strike at the heart of the matter that, I cannot. Although Hake enjoys boasting, he knows there is no way to exaggerate this. If he were to boast too much and then be called to demonstrate, what would he do? That fellow's speed and strength seemed to explode in an instant. Didn't you see? His previous battles were quite arduous, not at all an act. Yet suddenly, he appeared at ease, brimming with newfound confidence. Finally, Mashi speaks up, not engaging in argument with the others, but rather expressing her own views. Although she had previously looked down upon Luo Xuan for venturing into the northern forest as a low-level warrior, she had witnessed his battle, after all, as he had endured for quite some time. Thus, when he erupted with power at the end, she clearly observed the change in his expression. It must have been a desperate counterattack, for we Saiyans are a race that grows stronger in the face of adversity. That kid's combat prowess is not far from that of the fong-toothed behemoth. Therefore, it is not surprising that he unleashed tremendous strength in a moment of danger. Reger, reflecting on Mashi's words, agrees that she speaks the truth at that time. He was indeed betting with Hake and had a clearer view than Mashi. Luo Xuan, in that moment, truly did erupt with power, instantly transforming into someone brimming with confidence. Yes, indeed. Otherwise, how could a low-level warrior possibly unleash strength surpassing that of a mid-level warrior? Next time he encounters a fong-toothed behemoth, he may not be so fortunate. This statement resonates deeply with Hake. As he feels the shame of being overshadowed by a low-level warrior is far from pleasant. No, he only erupted after revealing a confident expression. Mashi directly interrupts Hake's words and continues, if it were a sudden outburst. Perhaps he would have displayed a confident smile, but he appeared to possess knowledge of the outcome, transforming into someone brimming with confidence, charging forward without the slightest hesitation. After considering Mashi's analysis, the others reflect and realize she is correct. Thus, it can be inferred that Luo Xuan must have known he would unleash his strength. Perhaps it wasn't an interruption at all, but rather the manifestation of his true power, which allowed him to easily slay the fong-toothed behemoth. However, this does not explain his bewildered expression afterward. That look of confusion, staring at his hands in a daze. This is something they all witnessed. Why is that? Does he not wish to take responsibility? The issue is, no one is asking him to be accountable for it. Mashi shakes her head at this question, as it is what puzzles her most. What an intriguing individual. Mashi smiles, choosing not to debate this issue further. For no matter how much they discuss, they would not arrive at a conclusion. Suddenly, a low-level warrior stronger than herself has appeared, and, as an advanced warrior, she feels immense pressure. It seems she must intensify her training regimen. How infuriating! Hake, of course, is the most enraged, having just been scorned by a low-level warrior, only to now face disdain from his own companions. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he becomes, spotting a stone on the ground. He kicks it away in frustration. A roar echoes from a distance, accompanied by the hungry gaze of his companions. Boom. After once again defeating the fong-toothed behemoth, Luo Xuan breathes a sigh of relief. It has been 3 days since he last left, and during this time, he has tirelessly sought out the fong-toothed behemoth in the northern forest, battling them whenever he finds them. Initially, he struggled somewhat, often requiring the removal of gravity to defeat them. However, after 2 or 3 sessions of training, he can now conquer a fang-toothed behemoth even under 25 times the gravity, though the effectiveness is not as formidable as during his first encounter. Having slain multiple behemoths, he has now defeated the fang-toothed behemoth 7 times, completely acclimating to the 25 times gravity. Looking at the 2 lifeless corpses before him, Luo Lin remarks, "In 3 days, along with the 2 from my first kill, I have now encountered the fang-toothed behemoth 7 times. Throughout these 7 battles, although I sustained minor injuries, I managed to slay each fang-toothed behemoth. Yet he feels this is far from sufficient for Luo Xuan. Adapting to 25 times gravity in just 3 days is still lacking. After all, he has watched anime featuring characters like Darl or Vegeta who endured 500 times gravity to break through to Super Saiyan. The increase in gravity becomes increasingly challenging to adapt to as one progresses. If it truly were 500 times gravity, he wonders how long it would take to adjust F2 30 times. With this thought, Luo Xuan does not hesitate and increases the gravity to 30 times. For the previous version of himself, 30 times gravity would have rendered him immobile. However, now it is different. He can fight even under 30 times gravity. Though it does present some hindrance. Bang. T that moment. A sound echoes from not far away. Are there other Saiyans nearby? Although the Northern Forest is primarily a training ground for mid-level warriors after the establishment of the gravity chamber. Most mid-level warriors have relocated there, leaving only a few behind. Therefore, during his 3 days here, Luo Xuan has only seen Regur and his 3 companions, with no other Saiyans in sight, that I should go take a look. After some contemplation, Luo Xuan decides to investigate. He recalls Shape mentioning that there are other ferocious beasts within. Yet, during these 3 days, he has only encountered the fang-toothed behemoth, without sight of any others. The recent noise certainly does not belong to a fang-toothed behemoth, prompting him to seek out what other beasts may lurk there. In truth, Luo Xuan feels that the fang-toothed behemoth is insufficient for his training. He desires to find a more formidable beast for training purposes. What should we do? Should we confront them? The speaker is Hake, the Saiyan who parted ways with Luo Xuan 3 days prior. Their current situation appears rather dire. How do we fight? We're all injured, and there are so many scorpion tigers. How can we confront them? Now it is Kai speaking, his body smeared with blood, both his own and that of others. He bears numerous wounds, some fresh injuries still oozing blood. Damn it, Hake, if it weren't for you, would we have provoked such a horde? At this moment, Mashi glared at Hake with palpable indignation. If looks could kill, Hake would have perished countless times over. Mashi, covered in bloodstains, had lost her feminine grace and appeared rather disheveled. Cough, cough. I tried to reason with Hake for quite some time, yet I could not utter a word of consequence. For this predicament is entirely his doing. 3 days prior, in a fit of rage due to Luo Xuan's involvement, he had carelessly kicked a stone on the ground. Unfortunately, that kick resulted in the demise of a scorpion tiger cub. What manner of beings are Saiyans? Even a small stone could potentially slay a ferocious beast, much less a large rock aimed at a recently born cub. Thus, they had been pursued by a horde of scorpion tigers for 3 days. Although a solitary scorpion tiger posed little threat to a mid-level warrior, dispatching it with minimal effort, the situation was drastically different when faced with a multitude, where their combined strength proved to be more than the sum of its parts. After enduring battle after battle, Rigo and his companions gradually found themselves fatigued, their bodies bearing an increasing number of injuries. Until just now, they had been cornered here, with no escape in sight. Enough of the bickering. It is futile now. Since we cannot flee, we must prepare for combat, hoping that another team might pass by to assist us, Rigo thought, feeling a sense of despair. After all, he was all too familiar with the nature of Saiyans. It was unlikely they would come to their aid, and they would probably just watch the spectacle unfold. Moreover, with so many scorpion tigers around, even a few mid-level warriors might not escape unscathed. Only high-level warriors or Saiyans of comparable strength stood a chance. Yet those individuals were stationed at the gravity training facility, far from the Northern Forest. Well then, let us fight. The others nodded, recognizing that this was not the time for quarrels. Perhaps this would be their final battle side by side. That moment. The Scion blood coursing through their veins began to boil. After 3 days of relentless pursuit by these beasts, their sense of dignity as Saiyans was deeply wounded. With thoughts of survival abandoned, their fighting spirit surged anew. Just as Rigo and his companions readied themselves for battle, the sound of footsteps approached. They turned to see a figure slowly walking toward them. "It's a person," Keisai exclaimed, his keen eyes identifying that the newcomer was human, which at the very least meant they would not face further aggression. However, as they recognized the individual, that hope was swiftly extinguished. "It's Luo Xuan." Mashi's eyes widened as she recognized the face of the one walking toward them, heading in the opposite direction. How could this boy be here? The others also realized it was Luo Xuan. And Hake spoke somewhat awkwardly. If it had been another Scion, they might not have attacked, but Luo Xuan was a different story. Previously, when Luo Xuan faced difficulties, they had not only refrained from helping him, but had even bet against him. Now, surrounded by scorpion tigers, Luo Xuan appeared just as they were cornered. Should a fight break out, he might employ some underhanded tactics to ensure their demise would come even swifter. Upon seeing him, the glimmer of hope that had briefly ignited in Rigo and the others' hearts was instantly snuffed out. Having offended Luo Xuan 3 days prior, encountering him now felt like poetic justice. Though they had previously dismissed the notion of retribution, they could no longer ignore the signs. Luo Xuan was equally surprised to find the 4 individuals he had previously encountered in such dire straits. Fate truly had a sense of irony. The scorpion tigers surrounding them caught Luo Xuan's attention, and though he did not know their nature, it was evident that each was formidable, and no wonder Rigo and his companions had been cornered. Were it not for their status as mid-level warriors, they would have been torn to shreds long ago. Indeed, this was a land that birthed a warrior race like the Saiyans. Even the other species here were remarkably fierce. Observing the scene, Luo Xuan could not help but reflect on how the once mighty fang-toothed behemoth on Earth was nothing more than an ordinary wild boar or monkey. Yet here, on this planet, the creatures were incredibly powerful. These scorpion tigers, though resembling tigers, were undoubtedly formidable opponents. Luo Xuan understood that should these beasts engage in combat, they would be no weaker than the fang-toothed behemoth. After all, if wild boars and monkeys could possess such strength, wild tigers would hardly be any less formidable. Roar! Just as Luo Xuan took another step forward, several scorpion tigers turned to roar at him. Excellent! The scorpion tigers have noticed him. Now they can join us, Hake said with a grin. Moments ago, he had worried that Luo Xuan might merely spectate and offer minimal interference, but it appeared that the scorpion tigers had already detected him. They would surely attack him as well, thus preventing any interference with their escape. Perhaps this would even afford them a fleeting chance to flee. However, the subsequent scene left them momentarily stunned. Luo Xuan halted his advance, and the scorpion tigers that had just roared at him seemed to hesitate before disregarding him entirely, returning their fierce gazes to the 4 warriors. What was happening? Why were the scorpion tigers ignoring him? Hake was bewildered. These creatures were supposed to be bloodthirsty and aggressive. Why did they merely roar at Luo Xuan and then turn their attention back to them? It was because the scorpion tigers sensed a danger emanating from him. Reluctantly, they chose not to attack. Despite their apparent lack of intelligence, they understood the concept of self-preservation. The others witnessed this as well. After a moment's hesitation, Rigo voiced his thoughts. However, upon hearing his words, the other 3 nearly choked on their disbelief. These scorpion tigers, who were unafraid of 4 mid-level warriors teaming up, were evidently intimidated by a single low-level warrior. Did that not imply that their combined strength was inferior to that of one low-level warrior? It seemed all too likely. Had Luo Xuan chosen to assist them, perhaps they would not be facing death. Mashi nodded gravely, her gaze fixed on Luo Xuan. The scorpion tigers possessed a superior sense of perception compared to them. If they regarded Luo Xuan as a greater threat than all 4 of them combined, then it must be true that Luo Xuan's strength likely reached that of a high-level warrior or was at least comparable, which could explain the situation. Such a notion seemed implausible. Hearing Mashi's assessment, Rigo forced a wry smile. Had he not been betting on the sidelines previously and later been introduced to Luo Xuan through Shate, perhaps he would have been willing to help. But now, such a possibility was out of the question. Roar! The scorpion tigers were not inclined to grant them any further time for discussion, as several charged forward. These humans had slain their future king. How could they not seek vengeance? Stop pondering. Prepare for battle. Rigo urged, his expression grave, as he readied himself for the confrontation. Meanwhile, the scorpion tigers lunged at them. The four mid-level warriors unleashed their formidable combat prowess. Fully aware of the imminent danger, they held nothing back, channeling all their strength. While they could contend with the scorpion tigers, facing 2 or 3 at a time was manageable. However, what if there were 4, 5, or even more? There were no fewer than 30 scorpion tigers present, with over 20 others poised to attack. Should they all charge at once, each warrior would face at least 7 or 8 scorpion tigers. How could they possibly prevail? This was precisely why they had been fleeing for 3 consecutive days, during which they had managed to slay quite a number of scorpion tigers. Yet, even a might of 2 fists pales in comparison to the strength of 4 hands. Despite their Saiyan lineage, fatigue would inevitably set in. After overcoming some of the adversaries, their only option was to retreat, unaware that the scorpion tigers had no intention of letting them escape in the midst of chaos. Those who initially held the upper hand gradually found themselves at a disadvantage as more scorpion tigers joined the fray. In a moment of inattention, the weakest among them, Hake, was seized by the shoulder of a scorpion tiger. Fortunately, Rigo noticed and swiftly delivered a punch that forced the beast to relinquish its grip. The scorpion tiger's hide proved remarkably resilient. Even after withstanding a blow from a mid-level warrior, it merely released its hold in pain. However, Hake's right arm sustained severe injury, rendering him unable to exert any force. Meanwhile, Luo Xuan stood by, merely observing without intervening, still uncertain of the scorpion tiger's true strength. Luo Xuan, could you lend us a hand? Could you go outside the forest and call for help? At this moment, Mashi called out to him, aware that their endurance was waning, especially after Hake's injury. We beg you, she pleaded, in the face of life and death. Even the dignity of Saiyan was cast aside. Not every Saiyan possessed the same pride as Vegeta, the prince and elite warrior, who held an inflated sense of self-worth. Rigo and the others, being mere mid-level warriors, were primarily concerned with survival. Initially, Mashi had only shouted in desperation, but then a shadow appeared before them at an incredible speed. Witnessing Luo Xuan's velocity, Mashi and the others gasped in astonishment. Such swiftness was beyond the reach of not only low-level warriors, but even many mid-level warriors. Even some weaker high-level warriors would struggle to match it. Mashi, caught off guard by her urgency, had not anticipated that Luo Xuan would actually take action, let alone display such terrifying speed. What astonishing speed! Everyone marveled at Luo Xuan's agility, recognizing that they could never reach such heights. Even some high-level warriors would find it impossible to attain this level of speed. It seemed as though his speed had increased yet again. Mashi, taken aback by Luo Xuan's remarkable pace, spoke with a grave expression. Though he had been fast during their first encounter, it had merely been fast enough to leave an afterimage. Now he was but a fleeting shadow. Indeed, in just 3 days, his power has grown exponentially. Rigo nodded in agreement, pondering what kind of monster they were facing, a low-level warrior exhibiting strength akin to a mid-level warrior, coupled with speed comparable to that of a high-level warrior. How could such an individual exist? Moreover, to have experienced such a surge in capability within a mere 3 days was astonishing. Hake, at a loss for words, reflected on how just 3 days prior he had felt confident about facing Luo Xuan. Now, that confidence had evaporated entirely. Luo Xuan's displayed speed had rendered him utterly outclassed if a confrontation were to ensue. Hake knew he would be unable to keep up, leaving him vulnerable to being struck down. Amid their astonishment, Luo Xuan charged directly into the throng of tigers. He was unaware of the species he faced. But after observing the battle between Rigo and the others, he discerned that these tigers surpassed the mighty Wanchu beast in power, speed, and defense, while a few of them might serve as worthy training opponents. The 30-plus tigers before him posed a significant challenge. Engaging them under the burden of 30 times his weight would undoubtedly spell defeat for him. However, unbound by such restraints, Luo Xuan was capable of effortlessly dispatching a Wanchu beast under 20 times the gravitational pressure. These tigers were merely slightly stronger than the Wanchu beast, making them a viable opponent for the unshackled Luo Xuan. As he entered the fray, The scorpion tigers took note of him, previously sensing his danger. They were now compelled to act as Luo Xuan initiated the attack. The few scorpion tigers lunged toward Luo Xuan, emboldened by their sheer numbers. If one tiger could not subdue him, perhaps 2 or 3 could. Yet, they were sorely mistaken in their assessment of his capabilities. With a resounding thud, a scorpion tiger leapt to bite Luo Xuan. He exhibited minimal movement, tightening his fist and delivering a powerful blow to the creature's head, causing it to explode upon impact. In that instant, both Rigo and his companions, as well as the remaining scorpion tigers, were momentarily stunned, halting in their tracks, a single punch to obliterate a scorpion tiger. Hake could hardly believe his eyes. These beasts possessed greater strength and defense than the Wanchu beast. While Luo Xuan had previously shattered the Wanchu beast into 4 pieces, the tiger's defenses were significantly superior. Yet, they fell before Luo Xuan as if they were naught but paper. How could this be? Even witnessing it firsthand, it seemed unfathomable. This kid is truly formidable. It appears we are saved. Rigo's astonishment transformed into a broad smile. He recognized that a person capable of dispatching a scorpion tiger with a single punch could easily handle the 30-plus tigers in mere minutes. Roaring in fury, the scorpion tigers could not tolerate the loss of their comrade at Luo Xuan's hands. In that moment, Luo Xuan felt an inexplicable fire igniting within him upon witnessing the blood of the scorpion tiger. As he faced the approaching beasts, he did not flinch. He abandoned all defenses and charged forward to meet them head-on. When a scorpion tiger lunged at him, Luo Xuan would retaliate with a punch or a kick, effortlessly obliterating each tiger that fell beneath his strikes. Those struck by his fists were dispatched in an instant, while those kicked down writhed momentarily before falling still. Seeing this unfold, the other scorpion tigers abandoned their focus on Rigo and the others, opting instead to swarm Luo Xuan in a frenzy. The tigers hurled themselves at him, only to be met with a body flung back, crashing heavily to the ground. Rigo and his companions stood frozen, watching as Luo Xuan was surrounded by scorpion tigers, witnessing the beasts that flew through the air and the countless corpses littering the ground. In that moment, Luo Xuan resembled a god of death. None of the scorpion tigers could emerge unscathed. They had forgotten to assist him. Besides, they were already significantly injured, rendering their efforts futile. Be careful. Mashi cried as she saw 4 scorpion tigers lunging simultaneously. However, as her warning escaped her lips, the 4 tigers that had just attacked were sent flying back, 2 of them dead on impact, while the others struggled to rise from the ground at this point. The remaining scorpion tigers realized that despite their numbers, they were no match for the human before them. They ceased their assault, standing at a distance to roar their anger at Luo Xuan. Meanwhile, Luo Xuan stood drenched in blood, his own, but predominantly that of the scorpion tigers. After all, with so many tigers attacking simultaneously and Luo Xuan opting for complete defense, he had sustained some injuries. With a collective roar, the scorpion tigers turned to flee. "Wait, they're running!" Hake exclaimed, utterly bewildered by the sight of the retreating scorpion tigers. In his understanding, scorpion tigers fought to the death, pursuing their foes relentlessly until either they or their enemy lay slain. He had never heard of scorpion tigers retreating or feeling fear. Yet now, he bore witness to this very phenomenon. The scorpion tigers choosing to flee in the face of the boy's overwhelming might. The others shared his astonishment, standing in stunned silence. It turned out that scorpion tigers could indeed feel fear. They simply had not encountered anything terrifying enough to provoke their flight until now. As they gazed upon the ground strewn with scorpion tiger corpses and the blood-soaked boy, the realization dawned upon them. The scorpion tigers had been thoroughly intimidated by this youth, though it was already known that the individual before them possessed remarkable prowess. None could have anticipated the extent of his might. He had instilled fear even in the fierce scorpion tigers, a testament to his formidable strength. Previously, there had been advanced warriors who encountered a horde of scorpion tigers, managing to slay quite a number. Yet those tigers showed no fear, relentlessly charging forward until they were all dispatched by the higher-ranked fighters. Thus, in the minds of all Saiyans, these scorpion tigers were deemed the most fearsome beasts of the northern forest. However, today, Luo Xuan's performance shattered their preconceived notions. It turned out that even scorpion tigers could experience fear, merely having never faced a worthy opponent before. The previous advanced warrior had relied on sheer strength to eliminate them, whereas Luo Xuan boldly abandoned defense, confronting them head-on like an even more ferocious beast, which made them cower. With a sigh of relief upon witnessing the retreat of the tigers, Luo Xuan felt the weight lift off his shoulders. Single-handedly challenging so many tigers was indeed exhausting, but fortunately, he had managed to drive them away. It was also fortunate that they fled, for the hides of those tigers were exceptionally tough. "Thank you." Luo Xuan's voice broke the trance of the few stunned Saiyans. Moshi stepped forward to express her gratitude, acknowledging that without Luo Xuan, their group might have perished right there. "Yes, thank you," Luo Xuan chimed in the trio behind Rigo, who also approached to convey their thanks, and no need for that. "I merely used them for practice. That I was looking for a challenge, and they happened to suffice," Luo Xuan replied, shaking his head, slightly concerned about these individuals. His willingness to intervene stemmed from a desire to honor Shade, and he found it hard to adopt the same cold indifference as the Saiyans. "Having lived over 20 years as a human on Earth, you truly are formidable. When we encountered the scorpion tigers, our only option was retreat, yet you chose to train with them," Rigo awkwardly chuckled, aware that Luo Xuan was still upset about the events from 3 days prior. However, it was understandable. Anyone in his position would be quite sensitive to such matters, now that Luo Xuan had saved them. Regardless of his demeanor, they could not simply turn and walk away. "May I inquire about something?" Despite his less than favorable impression of Rigo and his companions, Luo Xuan did not wish to worsen their relationship, especially since he had some questions to pose. "What is it?" "We will share anything we know," Rigo promptly replied, realizing he could not afford to underestimate Luo Xuan as a low-level warrior. He understood that if Luo Xuan wished to eliminate them, it would be no more challenging than dispatching a dozen scorpion tigers 3 days prior. They might have had the confidence to face him, but now that confidence had evaporated. Not only could Rigo not contend with Luo Xuan alone, but even together with his 3 companions, victory seemed unattainable. Are scorpion tigers abundant in this northern forest? From the earlier conversation, Luo Xuan had learned the name of these tigers, though he remained puzzled as to the origin of their name. There are indeed quite a few, though they typically dwell deeper within the northern forest. I'm not certain why they have ventured to the outskirts, Rigo explained, having spent many years familiarizing himself with the species inhabiting the northern forest. The outskirts were home to weaker beasts, comparable in strength to low-level warriors, with the most formidable being the fang-toothed behemoth, which could easily slay low-level warriors. This was why the northern forest was regarded as a training ground for intermediate warriors, as the fang-toothed behemoth's strength was on par with that of intermediate warriors. However, it was not the case that the northern forest was solely inhabited by the fang-toothed behemoth, nor were they its sovereigns. The deeper one ventured into the forest, the more powerful and ferocious beasts one would encounter. The scorpion tiger was one such predator that thrived within the inner regions of the northern forest, often seen in groups with a minimum of 10, and there had even been sightings of over 100 scorpion tigers hunting together. "Are there many more?" Luo Xuan inquired eagerly. He was indifferent to whether the scorpion tigers resided in the outskirts or the interior of the forest. As long as they could aid in his training, that was sufficient. "You aren't thinking of using the scorpion tigers for your training, are you?" Moshi interjected, astonished. They struggled to avoid these tigers, yet here was this young man intent on making them his training subjects. "Indeed, these scorpion tigers are perfectly suited for my training," Luo Xuan affirmed, nodding. The fang-toothed behemoth had ceased to be a challenge, and these scorpion tigers appeared quite suitable, being slightly stronger and presumably numerous enough to provide adequate training. "These scorpion tigers are social creatures. Our recent encounter was with a relatively small group. Otherwise, we would not have endured 3 days. If we had faced a larger number, no matter how powerful you are, you would still tired." In such a case, Moshi hesitated, not wishing to voice her concerns outright, yet she could not shake the thought that even Luo Xuan, with his evident strength, could find himself in peril if he became careless in a larger battle against the tigers. Luo Xuan, however, dismissed the notion that "I will simply escape. They won't be able to catch me." He spoke with calm assurance, knowing that if he did not increase the gravity, the scorpion tigers would be unable to match his speed. But Moshi began, still hesitant. Yet recalling Luo Xuan's earlier display of speed, she realized that even if the tigers pursued with all their might, he would surely evade them. The Saiyans, known as a warrior race, could not afford to show fear. Otherwise, they would be reduced to mere fodder in the face of stronger adversaries. Luo Xuan rose, gazing at Moshi, who was nearly of equal height, and calmly stated, "Though my soul is that of a human, my body is Saiyan, and the blood coursing through my veins is that of a warrior." He was acutely aware that soon, the Saiyans would engage in battle with the Zafurians, that if they were not strong enough, they would inevitably become cannon fodder, charging to the front lines to shield the higher-ranking warriors from the Zafurians' onslaught. He had no desire to be reborn only to play the role of a mere pawn. With that thought, Luo Xuan stood resolute, having formulated his second goal, to venture into the heart of the northern forest in search of scorpion tigers to serve as worthy opponents for his training. The Saiyan mentality thrived on strength. Continually battling against weaker foes yielded little growth and was devoid of purpose. Are the Saiyans truly a warrior race? Moshi pondered, momentarily taken aback by Luo Xuan's words. Indeed, they were a race born for battle. Yet when had they become so fearful of death? Seeking out fang-toothed behemoths on the outskirts for training had long ceased to serve any real purpose. It was merely a means to stretch their limbs. She had not felt the thrill of becoming stronger for 6 months, believing she had reached her pinnacle. From birth, her potential had been predetermined, and now she felt as though she had reached her limit. Thus, she had never considered challenging a stronger opponent, fearing that a single misstep could lead to her demise. Yet, Luo Xuan was right. With her current strength, should an enemy invade, she would likely become nothing more than cannon fodder. Perhaps engaging with stronger opponents would allow her to grow. Previously, she had never entertained the notion that she could become stronger. However, witnessing the young man before her, merely a low-level warrior, who had honed himself to rival advanced warriors, had begun to shift her perspective as a mid-level warrior, though her innate talent may not be extraordinary. There was no way this was the apex of her capabilities. She could still fight and surpass her limits. That I wish to explore the northern forest's interior. Would any of you care to join me? With this newfound resolve, Moshi smiled and glanced at Rigo and the others behind her, posing the question, "Have you lost your mind? The central region has become the dominion of the scorpion tigers. With your strength, you would hardly be able to contend with a few of them, and venturing forth would be akin to courting death." Rigo was the first to voice his dissent, while Luo Xuan's words had given him pause for thought. He believed that Luo Xuan was unique, and not everyone could share in his good fortune. In Rigo's view, Luo Xuan's success was merely a stroke of luck, had he not encountered scorpion tigers upon entering the forest. It would simply be a matter of chance that, of course, if Luo Xuan were to overhear this, he would likely chuckle and nod in agreement. Indeed, he was fortunate, for within his mind resided a system, and his right hand had gained remarkable strength following the recovery from a severe fracture. Although he could not fathom the reason behind this enhancement, it was undeniably a stroke of luck. Luo Xuan had previously remarked that while he enjoyed many quotes from novels, one particularly resonated with him. Luck is also a part of strength. Thus, he did not resent others attributing his success to mere luck, for it was indeed a facet of his prowess that, in truth, one should not emulate him. He was a madman. It would be wiser to remain with us on the periphery, engaging in battles with the great-toothed beasts, which were far more suited to their capabilities. The diminutive Hark also chimed in, expressing his opposition to the notion. After all, they had only just encountered the scorpion tigers, and he bore injuries. Thus, he felt a certain trepidation towards them. His own strength was not formidable, and facing the great-toothed beasts proved somewhat challenging. Therefore, he was disinclined to venture into the central region of the northern forest. "What about you?" Moshi did not say much more, but turned her gaze toward Jis, who had yet to voice his opinion. "I find it exceedingly perilous." Jis hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. The central region was indeed fraught with danger for them, and thus he could not support the decision to enter it. Had they not recently faced the scorpion tigers, being encircled by them, he might have been inclined to give it a try. However, after experiencing the battle against the scorpion tigers, he understood that without Luo Xuan, their survival within would be short-lived. Upon hearing their sentiments, Ma Shi merely cast a glance at them before turning away, striding in the direction Luo Xuan had just departed, perhaps to a fate from which she would never return. Yet she felt no fear. Ma Shi, the trio, Rigo, Hark, and Jis, were taken aback that Ma Shi would resolutely march toward the central region of the northern forest despite their collective opposition. What should we do now? Jis inquired, as the four had initially formed a small team, that he directed his question to Rigo, their unofficial leader. Let her go if she wishes. Even if we accompany her, we wouldn't stand a chance against 30 scorpion tigers. Rigo replied, after a moment's hesitation. Although they were a team, their bonds were not particularly strong. In times of danger, they would lend a helping hand. But now, as Ma Shi sought her own demise, there was no need for them to follow. If it weren't for that fool, Luo Xuan, Ma Shi wouldn't be foolish enough to seek death alone, Hark retorted angrily. Believing that Luo Xuan bore some responsibility for this situation, had Luo Xuan not spoken so recklessly. Ma Shi would not have chosen a venture into the central region of the northern forest. For them, the loss of a mid-level warrior who dared to enter the central region would be little different from a death. Let us go. Hark is injured. We should return and rest for a few days, Rigo suggested. Shaking his head, he knew Ma Shi's character and concluded that she would undoubtedly go. Thus, he chose not to linger any longer and set off in another direction. Their team was merely a temporary assembly, lacking deep emotional ties. Luo Xuan, following the route he had previously inquired about from Rigo and the others, made his way toward the central region of the forest. He retrieved a celestial being and consumed it, restoring himself to peak condition. After all, the central region was not akin to the periphery. As they had mentioned, only formidable mid-level warriors or large teams dared to enter. This illustrated the extent of danger present in the central region. Over the past 3 days, he had collected 2 celestial beings, yet he was still puzzled by their cool-down period. The first being had taken a day and a half to regenerate, while the second had taken less than a day. Nevertheless, having something was better than having nothing. The system was inherently mysterious, and perhaps there was a rationale behind this. Roaring, Luo Xuan had scarcely entered the central region of the northern forest when he encountered the first wave of scorpion tigers. This group was less numerous than the previous encounter, comprising only 5, making it an ideal opportunity for Luo Xuan to train under 30 times normal gravity, shortly after entering the central region. He came upon 5 scorpion tigers that had ventured out to forage. Upon spotting them, the scorpion tigers also caught sight of Luo Xuan, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Although they sensed danger from Luo Xuan, they did not flee. Having never faced defeat, they would not retreat, much like the previous group of scorpion tigers. If Luo Xuan had not decisively slain so many, they would not have fled. 5? Excellent. Observing the 5 scorpion tigers before him, Luo Xuan nodded that if there had been a few more, he would have had to eliminate the excess first. However, with only 5, they were perfectly suited for training under 30 times gravity. Due to the increased gravity, Luo Xuan needed to exert part of his strength to counterbalance it, resulting in a slight reduction in speed and power. Once he fully adapted, he would be able to move as effortlessly as a normal person without needing to divert his attention to resist the gravity. As Luo Xuan approached, the 5 scorpion tigers hesitated momentarily before launching themselves at him. The scorpion tigers possessed no sophisticated combat techniques, relying on a few basic predatory tactics typical in the forest. However, their ferocity, strength, and robust defenses led to the demise of many lower-tier and even mid-tier warriors. Luo Xuan, unaccustomed to the gravity, threw a punch at the leading scorpion tiger, striking it squarely on the head. This time, however, he did not kill it outright. The creature merely toppled to the ground but soon staggered back to its feet, shaking its head. Come again, Luo Xuan called out, charging forward while the scorpion tigers, seeing their companion unharmed, dismissed the danger signal and charged at him. 1 scorpion tiger lunged at him. Luo Xuan swiftly dodged, simultaneously delivering a kick that sent another airborne scorpion tiger flying that moment. 2 scorpion tigers attacked him from either side. Rather than confront them directly, Luo Xuan leaped, evading the attack from the left, yet he underestimated the 30-fold gravity and the height of the scorpion tiger's leap, leading to him being knocked down by the one on his right. Roaring, the scorpion tiger that had knocked him down wasted no time. aiming to bite Luo Xian's neck. In a moment of desperation, Luo Xuan executed a right hook to the creature's jaw, shattering one of its fangs. Following this, he delivered a kick to the scorpion tiger's abdomen, propelling it backward. He then sprang into the air, catching up with the flying scorpion tiger, and struck down on its head with both hands as if playing volleyball. The scorpion tiger, struck with force, changed direction and plummeted to the ground. With a resounding thud, it crashed into the earth, creating a sizable crater. That hurt. This moment, Luo Xuan found himself back on solid ground, feeling pain in his hands. He had not anticipated the skull of the scorpion tiger to be so resilient. Why had he not noticed this before? Watching as its companion plummeted from the sky, the remaining 4 scorpion tigers momentarily halted their assault, though it was but a fleeting moment before they resumed their charge toward Luo Xuan. This time, Luo Xuan refrained from launching any ferocious attacks, opting instead for a few light strikes. While these blows inflicted some damage, they were insufficient to incapacitate the scorpion tigers. This approach aimed to better hone his speed. As under 30 times gravity, his velocity had notably diminished, necessitating adaptation. Evading the scorpion tiger's attacks during the battle was also a crucial aspect of Luo Xian's training. Unless escape is truly impossible, Luo Xuan refrains from striking, instead continuously evading. Time passes, second by second. Phew, it seems sufficient now. Luo Xuan exhales in relief, for he is beginning to feel weary, and the speed of the scorpion tigers has noticeably diminished. Even their velocity no longer poses a threat to him. So, let them perish. Luo Xuan harbors no intention of sparing them. He has never considered himself a virtuous person in this world. One must be ruthless to survive. If he cannot bring himself to deal with a few scorpion tigers, how will he confront humans in the future? Should he merely defeat them and allow them to return, only to grow stronger and seek revenge later? Luo Xuan dismisses such naive notions. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, is an immutable truth of this world. Thus, he strikes with determination, swiftly dispatching the 4 scorpion tigers that have been significantly weakened by his earlier efforts. After eliminating the last of them, he sinks to the ground, exhausted. Gurgle, I'm so hungry. Luo Xuan realizes, now understanding why Sun Wukong often complained of hunger. Such intense combat renders even a single magical bean insufficient for sustenance. Not even 10 would suffice. Glancing at his pack, he recalls having roasted some meat from the giant toothed beasts, which he's been carrying, albeit just the meat from the pig deer butterflies. He still hesitates to consume the red-haired monkey. Is this all that remains? Luo Xuan surveys the dwindling supply in his pack. In the past, he could have had several meals from this, but with his Saiyans appetite, he doubts it will even fill him for one. He had packed what he thought would last several days, yet it barely lasted 3. Now he understands that Saiyans require far more sustenance. Delicious. Although it is merely simply roasted meat, devoid of any seasoning. Luo Xuan finds it delectable. When hunger strikes, anything tastes good. Soon, he finishes all the meat in his pack. Still not enough. After eating, he feels as though he has only achieved half satisfaction. At this rate, he will lack the strength for future battles, which is unacceptable. Yet, there are no pig deer butterflies nearby. This is the central region of the northern forest, where giant toothed beasts dare not tread. Even if some reckless ones ventured here, they would have long been slain and consumed by scorpion tigers. Suddenly, Luo Xuan jolts as he glances at the 5 scorpion tiger corpses on the ground. I wonder if scorpion tiger meat is any good. Observing the bodies, he suddenly feels compelled to sample the taste. Phew, it's delicious that in my past life, I could never have tasted tiger meat. But here on Vegeta, with no other appetizing options available, Luo Xuan settles for roasting the scorpion tiger meat. His surprise. The unseasoned scorpion tiger meat proves to be remarkably delicious. After satisfying his hunger, Luo Xuan learns his lesson and loads a substantial amount of roasted scorpion tiger meat into his pack. Roar! Just then, Roar emerges from Luo Xian's left. He turns to see another scorpion tiger. You want to eat too? Luo Xuan weighs a leg of meat in his hand and tosses it toward the scorpion tiger. Roar! The scorpion tiger remains still, merely letting out a roar skyward, and Luo Xuan soon hears a chorus of roars echoing around him, which instantly raises his alarm. it becomes apparent that a horde of scorpion tigers is approaching, their numbers rapidly increasing. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luo Xuan understands that these scorpion tigers have summoned their companions upon witnessing one of their kind being cooked and consumed. Luo Xian's mind races with the thought, and he bolts in the opposite direction. The scorpion tiger he had observed previously is now joined by more than 50 of its brethren, a number far exceeding those that had besieged Rigo and his group. And the count continues to swell. Engaging them directly is not an option. He must flee. Though he despises the idea of becoming cannon fodder, he would prefer that of falling victim to the jaws of a tiger. What is happening? Those roars must be from scorpion tigers, right? Could it be that some unfortunate soul has wandered into their territory? At this moment, Saiyans on the outskirts of the forest can also hear the roars of the scorpion tigers. After all, the cacophony of dozens of scorpion tigers is hard to miss, even from the central region. How could so many scorpion tigers be roaring simultaneously? Mashi arrives in the central area, where the echoes of the roars are unmistakable. Although she is puzzled, she shows no inclination to halt her steps, running in a different direction. The roars of the scorpion tigers are close by. If she does not escape, she might become entangled in the chaos. Finding a tall tree, Mashi swiftly climbs up, having learned many survival skills from her time in the northern forest. When confronted by scorpion tigers, as long as she is not the target, she can find a place to hide, and they will not attack her. Once atop the tree, Mashi spots a dark figure darting past. At him. Recognizing the silhouette, Mashi realizes it is indeed Luo Xuan. He had only just entered the central region. How unfortunate to encounter a pack of scorpion tigers so soon. Although she had entered alongside Luo Xuan, their paths had diverged, leaving her unaware of how long he had been here or how he had provoked the scorpion tigers. But didn't he fight against more than 30 scorpion tigers? Could he be training, using this pack to enhance his speed, having witnessed Luo Xuan single-handedly face off against 30 scorpion tigers? Mashi does not believe he is fleeing. Rather, she perceives this as his unique training method. And no wonder a low-level warrior possesses such formidable strength. His approach to training is unlike that of ordinary individuals. Roar. Then Mashi sees that a throng of scorpion tigers is hot on Luo Xuan's heels. The sheer number of them astonishes her. There are at least 60 or 70, a massive assault by scorpion tigers. Has he lost his mind, provoking so many scorpion tigers for training? Mashi is taken aback. It is rare to see such a large number of scorpion tigers mobilized simultaneously. In the past, a high-level warrior had been besieged by over 100 scorpion tigers after slaying a few of their cubs. He did not survive the encounter, perishing before help arrived. Although scorpion tigers are not exceedingly powerful, most mid-level warriors can easily handle one or two. The sheer number makes a difference, even a high-level warrior. Despite their strength, would struggle against such overwhelming odds. That warrior managed to take down over 30 before succumbing. After all, high-level warriors today are not what they used to be. Many have significantly enhanced their abilities through rigorous training on gravity platforms. While Mashi contemplates this, Luo Xuan races back, darting in another direction with a throng of scorpion tigers relentlessly pursuing him. Damn, running like this isn't a solution. Though Luo Xuan still has some stamina left after his meal. Being chased by dozens of scorpion tigers is untenable. Wait, I could climb a tree. Suddenly, he recalls that while scorpion tigers are powerful, they cannot climb like giant toothed beasts. Thus, scaling a tree should pose no issue. With that thought, Luo Xuan seeks out a sturdy tree and ascends it with ease, leaping to another tree shortly thereafter. You. Upon reaching the tree, Luo Xuan is surprised to find Mashi hiding there. A member of Rigo's team. Aren't you supposed to be training your speed? What are you doing up here? Mashi was momentarily taken aback as Luo Xuan suddenly climbed up. Wasn't he this fellow bold enough to be racing with the scorpion tigers? How foolish to seek amusement by provoking so many of them. Upon hearing Mashi's words, Luo Xuan rolled his eyes. Could one truly play with such a multitude of scorpion tigers? Coughing, he pointed out, how could there be so many scorpion tigers chasing you? Unless you intentionally stir them up, it wouldn't make sense for 60 or 70 of them to pursue you, right? It was only because she had witnessed him single-handedly taking on over 30 scorpion tigers that she had thought this way. Reflecting on it now, it seemed improbable. If that were the case, he would truly be out of his mind. After all, he had merely slain 5 of their companions. Luo Xuan gazed down at the scorpion tigers below, who had yet to notice him, and sighed in relief. Was it really that simple? Ma Shi clearly found this hard to believe. Having traversed the northern forest for so long, she knew that killing just a few scorpion tigers wouldn't provoke a swarm unless those 5 were mere cubs. Suddenly feeling famished and with no other food available, he had roasted the scorpion tigers. At this point, Luo Xuan felt a bit embarrassed. However, Ma Shi was left speechless. After all, he had killed some of their kin and was now roasting them on their turf. Who else would they pursue if not him? Listening to Luo Xuan, Ma Shi could only shake her head in disbelief. Roasting his slain companions at their doorstep. How could they not chase him? In her moment of hunger, she hadn't thought it through. Luo Xuan scratched his head, realizing he hadn't considered the consequences either. When hunger strikes, one tends to disregard everything else. Only after finishing his meal did he remember that they were deep in the northern forest. Not on the outskirts, where the scorpion tigers reigned supreme. It was truly exasperating. While they were indeed in the heart of the northern forest, this area was relatively close to the periphery, so it was peculiar that so many scorpion tigers were congregating here. Ma Shi also found it strange that the scorpion tigers, being the dominant force in the center, would wander so close to the outskirts. Moreover, recalling the group they had encountered earlier, which had already retreated to the periphery, only added to the confusion. How would I know? Luo Xuan replied. Not only was he unfamiliar with the northern forest, but his knowledge of this world was also limited. Just then, a loud roar echoed, causing Ma Shi to sway slightly and nearly tumble down. They had been discovered. Luo Xuan observed the scorpion tigers beneath the tree. They had noticed his presence and were now trying to ram the tree. How can you still smile at a time like this? Ma Shi asked, a bitter smile on her face. They had been surrounded by so many scorpion tigers, and yet he seemed unfazed. Most importantly, she was innocent in this predicament. Hiding in the tree, she had done nothing to provoke them, yet this guy had drawn all these scorpion tigers towards her, leaving her cornered. If you're not going to cry, then help me hold this bag while I try to divert them. Luo Xuan handed his backpack to Ma Shi and leaped down from the tree, charging into the circle of scorpion tigers. With a swift kick, he sent 2 scorpion tigers flying and dashed towards the opening he had created. After a moment of surprise, the remaining scorpion tigers quickly pursued him. Ma Shi, still processing what had just happened, saw that a significant number of the scorpion tigers had followed Luo Xuan, but 5 remained behind. Have they marked me as a target too? Their intelligence seems to have increased. Ma Shi felt helpless. Having just entered the forest, she had encountered so many scorpion tigers. Initially, she thought she would be safe in the tree. But Luo Xuan had unwittingly brought this trouble upon her. Against 3 scorpion tigers, she could manage, for it would be a challenge, but now faced with 5, she could only rely on luck. Resolutely, she strapped Luo Xuan's backpack to herself and jumped down. Though she was safe in the tree for now, it was only a matter of time before it would be toppled by the scorpion tigers. To grow stronger, one must confront formidable opponents. And these 5 scorpion tigers were precisely beyond her current capabilities. This place is quite nice. It's time to get some exercise. Finding a more open area, Luo Xuan paused. Being chased by the scorpion tigers had served as a form of training. His continuous acceleration had allowed him to fully adapt to 30 times the gravity, and now he could test his combat prowess. With a swift turn, he threw a punch that sent a nearby scorpion tiger flying. He plunged into the ranks of scorpion tigers, still needing to adjust to fighting under 30 times the gravity. While 30 times the gravity was intense, it was merely 30 times that of Earth. It was worth noting that Sun Wukong had trained under 100 times Earth's gravity within a spaceship. Luo Xuan still had a long way to go before reaching that level. Though his current strength was impressive, it was far from sufficient to become a Super Saiyan. Even Vegeta, with his exceptional talent, had to train under 400 times Earth's gravity to break through. The training was just beginning. How could he give up so soon? As he weaved among the scorpion tigers, each punch sent one of them flying. Despite battling under 30 times the gravity, his strength was enough to defeat the scorpion tigers. Each punch varied in intensity. Some merely knocked the tigers aside, while others knocked them out or even killed them. Under 30 times the gravity, he could still deliver fatal blows, proving that his training was indeed worthwhile. This path of cultivation suited him well. Meanwhile, as Luo Xuan engaged in battle, Ma Shi found herself in her own struggle. However, she lacked Luo Xuan's strength and found it quite challenging to fend off 5 scorpion tigers. She could only curse him inwardly for leading her into such trouble, regretting her decision to venture into the northern forest depths. Phew, have they finally dispersed? Luo Xuan collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. He had lost count of how many punches and kicks he had thrown. After he had thoroughly engaged with dozens of scorpion tigers, the remaining few fled only after he had defeated half of their number. The next time they encountered him, they would likely run away. After all, they had initially charged at him with over 60, now dwindled to just over 40 at this time. Luo Xuan did not reduce the gravity, maintaining the same level. Consequently, it took him longer to defeat the remaining scorpion tigers compared to before, but this time was for training, not merely rescuing someone. Thus, he chose to take his time. If it came down to it, he could always escape. After all, his primary focus was on cultivation, not hunting scorpion tigers. By the way, I wonder how Ma Shi is faring. Luo Xuan suddenly recalled that a few scorpion tigers had not followed him, but instead surrounded the large tree. Their target must have been Ma Shi. Given her earlier capabilities, she could handle at most 3 or 4 scorpion tigers. Luo Xuan had been too fast, not noticing how many had been left behind. If the number was too great, he might have inadvertently put her in danger. With that thought, Luo Xuan sprang to his feet and dashed back in the direction he had come. He suddenly remembered that Ma Shi was still under siege by several scorpion tigers, and his backpack remained in her possession. He could not afford to lose it. Shouting a warning, he hurried back toward the tree, having already run quite a distance from the scorpion tigers. Damn you. Luo Xuan, had I known, I wouldn't have come in. This cursed place. I'm going to die here today. At that moment, Ma Shi was completely drenched in blood. Due to her limited strength, she had initially managed to fend off the scorpion tigers. However, the more she fought, the weaker she became, ultimately succumbing to severe injuries. Regret washed over her. Perhaps she truly should not have ventured into the depths of the northern forest. After all, the sheer number of scorpion tigers in this place is overwhelming. Any lone individual daring to venture here would inevitably meet their demise. Just as Ma Shi was momentarily distracted, a scorpion tiger lunged at her, its tail whipping her several meters away. Shortly thereafter, another scorpion tiger pounced, aiming to sink its teeth into Ma Shi's neck. That moment, Ma Shi was utterly drained of strength, completely unable to fight back. She could only close her eyes and await death bang. However, after a brief wait, she only heard a loud crash, yet nothing happened. Hey, how long are you going to pretend to be dead? At that instant, a voice she recognized pierced her ears. It was that insufferable Luo Xuan. She quickly opened her eyes to see a youthful face smiling down at her. You're not dead? Initially, she had assumed that Luo Xuan, besieged by so many scorpion tigers, would surely be slain. Yet, astonishingly, this boy seemed unscathed. If you're still alive, how could I possibly die so easily? Luo Xuan chuckled. This Scion indeed kept his word. Even on the brink of death, he still clutched his precious belongings. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Xuan was taken aback. He was fortunate to have arrived in time, or else this fellow would surely have been devoured. At this rate, I'm nearly dead, with such severe injuries. It is futile to survive. Hearing Luo Xuan's words, Ma Shi forced a bitter smile. The healing arts of Saiyans were no match for the prowess of the Zafurians. Thus, many Saiyans, upon sustaining grave wounds, could only wait for their end. If only they had the scientific advancements of the Zafurians, perhaps there would still be hope. Do you regret coming in? To Ma Shi's comment, Luo Xuan seemed to ignore her entirely. Regret? If it weren't for your misleading words. I could have lived a while longer before becoming cannon fodder. But now, it seems too late for regrets. Ma Shi's true feelings of regret were uncertain, but for Luo Xuan, it mattered little. He certainly wouldn't allow Ma Shi to perish. Roar! The surrounding scorpion tigers, witnessing one of their own being kicked away, understood that this unexpected arrival was not weak. They circled nearby, neither fleeing nor attacking, occasionally letting out a roar directed at Luo Xuan. Why don't you deal with them first? Ma Shi suggested. Aware that these scorpion tigers posed no significant threat to Luo Xuan, that a dozen scorpion tigers would hardly faze him, let alone these 5. That is not my concern. These 5 scorpion tigers are after you. I'm merely here to retrieve my belongings, Luo Xuan replied, shaking his head. Ma Shi nearly succumbed to rage at his words. Could they not enjoy a moment of camaraderie? If it weren't for you, would I have provoked these scorpion tigers and ended up gravely injured? If you wish to fight, do so yourself. Thank you for safeguarding my belongings, and as a reward, I shall offer you some food. Luo Xuan seized the package from Ma Shi's hands and retrieved a magical bean from a small pouch. I'm on the verge of death. What use do I have for your food? I am destined to become a meal for the scorpion tigers. Ma Shi was genuinely infuriated. She was about to die, and it had the audacity to speak of sharing food, and no matter how exquisite the food. Could it revive her? With a surge of emotion, Ma Shi spat out another mouthful of blood. Look, a bean. Have you ever eaten one? Here, consume it as my token of gratitude. Ignoring her protests, Luo Xuan pried her mouth open and force-fed her the magical bean. Although this bean was precious, it was the last one he had. However, for the sake of saving this Saiyan who, even in the face of death, had preserved his package, Luo Xuan felt it worthwhile. With no other option, Ma Shi swallowed the bean and pushed Luo Xuan's hand away, rising to her feet. It was merely a reflexive action, yet she had genuinely managed to push him away and was astonished to find herself standing. Is that the bean? Ma Shi quickly realized that just moments ago she had felt on the brink of death. Yet after consuming the bean, she felt rejuvenated. Had it not been for the effect of that bean, she would never have believed it. Thus, it dawned on her that Luo Xuan had simply intended to heal her. Thank you. Even though it was this fool's fault that she had sustained such grave injuries, he had nonetheless healed her, so Ma Shi expressed her gratitude. Your opponents have not yet been dealt with. In response to Ma Shi's thanks, Luo Xuan merely pointed to the 5 scorpion tigers, flashing her grin. I can't defeat them, Ma Shi reluctantly admitted, knowing that if she could have triumphed over them, she wouldn't have been lying on the ground in such a state of injury. How would you know if you don't try? I am here. You need not fear. While magical beans do not enhance one's strength, the Saiyan constitution is unique. Those who struggle back from the brink of death often experience a marked improvement. Thus, it was likely that Ma Shi had indeed grown stronger. Otherwise, wouldn't that bean have been wasted? Ma Shi regarded Luo Xuan with skepticism. Hearing a low-level warrior assure her not to be afraid felt unnatural. Yet this individual possessed the strength of a high-level warrior. After a moment of hesitation, she charged toward the cluster of scorpion tigers. Bang! One scorpion tiger was sent flying by Ma Shi's kick. What? Just moments ago, she had lacked such strength. How could she suddenly kick away such a formidable scorpion tiger? Could it be? Ma Shi glanced at Luo Xuan, who was leaning against a tree, casually observing the scene, and a thought struck her. Ma Shi was acutely aware of her own abilities. Just prior, she had exerted her utmost against those 5 scorpion tigers and still failed to defeat them. Yet now, after her injuries had healed, she could effortlessly send a scorpion tiger flying. This indicated a significant increase in her strength, undoubtedly linked to the magical bean Luo Xuan had given her. Look out, or you'll be eaten. I don't have another magical bean, Luo Xuan reminded her, and he spoke truthfully. That bean was indeed his last. He had yet to receive any prompts from his system indicating he could collect more. Thus, should he sustain injuries again, recovery would not come as swiftly, and he was unsure of the cool-down period for the bean. That moment, Ma Shi turned to see a scorpion tiger charging at her, and with a cold snort, she met it head-on. Ma Shi had spent a considerable amount of time training in this northern forest, so she possessed some combat skills. Now that her strength had increased, these scorpion tigers were no match for her. With a single punch, she sent one scorpion tiger crashing into a large tree, which then slid several feet before coming to a halt. Ma Shi now believed that her earlier punch was not mere chance. Her strength had genuinely surged. This was enough proof. Furthermore, due to her newfound strength, she found it somewhat challenging to control herself. That punch had landed squarely on the scorpion tiger. Those scorpion tigers are formidable. They possess weaknesses, just as the Saiyans have their tails as a vulnerability. One must be capable of seizing that tail. The scorpion tiger's weakness lies in their underbelly. However, because of their robust defenses, ordinary attacks generally fail to slay them. Thus, even if one knows their weakness, if they cannot grasp it or land a hit, or even if they do strike, their power may not suffice to breach their defenses, rendering any effort futile. Now that Mashi's strength had increased, and she was familiar with the Scorpion Tiger's vulnerabilities, her earlier punch had indeed claimed the life of one. Convinced of her newfound capabilities, Mashi did not wait for the remaining 4 Scorpion Tigers to attack, but charged straight at them. Bang! Bang! The echoes of 4 successive strikes rang out, and the 4 Scorpion Tigers that had previously appeared so formidable now lay lifeless. Hey, what did you just feed me? After resolving the matter with the 30 Scorpion Tigers, Mashi promptly approached Luo Xuan, inquiring about the recent events. What were those beans you gave me? How could they forcibly enhance my power? Where can one find such remarkable items? Noticing Luo Xuan's silence, Mashi continued to barrage him with questions, her excitement palpable, yet laced with confusion, given her temperament. Even if she were curious, she would typically suppress her inquiries. Those are celestial beings, but they do not directly augment your strength. Luo Xuan replied after taking a sip from his water flask. He was reluctant to disclose their origin. Had he not witnessed Mashi on the brink of death, he would never have offered her a celestial being. After all, consuming one means another may not appear for an indefinite period. Celestial beings? How did you come by such a thing? And if they cannot enhance my strength, why do I feel stronger? I now possess the confidence to defeat Rigo. Mashi clenched her fists, recalling that among the 4 of them, Rigo was the strongest, easily capable of overpowering any 2 of them. Hence, he was regarded as their leader. Otherwise, their Saiyan pride would never allow them to follow someone of lesser strength. Defeating Rigo, truly impressive. Luo Xuan remarked dismissively, deftly avoiding the subject of the celestial beings. He could discern that Mashi and her companions had merely just transitioned from low-level warriors to the threshold of mid-level warriors. While Rigo was a notch above them, that if he had just arrived in this world, he might have considered Rigo formidable. However, now, Rigo appeared no different from the rest. You, Mashi began to retort, but then recalled that this individual had single-handedly battled over 30 Scorpion Tigers. Even Rigo would struggle to defeat 5 or 6, yet here was Luo Xuan, having vanquished more than 10, while sustaining only minor injuries, all amidst an onslaught of over 30 foes. In such a scenario, it would be a stroke of luck for Rigo merely to survive, let alone defeat 6 or more. You claim that the beans cannot enhance my strength, yet I feel undeniably more powerful. How do you explain this contradiction? Mashi insisted. While she could overlook other matters, the undeniable increase in her strength was impossible to dismiss. After consuming one of those celestial beans, she could now defeat foes she previously struggled against. Yet Luo Xuan insisted it was not due to the beans. Although celestial beings do not enhance your strength, they possess miraculous abilities to heal any injuries, as long as there is breath left in you. Luo Xuan explained, pausing to gauge Mashi's reaction before continuing. The reason for your newfound strength lies within your Saiyan heritage. This phenomenon is known as breaking through and standing tall. Additionally, be cautious next time. If you sustain grave injuries again, I shall have no celestial beings left. I only possess 2 in total. 1 for myself and 1 for you. Luo Xuan then produced a small pouch, shaking it upside down, revealing its emptiness. Although he still had some in the system, he was not strong enough to flaunt them. Very well. Initially intrigued by the celestial being's extraordinary properties, Mashi had hoped to sustain injuries to experience this breaking through and standing tall phenomenon multiple times. However, it now seemed she would have no such opportunity. Were Luo Xuan to learn her thoughts, he would surely give her the finger. If only there were an abundance of celestial beings. She would not recklessly seek out injury for the sake of power. She could become a Super Saiyan instead. What a delightful prospect that would be. However, the cool-down period for such items was unpredictable, making it prudent to reserve them for truly perilous situations. What if she were to face death without them? Do you wish to eat something? Luo Xuan asked, retrieving a piece of meat from his pack and tossing it to Mashi. Noting her fatigue after defeating the Scorpion Tiger. What is this? It tastes delightful. Mashi did not hesitate to take a bite, savoring the flavor. Scorpion Tiger meat. Luo Xuan casually remarked, only to notice Mashi's gaze shift towards him with an odd expression. It dawned on Mashi why the scorpion tiger had seemed so off. Even attacking her, she had been guarding a pack filled with the flesh of its kin. Hey, you don't intend to follow me around indefinitely, do you? As Luo Xuan walked, he addressed Mashi, who had been trailing closely behind him since discovering the contents of her packed T.O. train in the northern forest heart. It is only natural that I accompany you. Otherwise, I would be in grave danger. Mashi responded factly, in the northern forest depths. Without protection, her chances of survival would be slim given her current strength. Your power should suffice to ensure your safety in the northern forest. Luo Xuan replied, furrowing his brow. Although he did not mind the company, he harbored many secrets he wished to keep hidden. Not quite that I could evade 6 or 7 scorpion tigers, but any more than that, and I would be in trouble. Mashi acknowledged that while her power had increased, it was not sufficient for her to feel entirely secure. If she wished to grow stronger, that seemed a distant dream. Then avoid provoking larger groups and target smaller ones, Luo Xuan suggested, recognizing the wisdom in her approach. Steering clear of numerous scorpion tigers while focusing on smaller groups should pose no significant problem. How am I to know if someone will require my assistance in guarding scorpion tiger meat? Mashi seemed still preoccupied with her earlier grievances regarding Luo Xuan. Weren't you just lamenting your decision to enter the northern forest heart? Would you prefer I escort you out? Luo Xuan broached the subject, uncertain how to counter her sentiment. After all, it was his actions that had led Mashi into the midst of the scorpion tigers and nearly cost her life. While he had later healed her with a celestial being, he felt an inescapable debt of gratitude. I have no regrets now, Mashi stated firmly, showing no hesitation on the matter. Having just entered the northern forest heart, her strength had already surpassed Rigo's. With further training, she could potentially defeat all 3 of them combined. Very well. Then you may accompany me, Luo Xuan conceded, feeling exasperated. Mashi was determined to stay by his side. Leaving him with little choice in truth, he was somewhat reluctant to dismiss her. As she had mentioned, the northern forest heart remained perilous for her. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded in the northern forest, an inexperienced warrior meandering leisurely ahead, while a mid-level warrior followed closely behind. Why didn't Rigo and the others accompany you? Luo Xuan inquired, seeking to alleviate the boredom that had settled in. Previously, they had been a quartet, logically speaking. If Mashi had entered, the 3 men should have followed to protect her. After all, Mashi was quite attractive. They're a bunch of cowards, merely mocking me for overestimating my capabilities that a temporary team would never risk venturing into danger alongside me. Mashi replied, harboring no fondness for Rigo and his companions. While she understood the Saiyan mentality, she was still a woman. Those who forsook their comrades held no appeal for her. It seems they do not recognize your strength. Luo Xuan chuckled, pondering the Saiyan nature. He did not share her perspective. At least Lin and Shate were commendable Saiyans. Humph. Mashi offered no response, merely huffing in distaste. Despite Luo Xuan's validity, she remained sensitive regarding the issue of being abandoned due to her lower strength. Remember my words. When you achieve success, they shall appear as mere jesters. Focus solely on your endeavors, Luo Xuan advised. Though he could not recall where he had read such wisdom, it seemed to hold merit. Jesters? What does that mean? However, in response to Luo Xuan's profound saying, she appeared utterly bewildered. The words resonated with an intriguing allure. Yet what precisely is a clown? Cough, cough, a playful ape. This creature is quite common on planet Vegeta. Luo Xuan had encountered it before. Its appearance is rather grotesque, and its movements are exceedingly comical. Are you truly a Saiyan? She gazed at the man before her, who, despite being a lowly warrior, possessed combat prowess comparable to that of a high-ranking fighter. Though he was undoubtedly a Saiyan, his name was peculiarly strange, and his manner of speaking bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Zafurians. What do you think? To this inquiry, Luo Xuan offered little explanation, merely flicking his tail. He had grown accustomed to the existence of this appendage, which he could now control with ease and in critical moments. It could even serve as a weapon. Huff. Well then, it's your turn, Luo Xuan called out to She as they stood before the remaining 6 scorpion tigers. She nodded, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth as she surveyed the battlefield littered with the corpses of the scorpion tigers. And then charged forward. 2 days had elapsed since Luo Xuan and Mo she had begun their journey together. During this time, they had encountered several waves of scorpion tiger attacks. Each time, Luo Xuan would engage first, incapacitating the creatures until only 5 or 6 remained, at which point he would allow Mo she to take over. Luo Xuan was uncertain of his limits, only aware that his strength was steadily improving. Even after utilizing 40 times Earth's gravity, he experienced no significant issues. Meanwhile, Mo she, who had started facing 5 scorpion tigers, had now progressed to 6, signifying her growth in strength. This was their training regimen. Since Mo she accompanied him, Luo Xuan was unbothered by the few remaining scorpion tigers, allowing her ample opportunity to hone her skills as the last scorpion tiger fell. Mo she approached Luo Xuan's side. "How do you feel?" Luo Xuan tossed her the water flask with a smile. "Quite good. My strength has increased significantly that I once thought I had reached my peak, yet I never anticipated such a breakthrough." Mo she replied after taking a swig from the flask. Previously, she could handle 3 scorpion tigers without defeat, but found 4 challenging. Now, she was capable of dispatching all 6, indicating a substantial enhancement in her combat abilities. Are you tired?" Luo Xuan abruptly shifted the topic, catching Mo she off guard a bit. What has gotten into him? Suddenly concerned about my fatigue? Yet Mo she answered candidly. She noted that although Luo Xuan had battled numerous scorpion tigers alone, he did not appear winded like she was. Was this the distinction between them? Mo she felt somewhat unaccustomed to Luo Xuan's sudden display of concern. What has changed in him? Is he truly fatigued? Nevertheless, she did feel a bit weary after engaging 6 scorpion tigers single-handedly. Winning was commendable, but how could one not feel exhausted? You deserve to be tired. Luo Xuan merely glanced at her and said coolly. What do you mean by that? Mo she had expected Luo Xuan to express some concern, having already prepared a response in her mind. However, before she could finish her thought, she realized he had bluntly stated that she deserved her fatigue. I said you deserve to be tired, Luo Xuan reiterated, confident in his superiority over her. Luo Xuan, while you are powerful, do not presume you can speak to me so disrespectfully. She clenched her teeth in frustration at his words. How dare he insult her? Even if she could not defeat him, such disrespect could not be tolerated. The pride of Saiyan may perish, but it shall never be humiliated. Just moments ago, when she was battling the scorpion tiger, she could have delivered a lethal kick to its abdomen. Yet, she chose to strike its head first, launching it into the air before delivering a punch to its belly. Was that merely to appear more impressive? Though Luo Xuan had been on the sidelines, he had observed everything clearly. He was unsure why he possessed such insight. Was it a natural ability of the Saiyan body, or was there another reason? Regardless, he had witnessed every action Mo she had taken. I was just about to say, Mo she attempted to interject, but Luo Xuan interrupted her. And that one, you delivered 6 consecutive blows before finally kicking it. The only effective strike was the last kick. The other 6 were superfluous. Luo Xuan dissected her performance, initially prompting Mo she to defend her actions. Those were merely habits formed during combat. Yet as she listened, she began to perceive the validity in his words. Gradually, Mo she came to realize that if she followed Luo Xuan's advice, she would undoubtedly improve. She was astonished. Was this individual truly a low-tier warrior? He merely observed, yet he understood how she exerted force and how much energy she expended, something even high-ranking warriors often struggled to comprehend. Could it be that he surpassed the strength of a typical high-level warrior? That seemed improbable. Based on his displayed combat prowess, he was comparable to an ordinary high-ranking warrior, yet inferior to those who dominated the gravity chambers. In truth, she had a keen eye, although not as sharp as Luo Xuan's. She could discern that he was no match for those utilizing the gravity chambers. This was only logical. After all, Luo Xuan had only adapted to 40 times Earth's gravity, while those in the gravity chambers had acclimated to an equivalent of 100 times. If you eliminate the unnecessary theatrics, not only will you achieve more with less effort, but most importantly, you will conserve your stamina, Luo Xuan stated nonchalantly, feeling an unexpected sense of satisfaction that he had not anticipated. Teaching would be so gratifying. though he remained uncertain why he possessed such insight. All right. Captivated by his words, she instinctively nodded. When she regained her composure, she realized she stood beside this low-tier warrior, akin to a child listening to an elder's wisdom. Although it felt rather awkward, she found no grounds for rebuttal, as Luo Xuan's observations were indeed insightful. She understood that if she acted on his guidance, her strength would surely increase. Abandoning unnecessary movements, she whispered the thought to herself, seemingly grasping something profound. And wonder Luo Xuan could battle 20 or 30 scorpion tigers alone without exhibiting any signs of fatigue. All right, enough rest. Let us proceed to the next location. Luo Xuan declared as he rose. Addressing Shida, he then shouldered his pack and began walking in another direction. Hey, you've rested enough, but I haven't tea. She protested. After the recent battle, she had merely stood still, not having had any opportunity to recuperate, while he appeared completely refreshed. If we linger any longer, a multitude of beasts will undoubtedly pass through. If you can handle them, feel free to rest here. Luo Xuan called back without turning, waving his hand in farewell. Wait for me. She exclaimed as she surveyed the corpses of the scorpion tigers around her, understanding that the stench would soon attract countless predators. While those beasts might not match the scorpion tigers in strength, their numbers would be formidable. Moreover, should they attract a new wave of scorpion tigers, the situation would become even more dire. Upon reflecting on these matters, she hastened to catch up with Luo Xuan. In the days that followed, Luo Xuan and she traversed the central region of the northern forest, relentlessly pursuing the scorpion tigers. Any group numbering fewer than 40 was deemed a target for Luo Xuan. After vanquishing these formidable creatures, he would invariably spare a few for Shi, who utilized them as training subjects to hone her combat skills, why discarding the unnecessary flourishes Luo Xuan had previously critiqued. Her efficiency markedly improved, and she found herself less fatigued than before. Remarkably, she was now capable of fending off the assaults of 10 scorpion tigers, achieving this extraordinary feat in just a few days. A reality that even she found hard to believe. This progress only deepened her respect for Luo Xuan. Despite being merely a low-ranking warrior, she was genuinely impressed. Curiously, she pondered why they had yet to encounter any scorpion tigers that day. She surveyed the surroundings, noting the unusual tranquility in what was typically a bustling habitat for these creatures. Normally, they would encounter at least 2 waves of scorpion tigers each day, yet after an extensive search, none had appeared. Could it be that they had all been slain? Luo Xuan too found the situation peculiar. What had become of the scorpion tigers? Had they retreated, given the current gravity of 50 times normal? They were on the verge of testing the critical threshold of 60 times. Without scorpion tigers, how could they possibly train? The scorpion tigers in the central northern forest are far more numerous than you might imagine. Their absence today surely indicates something unusual, Luo Xuan remarked. In response. She could only roll her eyes. If the scorpion tigers could be so easily exterminated, they would have long been eradicated. Nevertheless, the prolonged absence of any scorpion tigers was indeed strange. Luo Xuan, look over there, she suddenly exclaimed, pointing to a nearby area. Scorpion tigers? It seemed that others had arrived before them. Luo Xuan was taken aback by the sight of numerous scorpion tiger corpses strewn across the ground. Evidently, a group of Saiyans had been training in the vicinity, and no wonder there were no signs of scorpion tigers. These warriors must have dispatched them first. Indeed, I never anticipated that others would be training here using scorpion tigers as well. She acknowledged with a nod. Although Saiyans were relatively rare in the central northern forest, it was not entirely devoid of them. Some formidable mid-level warrior teams, or even high-ranking warriors, could potentially appear in this area. Hence, the two paid little heed and continued on their way. Shortly thereafter, they encountered 4 Saiyans nearby, all appearing to be mid-level warriors. It was evident that these 4 had been responsible for the slaughter of the scorpion tigers, which numbered around 30. However, Luo Xuan was unimpressed. For 4 mid-level warriors to have only slain 30 scorpion tigers seemed hardly commendable. Perhaps it was the influence of his Saiyan bloodline, but ever since his strength had surged, He viewed such warriors as little more than insignificant. She had grown accustomed to this perspective. Had she seen 4 mid-level warriors vanquishing so many scorpion tigers in the past, she would have been astonished. Considering their own team had once comprised 4 mid-level warriors who had been overwhelmed by a mere 30 scorpion tigers. Yet since aligning herself with Luo Xuan, she had become accustomed to his prowess. Recognizing that he alone could handle such foes while she could manage at least 10. Consequently, they paid no mind to the 4 mid-level warriors who seemed to be boasting and continued on their path. "Hey, you two, halt!" The Saiyans, eager to display their triumph, were incensed when Luo Xuan and She ignored them. Surely, their feat of slaying over 30 scorpion tigers in the central northern forest was impressive enough. Yet the dismissive attitude of Luo Xuan and She only fueled their ire. "What is it?" Luo Xuan and She paused, intrigued by the confrontation. "This area is ours now. You should vacate to another location," declared the apparent leader among the Saiyans, his anger palpable upon seeing Luo Xuan, a barely competent mid-level warrior, accompanied by what he deemed a mere lowly warrior. "And if we refuse?" She challenged. While Luo Xuan merely crossed his arms, watching the exchange with amusement. "Refuse? Look at the scorpion tigers beneath your feet. That is your fate," sneered another bald Saiyan, stepping on one of the corpses. She responded with a nonchalant chuckle, her disdain evident. The bald warrior was clearly attempting to flaunt his accomplishments, yet for mid-level warriors to have slain so many scorpion tigers was hardly remarkable. "Hey, can I kill this little girl?" The bald warrior, incensed by She's derisive laughter, vowed to claim her head. "Suit yourself, but make it quick. We have matters to attend to," was her indifferent reply, while the Saiyan named Belo nodded in agreement. As Saiyans, they thrived on battle and bloodshed. The notion of toying with She for days was far too mundane for their taste. You really think being a mid-level warrior grants you the right to challenge us? Let me tell you, out of those 35 scorpion tigers, I personally dispatched 7 in a single strike, the bald warrior boasted, gesturing towards the slain beasts. "Well, aren't you impressive?" Luo Xuan retorted, the words slipping out before he could comprehend why. "Once I finish with her, I'll come play with you, lowly warrior," the bald warrior growled, anger swelling within him at being belittled by both a mid-level warrior and a lowly warrior. "Just get on with it." "We don't have all day," She replied with evident impatience, frustrated by the Saiyans' incessant prattling. The shout from the bald warrior signaled his charge towards She. His cry quickly transformed into a shriek as She effortlessly sent him flying with a single kick. Having diligently trained and refined her techniques, she had eliminated all unnecessary movements. Thus, when the bald warrior charged, her simple yet powerful kick sent him sprawling. The disparity in their strengths was vast, and the simplicity of her technique concealed the true power behind it. The other 3 Saiyans stared, their eyes widening in disbelief. This warrior's strength was far greater than they had anticipated. "Trash," She remarked coolly, retracting her foot. Indeed, this mid-level warrior who could only manage to slay 7 scorpion tigers appeared as nothing more than refuse in her eyes. The remaining 2 mid-level warriors seethed with anger. With their strength akin to that of their fallen comrade, they took offense at being labeled as trash. They were ready to charge, but Belo stepped forward to restrain them. "Your skills are impressive. Would you care to join us?" Belo extended an invitation, recognizing She's potential. "Not interested," she replied flatly, firmly aligning herself with the lowly warrior rather than the group of mid-level fighters. "Then die. By the way, unlike them, I killed 15 of these scorpion tigers. Do you understand?" Belo retorted, asserting his superiority. Belo chuckled, fully aware that Moshi would undoubtedly refuse. Thus, after revealing a number akin to that of the burly man, he charged towards Moshi. Upon hearing the figure, both Luo Xuan and Moshi were somewhat intrigued. This individual had managed to single-handedly slay 15 scorpion tigers. However, it was merely curiosity, as given a few more days, Moshi could achieve the same feat consequently. Moshi remained unperturbed by Belo's advance. This was the moment to assess her combat prowess. With a low-level warrior by her side, there was little to fear. Observing Belo's approach, Luo Xuan stayed motionless, eager to witness Mashi's true capabilities. Although he had increased the count of scorpion tigers for her, he had assigned a conservative estimate. Should Mashi prevail against this scion who had vanquished 15 scorpion tigers, he would be able to leave her a considerable number of scorpion tigers thereafter. Mashi understood Luo Xuan's intentions. As she gazed at the charging Beilo, her expression grew solemn, despite her earlier disdain. This opponent was not easily vanquished. Present. Mashi was uncertain if she could triumph over the 15 scorpion tigers. She glanced at Luo Xuan, and upon seeing him nod, she felt reassured that he would not merely stand by in the event of danger. Thus, she felt emboldened to engage in the fight. At this moment, she dismissed any concerns about that fool. She needed to focus on herself. Mashi cast a glance at Luo Xuan. Beilo assumed she was worried for Luo Xuan's safety and let out a cold laugh. He swiftly closed the distance between them and unleashed a powerful punch. In response, Mashi was a fraction slow to react, tilting her body just enough to narrowly evade the blow, which whooshed past her face, leaving a stinging sensation on her cheek. The force of that punch was astonishing. It was no wonder he could defeat 15 scorpion tigers. However, Mashi was not to be underestimated. The moment the fist brushed past her, she lunged for Beilo's arm, exerting enough force to send him sprawling. Seizing the opportunity, she charged straight at him, ready to deliver another strike. Beilo was taken aback. The woman before him, who had only just entered the ranks of intermediate warriors, was able to hold her ground against him. As he observed the approaching Mashi, a smirk crept across his face. Interesting, he had previously thought himself invincible among intermediate warriors, yet here was a random warrior who could match him blow for blow. This realization excited him. Though it primarily fueled his anger, he refused to allow any intermediate warrior to surpass him, even if only in equivalence. Behind Beilo stood a grand tree. He performed a half-turn in mid-air and propelled himself off the trunk towards Mashi. Their fists collided with a resounding impact, causing both to be thrust backward from the force. They quickly regained their footing, trading blows in close proximity, each strike resonating with a heavy thud, truly a contest of raw power. How could this individual contend with Beilo on equal terms? The other two intermediate warriors exchanged glances, astonished. They had not anticipated that the woman could engage Beilo to such a degree. Initially, they thought she would last only a moment. But now it seemed the outcome was uncertain. Damn it, the bald-headed brute, who had been previously kicked away by Mashi, scrambled to his feet. Witnessing Beilo's struggle to subdue the woman only intensified his fury. Earlier, he had noticed her apparent concern for the low-level warrior. Perhaps he could capture that individual and force her to submit. Though his physique was robust, his intellect was not lacking. After a moment of contemplation, he devised a strategy. While he could not overpower the woman, subduing a mere low-level warrior should be effortless. With that thought, the hulking man charged towards Luo Xuan. Hearing the commotion, Luo Xuan turned to see the large man barreling towards him. Intent on tackling him, a piercing scream followed, emanating from the same brute once more. The onlookers turned their gaze to see the bald-headed giant flying through the air, colliding violently with another tree. This impact was even more severe. The tree splintered upon contact. Others gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief. How many times would they witness such astonishing events today? This was truly remarkable. That brute was an intermediate warrior, capable of slaying at least 7 scorpion tigers. Having failed against Mashi, he was now being bested by a low-level warrior. How was this possible? Just as Beilo pondered this, a voice rang in his ears. He turned to see the Scion woman's fist growing larger in his vision, and before he could react, he was sent flying. Damn it! You three! Seize that low-level warrior! Beilo seethed in frustration, despite the prolonged effort. He had yet to subdue the woman. He had anticipated an easy victory, but was met with an unexpected challenge. All right. The other 3 warriors, recognizing Beilo's inability to handle the situation alone, nodded gravely. They had initially thought they were facing 2 easy targets, only to discover they were up against iron fortifications. The bald-headed brute and the other 2 advanced towards Luo Xuan that he could not afford to admit he was being outmatched by a low-level warrior. Such news would tarnish his reputation among the Saiyans. Surely, 3 intermediate warriors could not be bested by a single low-level warrior. After all, even high-level warriors could manage 2 to 3 minutes of combat. Luo Xuan, somewhat indifferent to their approach, decided it was time for them to experience a rude awakening. As Luo Xuan remained unperturbed, the bald-headed man scoffed and exchanged glances with the other two. Nodding in tacit agreement, they launched their joint assault on Luo Xuan. One struck from the left, another from the right, while the bald-headed brute charged directly at him and could see the moment of impact. Luo Xuan finally sprang into action, capturing the incoming fist with his left hand while blocking the kick with his right. As for the charging brute, Luo Xuan delivered a swift kick that sent him soaring. Witnessing Luo Xuan deflect their attacks and send the bald-headed man flying left them in shock. How powerful could this low-level warrior be? Their expressions turned serious. Clearly, this low-level warrior was not as simple as he appeared. Thus, they pressed on with their attacks, believing that the ferocity of two intermediate warriors would surely overwhelm him. Yet, they soon realized their assumptions were misguided. And no matter how they struck, the low-level warrior effortlessly countered their every move. "So dull," Luo Xuan remarked nonchalantly, delivering a swift kick to the left that sent one Scion hurtling away. He followed up with a spinning kick. Although the Scion managed to block it, he could not escape the fate of being sent flying. Initially, Luo Xuan had expected a more extended confrontation with these three intermediate warriors, but found them surprisingly weak. In truth, he had overestimated their abilities. Their capacity to slay numerous scorpion tigers in the northern forest was largely due to Belo's presence. Without him, the trio would barely rival the strength of Rigo, hardly sufficient to navigate the northern forest without being devoured by scorpion tigers. In stark contrast to Luo Xuan's boredom, the three Saiyans stared in disbelief. Was this truly a low-level warrior? Despite their combined efforts, they could not even approach him. Could he genuinely be just a low-level warrior? One Scion clutched his chest, having been struck by Luo Xuan's kick, which felt like a heavy hammer against his ribs, leaving him gasping for breath. "It must be," another Scion said with a wry smile, observing that their opponent seemed anything but a low-level warrior. However, he was unexpectedly sent flying by a single kick from a lowly warrior. If this were to spread, where would his dignity lie? Yet, this was the stark reality. The three of them were capable mid-level warriors, able to vanquish 7 scorpion tigers, and he could even defeat 8. Together, they could stand against Belo. Yet, these three were effortlessly dispatched by a mere low-level warrior. Could it be that this low-level warrior possessed strength surpassing Belo's? The woman who had just glanced at him was not expressing concern, but rather seeking his opinion. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Her gaze was not one of worry. It was undoubtedly an inquiry. This implied that the low-level warrior's prowess exceeded that of the woman, who could contend with Belo, thereby suggesting that the low-level warrior was indeed stronger than Belo. Upon this realization, the three Scions were left with bitter mouths. How could they possibly fight? Their collective strength could barely match Belo, and if that individual was indeed stronger than Belo, then he would surely overpower them as well. Meanwhile, Belo, engaged in battle, witnessed this scene unfold as his three companions were sent hurtling back. He was acutely aware of their capabilities and could hardly fathom their defeat at the hands of a low-level warrior. He had warned them not to lose focus, just as Belo was taken aback. Mashi seized an opening and delivered a kick squarely to Belo's abdomen. The impact sent Belo crashing to the ground. Rising to his feet, he wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. For Belo, this was nothing short of humiliation. He had anticipated an easy victory over the woman, only to find himself spitting blood first. Moreover, the presence of a predatory low-level warrior nearby only intensified his disgrace. "Are you not planning to assist?" "We cannot contend with them," he said, casting his gaze towards the distant Luo Xuan, opting not to press the attack further. "You truly are worthless, unable to defeat even a mid-level warrior alongside a low-level one." Just as Belo's words fell, another voice, cold and indifferent, echoed. Upon hearing this voice, Luo Xuan furrowed his brow, realizing there was another presence he had overlooked. As the voice resonated, a figure sprinted towards them with remarkable speed, leaving Luo Xuan and Mashi only able to catch a fleeting glimpse of shadow. Soon after, a middle-aged man appeared before them. "What is this?" At that moment, Mashi had approached Luo Xuan's side, her pupils narrowing as she recognized the suddenly appearing middle-aged "Oh, you know him?" Luo Xuan, unfamiliar with this world, was oblivious to the man's identity. Who is this fellow? His entrance is rather remarkable. He is Teresa, renowned as the mid-level warrior closest to the high-level warriors. Mashi regarded the man's eyes with a degree of gravity. A mid-level warrior. He was inherently inferior to high-level warriors. Yet this Teresa could stand against high-level warriors. Though he often faced defeat, he had nonetheless gained notoriety. After all, he was the only one known to have achieved victories in battles between mid-level and high-level warriors, earning him the title of the closest mid-level warrior to a high-level one. Closest to a high-level warrior, Luo Xuan had not anticipated that this middle-aged man possessed the talent for fighting beyond his rank. Indeed, one could not underestimate the Saiyans. Even a casual encounter could reveal a formidable fodder of confidence. Mashi was well aware that the low-level warrior before them was no ordinary opponent. While Teresa was lauded as the closest to a high-level warrior, her time spent with Luo Xuan had afforded her some insight into his strength. Although he could not rival a high-level warrior, he was likely near invincible among mid-level warriors. Let us give it a try. Luo Xuan refrained from making overly bold claims, mindful of the potential for embarrassment should he be proven wrong. All right, I will handle this mid-level warrior. You should have no trouble dealing with the low-level one, Bello. Clearly, Teresa had not focused on the situation here, merely assuming that Bello would struggle against the mid-level warrior. Cough. May I opt for the mid-level warrior? I would prefer you to confront the low-level one. That upon hearing Teresa's words, Bello coughed awkwardly. He had just witnessed his three companions being sent flying with a single blow. Bello, are you jesting with me? Although Teresa was not a high-level warrior, he was still regarded as the closest to one, yet he was asking Bello to face a low-level warrior. This low-level warrior was likely not an ordinary one. He seemed capable of fighting beyond his rank, just as Teresa could. After a moment's hesitation, Bello articulated his thoughts. The low-level warrior had effortlessly defeated 3 mid-level warriors, a clear indication of his superior strength. Oh. Teresa regarded Bello with curiosity. He did not believe Luo Xuan could contend with him, but understood Bello's character. He would not speak such words unless he was truly at a loss. All right, leave it to me. Teresa nodded, intrigued by the prospect of facing this low-level warrior. After hearing Bello's assertion, Teresa glanced at Luo Xuan with interest, pondering whether this low-level warrior could also fight beyond his rank. While Teresa had the ability to engage high-level warriors, this low-level warrior was merely contending with mid-level ones. Thus, Teresa viewed him as no more than a low-level warrior. Even if he could fight beyond his rank, he would only match up against mid-level warriors like Bello and his companions, and he was vastly outmatched in terms of strength against Teresa. Then I will handle him. While you take on Teresa? Mashi's expression grew grave upon seeing Teresa. He was quite renowned among the Saiyans. It was said that when the gravity training facility was first established, he had defeated 3 high-level warriors and endured 3 days within the facility. However, he was ultimately bested when more high-level warriors took an interest in the gravity training. Think he had now arrived in the northern forest heart. All right, just be cautious. Luo Xuan nodded. The presence of Teresa weighed heavily upon him. Yet he remained undeterred that if a battle was to ensue, he was ready to engage and test his abilities. Hey, are you prepared? With Teresa here, there's no escape for you. Bello sneered at Luo Xuan and Mashi from a distance. He had initially underestimated the low-level warrior, but fortunately, they had Teresa, the strongest among mid-level warriors, as long as he was present. There was little to fear unless facing a high-level warrior. Escape? Who said we intend to flee? Luo Xuan interjected. If you're not running, then prepare to die. Bello growled, charging towards Luo Xuan and Mashi, though his true target was Mashi. Despite his reluctance, he recognized Luo Xuan's superiority and had no desire to engage him. Then I shall proceed, Mashi declared before advancing directly. She was confident she could hold off Bello. Defeating him would be challenging, but he would find it equally difficult to best her. Luo Xuan and Teresa remained silent, standing still, locked in mutual observation. After an indeterminate time, Teresa let out a low growl and sprinted towards Luo Xuan. Recognizing the Saiyans' capacity to rival high-level warriors, Luo Xuan did not underestimate him. Anyone capable of fighting beyond their rank clearly possessed formidable strength. Thus, as Teresa attacked, Luo Xuan sprang into action, in an instant. The two collided, exchanging blows without any extravagant maneuvers. Each punch and kick met with another. Boom! After another exchange of fists, the two separated. Though it was merely a fleeting moment, Luo Xuan and Teresa had already exchanged countless blows. Not bad, kid, Teresa mused. Initially, she believed Luo Xuan could only engage in battles beyond his level. Yet she was astonished by his formidable combat prowess. It was no wonder that Belu claimed he could not defeat him. With such strength, even among intermediate warriors, there would be no more than a handful capable of besting him. Luo Xuan remained silent, a faint smile playing on his lips. Indeed, the strength of intermediate warriors was commendable, though he had not yet unleashed his full potential. Did you see that? That fellow actually fought Teresa to a standstill. The three Saiyans watching were equally dumbfounded. We just faced someone so terrifying. Reflecting on it, it was evident that the opponent had shown little interest in them. Otherwise, they would not have been effortlessly dispatched with a mere kick each. The bald giant wore a bitter expression. He had just attempted to capture such a powerful individual as a hostage. What reckless folly! But when had low-level warriors become so formidable? Few intermediate warriors could exchange even a few blows with Teresa, let alone this low-level fighter. Nevertheless, Teresa would ultimately prevail. She had yet to exert her full strength. One of them remarked, sharing their knowledge of Teresa. If she were to unleash her full power, the outcome would surely differ. Indeed, I've seen her battle high-level warriors on the gravity platform. Her strength is remarkable. After all this time, she must be even more powerful now. Another Saiyan chimed in. He had witnessed Teresa defeat a high-level warrior firsthand. The bald giant had little to add, simply nodding in a daze. Yet deep down, he felt that regardless of how strong the low-level warrior was, Teresa would triumph. As the trio conversed, the battle between Mashi and Baloo had escalated into a fierce clash, each trading blows in a relentless back and forth. Let us go! Luo Xuan, fueled by his fighting spirit, suddenly charged at Teresa. He seldom initiated attacks, yet this time he felt compelled to act first. The opponent's strength was formidable, and Luo Xuan yearned for an exhilarating fight. Hey, this is interesting, Teresa chuckled, eagerly meeting him head dash onto it. Was the first time he would exert his full strength against a low-level warrior. Their battle ignited. Fierce and unrelenting. Teresa kicked forward, but Luo Xuan blocked it with his hand, swiftly seizing Teresa's leg and flinging him away before pursuing to land another kick. However, Teresa's combat experience far surpassed Luo Xuan's. In the instant he was thrown, he executed a backflip, landing and swiftly moving to the side, just as Luo Xuan reached the spot where he had landed. Without hesitation, Teresa launched a flying kick aimed at Luo Xuan's head. Oh no! Luo Xuan realized he could not defend in time, and Teresa's foot struck his face, sending him flying. As Luo Xuan soared through the air, Teresa followed up with a flurry of punches and kicks, ultimately delivering a powerful kick that propelled Luo Xuan through 3 large trees before he finally came to a halt. Luo Xuan, Mashi shouted, witnessing the scene unfold. You just told me not to lose focus. Though Baloo couldn't match Luo Xuan, he was evenly matched with Moxai. That moment, Mashi exposed a flaw, and Baloo seized the opportunity, landing a kick to her abdomen that sent her hurtling away. The 3 Saiyans erupted in exuberance, celebrating their victory. After Luo Xuan was kicked away by Teresa, Mashi was also caught off guard and sent flying by Baloo. The other 3 Saiyans wore expressions of sheer joy. They had thought these two were incredibly strong, but now with Teresa's intervention, it was all too easy for her. Yet amidst their jubilation, Teresa paid them no mind, fixating instead on Luo Xuan, who lay on the ground, seemingly unconscious. Nevertheless, he sensed that this low-level warrior was far from ordinary. Luo Xuan, are you okay? Mashi, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth after being struck, glanced toward Luo Xuan, wondering if he had been so easily defeated by Teresa. No worries, this guy is truly impressive. Luo Xuan rose from the ground, his attire slightly tattered but otherwise unharmed. Seeing him stand, the expressions of everyone varied. Mashi beamed with joy. Teresa regarded him with interest, while Baloo frowned, and the other 3 Saiyans appeared troubled. How could he emerge unscathed after Teresa's rapid assault? One Saiyan swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. This person is incredibly strong. Another nodded in agreement, acknowledging how remarkable it was that he could hold his own against Teresa, who was close to a high-level warrior. I didn't expect you to be this strong. This is intriguing, Teresa finally spoke, having previously underestimated Luo Xuan. Yet now, Luo Xian's displayed strength piqued his interest. You are quite formidable. It seems I must employ my full power. Luo Xuan surveyed his slightly damaged clothing. Although it bore some wear, it was not extensively torn, or he would have been at a loss for garments. He was uninjured, despite Teresa's powerful strikes. They were insufficient. You speak of full power? Teresa chuckled, believing Luo Xuan was merely posturing. A low-level warrior achieving such prowess was already a rare feat if he continued to train. He would undoubtedly grow even stronger. However, to catch up to Teresa at this moment was impossible. If a low-level warrior could possess strength comparable to that of high-level warriors, then the latter would indeed be lackluster. Definitely F2 20 times. Luo Xuan murmured confidently. He was currently training under 40 times the gravity, estimating that Teresa could only defeat a few high-level warriors. That it was possible that he had merely been fortunate. At least now, he knew he would be instantly overwhelmed by Lin in battle. Against the Saiyans on the gravity platform, victory was unattainable. This was the disparity between intermediate and high-level warriors. Now, Luo Xuan wished to test whether he could match Teresa in a 20-fold environment. After all, he had yet to fully grasp his own strength and could only use this opponent as a gauge. Let us begin. That a subtle smile graced Luo Xuan's lips as he murmured before vanishing from sight. He disappeared. The three intermediate warriors were momentarily stunned by Luo Xuan's vanishing act. Such terrifying speed. Only Beilu furrowed his brow slightly. While he could not see Luo Xuan, he could barely discern a fleeting shadow. Interesting, Teresa smiled, able to spot Luo Xuan, though he remained still, observing the rapid movements. Luo Xuan sprinted with newfound agility, his eyes sharpening as he regarded Teresa, whose expression had grown serious. It was his first encounter with such a formidable opponent, and he dared not underestimate him. Seizing an opportunity, he materialized before Teresa, launching a punch, but his fist merely passed through to the shadow clone. Regarding such matters, Luo Xuan is no stranger, having often encountered them during his anime watching days, where he frequently observed that once a certain speed is achieved, one can leave afterimages in their wake. How swift, Moshi remarked, witnessing Teresa's remarkable speed, capable of creating afterimages. Just how fast is that? At this moment, she and Barrow had ceased their own skirmishing, as they understood that in this battle, they were not the pivotal players. Regardless of victory or defeat, it was of little consequence. The true protagonists in this encounter were Luo Xuan and Teresa. The real keys to the outcome that as the afterimages dissipated, Teresa emerged from a different direction. Trying to match my speed? You shall perish, Teresa sneered, launching a punch directly at Luo Xuan. Another afterimage, to his astonishment. His fist merely passed through Luo Xuan's form, striking nothing but an illusion. Hey! Luo Xuan refrained from further banter and delivered a punch aimed squarely at Teresa's head. This was a battle, not a training session. This time, he struck true, hitting Teresa's actual body, though his aim at the head was thwarted as she managed to block it. Following this, both vanished once more. Moshi and Barrow's eyes managed to keep pace with the two. But the other three Saiyans looked utterly perplexed. They merely heard the occasional sound of their bodies colliding, unable to catch a glimpse of their forms. What astonishing speed! This was the thought shared by all. As Luo Xuan and Teresa engaged in combat at such a breathtaking velocity, not only could they not match their speed, but even following their movements with their eyes proved impossible. With a resounding boom, both reappear before the onlookers, Luo Xuan's fist connecting perfectly with Teresa's face, while Teresa's blow landed squarely on Luo Xuan as well. Both were sent flying by the impact, yet executed a somersault in midair. Landing gracefully, the flames of battle ignited in their eyes, the blood of Saiyans boiling within them. Just moments prior, they had exchanged countless blows, with neither side clearly emerging victorious. Kid, your fighting prowess is commendable. At this juncture, Teresa no longer held her previous disdain. Instead, she regarded Luo Xuan as a worthy opponent. Your combat strength is impressive as well. Luo Xuan replied with a composed demeanor, recognizing through their recent clash that her reputation was indeed well-deserved. Initially, he had thought her triumph over advanced warriors was mere luck. It now appeared her capability for battling above her rank was quite substantial. If Luo Xuan's instincts were correct, she was a combat prodigy. Albeit constrained by her own lineage from reaching greater heights, in their gazes, the animosity of earlier had vanished, replaced solely by a fervent desire for battle. Encountering a rival of similar caliber, one capable of overcoming adversaries of higher ranks, was truly a rare occurrence. That individual could actually hold their own against Teresa. Although Barrow maintained an outward calm, internally, he was tumultuous. He had assumed Luo Xuan was merely a middle-tier warrior capable of fighting above his level. Yet this individual could contend with advanced warriors. After all, Teresa's strength was on par with advanced fighters, and the fact that Luo Xuan could engage with her indicated his true power. A low-tier warrior wielding the strength of an advanced fighter was a complete upheaval of Barrow's worldview. When did low-tier warriors become so formidable? This was the shared sentiment among the other three Saiyans, who now dared not underestimate the low-tier warrior before them. Moreover, the female Saiyan alongside him was equally formidable. Where had these two extraordinary fighters emerged from? They had never heard of them before. Logically, Saiyans capable of battling above their rank should possess some notoriety, yet it seemed these two were indeed unknown. The next technique I shall employ is one I have only recently grasped. I have yet to showcase it, and I can assure you, no other Saiyan has ever used it. I had initially intended to test it on the gravity chamber, but it seems I must allow you to experience it first, Teresa declared to Luo Xuan. This was her ultimate move, not merely seen, but no Saiyan had ever executed it. Luo Xuan remained silent, aware that this Saiyan was not one to deceive. However, curiosity piqued within him. What kind of technique could this be that no Saiyan had been able to perform? Ha! Teresa shouted, her right hand claw-like and raised, while her left gripped her right wrist, the veins on her forehead bulging. What technique is this? No one could fathom Teresa's intentions, except for Luo Xuan, who furrowed his brow, suspecting this pose was indicative of something ominous. Conjecturing this possibility, a solemn expression crossed Luo Xuan's face. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Teresa, for this was purportedly a technique that no Saiyan had ever used. What could it possibly be? Teresa remained undistracted, her focus unwavering, her eyes locked onto her palm as if awaiting a specific moment. Suddenly, a gentle breeze stirred in the previously still forest, the leaves rustling softly. This was highly unusual. The sudden gust shattered the surrounding silence. Luo Xuan, be cautious, Moshi warned, aware that Teresa was not to be underestimated. After all, her ability to fight above her rank was telling. Yet, she had never witnessed this technique before, so she could only urge Luo Xuan to be wary. Luo Xuan nodded. He understood without needing further admonition that this technique would not be simple. If his instincts were correct, it resembled a form of energy wave, but only time would reveal the truth. That moment, Teresa, fully concentrated on gathering energy, smiled triumphantly, as if success was imminent. Indeed, as her laughter faded, a glimmer of light appeared in the palm of her hand. The crowd gasped in astonishment. They had never seen such a technique before, and confusion reigned. As they were still processing this sight, Teresa bellowed, and the little light in her hand began to brighten, growing ever more luminous until it formed a small orb. What is this? Barrow questioned, bewildered. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon from Teresa before and was uncertain of its power. Yet, it was evident that this was not an ordinary technique. Certainly, Teresa was a combat genius, and any technique she conjured would not be trivial. Not an energy wave, merely an energy sphere. Luo Xuan mused, feeling relieved. If it had indeed been an energy wave, he doubted he could withstand it. As for the energy sphere, he believed he could manage a response. The primary distinction between an energy wave and an energy sphere is that the former requires substantial energy accumulation and possesses greater force, while the latter allows for rapid successive attacks, albeit with lesser power. But why was Teresa's energy sphere coalescing at such a sluggish pace? Moreover, she claimed that no Saiyan had mastered this technique, suggesting that current Saiyans could not even condense such energy. It seemed that was the case. He had never witnessed a Scion using it. Was it not due to concern for their comrades, but rather an inability to do so? Luo Xuan had not encountered this scenario in any anime he had watched. Perhaps he simply had not seen enough. Perhaps it is indeed the case. For Luo Xuan has not fully watched the entirety of Dragon Ball. He has merely seen a portion of it, while the remainder exists only as a void in his memory. Now, Luo Xuan feels a twinge of regret. Had he known he would traverse in the world of Dragon Ball, he ought to have consumed all related anime. However, there exists a possibility that his arrival has caused subtle changes in this world. Perhaps he must rectify these alterations. This technique is one I have never executed before. I'm uncertain of its potency, so you may still have time to reconsider. As the energy sphere coalesced, Teresa let out a sigh of relief and addressed Luo Xuan. Luo Xuan remained silent, merely adopting a stance. He must withstand this attack. Observing the energy sphere in Teresa's hand, Luo Xuan's expression grew solemn. This marked the first time he had encountered an energy sphere in this world. Yet, why must it be directed as an assault against him? Had it not been for this inaugural encounter, Luo Xuan might have gauged the sphere's power more accurately. Alas, it seems he must now experience the energy sphere's might firsthand. Teresa had taken a considerable amount of time to concentrate before releasing it. In the realm of anime, it would likely be classified amongst the ki blasts. However, what Teresa held was evidently just an energy sphere. So, you intend to take my attack head-on? Upon witnessing Luo Xuan's stance, Teresa was somewhat taken aback. Even he struggled to control this technique, fully aware of its magnitude, and this would be his first trial against a human. Luo Xuan teethed aside. She felt a shiver run down her spine upon seeing the energy sphere in Teresa's grasp. Though she did not comprehend its nature, she sensed a hint of danger emanating from it. She wished to warn Luo Xuan, yet upon seeing the expression on his face, she hesitated to voice her concerns. After spending so many days with Luo Xuan, she understood his character. He was not one to give up easily, or he would not have come this far. Beside them, Belu's countenance was equally grave. He had once believed his strength to be formidable enough. While he might not surpass Teresa, he felt he could at least put up a fight. Today, however, he realized how naive that thought was. He knew he could not withstand Teresa's new technique. Let alone battle against Teresa, he could not even triumph over the lowly warrior across from him. Even if he revealed all his trump cards, victory would elude him. The other three Saiyans stood dumbfounded, unsure of what to say, their faces frozen in astonishment. They understood that as long as the low-level warrior survived, whether he won or lost, his name would inevitably be remembered among the Saiyans. A lowly warrior battling so closely with the powerful Teresa was enough for everyone to engrave his name in memory. This time, Luo Xuan knew he had to prepare adequately. He had yet to grasp the sphere's power. Thus he must be ready. Well, since you wish to test your limits, I shall allow it. Should you truly endure, I will reveal a secret. Teresa, observing Luo Xuan's persistence, felt a sense of admiration, as if they shared a kinship. They both hailed from humble beginnings. One was a low-level warrior, the other a mid-level warrior, and reaching this level was no small feat. Teresa, being older, found it increasingly difficult to break through. Yet this young fellow still had room for growth, perhaps. When he reached Teresa's age, he might indeed surpass the lofty high-level warriors that, of course. This was contingent upon surviving Teresa's strike. Come on, Luo Xuan nodded. As for the secret, he held little interest. His current focus was solely on the energy sphere, curious whether he could manifest one himself. Prepare yourself. Teresa wasted no time, hurling the energy sphere toward Luo Xuan. As the sphere slipped from Teresa's palm, it sped toward Luo Xuan with remarkable velocity. Hey! Witnessing the sphere's rapid approach, Luo Xuan crossed his arms before him and called out, bracing himself to take the blow. Although he was unaware of its full strength, he believed it would not obliterate his arms. As long as his body remained intact, the Senza beings could restore him, at least in the anime. The consequences were typically explosive, resulting in fatalities, yet he had never seen anyone lose limbs unless it was a cleaving type of attack. Boom! At the moment Luo Xuan shouted, the energy sphere collided with him, erupting in a cloud of dust that enveloped him entirely. How is he? Is he dead? The Saiyans, lacking a scouter, had no means to sense energy, rendering them oblivious to Luo Xuan's fate, struck by such a powerful technique. He should have perished or been rendered incapacitated. They had never witnessed such a formidable attack, leading them to believe Luo Xuan was either incapacitated or deceased. Even Teresa thought likewise. After all, this was his strongest attack, a culmination of his power. If this low-level warrior emerged unscathed, he would be deemed extraordinarily formidable. Only Mashi, gazing toward Luo Xuan's direction, pondered silently. She had come to understand that he would not undertake an action he deemed uncertain. Since he chose to endure Teresa's strike, he likely had the means to withstand it. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the dust to reveal Luo Xuan standing, arms crossed before him, his clothing tattered beyond recognition, reduced to mere strips of beast hide that he endured. Upon seeing Luo Xuan, the onlookers' pupils dilated in disbelief. They had not anticipated that such a powerful attack could be withstood by this lowly warrior. How is this possible? Beilu's expression shifted. He knew that had he been in Luo Xuan's position, he would undoubtedly be facing death. Yet this low-level warrior had managed to endure. Beilu had always believed that while Luo Xuan possessed great combat strength, his defense could only match that of a low-level warrior. He never expected Luo Xuan's defenses to be so robust. Teresa was equally astonished. He understood the energy behind this technique all too well and was incredulous that Luo Xuan had managed to withstand it. Cough, cough, coughed. At that moment, Luo Xuan coughed from a distance, drawing the attention of the crowd back to him. Luo Xuan, are you all right? Mashi rushed forward, noting that Luo Xuan's condition was far from ideal. I'm fine. Luo Xuan smiled, chewing and swallowing a senza bean, feeling his strength begin to replenish. However, his appearance remained disheveled, leading others to believe he was on the verge of collapse. Sensing the resurgence of energy within him, Luo Xuan felt a sense of relief. He had initially wished to avoid consuming senza beans in front of so many witnesses. However, with an opponent of comparable strength, he could not afford to be caught off guard. Thus, he chose to ingest the senza bean. Luo Xuan fixed his gaze on Teresa, uncertain whether Teresa might strike unexpectedly. After all, this was the world of the Saiyans, where sudden lethal attack would not be out of the question. You have won. Just as Luo Xuan remained vigilant, Teresa lowered his stance, addressing Luo Xuan. Though reluctant to admit it, he had unleashed his most potent techniques and still could not defeat Luo Xuan. Teresa was hailed as the one closest to becoming a high-level warrior, yet he found himself bested by a mere low-level warrior. With his secret weapon now revealed, he no longer had the face to continue fighting. You still have strength left? Luo Xuan smiled. This battle had indeed drawn forth all his capabilities. Without the aid of senza beans, he would have been incapable of continuing the fight. He had initially believed himself capable of contending with high-level warriors. However, it now appears that my own strength still falls considerably short. Do you not still possess your own vigor? Even if we were to continue battling, I would be unable to triumph over you. Teresa cast a glance at Luo Xuan. Although he appeared somewhat disheveled and fatigued, his words still carried significant weight. Consequently, Teresa felt that if the fight were to persist, victory was not guaranteed for herself. If you would unleash the energy ball once more, I would be unable to withstand it, Luo Xuan remarked. And this was indeed true. Should another energy ball be launched, he might very well find himself unable to endure it. Energy ball? That is a splendid name. The execution of such a technique has already depleted the majority of my strength. Yet its power is quite limited. Should I attempt it again, I fear I would exhaust myself entirely. Teresa did not conceal this fact. This technique could only be performed once, and a second attempt would likely result in mutual destruction, or perhaps even her own defeat. Thus, she was reluctant to employ such a move unless absolutely necessary. Extracting energy from one's own body. Upon hearing Teresa's words, Luo Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Was this not a method of drawing energy from the surrounding environment? Could it possibly involve extracting one's own energy? Indeed, this was something I had gleaned from an ancient legend. However, it is excessively taxing on energy resources, making continuous execution unfeasible. Teresa did not hide this from Luo Xuan. She had come to regard him as an equal, perhaps even stronger than herself. After all, he was merely a low-level warrior. and still quite young. The fact that he could hold his own against her now suggested that he would undoubtedly surpass her in the future. Particularly as he continued to grow stronger than a legend, Luo Xuan was momentarily stunned. This skill was derived from a legend? Yes, it is a tale passed down in my family. It is said that there was once a Scion who could unleash such energy balls in rapid succession, and he bequeathed this method to future generations. Yet, none of my ancestors were able to comprehend it. I only recently grasped its essence. Upon noticing Luo Xuan's interest in the legend, Teresa recounted the tale to him. Although it was merely a legend, her own success indicated that it was not just a fabrication, but rather a reality. There truly existed a scion of extraordinary prowess who could unleash energy balls in succession, leaving behind such a monumental legacy. Could you teach me? Luo Xuan expressed keen interest in the energy ball. He currently lacked the means to perform it himself, with only Teresa possessing the ability. He yearned to give it a try. I can teach you. But given your current strength, you won't be able to condense it without 3 to 5 years of diligent training. Will not be deceived by my rapid progress. It was the result of intense training over many years. Teresa smiled, aware that she had dedicated over a decade to mastering this technique. That IT was uncertain how long it would take Luo Xuan to achieve similar results. Understood, Luo Xuan nodded, merely wishing to learn the training method. Whether he could succeed would depend on his innate talent for cultivation. Very well, I shall share this knowledge with you. You all should gather around. If you can truly succeed, it will benefit you as well. Teresa intended to extend this guidance not only to Luo Xuan, but also to Beilu and Moxai, for the other 3 Saiyans. They could choose to listen or not. Success was contingent on their own efforts, yet achieving it would be challenging. The group of Saiyans drew closer, and Teresa began to explain. This was her training experience, aimed at preventing them from encountering unnecessary obstacles. It was not out of sheer generosity. Rather, she was aware of certain secrets. The reason why Saiyans had paid a steep price to acquire those gravity training devices from the Zafurians. In truth, this was no secret at all. Most Saiyans were well aware of it. Thus, empowering her companions would enhance their chances of victory in future confrontations. This was also why higher-level warriors permitted mid-level warriors to train during their rest periods. Although they were the main force, they still required the support of their comrades. Therefore, in order for these mid-level warriors to contribute during the grand battles to come, it was essential to offer them assistance. As Teresa spoke, Luo Xuan and the other Saiyans listened attentively. Suddenly, a long quiet system activated, downloading a new plugin, cellular energy extraction system. Upon hearing this, Luo Xuan was filled with excitement. What is this? He was unsure, and quickly closed his eyes. Upon closing his eyes, Luo Xuan found himself once again within his mind. Indeed, at the previous location, a new shortcut key appeared. F1. Senza Bean System. Cooling down. Senza Bean. Consuming one allows for 10 days without food intake and can heal any injury. Though it cannot cure ordinary illnesses. F2. Gravity System. 000. Gravity. Adjust the gravity of worn clothing from 1 to 1000 G. F3. Universal Translation System. Universal Translation. Capable of translating the languages of all races in the universe. F4. Cellular Energy Extraction System. Quickly extracts energy from cells, accelerating the condensation speed of energy balls. That a new shortcut key, F4, had appeared, directly related to the energy ball Luo Xuan was currently learning about. It enabled rapid extraction of energy from his cells, thereby hastening the process of energy ball condensation. This was precisely what Luo Xuan needed. After such a long period of inactivity, the system had unveiled a new shortcut key that was crucial to his current endeavors. Just as he was absorbing Teresa's explanation on how to extract energy from his cells, this shortcut appeared, promising to expedite the extraction of cellular energy. Seeing the shortcut key filled Luo Xuan with exhilaration. Did this mean he could finally condense an energy ball? Moreover, could he potentially produce several energy balls in rapid succession? Not quite. This shortcut merely facilitated the swift extraction of energy from his cells. If the energy within his cells was only sufficient to condense a single energy ball, then he would be in the same predicament as Teresa, able to condense only once. Furthermore, The notion of quick extraction implied that he needed to understand the methodology himself. Did it not? As he contemplated the description, Luo Xuan gradually grasped its meaning. It indicated that the amount of energy he could extract from his cells was fundamentally tied to his innate strength. If he lacked inherent power, then even rapid extraction would not yield sufficient energy for condensing an energy ball. Ultimately, it came down to cultivating his own abilities rather than solely relying on this system. The system served merely as an auxiliary tool, facilitating a smoother journey toward his own empowerment. Returning to reality, Luo Xuan resolved to attempt the extraction, even if success was not guaranteed. He reasoned that since his battle prowess was comparable to Teresa's, and their abilities were similar, perhaps his cells could also yield energy equivalent to that of an energy ball. Meanwhile, Teresa continued her explanation, only to notice Luo Xuan suddenly extend his right hand, palm facing upward, as if attempting to condense an energy ball. However, his posture differed slightly from her own. When she condensed an energy ball, her fingers were claw-like, and her left hand grasped her right wrist, while Luo Xuan merely splayed his right fingers, with no action from his left hand whatsoever. Luo Xuan, you are too hasty. I have only just begun to explain the condensation process, and you will not succeed with such urgency. What I am about to share next is crucial. It pertains to the comprehensive and rapid extraction of cellular energy. Observing Luo Xuan's impatience, Teresa furrowed her brow. Although he possessed impressive strength, his eagerness was misguided. She had only covered half of the explanation. The most vital information remained unspoken, and his impulsiveness suggested a flawed mindset. Perhaps she had misjudged his character. Beilu and the other three Saiyans also watched Luo Xuan intently, initially believing he would succeed. However, upon hearing Teresa's remarks, they stood by, awaiting the outcome. Only Mashi regarded Luo Xuan with surprise. She knew he would not engage in reckless actions without confidence, as it was contrary to his nature. Thus, his current posture indicated he possessed at least an 80% assurance of success. Yet Teresa had just mentioned that the most critical information was yet to be revealed. Thus, Mashi harbored some concerns regarding Luo Xuan, pondering whether he was perhaps a tad too impatient at this moment. Luo Xuan's thoughts had returned to his physical form, enabling him to hear Teresa's words. However, he felt that there was little room for hesitation. He had faith in the system, as well as in his own abilities. Consequently, with a mere thought, he swiftly executed the F4 shortcut. Luo Xuan had become quite adept at utilizing these shortcuts, and, as a fleeting thought crossed his mind, he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Behold, just as Teresa was contemplating, a glimmer of bluish-white light manifested upon Luo Xuan's outstretched palm. The onlookers were taken aback by this luminous spectacle, recalling the energy sphere Teresa had previously conjured. Only Teresa understood that this was not merely similar. It was indeed the energy sphere he had begun to form, albeit not yet fully realized. Given a modicum of time, approximately a few months, he was confident that he could successfully consolidate it. Presently, he lacked the capability to swiftly extract energy from his cells, and thus had not achieved complete formation. With a few more months of training, success was assured. He was undeniably a prodigy. Teresa mused aloud, initially believing Luo Xuan to be merely seeking attention, but to her astonishment, he was indeed capable of manifesting energy. Yet, he had yet to hear the thorough explanation below. Once he did, it would not be long before he could conjure an energy sphere. Here it comes. Just as Teresa's thoughts lingered, she witnessed the flicker of light in Luo Xuan's hand, which then erupted into a brilliant glow, coalescing into a fully formed energy sphere. Goodness, that speed! A Saiyan had intended to remark that the speed of Luo Xuan's formation surpassed even Teresa's, yet upon glancing at her, he refrained from voicing it. This speed eclipsed his own by more than double. Luo Xuan was indeed a true genius, while he himself was merely an ordinary Saiyan, a mid-level warrior. The unspoken thoughts of a Saiyan were swiftly articulated by Teresa, who acknowledged that to be able to summon an energy sphere merely by listening to the instructions exemplified a genius level of talent. If I were to fight him now, I would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Teresa lamented. Just moments ago, she could have contended with Luo Xuan by summoning an energy sphere, but now, victory seemed unattainable. The The disparity in speed was staggering. While she struggled to form her energy sphere, Luo Xuan's would likely detonate upon her before she could even complete hers. Finally, the energy sphere had been successfully formed. I could see this moment. Luo Xuan opened his eyes, gazing at the orb hovering above his palm. A smile gracing his lips. This energy sphere contained more than half of his power. Should this technique fail to vanquish his foes, he would be left vulnerable to their counterattacks. Yet, this was merely his current state. As he grew stronger, he would be able to gather even more cellular energy, allowing for swifter and more abundant formations of energy spheres. He could sense that he had some degree of control over this energy sphere. A likely reason behind the ability to manipulate energy, of course. If he were truly formidable, he could even alter the trajectory of techniques like the Kamehameha. Presently, however, Luo Xuan could barely control this small energy sphere. Once it left his hand, it would undoubtedly slip from his grasp. With his thought in mind, Luo Xuan clenched his fist, crushing the energy sphere, which erupted into a dazzling array of blue and white light before vanishing completely. It truly disappeared, as Luo Xuan could feel that this energy could not return directly to his body. His display astonished the surrounding Saiyans, who regarded him with increased admiration. Even Teresa, witnessing this feat, felt a surge of surprise. Even she would not dare to shatter an energy sphere so recklessly. The potential for backlash was too great. Yet, witnessing Luo Xuan's audacity ignited a bold thought within Teresa. Indeed, you are a genius among Saiyans. She placed a hand on Luo Xuan's shoulder, acknowledging his remarkable abilities. Based on his recent performances, it was clear that Luo Xuan was a super genius among Saiyans, capable of contending with advanced warriors despite his lowly rank. The speed at which he could form an energy sphere was nothing short of extraordinary. Thank you, Luo Xuan replied, offering a simple expression of gratitude to Teresa. Do not mention it. Teresa assumed Luo Xuan was thanking her for the compliment. I am grateful for your guidance in forming the energy sphere. Luo Xuan smiled slightly, recognizing that he owed much to Teresa. Without her assistance, he would have remained ignorant of when he might successfully conjure an energy sphere. Moreover, it was crucial to note that had Teresa not instructed him, he might never have triggered the system, and thus would not have acquired the F4 shortcut. That is of little consequence. Given you the time, you would achieve it as well. Teresa was certain of Luo Xuan's innate talent. She believed that with sufficient time, he would grasp this technique. Her guidance was merely to share her experiences, steering Luo Xuan clear of unnecessary pitfalls. You all must also dedicate yourselves to rigorous training, especially you, Baloo, and this young girl. Your talents are commendable. With proper training, you too can summon an energy sphere. After addressing Luo Xuan, Teresa turned her attention to the others. In her view, any Saiyan could succeed in their training, particularly those capable of surpassing their ranks in battle. Understood. The group nodded in agreement, having just witnessed Luo Xuan conjure an energy sphere in mere moments, which instilled a sense of defeat within them. Yet, realizing that even a low-ranking warrior like Luo Xuan could succeed, they found renewed determination. Their current limitations stem from insufficient power and the energy contained within their cells. If they were to forcibly extract energy, they might collapse before successfully forming an energy sphere. However, with a clear training method in hand, they understood that with enhanced strength and familiarity with the technique, success would be attainable. According to Teresa, this was not insurmountable. With dedicated practice, every Saiyan had the potential to succeed. Luo Xuan also held this belief. Characters like Krillin and Yamcha from the anime had been able to form energy spheres and even Kamehameha waves a Saiyan. It was inconceivable that he could not achieve the same. The prevailing issue was that the Saiyans had yet to fully engage with these techniques, which accounted for their current failures. Teresa, you previously mentioned that by receiving your attack, you would reveal a secret. I presume this pertains to the Northern Forest? With the successful formation of the energy sphere, Luo Xuan became increasingly intrigued by the secret. During their earlier battle, Teresa had indicated that by enduring her energy sphere, he would learn of a secret. Luo Xuan speculated that since they were in the Northern Forest, the secret must indeed relate to it. Recently, Luo Xuan had heard Mashi mention that something was amiss in the Northern Forest. as an abundance of beasts had begun to emerge from its depths. Creatures that should have inhabited the forest's heart, such as scorpion tigers, had been driven to the periphery, with some even encroaching upon the outskirts of the northern forest. The majority of the beasts in the center appeared to be fleeing from the forest's interior, leaving Luo Xuan puzzled as to what could be transpiring within. Before him stood Teresa, renowned for being the closest to an advanced warrior. Her choice to conceal herself in training rather than pursue the advanced warrior's path, lingering with mid-level warriors in the northern forest, surely suggested something significant was afoot. You are correct. It is indeed related to the northern forest that it is rumored that a new beast has emerged, preying upon the native wildlife, causing many to flee. Teresa remarked that this is also one of the reasons why the northern forest has been somewhat unsettled recently. The beasts within have been driven out, making their way to the central region, while those in the center have been forced outward, potentially escaping the northern forest altogether. Thus, Teresa is keen on venturing into the heart of the forest to see if she can eliminate or drive away these new beasts. What are these new beasts? Luo Xuan furrowed his brow, taken aback by the emergence of new creatures. Typically, any beasts encountered would have arrived from elsewhere, but Teresa indicated that these appeared suddenly, suggesting that these beings manifested in the central northern forest without anyone's knowledge. Although many intermediate warriors have ceased their training within the northern forest, there are still quite a few present. How could a creature capable of contending with the forest's beasts infiltrate without detection? I am not entirely sure about this, said Beilu. Perhaps you should elaborate. Beilu and his companions are among the few Saiyans who have witnessed this new beast firsthand. This is precisely why Teresa brought them here, as they are among the rare individuals who have seen the creature. Indeed, we also noticed something strange in the northern forest that day, and so we formed a team, hoping to leverage our strength to take a look inside. To our astonishment, we found that the beasts that should have been residing within the forest had all emerged, remarked the bald giant thoughtfully. Yes. We then quietly ventured deeper into the inner regions. Given our limited strength, we avoided any encounters with the beasts, until we reached the deepest part, where we witnessed an incredible sight. Another Saiyan continued. We saw a massive serpent. Well, it should be a serpent, green in color, but it was too difficult to see clearly that we dared not approach too closely, but we knew it was long, coiling like a snake, as Beilu recounted this scene. He frowned, feeling an immense pressure from the creature. Listening to Beilu's description, Luo Xuan also frowned at a green giant serpent had traversed from outside the forest to within, and no one had noticed. Did it leave any traces upon entering? Luo Xuan inquired out of curiosity. If it truly is a giant serpent, it should have left some evidence of its passage, even if unseen. If it did not, that would indeed be peculiar. If there were traces, we wouldn't find it strange. It's precisely because there are none that it raises our suspicions. Aware that Luo Xuan's abilities far surpassed his own, Beilu realized that Luo Xuan could effortlessly eliminate him. Just like that energy ball. Although he hadn't felt its power directly, he could tell from observing that it was formidable if he were to be struck directly by it. He admitted he would be powerless to resist. Consequently, his demeanor while conversing with Luo Xuan lacked the previous arrogance. After all, Saiyans, regardless of age or gender, are inherently strong. They would never yield unless faced with someone more powerful. No traces left behind. That is rather strange. Furrowing his brow, Luo Xuan felt a sense of unease. A giant serpent, no matter how formidable, could not possibly enter the forest without leaving any signs. It would be impossible for it to go unnoticed unless it flew in like a bird. At that moment, Mashi, who had been silent, spoke up. How could a serpent possibly fly in? I suggest it might have burrowed its way in, possibly from the direction of the Zafula people. Another Saiyan shared his thoughts. As everyone knew that snakes do not fly, but burrowing in is certainly feasible. Indeed, there is that possibility that I wish to investigate, but their strength is insufficient, so I am training them here. Luo Xuan, would you care to join us? Teresa nodded, agreeing that the likelihood of burrowing was quite high, and thus planned to delve deeper into the forest. Moreover, he intended to have Beilu and his companions trained to see if they could enhance their abilities. After all, they had been with him for quite some time. If possible, I would like to accompany you, Luo Xuan said. Mashi, would you like to join as well? Though Mashi was currently with Luo Xuan, She was not his subordinate, the Luo Xuan. Ma Shi was a friend, and he could not unilaterally decide her participation, only inquire. Observing this exchange, Teresa found it curious. He had assumed that Ma Shi, like Belu and the others, was one of Luo Xuan's subordinates, but it appeared otherwise. Of course, I will accompany you, Ma Shi replied without hesitation. For her, having been by Luo Xuan's side for a relatively short time, she had already engaged in combat with someone possessing a significant innate advantage. Now, even if she were to battle alongside Rego and the others, she felt confident in her chances of victory, a testament to the benefits of being with Luo Xuan. You must understand, the interior of the forest is quite perilous. Should anything happen, I may not be able to protect you. Luo Xuan had never ventured into the depths of the northern forest, and was uncertain of the dangers within, if there truly were beasts comparable to advanced warriors. He could not guarantee Ma Shi's safety. I will follow you from the outskirts. I never intended to survive the journey. Yet here I am, thriving that in less than 10 days, I have progressed from barely being able to contend with 3 or 4 scorpion tigers to now being capable of slaying 15. Even if I were to perish, I would have lived to my fullest. Ma Shi smiled gently, realizing that this young man embodied the essence of miracles. Saiyans are naturally combative, and so was Ma Shi. Previously, while wandering the outskirts, she had felt that it was impossible to operate in the central region. Entering would surely lead to her demise. She had indeed felt that way upon entering, even though it was due to Luo Xuan's influence. However, had she not encountered Luo Xuan, she might have faced a horde of scorpion tigers. Conversely, meeting Luo Xuan had not only spared her life, but also significantly enhanced her abilities. Upon hearing her words, Teresa and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. In less than 10 days, she had advanced from barely managing to face 3 or 4 to now being able to defeat 15. What an astonishing rate of growth. Was this due to the low-level warrior before them? How had this been achieved? Very well, I will find a way to further enhance your strength. Aside from scorpion tigers, it seems there are other creatures even more formidable that have escaped from within. Correct? Luo Xuan nodded. The scorpion tigers had ceased to be a viable training target in his eyes, and he sought to find a new focus. The central region had once been the domain of scorpion tigers. But due to the issues within the northern forest, a more vicious beast had emerged. Luo Xuan aimed to hone his skills against this creature. Are you referring to the jungle swift dragon? Teresa interjected, revealing his superior knowledge of the northern forest. As soon as Luo Xuan spoke, he recognized what was being referred to. The jungle swift dragon had previously inhabited the depths of the northern forest, but had recently been driven out in considerable numbers. Unlike scorpion tigers, jungle swift dragons do not appear in large groups. They're typically seen in pairs or trios. However, their strength far surpasses that of scorpion tigers, with a single jungle swift dragon capable of effortlessly dispatching around 20 scorpion tigers. Though they are large, their speed is remarkable, and they possess exceptionally strong defenses. Even when attacked by advanced warriors, they can withstand the blows, and to slay them, an advanced warrior must exert considerable effort over time. Indeed, the scorpion tigers have become largely irrelevant that I wish to test my mettle against those jungle swift dragons. When do you intend to enter the forest? Luo Xuan nodded, feeling it was time to shift his focus. After all, he could now swiftly eliminate scorpion tigers, while the jungle swift dragons, with their speed, strength, and robust defenses, presented the perfect target for his training. In 7 days, we shall gather here and proceed into the interior together, Teresa suggested after some contemplation. Recognizing that Baloo and his companions also needed to enhance their abilities, he, too, felt compelled to grow stronger. Very well, we shall meet in 7 days. Ma Shi, let us depart. Luo Xuan nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and led Mo Shi in another direction. Perhaps one day, he would truly surpass the ranks of advanced warriors. Watching Luo Xuan's retreating figure, Teresa sighed, initially believing she was already quite close, only to realize that there were others who were even nearer. Bello, are you 4 still training here? Teresa turned to ask Bello, knowing that among the 4, Bello's words carried considerable weight, and the other 3 were inclined to heed his suggestions. Thus, she addressed Bello directly. Who had the authority to make decisions for the others? We can't handle those jungle speeders. At most, I can only delay them a bit, Bello replied after a moment of hesitation. What if I join? Teresa inquired. With your help, we can certainly prevail. Unlike before, there's no hesitation this time. If the four of us, including Teresa, were to face 2 jungle speeders, we could certainly hold our ground. Are you afraid of death? Teresa nodded before posing a seemingly perplexing question. Saiyans fear not death, only the dishonor of not dying in battle. Bello merely smiled at this, for no true Saiyan fears death. They simply aspire to perish nobly rather than be devoured by beasts. Very well, let us venture deeper into the northern forest and challenge those jungle speeders, Teresa said, her resolve strengthened by Luo Xuan's earlier provocation. If he, a low-level warrior, aimed to confront the jungle speeders, then she, who was reputedly the closest to an advanced warrior, could not fall behind. Indeed, Bello nodded, and the other 3 Saiyans, having overheard their conversation, wore expressions of excitement. They quickly gathered their belongings and set forth into the heart of the forest. Not only Teresa felt spurred by Luo Xuan, but so did the other Saiyans. If a low-level warrior could become so formidable, why could they not? Are you truly intent on seeking out those jungle speeders for training? She hesitated before asking as she walked beside Luo Xuan. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Luo Xuan affirmed his intent to seek out the jungle speeders, for only such fierce beasts could elevate his prowess. I am not afraid. It's just that with your speed, you might not match the jungle speeders, and their teeth, claws, and tails are formidable weapons. Thus, encountering them may not be as straightforward as dealing with a scorpion tiger. She had grown increasingly aware of Luo Xuan's unfamiliarity with this planet, let alone the creatures within the northern forest. In Shi's view, he seemed absorbed in his training, hence her cautionary words. Is that so? Impressive indeed, she had anticipated. Luo Xuan only knew that the jungle speeders possessed formidable attack, defense, and speed, but he remained oblivious to their true prowess. You wish to confront the jungle speeders without any knowledge? I must say, I'm quite astonished by your boldness. She expressed incredulity. Others prepare thoroughly before such challenges, yet Luo Xuan appeared ready to leap into danger without a second thought. It's fine. I too was unaware that the fangtooth beasts came in pairs, nor did I know that scorpion tigers travel in packs. Luo Xuan chuckled that he truly knew little, but that would not deter him from seeking a worthy adversary, rather than pursuing those he could easily defeat. All right then, it seems there's no hope for safety while following you. She sighed in resignation. It appeared that joining Luo Xuan on his ventures would be anything but tranquil. Yet there was a more pressing concern. Ignoring Shi's minor grievances, Luo Xuan furrowed his brow and stated, What is the issue? What sort of problem could be so grave that it troubles you? This was quite out of character for Luo Xuan, prompting Shi to regard him with a serious expression. Can you sew clothes? Mine are in tatters after that recent battle. Luo Xuan pointed to his attire, which had been shredded during his confrontation with Teresa, leaving it barely capable of covering him. For someone from a modern background, this was far from ideal. Next time we encounter scorpion tigers, I can make you a new outfit. Crafting clothing is relatively straightforward, as there's differ from modern attire. It's essentially just pieces of beast hide stitched together. However, Luo Xuan had never attempted this himself. Even if given the hides, he would be unable to create anything. Thus he sought Shi's assistance. Scorpion tigers, you say? How many do you need? Upon hearing that scorpion tiger hides could be fashioned into clothing, Luo Xuan's interest peaked. Is one sufficient? Or do you require more? She responded, bemused. One scorpion tiger would be plenty, considering he was already wearing a scorpion tiger hide. All right, wait here, Luo Xuan declared, dashing off without a moment's hesitation. Hey, do you need to be in such a rush? She was baffled by Luo Xuan's urgency. It was merely a torn garment, after all. However, Luo Xuan had already sprinted far ahead, his speed rendering it impossible for Shi to keep up, leaving her to wait behind. Roar! Shortly after Luo Xuan departed, a group of passing scorpion tigers spotted Shi and immediately launched an attack. Fortunately, there were not too many, just over 20, and she could likely defeat around 15 of them. While she might not be able to eliminate them all, stalling for time should prove manageable. Truly, Being with him offers no sense of security. She lamented, shaking her head as she charged into the fray against the scorpion tigers. I am back. How about this scorpion tiger? Is it big enough? After roughly 10 minutes, Luo Xuan returned. Hurry over and assist me. She, having dispatched a few scorpion tigers, was struggling to maintain her ground. Neither she nor the scorpion tigers could overpower the other. Damn, so many scorpion tigers. Had I known, I wouldn't have run so far to find them. Luo Xuan surveyed the throng of scorpion tigers, feeling somewhat exasperated. Had he only waited here, it would have spared him the trouble of running off. Yet, unbeknownst to him, it was precisely because he had left that the scorpion tigers felt emboldened to attack Shi. While their intelligence might be lacking, they were not entirely oblivious to danger. Phew! Thank goodness you returned swiftly. Otherwise, I might have perished. She slumped to the ground, exhausted from the recent skirmish. Come now, you could easily last another 10 minutes with your current strength. Luo Xuan smiled upon seeing the numerous scorpion tiger carcasses strewn about. Had it been before, she would have been swiftly overwhelmed, yet now she had managed to hold her own until his return, signifying her growth. Look at all these scorpion tigers. Which one do you want for your outfit? She kicked at the corpses beneath her. Previously, Luo Xuan had dashed off to hunt scorpion tigers. Yet now there lay so many before them. No, I just found one with decent defense, but I'm unsure if the hide can be removed. Luo Xuan shook his head, recalling that while out, he had encountered a particularly resilient scorpion tiger. A mere kick had left it unfazed. Defensive capabilities? Which one? She glanced around, noting that each scorpion tiger appeared similar and did not pay much heed. Over there, as Luo Xuan spoke, he dashed outside, bringing back a scorpion tiger that appeared somewhat smaller than the others. The scorpion tiger king. Initially, he paid little heed, but upon Luo Xuan's return with the creature, she's expression turned grave. The scorpion tiger king? I pondered how this particular scorpion tiger exhibited such formidable abilities. It turns out it was the scorpion tiger king. Is there any way to fashion garments from its hide? Such skin should be capable of withstanding considerable assaults. Luo Xuan felt quite pleased. After all, it was the Scorpion Tiger King, which explained its exceptional defensive capabilities. It is possible, but are you not afraid of retaliation? If you slay the Scorpion Tiger King, the swarm will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon you. Are you aware of this? The probability of encountering a Scorpion Tiger King is 1 in 100. Hence, the swarm must consist of more than 100 individuals. That if you wish to avoid being hunted, it would be prudent to utilize these ordinary scorpion tigers for your garments. She offered a word of caution. She had mastered such data long before entering the northern forest. More than 100? It should be 121, including this scorpion tiger king, all of which I have dealt with. Luo Xuan chuckled, nonchalantly. 121 scorpion tigers? All dispatched by you. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, she was instantly taken aback. 121. She could barely manage 21 herself, and yet this individual had eliminated 121. She had initially assumed he had merely been fortunate in avoiding detection while vanquishing the Scorpion Tiger King, but it turned out he had annihilated the entire den of scorpion tigers. Please assist me in crafting garments from this Scorpion Tiger King. You should know how to extract this highly resilient hide. For how I managed to slay over 100 scorpion tigers. I prefer to keep that a secret. Were it not for my abilities, I would not have dared to provoke the jungle raptor, one of the former overlords of the northern forest, renowned for its formidable defense, speed, and attack. The azure serpent that Barrow and the others spoke of must be significantly more powerful than the jungle raptor, as it was capable of driving the jungle raptor from the depths of the northern forest. If that were not the case, the jungle raptor could not have been expelled. And now, if even the jungle raptor cannot be defeated, venturing into the heart of the northern forest would amount to mere observation. Indeed, there is a way. Every scorpion tiger possesses a weakness, regardless of its defensive prowess. The ordinary scorpion tigers have their weak point in their abdomen. Attacking there can breach their defenses. However, the Scorpion Tiger King is different. Its weakness lies elsewhere, akin to our Scion lineage. She grasped the Scorpion Tiger King's tail, swiftly drawing a dagger from her waist. With a single stroke, she made an incision near the tail, slicing through to the neck. Your technique is quite commendable. Observing she's deftness, Luo Xuan felt reassured. He had not anticipated that this intermediate warrior could also craft garments. Naturally, among us Saiyans, you're probably the only one incapable of such a skill. She rolled her eyes. Whether Luo Xuan was truly a Saiyan was debatable. His name differed from theirs, and it was baffling that he lacked such a fundamental ability. Is that so? Cough cough. Luo Xuan awkwardly rubbed his nose, realizing this was indeed a basic Saiyan skill. However, considering the Saiyans were still in a primitive society, having yet to conquer the Zafurians and lacking in advanced technology, it was unsurprising that there were no clothing stores or battle gear available. Speaking of which, without uniforms akin to Vegeta's battle attire, how would these female Saiyans revert to their original forms after transforming into gorillas? Just then, a tremendous sound reverberated, causing the ground to tremble momentarily. What happened? Luo Xuan scanned the surroundings warily. Could it be an attack from a swarm of scorpion tigers? Uncertain, he speculated that a large beast had emerged. For such a commotion could not be caused by mere scorpion tigers. In his understanding of the northern forest and its various ferocious beasts, Luo Xuan was certainly no match for Emoshi. Thus, upon hearing the noise, he assumed it was a scorpion tiger swarm. After all, he had just obliterated one. That could another wave be coming? However, Emoshi did not suspect scorpion tigers, but rather some large creature. As only a being of considerable size could produce such a noise, a large beast. Just as Luo Xuan and Emoshi pondered, the source of the sound came racing from the distance. Oh no, it's a jungle raptor. How did they end up here? Were they drawn by the blood of the scorpion tiger king? Emoshi immediately recognized the two ferocious beasts in the distance. They were indeed jungle raptors. Is this the jungle raptor? Luo Xuan found himself momentarily stunned at the sight of the two large creatures. He had initially assumed the jungle raptors would resemble the speedy dragons from Dragon Ball, but they appeared more akin to spiked dinosaurs. Rest assured and continue crafting my attire. I shall assess their strength. Luo Xuan stated casually, having expected to search for them later, yet they had come to him so swiftly. He was eager to test the might of the jungle raptors and discover just how powerful they were, considering their massive size and speed. Initially, he intended to wait until the garments were completed before seeking out the jungle raptors. But he had not anticipated encountering them so soon. To be cautious. These jungle raptors are vastly superior to scorpion tigers. Oshi nodded, placing her trust in Luo Xuan. Although he faced two jungle raptors, she believed in his capabilities. All right. With a smile, Luo Xuan refrained from further chatter and charged towards the two jungle raptors. He preferred this style of combat, engaging directly with the foe, minimizing unnecessary dialogue. As Luo Xuan rushed forward, the two jungle raptors noticed the diminutive figure challenging them and found it utterly absurd. They raised their feet to stomp on Luo Xuan, intending to crush him beneath their weight. Moshi, witnessing the scene from a distance, would typically have shouted Luo Xuan and dashed over. However, she merely glanced and continued her work, knowing that if Luo Xuan were so easily crushed, she too would be doomed. Moreover, if Luo Xuan could be defeated that easily, she would not have faith in him. He had ventured deep into the northern forest, nearing its core. Just then, Luo Xuan's strained voice echoed as he felt the weight of the foot pressing down upon him. Yet, he managed to push the foot away, exerting his strength to free himself. Meanwhile, the other jungle raptor charged towards Emoshi. Observing this, Luo Xuan swiftly pursued, grasping the tail of the jungle raptor and halting the massive creature's advance. Heh. She's crafting my attire, and you shall not interrupt her. With that, Luo Xuan clung tightly to the tail of the jungle raptor and dragged it back, using the tail to swing the beast. He surprisingly hurled the massive jungle raptor away, causing it to collide with two others. How? The two jungle raptors had not anticipated that an insignificant creature would impede their path. Instantly, they turned their attention to this ant. With a fierce roar, one of the raptors swung its tail toward Luo Xuan. The speed was astonishing, yet Luo Xuan was no slouch either. As the tail approached, he leaped high into the air. However, just as he believed he had evaded the jungle raptor's strike, the other raptor's tail swung down upon his position. Boom! Luo Xuan had no time to dodge and could only brace himself. But the impact sent him crashing to the ground. His body collided heavily with the earth, creating a crater upon impact. Initially, he thought such exaggerated feats were merely animated embellishments, but Luo Xuan now understood that a Saiyant's weight could indeed create a substantial dent in the ground when slammed down. He had expected to face only 2 jungle raptors. He had not foreseen that their attacks could synchronize so effectively. This revelation took Luo Xuan by surprise. It turned out that these jungle swift dragons did not merely emerge in pairs to forage for food, but rather they were capable of cooperating with one another. Quite intriguing. Indeed, facing a single jungle swift dragon might be manageable for Luo Xuan, but 2 posed a different challenge altogether. The fact that these 2 jungle swift dragons could coordinate their efforts meant that the equation was no longer merely 1 + 1 = 2. Was there a commotion over there? Beilu and the others had initially been heading in a different direction. However, they had not traveled far when they heard a tremendous crash emanating from another direction. That sound seemed to come from the area Luo Xuan had just vacated. Could something have happened? Another Saiyan remarked that Luo Xuan had just headed that way. Could they have encountered an ambush? This was troubling. Such a loud noise could only have been caused by the jungle swift dragons. We should investigate. Teresa, being more experienced, recognized the sound immediately. It had to be the jungle swift dragons. Let us go. Beilu nodded in agreement, curious to witness how Luo Xuan fared against these creatures, reputed to be the overlords of the northern forest. Thus, they set off towards Luo Xuan, intending to offer assistance if needed. Upon their arrival, however, they were met with a scene of utter bewilderment. What was happening? They could indeed see 2 jungle swift dragons, and it was clear that Luo Xuan was under attack. Yet the ground was strewn with the corpses of scorpion tigers. And there was Ma Shi, seated amid the carcasses, crafting garments. They found themselves utterly confounded. What brings you here? Ma Shi inquired, slightly puzzled as she noticed their presence. Hadn't they agreed to split into 2 groups? How'd they ended up here? We heard a commotion and came to check it out, but it seems you truly encountered the jungle swift dragons. What are you doing? Teresa asked, unable to contain her curiosity. Making clothes. Luo Xuan's attire was torn during the battle, and since he can't sew, he asked me to assist him, Ma Shi replied, raising the scorpion tiger hide in her hand, as if it were obvious that, Luo Xuan is over there fighting. Aren't you going to help him? Teresa said, somewhat exasperated out of course. I am aware that you are making clothes. I'm not blind, I just want to understand why you are sitting here instead of aiding your companion, who is under attack by 2 jungle swift dragons. Even if you cannot defeat them, you could at least distract one. Given Luo Xuan's capabilities, it should only be a matter of time before he handles a single jungle swift dragon. You merely need to hold one back, which is certainly better than sitting here. No need. Luo Xuan can manage on his own. He is merely using those 2 jungle swift dragons for training. Once he tires, he will dispatch them without delay. Ma Shi remarked, glancing towards Luo Xuan. Having spent time with him, she had grown accustomed to his training methods. Initially, she had worried about his ability to cope, but she soon realized that once he became fatigued, he would act decisively, without hesitation. Training? Teresa and the others turned their gaze towards Luo Xuan. Indeed, they observed that although Luo Xuan was being attacked by the jungle swift dragons, he appeared to be handling the situation with remarkable ease. Moreover, it seemed he was becoming increasingly adept at anticipating their attack patterns, successfully predicting their moves each time. This fellow is truly formidable. Encountering the jungle swift dragon for the first time, he dares to suppress his own abilities. Using them as training targets, are those indeed jungle swift dragons coordinating their attacks? Beilu and the others were witnessing the jungle swift dragon for the first time, astonished that they could attack in unison. Yet, Luo Xuan proved to be exceptionally strong, maintaining composure against the onslaught of 2 jungle swift dragons while simultaneously making progress. This was the hallmark of a true genius. Teresa observed Luo Xuan engaging with the 2 jungle swift dragons and nodded in acknowledgement. Even she could not achieve such a feat. This young man was continuously evolving. Perhaps it would not be long before Luo Xuan surpassed all advanced warriors, including those diligently training on the gravity platforms. The others behind Beilu nodded in agreement. Luo Xuan's prowess truly exceeded their comprehension. With a resounding crash, Luo Xuan collided with the 2 jungle swift dragons once more, retreating several steps. This is not enough. My strength pales in comparison to that of advanced warriors, let alone those training on gravity platforms. Only through direct confrontation with the jungle swift dragons did Luo Xuan realize that his strength was still lacking. After all, he hailed from a background of lower-tier warriors, and he had lost much of the inherent advantage. Furthermore, his body had not undergone significant training in the past 17 years, having been in a state of self-neglect. Clearly, if he wished to catch up to the advanced warriors, much effort lay ahead. Engaging in battle with the jungle swift dragons had drained a considerable amount of Luo Xuan's stamina. After all, these creatures were renowned for their formidable speed, attack, and defense. Consequently, Luo Xuan was now somewhat breathless, especially as he fought while burdened. Although he appeared fatigued, the two jungle swift dragons seemed to be in prime condition. Teresa, possessing keen eyesight, quickly discerned that Luo Xuan had reached a state of desperation. "Let us lend him a hand," Bilu agreed, recognizing that, no matter how strong Luo Xuan was, facing two jungle swift dragons was still a daunting task. "You'd best refrain from intervening, otherwise it will be you with whom he has to contend." Mashi, who had been intently focused on her sewing, chimed in. At this point, Luo Xuan was nearing the limits of his strength. If they did not assist him, he would likely be overwhelmed by the jungle swift dragons. Teresa furrowed her brow as she regarded Mashi. Did she not realize that Luo Xuan was on the brink of being defeated? "Impossible," Mashi stated confidently, casting a glance at Luo Xuan. Observing the smile at the corners of his mouth, she felt reassured and resumed her task of making clothes. Teresa wanted to voice another concern when a sudden, thunderous roar echoed from afar. She looked up just in time to see one of the jungle swift dragons crash to the ground. What on earth happened? Teresa had not witnessed the earlier events and thus inquired of Belu. However, before she could finish her question, another tremendous noise erupted nearby. Glancing up, she saw the second jungle swift dragon also topple to the ground. What is happening? Hadn't Luo Xuan just been completely drained? Teresa felt a surge of frustration. It had been evident that he was out of stamina, so how had he suddenly brought both jungle swift dragons down? Roar! Just as Teresa was grappling with her thoughts. Both jungle swift dragons climbed back to their feet and roared at Luo Xuan before launching another assault. Although Luo Xuan had knocked them both down moments earlier, the resilient jungle swift dragons sustained little damage due to their robust defenses. Of course, Luo Xuan had not exerted his full strength. That had merely been an initial experiment. "Haha, let's continue this little game." Luo Xuan chuckled and charged at the jungle swift dragons again, now unencumbered by the weight of gravity. "Wait, has his stamina returned?" Belu looked at Luo Xuan in the distance, and suddenly found himself unable to comprehend this scion at all. No, he has simply unleashed his full potential. It seems he was restraining himself earlier, suppressing his strength while battling the jungle swift dragons. Although this approach is perilous, it undoubtedly serves as an excellent training method. Having observed Luo Xuan's attacks, Teresa also recognized what was happening, understanding that he had been tempering his own powers. However, she was unsure how he managed to suppress his strength, now free from the constraints of gravity. How did he achieve such control over his own power? Bello shook his head in disbelief, grappling with the notion of how one could suppress such power. Something he felt was beyond his capability. He realized that mastering one's own strength to a precise degree was indeed the key to achieving this feat. Yet he had never anticipated that Luo Xuan would exploit this principle for his own cultivation. Why hadn't he thought of that before? Teresa, too, possessed the ability to control her power, although she had never considered applying it to her training. So this was the crux of it. But now, could Luo Xuan, utilizing his full strength, defeat the two jungle raptors? It appeared that he had indeed summoned all his might. Would that suffice to vanquish both raptors? Uncertain, they could only wait and see, and if necessary, they would lend assistance. Teresa shook her head, unsure of Luo Xuan's exact prowess, and thus, whether he could overcome the two jungle raptors remained a mystery. Bello nodded in agreement, eager to witness the true strength of this low-ranking warrior. Meanwhile, as they deliberated, Luo Xuan remained oblivious, entirely focused on the two jungle raptors before him. However, he sensed that his power had not increased significantly. What could be the reason for this? Just moments ago, He had been battling under the influence of gravity, yet now that it had been lifted, his combat capabilities had not seen a substantial enhancement. Never mind. He resolved to deal with these two raptors first. Pondering further would only delay him, so he decided to take immediate action. He jumped back a step, extending his right hand to F4 rapid extraction. He intended to employ an energy ball, observing Luo Xuan's movements. Bello murmured, recognizing the action well. However, the energy ball would only suffice to handle one jungle raptor at most, as it drew energy from within its cells. The other would prove more troublesome to confront afterwards. It was time to prepare for support. Teresa was well acquainted with the energy ball technique, having invented it, and thus understood its advantages and drawbacks. Upon witnessing Luo Xuan's maneuver, she felt a twinge of concern. While Teresa was about to gather her own energy ball, the usually silent Mashi interjected. She understood Teresa's intentions, but had greater faith in Luo Xuan's capabilities. The fact that he had not spoken indicated that there was no cause for alarm. Thus, Mashi sought to prevent Teresa from intervening. That can't you see? Luo Xuan is in a precarious situation. Teresa furrowed her brow at Mashi's insistence, questioning her judgment. Dangerous? He'll be fine. Just watch. Mashi shook her head. Confident that someone of Luo Xuan's character would never willingly place himself in jeopardy. Teresa struggled to comprehend Mashi's unwavering confidence. Were it not for Luo Xuan, she might have entertained the notion of silencing Mashi with a swift blow. Look, Bello interrupted, his gaze fixed on Luo Xuan, suddenly filled with trepidation. What is happening? Is Luo Xuan in danger? Teresa frowned, momentarily distracted from her thoughts. Had Luo Xuan truly met his end so swiftly? She lifted her gaze and noticed Luo Xuan raising his left hand. The realization struck her. He was not merely dodging, but preparing something significant. F4 rapid extraction, the thought crossed his mind. A flash of inspiration ignited within Luo Xuan. In an instant, the others observed blue light emanating from the palms of his hands, intensifying until it coalesced into two energy balls. As the energy balls formed, the jungle raptors closed in on Luo Xuan. Without hesitation, he hurled the energy balls toward the approaching raptor. Boom! In an instant, the energy ball made contact, resulting in a resounding explosion. The power is astounding, Bello remarked, unable to discern the aftermath through the clouds of dust, yet he was certain of the destructive force capable of annihilating both jungle raptors. As the dust settled, a figure emerged, revealing Luo Xuan. What are you all doing here? He was momentarily taken aback upon noticing Teresa and the others, having been too engrossed in battle to register their presence. How did you accomplish that? As the dust cleared, the charred remains of the two jungle raptors became visible. Teresa stared at the scorched corpses, bewildered. What? An energy ball. I merely released them from both hands simultaneously. It's no different from what you taught me. After a moment of confusion, Luo Xuan pieced it together. She must be referring to the simultaneous release of energy balls from both hands. He understood that as long as his stamina was sufficient, he should encounter no significant issues. Moreover, the quick extraction system facilitated the rapid extraction of energy from his cells, making the dual control of energy balls quite manageable for him. However, if Teresa were to attempt the same, it would likely take her considerably longer. Like this, Teresa nodded, acknowledging the method, though it involved extracting an additional portion of energy from within her cells. This may sound straightforward. Yet if one lacked sufficient energy reserves, the exertion could lead to exhaustion just as the energy was drawn, risking an explosion at their own feet. Luo Xuan, your clothing. That moment, Mashi approached, holding out Luo Xuan's attire. Luo Xuan accepted it, noting its simplicity, merely woven grass and tiger skin, but it was better than nothing, even if marred by dry blood that required cleaning. Thank you. Naturally, he was grateful for Mashi's assistance. No need. For these past days, you have been the one aiding me in honing my abilities. Mashi felt a deep sense of gratitude. Without Luo Xuan, she would likely still be a mid-level warrior struggling against the monstrous beasts on the outskirts of the northern forest. Thus, Luo Xuan had become her guiding light, a stark contrast to the lowly warrior she had once overlooked. Luo Xuan, may I accompany you in your training? Teach me your ways. That moment, Teresa leaned in closer, speaking softly to Luo Xuan. Training alongside me? Luo Xuan regarded her with surprise. Wasn't she the one who had proclaimed herself the closest to becoming a high-level warrior? What had happened to her Saiyan pride? Cough, it's just that I believe your training method aligns well with my own, and I wish to cultivate alongside you. Upon witnessing Luo Xuan's expression, Teresa felt a flush of embarrassment wash over her countenance. What kind of expression was this? Having lived for the better part of her life, no one had ever taught her the nuances of such emotions. Despite her considerable innate talent, she had never regarded anyone with esteem, believing that no one was worthy to instruct her. Now, at over 40, she had attained a level that could rival that of advanced warriors, and she was indeed formidable and proud. Yet today, she encountered Luo Xuan, a junior warrior, a mere boy in his teens, who surpassed her in strength and possessed even greater talent. Thus, Teresa found herself genuinely admiring Luo Xuan and wished to follow him in his training. Upon hearing Teresa's words, a few individuals nearby looked at her in astonishment. This haughty genius was actually considering allowing a younger, subordinate warrior to guide her in her training methods. If word of this got out, it would surely be met with disbelief. You truly wish to train alongside me? However, I possess no particular training techniques to offer. I merely engage in rigorous training with ferocious beasts, Luo Xuan responded, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Indeed, he had little to teach, relying solely on a gravity system to bear weights during his training, which seemed hardly instructive. Then let us train together. Having just witnessed your battle, I understand that if we encounter the jungle raptor, I still stand a chance. However, Belo and the others would likely have no opportunity to escape. If we stick together, we can watch each other's backs. Teresa contemplated, considering that perhaps Luo Xuan's training methods were indeed straightforward. She decided to accompany him for a few days to see if she could glean any insights. Belo and the others nodded in agreement, recognizing that although Teresa's words were not particularly flattering, they were aware that with their current abilities, they stood no chance against the jungle raptor. They had previously believed that they could hold off one, but now it seemed that even a single one could easily eliminate all four of them in a matter of time. Their defenses, speed, and attacks were simply not on par with that of the jungle raptor, and they realized that they would be unable to delay its advance. Very well, let us proceed together. We need not return. We shall make our way into the depths of the northern forest to discover just how formidable that green serpent truly is. Luo Xuan agreed, acknowledging the validity of Teresa's statement. After all, they would need to enter the northern forest eventually, and Belo and the others were aware of the green serpent's location, ensuring they would not inadvertently lead the jungle raptor to its prey. Having just faced two jungle raptors, Luo Xuan found the encounter somewhat challenging, but if they were to confront 3 or 4, he feared they might truly be outmatched. Bringing Teresa along would provide additional support. Although the jungle raptors typically did not appear in groups exceeding 3, the current circumstances were unusual. After being driven out from the northern forest, who could say if they had re-established their own rules? Moreover, it was not impossible for them to encounter the beasts in pairs. All right then, where shall we head now? Should we seek out the jungle raptors directly? Teresa queried, pleased to hear Luo Xuan's agreement, feeling reassured that he would allow her to accompany him. Before that, there is something more pressing I must attend to, Luo Xuan responded, nodding, though he had a matter of greater urgency than hunting for jungle raptors. What is it? Teresa, Moshi, and the others became alert at his statement, wondering if there was some other issue at hand. The stench of blood on this garment is overwhelming. I cannot wear it like this. I need to find a place to wash it first. Once it's clean, we can set off. Besides, it will soon be dark. We should find a place to rest for the night, Luo Xuan said, still clutching the blood-soaked garment. The scent was so pungent that he could not bear to don it, so he resolved to wash it first. All right, I will follow your lead, Teresa replied, nearly stumbling as she and the others had initially expected something grave, only to find it was a matter of laundry. However, having committed to following Luo Xuan, they were inclined to heed his wishes, perhaps viewing it as an opportunity to conserve their strength. Over there is a river. We can wash there and perhaps find something to eat, as I am quite famished after our recent battle, Luo Xuan noted, having spotted a river nearby that seemed suitable for their overnight stay. Very well, let us proceed, Teresa agreed, and the group made their way toward the river. Upon their arrival, Belo and the others were taken aback by the sight before them. a veritable graveyard of scorpion tigers. Numbering at least 100, it was evident that an entire pack had been wiped out. Is this where you captured the Scorpion Tiger King? Moshi observed, unfazed, as she had already been aware that Luo Xuan had decimated an entire pack to obtain the Scorpion Tiger King for his garment. Indeed, this is the place that I initially intended to catch just one, but inadvertently drew out the entire pack, Luo Xuan confirmed, proceeding to the riverbank to wash the garment made from the Scorpion Tiger King. The Scorpion Tiger King, upon hearing Moshi's words, Beilo and the others turned their attention to the garment in Luo Xuan's hands, realizing it had been crafted from a Scorpion Tiger King. The thought of a single individual slaughtering an entire pack of scorpion tigers, with over 100 slain by his hand, was daunting, and oh wonder he could single-handedly face 2 jungle raptors. I had thought the jungle raptors were merely slightly superior to the scorpion tigers, which we could not contend with. Yet I did not realize the extent of the disparity between Luo Xuan and ourselves. Beilo mused, reflecting on how he had managed to kill 15 scorpion tigers, which was already impressive among intermediate warriors, while Luo Xuan had vanquished over 100, an astonishing 8-fold difference in strength. Now do you understand his terrifying prowess, Teresa remarked, observing the astonishment on Beilo's face. She had recognized Luo Xuan's exceptional abilities long ago, especially since he had withstood her energy sphere, which contained half of her energy, with little more than a moment's discomfort. Even a jungle raptor could be felled by such energy. Yet he appeared only slightly ruffled and had not expended much energy, gathering another energy sphere shortly thereafter. If he were aware that Luo Xuan had consumed a magical bean to restore his stamina, and that his wounds had healed instantaneously, what would his reaction have been? Indeed, they remained oblivious to the truth, and upon hearing Teresa's words, they felt a newfound respect for Luo Xuan, recognizing that he was far beyond their capabilities. They were fortunate that he had shown restraint. Otherwise, they would have perished. From now on, as you accompany him, you must learn as much as you can. A low-level warrior possessing the strength of an advanced warrior can provide you with invaluable lessons to become stronger, Teresa advised, which was her motive for aligning with Luo Xuan. Moshi, overhearing Teresa's words, struggled not to laugh aloud. As night fell, the group gathered around to roast scorpion tiger meat. Saiyans were not finicky eaters, and Luo Xuan adhered to the traditional virtue of eating whatever was available, even repurposing inedible parts into medicinal concoctions, while his garment dried by the fire. Luo Xuan, with your talent, you should be able to surpass those advanced warriors within a year. Would you be interested in forming a combat team? You know the situation with the Zufu people a year from now. Teresa initiated a conversation to alleviate the tension of their silent feast. A year from now, Luo Xuan furrowed his brow, realizing that Teresa was referring to the impending conflict with the Zufu people. Indeed, while their combat capabilities may not match ours, their technological advancements far surpass our own. Therefore, those who wish to survive will rush to the front lines, he nodded, acknowledging that the Saiyans were all covertly preparing for what lay ahead, hoping to make a mark in a year's time. Establishing a team, a small faction of their own, was essential, as individual combat would always face challenges against superior numbers. That is indeed true. Luo Xuan agreed with Teresa's sentiments, affirming the necessity of collaboration. At times, a team undoubtedly surpasses solitary endeavors. Much like Wukong, who in his youth was surrounded by numerous companions, Bulma, Krillin, and Yamcha, and later in life found allies in Vegeta and Piccolo. Each time challenges arose. Although it was ultimately Wukong who resolved them, he was never without the support of these companions. Thus, Luo Xuan also feels that having a few comrades to share in the journey would be advantageous. He believes one should establish their own group. When the time for battle comes, mutual support would be invaluable. Teresa continued, seemingly encouraging Luo Xuan. Your strength is comparable to that of a high-level warrior. Why don't you form your own team? Luo Xuan felt a flicker of curiosity. Teresa, who was reputed to be the closest to a high-level warrior, should have been able to attract numerous intermediate warriors to join him. So why had he not formed a group of his own? Do you think I haven't? Teresa replied, a hint of resignation in her voice. Luo Xuan opened his mouth to respond, but upon noticing the somewhat awkward expressions of Beilu and the others, he understood. Although Teresa was hailed as the nearest to a high-level warrior, she was still lacking in comparison to those on the gravity training platform. As such, her companions were limited to just a few, while other intermediate warriors like Shate preferred to follow a high-level warrior, as this might grant them priority access to the gravity platform. This is precisely why establishing a team is quite challenging, Teresa sighed. Reflecting on her predicament, she had initially thought that once she spoke, many would rally to her side in the central region of the northern forest. There had indeed been many eager participants before, as their strengths only allowed them to operate in the periphery of the northern forest. However, ever since the gravity platform was established, they had all flocked there, leaving only Beilu and a few others willing to accompany her in the central region. This situation was steeped in sorrow. Her small team had shown promise, but the advent of the gravity platform had scattered them. Your expectations were simply too lofty. We also wanted to join, but you dismissed us lowly skilled individuals. Mashi interjected, having listened quietly. She recalled her own desire to join Teresa. But at that time, Teresa's requirement was that one must be capable of slaying 3 scorpion tigers alone. Mashi had lacked the strength necessary to meet that criterion. Thus, she could not accompany her. It was for your own good, Teresa responded. If you lack the ability to defeat 3 scorpion tigers on your own, venturing into the central region of the northern forest would only lead to your demise. Teresa had indeed considered this when selecting candidates, aiming to choose those with greater strength. In the treacherous central region, survival was exceedingly difficult for the weak. Luo Xuan nodded in agreement. After traversing the central region of the northern forest for several days, he had encountered hundreds of scorpion tigers and had gained a profound understanding of their might. Without the capability to slay 3 scorpion tigers independently, entering the central region would almost certainly lead to death. Mashi, having experienced the ferocity of the scorpion tiger packs firsthand, understood that had she ventured in alongside Teresa, she might have become mere fertilizer for a tree by now. Yet her pride had initially clouded her judgment, leading to lingering resentment about the situation. Beilu and the others had once followed Teresa, and he had been capable of slaying 5 scorpion tigers. Among those who accompanied her, he stood out as above average, while the other 3 could barely manage to kill 3, which was why they were allowed to join. Teresa felt a sense of satisfaction at this. After 2 years of training, Beilu had progressed from being able to slay 5 scorpion tigers to now being capable of taking down 15. Just a few days ago, I could only defeat 4 scorpion tigers alone. Now I can handle 15, Teresa beamed with pride. Mashi, unable to contain herself, interjected, a few days, from 4 to 15. The others expressed astonishment. Having assumed Mashi had been with Luo Xuan in the northern forest for a much longer duration, there's nothing to be surprised about. Continue discussing the team, Luo Xuan remarked, unfazed. Mashi had left out crucial details. She had nearly perished, but had survived thanks to a magical bean, which greatly enhanced her strength upon recovery. This was why she had made such a leap from slaying 4 to 15 scorpion tigers. Now, Luo Xuan found himself increasingly intrigued by the notion of forming a small team. As Teresa had indicated, in the impending war a year from now, an individual could hardly match the strength of a united team, no matter how formidable they might be. What I truly desire is for you to assemble a team. Your strength can still grow, Teresa articulated, recognizing Luo Xuan's potential. Regardless, you will undoubtedly reach the level of a high-level warrior. Luo Xuan shook his head. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. His current strength was far inferior to those on the gravity platform. Even a typical high-level warrior could not be easily defeated. Thus, while Luo Xuan could consider forming a small team, establishing a full-fledged group posed a significant challenge. Intermediate and high-level warriors were often proud individuals who would not easily submit to a lower-level warrior. Only when he could secure a position on the gravity platform would he earn the respect necessary to form a team. Indeed, strength remains a pressing concern that I merely proposed a general direction. The specifics can be addressed later, Teresa conceded. She acknowledged that Luo Xuan's current capabilities would hardly inspire loyalty from even intermediate warriors. She herself had once held similar delusions, believing everyone would eagerly follow her. Until the emergence of the gravity platform scattered her team as they sought excuses to leave. Considering your situation, how confident do you feel in facing the high-level warriors on the gravity platform? Luo Xuan inquired, recognizing the importance of this question. Previously, when he had fought against Lin, she had only utilized 30% of her strength to defeat him at 8T that time. He was still unfamiliar with this world. Now, having grown stronger, he wondered if he could contend with the Saiyans on the gravity platform. If I were to assess my chances, I would say 0, Teresa admitted candidly. She felt no shame in acknowledging that against ordinary high-level warriors, she typically lost more than she won. The talents of those on the gravity platform were indeed formidable. 0, but didn't Mashi mention that you could contend with high-level warriors for the gravity platform? Luo Xuan furrowed his brow, questioning whether Mashi had provided incorrect information. Allow me to clarify, Teresa interjected that in the beginning, I could indeed fight against high-level warriors on the gravity platform. However, as they adapted to the platform, I gradually found myself outmatched. The innate talents of high-level warriors are undeniably superior to ours in regard to this matter. Bello was aware that Teresa wished to say little, so he took the initiative to speak up. So it was like this. Luo Xuan nodded, though he also felt a twinge of concern, as his current strength was comparable to Teresa's. Even if he were strong, it wouldn't be by a significant margin, implying that his chances of victory against Lin and her companions were essentially non-existent. Indeed, this was the very reason he had come to the northern forest to train. He wanted to avoid being ridiculed while waiting in line for the gravity platform. Teresa, with a hint of self-deprecation, remarked on how he had once been quite arrogant. After all, as a mid-level warrior, challenging high-level warriors was no trivial feat yet. Within just a few days, Teresa had lost all 5 battles he engaged in on a single day. Consequently, he led Bello and the others to the central part of the northern forest to train. Hey, isn't this quite beneficial? He mused. The very least, it has honed your character. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to grasp techniques like the energy sphere. As he spoke, Luo Xuan manifested an energy sphere in the palm of his hand, only to subsequently crush it, releasing a dazzling array of light. This display left Teresa and Bello even more astounded, further solidifying their admiration for Luo Xuan. Aside from Teresa, none of the others could conjure such an energy sphere, yet Luo Xuan could do so effortlessly, illustrating the gap between them. Only Luo Xuan understood that his ability to conjure it so swiftly was merely due to the advantages conferred by the system. However, producing 2 energy spheres had already drained a significant portion of his energy, indicating that his current strength was still insufficient. Of course, when Teresa claimed that even high-level warriors could not conjure energy spheres, Luo Xuan found it hard to believe. Teresa possessed considerable talent, yet he was still merely among the mid-level warriors. In the realm of high-level warriors, many possessed greater aptitude than he. How could it be that no one could conjure an energy sphere? After all, the energy sphere was simply a manifestation of one's own energy. While Saiyans might not perceive ki, even fighters with power levels in the hundreds, like Yamcha and Tien, could conjure it. It was inconceivable that high-level warriors could not do so. Even if Saiyans were still in a semi-primitive state, talent was talent. If one person could succeed in manifesting it, others could as well. Unless his arrival had disrupted some fundamental rules of this world, it was impossible for only Teresa to comprehend it. This meant that if Luo Xuan were to face a high-level warrior capable of conjuring an energy sphere, he would stand no chance of victory whatsoever. Thus, if you wish to form a team that can ensure self-defense, you must possess the strength to secure a gravity platform. Only by achieving such strength, one that can effortlessly eliminate mid-level warriors, can you prevent betrayal. It seemed that Teresa was quite concerned about the notion of betrayal, but he wished for Luo Xuan to adopt such means to ensure loyalty among their ranks. Betraying someone who could easily eliminate one's life would undoubtedly be the most foolish choice. In the past, Teresa lacked the strength to address the betrayals he faced, which is why he hoped for Luo Xuan to attain such power. Reflecting on Teresa's words, Luo Xuan recalled that Lin seemed capable of dispatching a mid-level warrior with ease. Recalling what Shate had said previously, Luo Xuan was further convinced that those who could use energy spheres were certainly not limited to Teresa and himself. What's your perspective on this matter? Luo Xuan? Teresa inquired. Noticing that Luo Xuan had fallen into contemplation, mistakenly believing he was pondering the formation of a team, let's discuss it later, Luo Xuan replied with a nod. Although there was still over a year until the once every 8 years full moon night on Vegeta, it would likely be too late to take action then. However, the present moment held uncertainties, and lacking sufficient strength made it impossible to truly solidify loyalty. "Well, that's fine," Teresa said, recognizing that Luo Xuan currently had no inclination towards that matter. In truth, he said this to ensure he would have a strong backing in the future. After all, in Teresa's eyes, Luo Xuan possessed that kind of strength. Yet, Luo Xuan had no such intentions at present, leaving Teresa with no recourse. According to Teresa's assertions, Luo Xuan believed he wouldn't be able to contend with those high-level warriors, yet he had adapted to a very high gravity level. Why then was he unable to advance? At that moment, Luo Xuan had lost interest in Teresa's musings. Teresa had just stated that his chances of victory against the high-level warriors training on the gravity platform were 0. Thus, his own chances would surely not be much better. Why was this the case? After so many days of intense training, significantly increasing the gravity, he still found himself unable to keep pace with Lin and her group. What could be the reason? Was it truly the overwhelming advantage of bloodline and talent? Was the notion that hard work could make up for deficits incorrect? Just as Luo Xuan pondered this, a sudden roar jolted him back to reality. "What is happening?" Luo Xuan exclaimed, momentarily dazed, for the sound resembled the roar of a jungle raptor. It seemed they were under attack. Teresa explained that in the northern forest, nighttime was far from safe. Many ferocious beasts preferred to emerge in search of food during the night. Thus, they were likely facing an assault from a beast. The sound was reminiscent of the jungle raptors from earlier that morning. He surmised they were indeed jungle raptors, though their numbers remained uncertain. Mashi recognized the roar as that of a jungle raptor, but exhibited no signs of panic. After all, earlier in the day, Luo Xuan had single-handedly slain 2 jungle raptors. Now, with 8 of them together, even if 4 jungle raptors approached, they would not face significant pressure. Luo Xuan could handle 2 on his own, and Teresa would certainly be able to manage 1. While Bello and the other 3 Saiyans might struggle against 1. With Mashi present, the outcome was uncertain, but a roar echoed once more, and Luo Xuan sensed the jungle raptors drawing near to appear they were attracted by the corpse of the scorpion tiger. "Are you frightened?" Luo Xuan asked with a smile, feeling a bit downtrodden earlier, yet now seeing the approach of jungle raptors as an opportunity for some practice. What is there to fear? They are merely jungle raptors. Even if they did not come to us, we would seek them out. Their early arrival simply allows us to test their strength. Teresa, too, felt no fear at the sudden appearance of the jungle raptors. He had intended to use them for training alongside Luo Xuan, and the timing was fortuitous. "We are eager to test the prowess of these jungle raptors," Bello chuckled. Although they might not be able to defeat them, they could at least buy some time and gauge their own strength relative to Luo Xuan's. Boom! At that moment, the jungle raptors appeared before Luo Xuan and the others, for in total, they roared at one another, seemingly attempting to intimidate each other or dividing their spoils. 4 of them. "Luo Xuan, you take on 2, while Mashi and Bello can handle 1. I shall take the last. How does that sound?" Teresa proposed with a smile, feeling confident that Luo Xuan could indeed manage 2, given what he had observed earlier. However, just as Luo Xuan was about to nod in agreement, another roar echoed from nearby, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps. Not just 4, Bello's expression changed upon hearing the sound, realizing it did not originate from the 4 jungle raptors before them, indicating there were more behind. Sure enough, as Bello's voice faded, 2 more jungle raptors emerged before the group. 6 of them. "What should we do now?" Mashi's face grew serious at the sight of the 6 jungle raptors, clearly exceeding their capabilities. "I can barely manage 2. Mashi and her group can hold 1, and you can take on 2, but that still leaves 1 unaccounted for. What shall we do?" As the 2 jungle raptors appeared, the smile and confidence that had graced Teresa's face vanished. While his strength could barely hold off 2 of the creatures, the prospect of victory seemed virtually impossible, rendering the situation quite dire. "What if I try to hold off 1 by myself?" "Luo Xuan, can you quickly deal with the other 2? Moshi said through clenched teeth, her faith in Luo Xuan's abilities unwavering, believing he could swiftly eliminate the 2 jungle raptors. However, whether she could contain 1 herself remained uncertain. "No, you won't be able to hold it. Even if you did, I could swiftly eliminate the 2 with my energy sphere, but I cannot sustain a 3rd energy sphere. So your effort would be futile," Luo Xuan replied, Shaking his head, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. 2 energy spheres were already his maximum, but a third might leave him utterly drained. What should we do then? Should we retreat? A Scion voiced his concerns upon hearing this, worried that if they couldn't resolve the issue, they would be left to face certain doom we can't escape. Their speed is far too great. Moshi bellow, you 3 hold off 1. And Teresa, you should swiftly take down 1. That should be feasible, right? Luo Xuan stated calmly, realizing they had no other options left. That I can handle taking down one of the jungle raptors. But what about the remaining 4? Teresa nodded in agreement with Luo Xuan's strategy that I'll hold off the remaining 4. Luo Xuan maintained his composed demeanor, unaffected by the mounting tension. That's not feasible. You won't be able to manage. Teresa countered, shaking her head in disbelief. You should focus on eliminating your target quickly. Luo Xuan smiled faintly before charging towards the 4 approaching jungle raptors. Teresa initially intended to intervene, but Luo Xuan had already engaged in battle with them. You hold off 1, and I'll take care of the other. Once I'm done, I'll assist Luo Xuan, Teresa instructed, realizing there was no other choice. Understood, Moshi and Bello nodded, rallying the remaining 3 Saiyans to charge towards one of the 2 incoming jungle raptors. After exchanging a glance with Luo Xuan, Teresa surged toward the other jungle raptor. In an instant, the battlefield erupted with sounds of combat. Luo Xuan, wary of the 4 jungle raptors, engaged them without the added burden of increased gravity. The 4 beasts, possessing a modicum of intelligence, recognized the challenge presented by the diminutive figure that dared to confront them. Their indignation only added to the trouble for Luo Xuan. Why do all the creatures from this northern forest favor cooperative attack strategies? The same goes for the jaw beast, and now the jungle raptors. The only exception seems to be the scorpion tiger, as they operate as a pack, Luo Xuan pondered. Without hesitation, he propelled himself into the air, his body unencumbered, allowing him to leap high. Just as he reached the vicinity of the jungle raptors, one of them attempted to stomp on him. Having fought jungle raptors just the day before, he had a grasp of their attack patterns and deftly dodged to the left. In that moment, another jungle raptor swung its tail at him, but Luo Xuan anticipated this and executed a backflip to evade the strike. He landed gracefully, then propelled himself upward, spinning mid-air to deliver a powerful kick to one of the attacking jungle raptors. With a resounding thud, that jungle raptor collided with another that was also poised to attack, sending both tumbling to the ground. Teresa and Moshi, observing this from a distance, felt a wave of relief wash over them. If Luo Xuan could handle 2 or even 3 jungle raptors, there was hope. However, 4 remained a formidable challenge. Nonetheless, witnessing Luo Xuan's initial success instilled some confidence in them. Although Luo Xuan could delay the 4 jungle raptors, he couldn't eliminate them entirely. It was clear he needed to act swiftly. Teresa, keenly observant, recognized that despite Luo Xuan's minor victory, he couldn't defeat them outright. Even if he concentrated his energy into spheres, capable of taking down 2, the ensuing depletion would leave him vulnerable to the remaining 2 jungle raptors' attacks. Thus, it all depended on Teresa's ability to swiftly dispatch her opponent, allowing her to assist Luo Xuan. With a fierce shout, Teresa engaged the jungle raptor before her, showcasing her formidable combat prowess. As she faced off against one, she gradually gained the upper hand. After all, while 2 jungle raptors could coordinate their efforts, dealing with just one posed little challenge for her, free from interference. In contrast, the situation for Moshi and her companions was less than optimistic. None of the 5 possessed the capacity to individually eliminate a jungle raptor. They could only stall. Moshi and Bello fared reasonably well, but the remaining 3 Saiyans struggled. Their strength was commendable, yet facing the apex predators of the northern forest proved daunting. They found themselves at a disadvantage, uncertain if they could hold out. Moshi deftly evaded an attack from one jungle raptor. Another followed suit, forcing Luo Xuan to endure the blow. With a powerful impact, he was sent flying several meters. Though he sustained no severe injuries, his hands felt numb from the force. Bring it on, Luo Xuan declared, undeterred, charging back into the fray. His goal was to stall the 4 jungle raptors, yet with every clash, he felt exhilarated. It had been ages since he'd experienced such thrilling combat. His last bout of this intensity was against the job east upon entering the northern forest. And now he found himself immersed in a second exhilarating encounter. The four jungle raptors, incensed by Luo Xuan's audacity, roared in fury and resumed their assault. Having dominated this forest for years, they were infuriated by the audacity of this mere insect daring to challenge them. Initially, Luo Xuan had only intended to delay, but now he embraced the fight, clashing directly with them. The jungle raptors boasted formidable defenses, yet so did Luo Xuan. Their exchanges were evenly matched, each combatant testing the other's limits. One jungle raptor lashed its tail at Luo Xuan, who seized the opportunity without hesitation, gripping the tail and wielding the creature like a massive hammer against another. However, he was met with a swift kick from a third jungle raptor, sending him hurtling through the air. Fortunately, being a Saiyan endowed him with robust defenses. Otherwise, that kick could have been lethal. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Luo Xuan noted that while he had escaped serious injury, he had still drawn blood. Meanwhile, Moshi and her group struggled against their own jungle raptor, relying heavily on Moshi and Bello to maintain their defense. The battle was proving arduous, as they increasingly recognized the gap between themselves and Luo Xuan and Teresa. Moshi, watch out. Just then, the jungle raptor that had been targeting Moshi shifted its focus toward Bello. As they approached Belluo, he suddenly pivoted and launched a direct assault towards Moshi if that kick were to land. It would likely inflict severe injury upon Moshi. Meanwhile, the jungle raptor targeted Belluo, while Moshi intended to retaliate against the jungle raptor. However, in a swift motion, the raptor turned and delivered a powerful kick straight at Moshi. With no time to evade, Moshi was struck head-on, sent flying a considerable distance, and upon landing, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Moshi, Belluo exclaimed at that moment. Luo Xuan and Teresa also witnessed Moshi being hurled away. The jungle raptor, seemingly intent on not letting Moshi escape, disregarded its opportunity to attack Belluo and sprinted directly towards Moshi instead. Damn it! Observing this scene, Luo Xuan abandoned the four jungle raptors surrounding him and dashed towards Moshi's direction, determined to rescue Moshi before the raptor could reach him. Although their time together had been brief, Luo Xuan had already considered Moshi a friend. Thus, upon seeing Moshi injured by the jungle raptor, his fury ignited. Boomed at this moment. The jungle raptor was closing in on Moshi, its limited intellect deducing that eliminating this human would allow it to feast on the others, and of course, its reasoning was correct. Without Moshi, Belluo would be utterly incapable of holding off the raptors. Once Belluo was dealt with, it could assist its comrades. Teresa was also unable to defeat two jungle raptors, and ultimately, Luo Xuan would be besieged by 6 raptors, making defeat merely a matter of time. However, the raptor's intellect was evidently lacking, as it failed to perceive the approaching danger. With a roar, the jungle raptor towered over Moshi and prepared to stomp down upon him. At that moment, Luo Xuan sensed the impending peril, thrusting his feet against the ground to leap into action, his right hand clenched into a fist, aimed directly at the jungle raptor. Bang! Belluo and the others believed Moshi was doomed beneath the raptor's foot. Yet, just as the raptor's foot was about to connect, Luo Xuan's fist pierced through the raptor's body, propelling him through it. Thud! Luo Xuan landed as the jungle raptor collapsed, a gaping hole in its body with blood gushing forth. Teresa noticed the unfolding situation, evading the raptor's attack, and beheld Luo Xuan's feat of piercing through the raptor's form. Belluo and the others could scarcely believe their eyes. The jungle raptor, renowned for its formidable defense in the northern forest, had been utterly penetrated by Luo Xuan's punch. What immense power must that punch possess? Having battled the jungle raptors before, they were well aware of the impenetrable nature of their skin, which could be likened to armor, rendering ordinary attacks nearly ineffective. Yet Luo Xuan had effortlessly punctured the raptor's body with a single blow. What magnitude of force did Luo Xuan's punch entail? No one could provide an answer, as their astonishment was abruptly shattered by a roar. Roar! This came from the jungle raptor engaged with Teresa. With the death of its comrade at Luo Xuan's hands, it spiraled into a frenzy, relentlessly assaulting Teresa. Although Teresa had been gaining the upper hand, she now struggled to withstand the raging raptor. Witnessing this, Luo and the others rushed in to assist, determined not to let Teresa come to harm. Failure was not an option, in a fleeting moment. As the first jungle raptor fell and the other roared with rage, the battle resumed. As Luo Xuan dashed to save Mashi, the remaining 4 jungle raptors charged forward, while Luo Xuan had dispatched one. For still remained to contend with. However, driven to the pinnacle of fury, Luo Xuan paid little mind to the odds that in the instant he landed, he swiftly turned to confront the jungle raptor that had just fallen. With a rapid motion, he unleashed F-Ford in a heartbeat. Luo Xuan spread his arms wide, facing the 2 approaching jungle raptors. Unlike before, his palms were not turned upward. Instead, blue luminescence rapidly coalesced in his palms, forming 2 orbs of energy akin to lasers, which sped towards the raptors. Boom. The 2 jungle raptors struck by Luo Xuan's energy spheres were sent flying. Due to the swift accumulation of power, the resulting force was less potent than before, not reducing the raptors to charred remains, but it was sufficient to eliminate them nonetheless. This strike, infused with Luo Xuan's wrath, held formidable strength. Yet, Luo Xuan did not pause. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself towards the remaining 2 jungle raptors. Given their towering height, he leaped, fist clenched, aiming a blow at the raptor's head. This punch, however, did not possess the same devastating effect as before, failing to obliterate the raptor's skull. Nevertheless, it sent the creature crashing to the ground. Appearing to be rendered unconscious as he landed, Luo Xuan rolled forward. Just then, another jungle raptor swung its tail downwards, targeting the spot where Luo Xuan had just landed. In a fluid motion, he stood, pivoted, and seamlessly seized the raptor's tail. With a fierce cry, he exerted his strength, lifting the jungle raptor's tail, spinning it half a circle, and flinging it against a large boulder. The rock immediately splintered, shattering into fragments, while the raptor lay on the ground, howling in agony, struggling to rise but failing to do so. Boom. Just as Luo Xuan subdued the raptor, a tremendous crash emanated from Teresa's side. In the final moments, Teresa conjured an energy sphere and hurled it at the jungle raptor, swiftly dispatching it. Phew! Finally resolved, Teresa exhaled in relief. The jungle raptors were indeed formidable, and she had expended considerable energy to barely vanquish one. Moxa at this juncture, Luo Xuan approached Mashi, who lay motionless on the ground. He softly called out to her, if responding to his voice. Mashi's eyes flickered, turning towards Luo Xuan. She seemed to wish to speak, but as she opened her mouth, blood spilled forth. How wonderful! She still clung to life. Do not speak. Save your strength for now. Realizing that Mashi had not succumbed, but was gravely injured, her eyes still able to move, and her mouth capable of opening, Luo Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. Even if she still drew breath, it might not be enough to save her. With the capabilities of the Saiyans, resuscitation was beyond their means, unless they reached the Zufu people, but the distance was great, and time was of the essence. Beside him, Teresa observed Luo Xuan's demeanor and shook her head. Though Mashi had not perished outright, her condition was akin to that of a dying struggle, in such a state. Zufu technology could likely save her, yet those individuals would not be able to treat a Saiyan. F1 collection. Luo Xuan disregarded Teresa's words, a thought flashing through his mind. Fortunately, he possessed a healing beam. Had he not secured it earlier, saving Mashi would have been impossible. Come, eat this. It should be palatable. With a flick of his wrist, a healing beam appeared in his palm, concealed from Teresa and the others. He gently lifted Mashi's head, crushed the bean, and fed it to her. Take your time. Just swallow. Luo Xuan spoke gently, and it was no wonder. After all, he was a human from Earth. He simply could not bear to witness the demise of his companion without attempting to save her. Such indifference was beyond his capacity. Teresa and the others said little, merely gazing at Luo Xuan, perplexed by the significance of his actions. However, at that moment, they beheld a remarkable transformation. Mashi's eyes sparkled back to life, and her previously pallid complexion regained its rosy hue. What could possibly explain this? Everyone was taken aback, for Mashi, who had moments ago seemed on the brink of death, now appeared revitalized. They had almost believed she was truly gone. Once she regained her composure, Mashi breathed a sigh of relief, having feared that this time she might truly perish. Luo Xuan had previously informed her that the miraculous beans were no longer available, and she had not seen him use one since, to her astonishment, he still possessed one. Fortunately, he had intended to keep it for himself, yet he chose to bestow it upon her. As Mashi recovered, Luo Xuan gently placed her on the ground, his demeanor now devoid of the earlier anxiety and urgency, as if they were two entirely different individuals, utterly unconcerned with Mashi's fate. "Thank you. You have saved my life twice now. The last time was your fault, so I won't count it against you. This time, I owe you that if you ever find yourself in need of Mashi's assistance, do not hesitate to ask, despite Mashi's near demise." She had keenly observed Luo Xuan's expression. It conveyed genuine concern. Had it been any other Saiyan, she would have scoffed at the notion of a Saiyan showing care for others. What a ludicrous thought. Yet, experiencing this herself, she found herself enveloped in an inexplicable feeling that she could not quite shake off. "No need. Just rest well," Luo Xuan replied, shaking his head as he settled beneath a tree. Although two jungle speeders loomed nearby, one dazed and the other gravely injured, the threat they posed had diminished significantly. Teresa and the others exchanged glances, now filled with trepidation towards this so-called low-level warrior. One individual challenging 5 jungle speeders, slaying 3 and gravely wounding 2. Was this truly a low-level fighter? They had just claimed that his strength paled in comparison to that of higher warriors. Yet those higher warriors might not even achieve what Luo Xuan had done, that if word of this spread, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Moreover, he possessed the ability to resurrect a near-dead individual, revitalizing them in an instant. What had transpired? What was that earlier incident? Why had Mashi returned from the brink of death? Teresa could not contain himself any longer. The enormity of the situation overwhelmed his understanding. He had witnessed Mashi on the verge of death, only to see her revived. Upon hearing Teresa's inquiry, Luo Xuan cast a glance at him, his eyes tinged with bloodshot fury. If looks could kill, Teresa would have met his end countless times over. If it cannot be spoken, consider it unasked. The intensity of Luo Xuan's gaze made Teresa's heart race. He instinctively took a few steps back, wondering if he had probed too deeply. Once upon a time, Teresa had felt confident in his ability to spar with Luo Xuan, but now all thoughts of battle fled his mind. Should Luo Xuan truly decide to strike, Teresa would flee without hesitation. After all, a single punch could easily pierce through a jungle speeder's sturdy frame. He had no confidence in his ability to withstand such an attack, even if he were not impaled. Sustaining severe injuries or dying would be all too plausible. Yet, Luo Xuan merely regarded him for a moment before closing his eyes. When he opened them again, the bloodshot veins had vanished, and the violent emotions had dissipated. "I apologize for not being able to rein in my emotions earlier." He offered Teresa a smile, acknowledging that he had indeed been somewhat ferocious. Seeing Luo Xuan return to his usual self, Teresa exhaled in relief, realizing that Luo Xuan had no intention of turning his wrath upon him. It was merely a moment of rage that he had yet to fully control. "What I administered to Mashi was a type of bean I stumbled upon inadvertently. Consuming it allows one to recover instantly from injuries, as you just witnessed with Mashi. So long as one is not dead, revival is possible." Luo Xuan provided an explanation, adding, "Regrettably, I found only 3 beans. One I consumed, and the other 2 were consumed by Mashi. If another crisis arises, I may not be able to save you." This last statement was directed at Mashi, but intended for Teresa and the others to hear. Although he had uncovered the secret of the miraculous bean system, he remained wary of Teresa and the others. He could not afford to give them the illusion that he could always rescue them from harm. As for the secret of the miraculous bean system, he had only just realized it during the extraction process. "I understand. Next time, should those miraculous beans be absent, I shall embrace my demise." Mashi nodded. She had grown skeptical of Luo Xuan's claim of lacking the miraculous beans, given that he had previously asserted their absence only to produce one now. However, Mashi was no fool. She understood that Luo Xuan's words were meant to keep others from discovering that he still possessed them. "Very well, I shall," Luo Xuan replied, his tone somewhat cool. Meanwhile, Teresa remained utterly befuddled by the exchange between the two. Moments ago, Mashi had been on the brink of death, and Luo Xuan had been consumed by rage. Now, they appear to share a camaraderie that eluded his comprehension. He chose not to delve further into the matter. Accepting Luo Xuan's words at face value, a thought flickered through Luo Xuan's mind. He had increased the gravity and wished to test whether his earlier sensation had been a misperception. The results of his tests aligned with his expectations, yielding little effect. After further increments of gravity, he began to feel a slight difference, though it remained minimal. When he escalated the gravity to 60 times that of normal, the weight became palpable. "Mashi, could you please retrieve that garment for me?" Luo Xuan inquired, glancing at Mashi, who appeared lost in thought not far away. She responded curtly, without further elaboration, as she approached the scorpion tiger skin outfit she had just crafted for him earlier that day. Coming to Luo Xuan's side, Mashi gently helped him don the attire. "So this is the reason I have been unable to keep pace with those higher warriors," Luo Xuan mused with a smile upon slipping into the garment. His previous hypothesis had proven correct. "What is it? Have you devised a method to surpass those higher warriors?" Mashi, surprised by his words, inquired eagerly. Luo Xuan's strength was a mystery. At times, Mashi felt he was merely slightly stronger than herself. Yet at others, she sensed he had surpassed all intermediate warriors and could emerge victorious even against higher warriors. After all, not every higher warrior could pierce the formidable defenses of a jungle speeder with a single punch. "No, I merely considered a potential cause. Whether or not it can be resolved remains uncertain. Allow me a moment to ponder it further," he replied, shaking his head, unwilling to express his thoughts with certainty. Having learned the reason behind the situation, he found himself at a loss for how to resolve it. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, she chose to remain silent, simply sitting quietly beside him. Meanwhile, Luo Xuan closed his eyes, allowing his thoughts to drift back into the recesses of his mind. F20. Gravity system. Cooling down. Gravity. Adjust the weight of the clothing worn, increasing it by 1 to 1,000 G. Upon noticing these two shortcuts in his mind, Luo Xuan smiled, finally grasping the secrets they held. However, the second shortcut no longer seemed like a mystery. He simply wished to modify it. If successful, he might even be able to defeat those formidable warriors. "System, can you change it so that F2 increases my own gravity instead of the weight of my clothing?" Luo Xuan communicated directly with the system through his consciousness, confident that such an advanced system could comprehend his intent. He had experimented earlier and discovered that the shortcut only augmented the weight of his garments. Thus, the additional burden depended entirely on the weight of what he wore. If his clothing weighed 1 pound, even a 50-fold increase in gravity would merely translate to 50 pounds, which was hardly sufficient. Even the garments crafted from scorpion tiger hide, significantly heavier than ordinary clothing, would result in a mere 250 pounds with a 50-fold increase. While this weight might be considerable for an ordinary person, it posed little challenge to a Saiyan after an initial adjustment. As such, once Luo Xuan's clothes were reduced to tatters, even with dozens of times the gravity activated, the resultant strength was not markedly enhanced. Although the current gravity was manageable for Luo Xuan, allowing him to increase weight up to 2.5 tons, it would not suffice in the long run. He could not simply seek out hundreds of pounds of clothing to amplify the gravitational force. Thus, he hoped the system would amend the F2 shortcut to enhance his personal gravity, effectively allowing him to carry a gravity field with him at all times for training. Is that not possible? After a brief wait, Luo Xuan felt no change occur. The system was designed to assist in strengthening him, yet this felt like a glitch. Could it truly not be modified? Or was the system not as extraordinary as he had envisioned? While it offered many aids for his enhancement, it seemed unable to augment his inherent gravity, relying solely on his attire for training. Dragon Ball World Plugin Updating. Dragon Ball World Plugin Update complete. F2. Gravity System. 0000 Gravity. Can adjust the host's own gravity by 1 to 1,000 G Earth gravity, just as Luo Xuan felt a sense of disappointment. The system updated in a manner reminiscent of when he first acquired it. Much like downloading the Dragon Ball World plugin, IT was akin to a game, where initial imperfections are rectified through successive updates to achieve perfection. The Dragon Ball plugin was now evolving. It had initially increased the weight of his clothing, but Luo Xuan's dissatisfaction spurred it to adapt to his needs that, of course, if Luo Xuan wished for the Xiando system to eliminate cooldown times. That would be impossible. He could optimize the system to enhance its efficiency, yet could not alter its fundamental settings, much like a player cannot demand infinite stamina or currency in a game. Even if one uninstalls the game, the inherent rules remain unchanged. Upon witnessing the system's successful update, Luo Xuan finally felt at ease. Previously, Lin had informed him that they trained under a one-fold gravity. Thus, he was eager to test how this increase would impact his physical capabilities. F2, 10-fold gravity. Returning his awareness to his own body, Luo Xuan activated the gravity system. This time, he discerned that it added to the existing gravity, resulting in 10-fold Earth gravity, equivalent to double the gravity of planet Vegeta. It was bearable. Feeling the weight upon him, Luo Xuan moved his limbs slightly, finding it manageable. After all, he had previously experienced such sensations in the gravity chamber, and thus, the adjustment was not overly challenging. Yet he understood that 10-fold Earth gravity was already at its limit. Should he attempt to increase it further, he would undoubtedly struggle. For now, he would focus on adapting to this level. Not wanting to dwell on it too much, he recalled that those elite warriors were also training under one-fold gravity. Luo Xuan resolved to fully acclimate to this weight before gradually increasing it. This was precisely what set Luo Xuan apart from the elite warriors. They could only augment their training by 1 or 2 times the gravity of planet Vegeta, while his gravity system operated on Earth gravity as a unit. This meant he could increase it incrementally rather than exponentially. Having acclimatized to 10-fold Earth gravity, he could then move to 11, 12, and so forth, allowing for rapid adaptation. What is it? Have you thought of something? Sitting beside Luo Xuan, she noticed him suddenly open his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as if he had conceived a method to enhance his strength. Could it be that within this brief moment, he had devised a strategy to surpass the elite warriors? Nearby, Triza, who had just passed Luo Xuan, overheard Shi's words and became intrigued. Approaching the level of elite warriors himself, he found himself unable to prevail, and thus he too sought greater strength. The prospect of Luo Xuan discovering a shortcut to enhancement piqued his interest. Yet there are no shortcuts to strength. One must engage in continuous battles, relentless training, and transcend personal limits. Perhaps one might feel they have reached their peak, but in truth, it is merely a checkpoint, a barrier. Only through relentless breakthroughs can one continue to grow stronger, though Luo Xuan himself harbored doubts about these declarations. Articulating them felt invigorating. Barriers transcending oneself? She pondered Luo Xuan's words deeply. She had once believed her training could only occur on the periphery of the northern forest, battling the Watcher beasts, hoping to gain a modicum of strength. Yet, she had never considered the possibility of venturing into the heart of the northern forest to challenge the scorpion tigers, or even the formidable jungle raptor, reputed to be the mightiest beast of the region. Was this not the very essence of what Luo Xuan had described as transcending oneself? Initially, she could only slay 3 or 4 scorpion tigers, resigning herself to that fate. However, since entering the northern forest interior with Luo Xuan, she had now managed to defeat 15 scorpion tigers. With this revival, she was uncertain of her current prowess. Was this not a manifestation of Luo Xuan's concept of confronting and overcoming barriers? Triza, too, appeared contemplative. Although he did not fully grasp Luo Xuan's insights, he was not dim-witted. He understood the gist of Luo Xuan's message. The reason for their stagnation at this level, in comparison to elite warriors, stemmed from the lack of opponents of similar caliber to surpass. Thus, the jungle raptor represented the ideal training target. Only by consistently battling these creatures, progressing from 1 to 2, 3, or more, constantly dancing along the precipice of mortality without retreat, could one continuously transcend their limits. Thank you, Luo Xuan, and no matter what happens from now on, I will stand by your side, she declared, her expression inscrutable. Yet her tone conveyed profound gratitude. Regardless of how many jungle raptors you wish to challenge. I, Triza, shall accompany you. Teresa wore a bold smile, for in her eyes, only by continually challenging the jungle raptors could one truly transcend oneself. Thus, regardless of the number of jungle raptors that Luo Xuan was to confront. Teresa would accompany him into battle. Observing the two, Luo Xuan remained silent, merely nodding his head. Perhaps their understandings diverged. Hence, their spoken words varied. Yet Luo Xuan comprehended that they were all progressing along the path of becoming ever stronger. That alone sufficed. Not far off, Belo and his companions were momentarily taken aback by the expressions of Mashi and Teresa. What could this mean? Had Luo Xuan perhaps divulged something to them? Belo furrowed his brow. Something that could incite such fervor in Teresa must surely be a boon bestowed by Luo Xuan. However, as Luo Xuan had not engaged with him, it seemed he had not received those miraculous beans, but rather some enlightening counsel. Was it a method to grow stronger? Upon further contemplation, Belo began to connect the dots. If it were merely mundane advice, it would hardly provoke such excitement in Teresa, especially given that she had merely passed by moments ago. This implied it was no clandestine secret. Coupled with the recent spectacle of Luo Xuan piercing through a jungle raptor with a single punch, followed by slaying 2 others and severely wounding 2 more, it seemed evident that Luo Xuan had imparted to them some valuable insight on how to enhance their strength. Perhaps it was a spontaneous revelation, shared casually, yet immensely beneficial. Otherwise, such exhilaration in Teresa would be unfathomable. Damn it, Belo felt an acute sense of having missed a significant opportunity. His own strength was commendable, but not formidable enough, and thus he too desired to grow stronger. Had he approached earlier, he might have heard Luo Xuan elucidate the means to enhance their prowess, but that chance was now lost. All right, let us rest a moment longer before we set off. Dawn is approaching. Gazing at the sky, he noted the faint lightening of the horizon. Initially, he had hoped for a proper respite, yet they were beset by the assault of the jungle raptors, though they emerged unscathed. Dawn had indeed come. Time was of the essence as the battle between the Saiyans and the Zafurians loomed near, leaving Luo Xuan no room for complacency. Once again embarking on their journey, Luo Xuan followed Belo and the others as they made their way toward the location where the green serpent had appeared. "Are you all right?" Mashi inquired, drawing closer to Luo Xuan with a tone of concern. Since their departure, she had sensed something amiss with him. His footsteps bore an unusual heaviness. Mashi surmised that Luo Xuan had sustained injuries while rescuing her the previous night, and although she had consumed the last miraculous bean, he was left to bear his wounds in silence. "I am fine." For a moment, Luo Xuan was taken aback by Mashi's concern. Then he shook his head. The weight he felt while walking stemmed from being subjected to double gravity. It was no wonder he felt encumbered. However, he knew that once he fully acclimated, the burden would diminish significantly. That is a relief. Despite Luo Xuan's assurances, Mashi remained skeptical, but chose not to press further. Their camaraderie had spanned beyond mere days. She was well aware of his reticence to share. Regardless of how many questions she posed, he would remain tight-lipped. His condition would not persist in such a manner. At the very least, walking would no longer feel so laborious, as if he bore an immense weight upon his shoulders. Yet, Luo Xuan wore merely the scorpion tiger skin garment, devoid of any additional encumbrances. A sudden roar erupted nearby. The group had grown increasingly familiar with this sound, the unmistakable call of the jungle raptors. The deeper they ventured into the northern forest, the more abundant the jungle raptors became. "We must exercise caution," Teresa warned Luo Xuan. As they pressed further into the northern forest, where the jungle raptors predominantly resided. Although they had been driven out by the enigmatic green serpent, the majority still lurked within the forest depths. Thus, encountering jungle raptors here was entirely plausible. Yes, as long as their numbers remain manageable, we can treat them as training targets. If they appear in overwhelming numbers, we shall simply conceal ourselves. Luo Xuan responded with a nod. He felt confident in his ability to contend with 4 jungle raptors, but no more. After the events of the previous night, he understood that while the raptors often appeared in pairs, it was entirely possible for several pairs to emerge simultaneously. Just as they had before, the roar drew nearer, prompting Luo Xuan and his companions to seek refuge behind a cluster of trees. Soon after, 4 jungle raptors materialized before them. Point 4. "We can handle that." Luo Xuan exchanged a glance with Teresa before addressing the others. Mashi and the others nodded in agreement. 4 jungle raptors were well within their control, and with no other raptors in sight, They could use these four as training subjects. "Hey," Teresa called out, sprinting towards one of the jungle raptors. The creatures, noticing her, immediately launched their assault. Yet, Teresa paid them no heed, fixating solely on her target. Following her lead, Luo Xuan and the others moved in. Mashi and Belo, along with 3 other Saiyans, surrounded one, while Luo Xuan intercepted the other 2 that allow me to familiarize myself with this double gravity. Luo Xuan murmured under his breath. He had yet to adapt fully, and now was the perfect opportunity to hone his skills against the 2 jungle raptors as Teresa and Mashi engaged in heated battle. The group refrained from using energy balls initially. After all, a direct attack would likely result in the raptors' demise, defeating the purpose of their training in the face of the 2 jungle raptors' onslaught. Luo Xuan did not confront them head-on. Instead, he relied on his speed to evade and entangle them. This was the most effective means of acclimating to the increased gravity. Only when absolutely necessary would he absorb their attacks directly. However, each time he did so, it drained a considerable amount of his stamina. After once more making contact with a jungle raptor, Luo Xuan staggered back several paces. This moment did not escape Mashi's notice as she observed him retreating, each step laden with weight, leaving deep impressions in the earth. Previously, Luo Xuan would not have exhibited such fatigue. It was evident that his current state resulted from last night's battles against numerous jungle raptors. He likely wished to shield her from knowing his plight, having given her the last bean while bearing his injuries alone. Mashi bit her lip, choosing to remain silent, but she etched this observation into her memory, redirecting her focus to the jungle raptors before them. Not bad. After halting his retreat, Luo Xuan smiled at the 2 jungle raptors and pressed forward once more. Battling the jungle raptors under double gravity was undoubtedly the optimal choice for breaking through his limits. Only by continually surpassing himself could he grow stronger. The 2 jungle raptors, frustrated by their inability to subdue this insignificant adversary, intensified their attacks against Luo Xuan. Just then, another roar echoed from a distance. "Trouble! More jungle raptors are approaching. We must dispatch these creatures quickly." Upon hearing the roar, the group reacted swiftly as Teresa shouted to everyone. The speed of the jungle raptors was formidable, if they did not eliminate the ones before them promptly. At that moment, it was uncertain what kind of fierce battle would unfold. After uttering her words, Teresa began to gather an energy sphere while deftly evading the attacks of the jungle raptor. Meanwhile, Luo Xuan was retreating, but under the pressure of double gravity, his speed fell slightly short of that of the jungle raptor. The most unfortunate were Mashi and her companions. They could merely hold off the jungle raptors, waiting for Luo Xuan or Teresa to eliminate the threat before they could assist. However, after using the energy spheres, how much energy would they have left? "Bello, you all hold it off first," Mashi said, taking a step back and addressing Bello and the others. Initially, she had hoped to use the jungle raptors for some rigorous training, but unexpectedly, more jungle raptors were approaching. Luo Xuan and the others had no choice but to deal with the immediate threat. Otherwise, an increase in numbers would pose a significant problem. Currently, utilizing energy spheres was the quickest solution. Unfortunately, Mashi's group faced a dilemma, as none of them could wield energy spheres. "Forget it. Let's first deal with this, and then assist Mashi." Luo Xuan muttered, shaking his head in resignation. Adjusting to the increased gravity was proving to be quite challenging. He had intended to eliminate both jungle raptors under these gravity conditions, but it seemed impossible now, especially with Mashi needing help. Just as Luo Xuan was preparing to deactivate the gravity system, he noticed Mashi take a step back, her palm facing upward, mirroring Teresa's stance as she grasped her wrist with her left hand. An energy sphere, Bello, standing closest to Mashi, was taken aback by the sight. The position resembled Teresa's nearby stance, leading him to wonder if Mashi had also mastered this technique. However, there was no time for contemplation. Without Mashi's support, he found it increasingly difficult to fend off the jungle raptors, forcing him to evade their attacks continuously. Teresa was the first to successfully condense an energy sphere, hurling it towards a nearby jungle raptor. Though it took her a bit longer to gather, its power was formidable. The energy sphere struck the jungle raptor, causing a tremendous explosion that sent dust swirling, followed by the unmistakable sound of the creature collapsing. Having dispatched the jungle raptor, Teresa turned to assist Bello, but was astonished to see Mashi's stance. Could she also condense an energy sphere? Teresa was taken aback. After all, she had invested considerable time mastering this technique, and Luo Xuan's ability to do so instantly had already struck a blow to her confidence. However, upon realizing Luo Xuan's unparalleled talent, Teresa had come to terms with it. Now, witnessing someone she deemed less gifted in combat, who also managed to condense an energy sphere, was a considerable setback. Nevertheless, she quickly decided to aid Bello. She could no longer use her energy sphere, having hoped to delay until Luo Xuan could extricate himself and eliminate the jungle raptor together. It now appeared that Luo Xuan would not resolve the situation swiftly, leaving Mashi to take a chance, standing firm. Mashi was aware this was her first attempt, and she was uncertain of her success. Yet, she felt the energy within her body should allow her to succeed. Luo Xuan must be injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't be this slow that I must succeed. I cannot be a burden to him, Mashi thought, glancing at Luo Xuan as he continued to retreat. Unable to evade the jungle raptor's attack range, that if only he could create some distance, he could quickly gather an energy sphere, but it seemed he was struggling. Yeah, she let out a low cry, channeling all the energy from her cells into her palm. Soon, a flicker of blue light began to materialize in her palm, gradually accumulating. This blue glow was familiar to her. It was the same color as the energy spheres produced by Luo Xuan and Teresa, filling her with excitement. Just a bit more, and she would succeed. Although thrilled, Mashi remained focused. She had not yet fully condensed her energy sphere and could not use it directly, requiring further effort. Success imminent. Luo Xuan, dodging the jungle raptor's attacks, kept an eye on Mashi's progress. Initially surprised, he recalled how Mashi had sustained severe injuries the previous night, nearly teetering on the brink of death before being revived by a healing being. Given this resilience, her combat prowess should have significantly improved. Mashi had likely surpassed Bello by a large margin and was closing in on Teresa's combat level. Observing the blue glow in her palm confirmed that she had indeed succeeded in condensing an energy sphere. What a fortunate girl, Luo Xuan chuckled, shifting his focus back to the two approaching jungle raptors. His gaze sharpened as he deftly evaded one of the jungle raptor's strikes and leaped clear of its attack range. If Mashi had grown stronger, there was no way he would remain stagnant. With a fleeting thought, the energy sphere formed between his hands was successfully condensed and hurled towards the two oncoming jungle raptors, colliding with them in an instant. Boom! Get out of the way! As Luo Xuan dealt with the jungle raptors, Mashi successfully condensed her energy sphere and shouted towards Teresa and the others. They quickly dodged aside as Mashi released her energy sphere, which struck the jungle raptor, detonating upon impact. Though its power paled in comparison to those of Luo Xuan and Teresa, it was a commendable achievement. Well done, Teresa couldn't help but exclaim, although Mashi was at the lower tier among mid-level warriors. Her success in condensing an energy sphere was a noteworthy accomplishment in Teresa's eyes. Bello, however, regarded Mashi with a solemn expression. When they first met, their strengths had been comparable, but now Mashi had successfully condensed an energy sphere while he could not. Bello began to understand Teresa's feelings, having once been nearly on par with Luo Xuan, only to see the gap between them widen. Let's move. The jungle raptors are coming, Luo Xuan called out to the group. Without hesitation, they plunged into the forest under his lead. Shortly after their departure, 4 jungle raptors appeared in the area, but thankfully they had escaped in time. Had they lingered, facing 8 jungle raptors would have been beyond their current capabilities. Upon the arrival of the 4 jungle raptors, they spotted the 4 defeated creatures lying motionless, unmistakably slain. Roar! It was only after Luo Xuan and his group had fled a considerable distance that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their stamina was nearly depleted, and continuing the battle would likely prove arduous. Since they had merely treated the jungle raptors as training targets rather than aiming for slaughter, they felt little concern. How are you? After stopping, Luo Xuan noticed Mashi's pale complexion and inquired, aware that she had exerted herself forcefully to condense the energy sphere, which had drained her energy significantly. If she had been able to condense it quickly, the energy expenditure would not have been so taxing. Even with consecutive attacks, the consumption would have been minimal, Teresa and Mashi's prolonged condensation times contributed to their significant energy drain. That I'm fine. I just need a rest. Mashi replied, shaking her head. She was fatigued and breathing heavily, having forced herself to condense the energy sphere, and her lack of familiarity with the technique had made the process lengthy and arduous. After several attempts in the future, one will be able to quickly enter the desired state. I had not anticipated that Mashi could also employ this technique. It is truly remarkable. Belo, you must diligently study and improve. Observing Mashi, who was panting heavily, Teresa laughed heartily. Although the energy ball nearly exhausted all of Mashi's strength, it can be considered a successful condensation. With the first accomplishment, a second is sure to follow. And there will come a time when one can no longer claim the inability to condense. That it is merely a matter of time. However, Belo's situation is different. He has yet to successfully condense an energy ball, and it remains uncertain when he will achieve this, which is no longer a question of time. Without becoming stronger, he will undoubtedly be incapable of condensing an energy ball directly. That I wish I could. But with no one to guide me in my training, my abilities cannot advance, Belo replied, shaking his head helplessly upon hearing Teresa's words. Witnessing Mashi successfully condense an energy ball and defeat that forest speedster only deepened Belo's envy. However, he felt powerless. His talent was never particularly high, and without guidance in his training, success seemed elusive. Mashi, too, had no one to instruct her. She had come to understand everything through her own insights, which only served to highlight her superior talent. Teresa shook her head, recalling that Belo's talent had once seemed considerable to him. Otherwise, he would not have continually brought him along. Yet, after encountering Luo Xuan and Mashi, Teresa now regarded Belo's talent as merely average. Lacking any exceptional strength. That's so. Last night, I distinctly saw Luo Xuan instructing you and Mashi in your training. Otherwise, how could Mashi, who was not nearly this strong yesterday, suddenly be able to use the energy ball today? It's simply inconceivable. Since the conversation had reached this point, Belo no longer beat around the bush and spoke candidly. Ever since discovering Luo Xuan's method of training Teresa and the others last night, Belo had felt quite uncomfortable. His talent was not insignificant, yet he felt he had missed out, particularly upon seeing Mashi, who had previously been unable to use the energy ball, succeed in doing so today. His discomfort intensified. Last night, Luo Xuan didn't teach us anything. Teresa frowned, puzzled. Did Luo Xuan really teach them a method of training? He could not recall such an occurrence. Teresa looked towards Mashi, but upon noticing the same confusion on her face, he shook his head. Just last night, Luo Xuan must have said something to you, prompting both you and Mashi to appear so excited. Could it not have been a training method? Or perhaps a way to accelerate the condensation of the energy ball? Initially, Teresa had only suspected that Luo Xuan had shared a training method with them. Now, it seemed evident that he must have taught them a way to rapidly condense the energy ball. Otherwise, Mashi would not have succeeded so swiftly. Oh, that matter. What Luo Xuan told us was neither a method of training nor a way to quickly condense the energy ball. He merely shared a few words with us. Finally coming to a realization, Teresa acknowledged that Luo Xuan had indeed spoken to them, but the content bore little significance to their training or the energy ball. Words? Would you care to share? Upon hearing Teresa's denial, Belo felt perplexed. Having spent over 2 years with him, he understood Teresa's character well. It was unlikely he would intentionally conceal anything. Was it possible that Luo Xuan's words had such an effect that they had significantly strengthened both of them? Could such a person truly exist? I cannot explain it clearly. Perhaps it would be best for Luo Xuan to elucidate. Teresa was not particularly scholarly, and while he could listen to these discussions, he found himself unable to articulate them. In any case, Luo Xuan is over there. He can simply explain it himself. Hearing Teresa's words, Belo turned his gaze towards Luo Xuan, realizing that since it was Luo Xuan's original statement, perhaps his delivery would yield a more profound impact. Do you believe that Mashi has grown stronger due to my assistance? Do you think her successful condensation of the energy ball is the result of taking shortcuts? Luo Xuan, who had been listening intently to Teresa and Belo's conversation, now addressed Belo with a calm inquiry. In truth, there are no shortcuts to becoming stronger. One must continuously battle those who are stronger than oneself to truly grow. Strength begets strength. This is the essence of a Saiyan. Without allowing Beilo to respond, Luo Xuan continued, "Are there really no shortcuts to becoming stronger? That would be quite astonishing." Mashi is a prime example of someone who has taken a shortcut, having been brought back from the brink of death by a senzu bean. Her strength has significantly increased. That is why she was able to successfully condense the energy ball today. Otherwise, she would have needed more time before achieving that capability. However, if Beilo wished for Luo Xuan to teach him a training method, Luo Xuan could not simply push him to the edge of death and then revive him with a senzu bean. While such a method might be considered a shortcut, Luo Xuan did not believe it would yield strength superior to that gained through one's own training. After all, why would Goku and Vegeta continually push themselves to the brink of death, only to rely on senzu beans? It seemed far too cumbersome when compared to proper training. Moreover, Luo Xuan felt that cultivating Beilo with senzu beans would be a tremendous waste, which was the primary reason for his reluctance. Nevertheless, Luo Xuan's assertions were not mere fabrications. The principle of strength begets strength was indeed a characteristic of Saiyans, who grew stronger through combat. Thus, it served as a reminder for Beilo. Whether he would comprehend this lesson was entirely up to him. In the days that followed, Luo Xuan and the others continued their journey deeper into the northern forest. Along the way, they encountered numerous forest speedsters, all of which Luo Xuan and his companions targeted for training purposes. Through their experiences battling these speedsters, their teamwork became increasingly synchronized. Moreover, Luo Xuan had fully adapted to the double gravity and was now considering gradually increasing it further. We are about to reach the innermost part of the northern forest. What do you think? Over the past few days, Mashi had gradually become accustomed to the energy ball, and after attacking, she no longer felt completely drained as she once did. Now, as they approached the depths of the northern forest, Luo Xuan was uncertain what dangers awaited them. My training during this time has indeed made me considerably stronger. If we encounter any threats, I am confident in my ability to escape." Mashi nodded, acknowledging that the beings within the northern forest were feared even by the forest speedsters. Her current capability would allow her to engage a single forest speedster in battle, but facing more than that would be impossible. Thus, should she find herself unable to prevail, it would be entirely reasonable. However, if she could not win, she could still flee. Mashi felt assured of her strength. If she desired to escape, even a high-ranking warrior would find it impossible to detain her. That sounds best. After we resolve this wave of foes, we shall take a moment to rest before venturing further into the depths of the northern forest, Luo Xuan remarked, glancing at the 8 forest speedsters surrounding them. Speaking with a sense of ease, Mashi said nothing more, merely nodding in agreement. "All right, you two should cease your chatter. How shall we divide the tasks? I can take down 2 of them." Observing the 2 seemingly unfazed individuals chatting leisurely while encircled by 8 forest speedsters was quite astonishing. After receiving guidance from Luo Xuan, Teresa had learned to conserve his energy during battles, eliminating unnecessary exertion. Consequently, he now had no trouble handling 2 forest speedsters on his own. "I can handle one," Mashi declared, casting her gaze toward a nearby forest speedster. After days of combat, she was now capable of facing a single forest speedster head-on without succumbing. If she utilized the energy ball, she could defeat one as well. She was no longer the Saiyan who had nearly perished when confronted by 5 or 6 scorpion tigers. "I can manage one as well," Beilo said through gritted teeth, his combat prowess having risen considerably. Although he still could not utilize the energy ball, he was capable of holding off a forest speedster. "Very well, you can hold one, and I shall take on the remaining 4, Luo Xuan nodded, confident in his ability to confront 4 forest speedsters. "And what about us?" As everyone finished distributing those jungle raptors, the other 3 Saiyans felt quite helpless. Their combat prowess was not to be underestimated. However, in the presence of these individuals, they seemed rather insignificant. Just watch and learn, they thought. Initially, they had intended to head towards the 4 jungle raptors, but when suddenly questioned, Luo Xuan was momentarily taken aback. If they had not spoken up, he might have completely forgotten their existence. At the beginning, the 3 of them had decent combat abilities, and when paired with Beilo and Mashi, they could hold their own. Yet now, as everyone's combat capabilities had escalated, the trio found themselves unable to contribute meaningfully. Consequently, Luo Xuan had often neglected them, leaving him uncertain about what they could possibly do now. He could only let them observe attentively. This is good. The three of them mused. This arrangement would allow them to closely observe Luo Xuan and his companions' fighting techniques, which might enhance their skills in due course. Nodding in agreement, Luo Xuan made his way towards the four jungle raptors, while Teresa and the others also advanced towards their target. With a series of explosive sounds, the 8 jungle raptors fell, leaving only Bello's raptor alive that F4 rapidly extracted. With his palm facing forward, Luo Xuan unleashed an energy sphere that soared towards Bello, who was struggling to maintain his fight. Of course, Luo Xian's target was not Bello himself, but rather the jungle raptor he was engaged with. With a resounding crash, the jungle raptor met its fate, charred and defeated. The 5th energy sphere had been launched. Observing Luo Xian's ability to fire off 5 energy spheres in quick succession, Teresa and the others were left in sheer astonishment. In just a matter of days, Luo Xuan had already achieved this remarkable feat. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, Teresa would have found it hard to believe, considering the immense energy expenditure required. Just how powerful had Luo Xuan become? He exhaled in relief. Luo Xuan had previously mentioned that as long as one could rapidly condense energy, the energy consumption would be negligible. The remaining factor was merely the amount of energy one possessed within their body. Let us take a break for now. Later, we will venture into the North Forest to discover what that green serpent is. Luo Xuan proposed, asserting his position as the leader of the team due to his superior combat strength. Luo Xuan, I would like to challenge you to a battle. Teresa approached as Luo Xuan suggested the break. It was not a matter of overestimating his abilities. Having witnessed Luo Xian's continuous manifestation of 5 energy spheres, he felt significantly challenged. In their first encounter, their combat powers had been comparable, but after a few short days of training, it seemed Luo Xuan had surpassed him by a considerable margin. Thus, he sought to gauge the extent of their disparity without a battle. Luo Xuan was taken aback momentarily, but then realized Teresa wished to test himself against his ever-strengthening prowess. Is that all right? Teresa, now regarding Luo Xuan with a measure of respect, chose to inquire rather than simply charge in. This was clearly a departure from the Saiyans Luo Xuan was familiar with. Was it possible that his arrival had shifted certain narratives, resulting in significant changes among these individuals? Very well. Let us begin. Luo Xuan consented, eager to determine his current strength, which could only be assessed through a duel with Teresa. Without a data scanner, it was indeed quite troublesome. Upon hearing Teresa's request, Mashi and Bello were momentarily stunned. Challenging Luo Xuan, was he seeking trouble? However, upon hearing the latter part of his statement, they understood Teresa was not trying to defeat Luo Xuan, merely wishing to ascertain the gap between their strengths. Luo Xuan was equally aware of this, wishing to evaluate his own combat prowess through this engagement, given that you just unleashed 5 energy spheres. Your stamina must be considerably drained, Mashi expressed her concern. Having utilized energy spheres herself, she understood the toll it took on one's stamina. With Luo Xuan having condensed 5 already, engaging in battle now could be quite unfair to him. I'm fine, Luo Xuan replied, shaking his head. Although he had condensed 5 energy spheres, his body remained in adequate condition. It was certainly sufficient to contend with Teresa. I also condensed 2 energy spheres earlier. And Luo Xuan's strength far exceeds mine. In a fair fight, I suspect I would be defeated in a single blow. So this is the perfect opportunity. Mashi spoke without lowering her voice, ensuring Teresa could hear her. Bello, would you care to test your combat strength? Mashi turned to Bello, inquiring after Teresa's statement. Me. I think not. Fighting Luo Xuan would be akin to courting death. Bello hesitated. He hadn't anticipated being involved in this situation. After a brief moment of contemplation, he shook his head in refusal. Even though Luo Xuan had expended considerable stamina, Bello knew he stood no chance against him. Who said you had to fight him? I will battle you, Mashi said with a smirk, her intentions unclear. With you? Bello hesitated. Previously, their combat powers had been comparable, that if Mashi was now challenging him, he would have accepted without a second thought. However, the circumstances had changed. Mashi could now condense energy spheres, and he did not believe he could withstand an attack from one. Don't worry. I can't condense another energy sphere right now, but we can agree not to use them in this battle. Mashi reassured, recognizing Bello's concern regarding the energy spheres. After all, she was not Luo Xuan, who could withstand Teresa's energy sphere assault unharmed, something even the highly defensive jungle raptors could not endure. Bello, whose defense was far inferior to the jungle raptors, certainly had reason to be cautious. All right, I accept your challenge to gauge the extent of our strength disparity, Bello finally agreed without further hesitation. To refuse at this juncture would portray him as overly timid. Even if he could not win, he would face Mashi. It was a matter of his dignity. Let us begin, Luo Xuan stated succinctly, addressing Teresa directly. Since your combat strength surpasses mine, I shall make the first move, Teresa declared, swiftly closing the distance to Luo Xuan's side. His speed was commendable. After all, he would not be able to contend with high-ranking warriors otherwise. And his combat skills were also quite refined. Without a moment's hesitation, Teresa launched a kick aimed at Luo Xuan's head. Even if Luo Xuan were to take the blow, he would likely be unscathed, allowing Teresa to fight with confidence. Luo Xuan remained still, merely raising his hand to block Teresa's kick. The impact of Teresa's foot against Luo Xuan's arm revealed no discernible progress, as it was effortlessly deflected. Yet, Teresa, seasoned in combat experience, retreated without hesitation. Just as he moved back, Luo Xuan's fist struck where Teresa had just stood. Although the punch did not connect, Teresa remained vigilant. Luo Xuan was experienced and would not waste energy unnecessarily. Thus, he anticipated a follow-up strike. Prepared for defense, Teresa braced himself as Luo Xuan's attack came crashing in, a powerful punch aimed directly at him. Teresa quickly crossed his arms before him, bracing to absorb Luo Xuan's blow. However, the force of that punch still lingered, its tremendous power causing Teresa to stagger backward. How formidable, Teresa thought, glancing at his slightly reddened arm, feeling helpless as he pondered the vast gap between himself and Luo Xuan. Raising his gaze, he found no trace of Luo Xuan. During a battle, losing focus is certainly not a commendable habit. Just as Teresa was lost in thought, Luo Xuan's voice resonated behind him, prompting him to quickly turn around, only to find Luo Xuan standing right there. What astonishing speed! When did he manage to position himself behind me? Moments ago, Luo Xuan had just attacked him, yet now he appeared at Teresa's rear. What incredible swiftness! Yet, Luo Xuan offered no time for Teresa to react, delivering a punch straight to his abdomen before retracting his hand. Ugh! Stunned by Luo Xuan's blow, Teresa doubled over, clutching his stomach, and, as Luo Xuan withdrew his hand, he collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of combat strength. After effortlessly defeating Teresa, Luo Xuan activated the gravity system once more. During the recent skirmish, he had turned off the gravity system to assess his combat prowess, which had allowed him to dispatch Teresa so swiftly. Otherwise, it might have taken him longer. The three Saiyans observing from a distance were utterly astounded. How did Luo Xuan reach Teresa's back? One Saiyan inquired. I have no idea. His speed was such that he was nearly invisible, another Saiyan replied, shaking his head. Luo Xuan's attack had been so rapid that they only witnessed him land a punch on Teresa, then suddenly appear behind him to deliver another blow, culminating in Teresa's fall. Just then, a sound interrupted their astonishment, and they turned to see Mosi retracting her foot, with Barrow lying beneath a fallen tree. The three Saiyans swallowed hard, contemplating how powerful Luo Xuan and Mosi truly were. During their first encounter, both Teresa and Barrow could contend with them, yet now they had been defeated so swiftly. How had this transpired? All right, after a brief respite, let us ascertain the strength of that green serpent, Luo Xuan remarked, lifting Teresa to sit beneath a tree. You didn't use your full strength just now, did you? Teresa, having regained his composure, cast a serious glance at Luo Xuan. His question drew the attention of those around them, each staring at Luo Xuan as if he were a ghost. To go defeat Teresa so effortlessly without exerting full force seemed implausible. Come now, you cannot deny it. If I can punch through a jungle raptor, how could my strike possess such minimal force? While my defense is somewhat higher than that of a jungle raptor, it is not significantly so, Teresa continued, noting Luo Xuan's silence. Despite the blow to his pride, he acknowledged the truth. Luo Xuan had felled him without employing his full might. Well, I used about 70% of my strength. How do you think I compare against those high-ranking warriors? Luo Xuan finally admitted, revealing that he had not fought with full intensity. After all, he realized that his strength surged significantly only when he was enraged. As for why only his right hand exhibited greater strength, Luo Xuan could only speculate that it might be due to a previous severe fracture, of course. This was unfounded conjecture. I should be able to contend with those high-ranking warriors on the gravity platform. Whether I can win, however, remains uncertain, as I have not visited the gravity platform in quite some time and am unaware of the extent to which those warriors have developed. Teresa hesitated before responding, acknowledging that he had not fought against high-ranking warriors in a long while. Those warriors trained on the gravity platform achieve remarkable results. Thus, defeating them would not be an easy feat yet when it came to innate talent. Teresa held a more favorable view of Luo Xuan. After all, Luo Xuan was a low-ranking warrior who had grown so strong without the aid of a gravity platform, if he trained on one. Defeating high-ranking warriors would surely be within reach. Should Luo Xuan learn of Teresa's thoughts, he would undoubtedly feel quite embarrassed, for he had been continuously utilizing the gravity system, which was the reason for his rapid progress. Had he only relied on the previous gravity system that merely increased the weight of his clothing, his advancement would not have been nearly as swift. However, the gravity system he employed now bore similarities to that of a gravity platform, allowing him to move freely while yielding significant results. Unlike the fixed gravity platforms used by Lin and the others, which restricted them to combat in a singular location for training, Luo Xuan engaged in his meals, sleep, and battles under the influence of double gravity, facing ferocious beasts without holding back. Although these beasts might not match the combat strength of high-ranking warriors, they fought without restraint if they had held back. Countless powerful high-ranking warriors would have perished. Yet this very reason accounted for Luo Xuan's rapid growth compared to those high-ranking warriors. They would fight with a modicum of restraint, while the beasts of the North Forest fought to the death. It was through these life-and-death struggles that Luo Xuan had honed his skills and experienced such swift advancement. An uncertain outcome. Luo Xuan lamented. He had initially believed he could contend with most high-ranking warriors, but it now appeared he still fell short. You have performed admirably as a low-ranking warrior. You inherently lack certain advantages, yet you have excelled beyond us intermediate warriors. Moreover, you are still young, with continued training. Defeating those high-ranking warriors may very well be within your grasp, Teresa assured him, sensing Luo Xuan's melancholy. This reassurance stemmed from his genuine belief, as he had witnessed Luo Xuan's growth firsthand, that in just half a month's time since their initial meeting, Luo Xuan had made remarkable strides. Given more time, surpassing high-ranking warriors would not be a formidable challenge. Indeed, Luo Xuan nodded, feeling somewhat disheartened. After a month of relentless training through perilous methods, he still found himself lagging behind high-ranking warriors. After all, the innate advantages of those high-ranking warriors surpassed those of low-ranking warriors, and their natural combat prowess was evidently stronger, which seemed somewhat unfair. Yet he recognized that such unfairness only fueled his determination. His ambitions extended far beyond the immediate challenges. He sought not merely to conquer the jungle raptor or high-ranking warriors, but to attain the status of a super Saiyan or even further. Shall we set off? Mosi remarked, relieved to see Luo Xuan's confidence restored. Although she said little, she had overheard the exchange between Teresa and Luo Xuan and worried that Teresa's words might have weighed heavily on Luo Xuan. However, it seemed Luo Xuan was not the type to crumble under minor setbacks. After all, having grown from a low-ranking warrior to this stage, such a blow should not faze him. Yes, let us go. After confirming that both Teresa and Barrow were unharmed, Luo Xuan nodded, setting his sights on the depths of the North Forest, where the elusive green serpent awaited. He was curious about the serpent's strength, which had been formidable enough to drive the jungle raptors from the inner reaches of the North Forest. Not far ahead, the group soon arrived at the place where they had previously encountered the green serpent. Barrow halted, indicating their previous sighting of the immense blue serpent coiled in the vicinity to D. "Oh, you have any idea about the strength of that green serpent?" Mosi inquired, for only Barrow and the three Saiyans had witnessed it, and they were uncertain of its power If it proved too potent, they might need to maintain their distance. That I'm not sure. When we last saw it, its size was imposing, but we did not sense any overwhelming strength. However, it was certainly powerful enough to drive away the surrounding jungle raptors, so its strength must exceed that of the jungle raptors, Barrow responded. Bello remarked that when they had just arrived, they encountered no further assault from the jungle raptors. This indicated that the raptors within this vicinity had been driven away. Naturally, Bello and his companions dared not approach too closely, for the strength required to expel such a multitude of jungle raptors was formidable. If they inadvertently provoked the azure serpent, it could undoubtedly dispatch them in an instant. After all, they were incapable of even besting a single jungle raptor. With great difficulty, Luo Xuan and his companions had finally ventured into the depths of the northern forest. And now they were but a short distance from the enigmatic azure serpent. Everyone, exercise caution. If anything unusual occurs, retreat immediately, Teresa whispered, acknowledging the serpent's undeniable strength. Should a confrontation arise, they might not prevail. Thus, prudence was paramount. Understood, Bello and the others nodded in agreement, aware that the true extent of the azure serpent's power remained unknown to them. However, the mere fact that the jungle raptors had fled was sufficient evidence of the serpent's might, as animals possess a sensitivity far superior to that of humans. Let us proceed, Luo Xuan declared. Though uncertain of the nature of this formidable being, he was intrigued as to why such a powerful entity resided in the northern forest. Had it been driven here from elsewhere? As they advanced, the area appeared devoid of ferocious beasts, yet they treaded cautiously, for within lurked a creature feared even by the fiercest predators. Is this the place? Bello halted, gesturing ahead. Teresa quietly inquired. Bello nodded, parting the branches before them, revealing a colossal serpent coiled quietly. This serpent was indeed of extraordinary size, leaving Teresa and her companions utterly astonished, with a body like a serpent. A crocodile's head, lizard-like limbs, eagle's talons, deer antlers, fish scales, and whiskers at its mouth. Was this a dragon? Luo Xuan too was taken aback, yet his astonishment differed from that of Teresa and the others. The azure serpent felt strikingly familiar to him. This was the Shenlong from the Dragon Ball universe. The Shenlong from Dragon Ball could be summoned by gathering 7 Dragon Balls to grant a singular wish. This realization dawned upon him. Luo Xuan felt a surge of excitement and boldly stepped past the others towards the divine dragon. Although he was unsure why the Shenlong was in this realm, if it could grant wishes, perhaps it could help him return to the real world, relieving him from the arduous training and battles he faced in the Dragon Ball universe. Luo Xuan acknowledged his fondness for this world, yet his longing for his original world was even stronger. He had initially hoped to return to Earth and see if its Shenlong could assist him. Never anticipating this encounter, a twist of fate indeed. Luo Xuan, what are you doing? Emoshi exclaimed, seizing his arm. While she was unaware of the serpent's true terror, she knew it was prudent to exercise caution around anything found within the northern forest. It's fine. I am confident, Luo Xuan reassured her, shaking off his earlier excitement. After all, the appearance of the Shenlong might be his chance to return home. However, he quickly recalled that the Shenlong was a creation of Earth and likely had yet to manifest, questioning how it could possibly be in this universe. Regardless, having encountered the Shenlong, he felt compelled to clarify the situation. Be careful. Emoshi hesitated, but ultimately released her grip upon seeing the confidence in Luo Xuan's eyes. He nodded and continued towards the divine being, drawing ever closer and clearly recognizing it as the Shenlong from the Dragon Ball universe. As Luo Xuan approached, the Shenlong noticed him and, after a brief glance, began to speak. However, its words were unintelligible to Luo Xuan. They were neither in the Saiyan tongue nor in Chinese. Activating the universal translation system within his mind, known for its ability to decipher all languages across the cosmos. He soon heard, Luo Xuan, you have arrived. You know me? Luo Xuan inquired, a hint of astonishment in his voice. How remarkable was this dragon that it recognized him by name. The Saiyans were originally called Roikist, yet upon his rebirth he had chosen to retain his original name. Yes, I am aware, the Shenlong replied, its voice resonating with a magnetic quality akin to that of its animated counterpart. But tell me, Why do you find yourself here? Without further ado, Luo Xuan pressed for clarity regarding the dragon's peculiar presence in this world, because you made a wish for me to bring you here. After fulfilling your desire, I became ensnared by a strange energy. The Shenlong's response left Luo Xuan perplexed. What did it mean that he had wished to be brought to this world? He had no recollection of such a wish. Indeed, it was your future self who made this wish, the Shenlong clarified, addressing Luo Xuan's confusion. Future me wished for you to bring me here. Why? With each revelation, Luo Xuan's bewilderment deepened. He yearned to return to the real world. Why would he wish to come to this universe? The specifics will reveal themselves in due time. The Shenlong replied with an air of mystery, seemingly unwilling to elaborate further. Who has trapped you here? Will you never return? Luo Xuan continued to probe, seizing the opportunity to extract as much information as possible while the Shenlong remained within reach. That I do not know. This force is immensely powerful, binding me tightly. However, once the Dragon Balls are restored in the future, I shall vanish, returning to fulfill the wishes of those who seek the Dragon Balls. This energy can ensnare me, yet it cannot confine time and space. The Shenlong explained, leaving Luo Xuan with a vague understanding. Essentially, it seemed the Shenlong could return to the future and revert back into the Dragon Balls. Luo Xuan had only been in this world for approximately a month, suggesting that the Shenlong might remain here for another 11 months. How did you manage to drive away the fierce beasts in this vicinity? This was a pressing question, for while the Shenlong could grant many wishes, its combat prowess appeared insufficient. Even the original Piccolo could defeat it, with a combat power of approximately 260, significantly inferior to that of Saiyans. The jungle raptors here were capable of battling mid-level warriors. How had the Shenlong succeeded in expelling them? As Luo Xuan conversed with the giant serpent, Imo, Shi, and the others grew increasingly anxious. This was a creature capable of driving away jungle raptors. Should Luo Xuan provoke it? They were uncertain if he could handle the consequences. They had no knowledge of the serpent's battle strength, nor did they understand Luo Xuan's capabilities. They were acutely aware that in a confrontation, they would be entirely ineffective. Thus, they could only observe the situation unfold. Luo Xuan conversing with that giant serpent. Bello finally voiced his curiosity, having observed Luo Xuan engage with the creature. It appeared as though he was indeed communicating with IT. IT certainly seems so, Teresa agreed, noting the serpent's lack of aggression towards Luo Xuan, suggesting a dialogue was taking place. Luo Xuan was conversing in the earth language of this universe. Not only could Teresa and the others not comprehend it, but even Luo Xuan required the universal translation system to communicate with the Shenlong. They are not afraid of me, but rather of the energy that binds me. The Shenlong explained, seemingly unaffected by the poignant inquiry posed by Luo Xuan. I see, Luo Xuan replied, now grasping the situation. Luo Xuan murmured softly, pondering the source of this energy and the reason for entrapping the divine dragon in this location. After being confined here, there had been no further actions taken, merely allowing the dragon to remain in this state. What then was the significance of imprisoning the dragon? Do you truly not know who has ensnared you in this temporal realm? Luo Xuan was perplexed. Was the purpose of confining the dragon merely to facilitate their encounter? This seemed highly improbable. Had the dragon not appeared, Luo Xuan might have dedicated himself to more rigorous training. Yet now, with the dragon's presence, his desire to return to the reality of his world intensified. After all, this was an alien realm, one that did not particularly appeal to him, that I do not know. The dragon responded, its words clear and unambiguous, with no hint of evasion. Did the future version of you not instruct me to divulge certain matters? Luo Xuan remained bewildered. Why would his future self act so recklessly as to bring him to this world? Could it be that the future him no longer wished to return to reality? That seemed inconceivable. Surely, it must be a false version of Luo Xuan. You said you must strive to grow stronger to protect what you wish to safeguard. Indeed, the dragon was reticent and less prompted to speak that protect. What? What could that entail? Surely it could not be a call to save the world. Was that not the task of Sun Wukong? No, it seemed that Sun Wukong was absent at this juncture. The more questions he posed, the more muddled Luo Xuan felt. What was the objective of these actions? Why did his future self insist upon having the dragon bring him to this world? Could it be that he discovered he was unable to return to reality and wished to make Luo Xian's life difficult? Dragon, can you return me to my original world? He sought to dismiss such troubling thoughts. This world offered little in the way of amusement, and Luo Xian earnestly hoped the dragon could transport him back. Although his former world might not permit such adventures, it was preferable to the impending war on Vegeta. A world he longed to escape back to, for his ultimate wish was world peace. That is feasible. It is quite simple if the dragon could bring Luo Xian from the real world to this secondary dimension. It naturally possessed the capacity to return him to reality. The dragon's power was indeed considerable. Although its combat prowess may be lacking, its extraordinary abilities were still impressive. Then, please send me back to the real world. Upon hearing the dragon's response, Luo Xian recognized the familiar phrase associated with wish fulfillment. Though he had not watched many anime, he distinctly recalled the standard line, "So easy." "That is impossible," the dragon replied, just as Luo Xian brimmed with anticipation about returning to reality. "Did you not just say it would be no problem?" Luo Xian felt a wave of frustration. Was the dragon merely toying with him out of boredom? "Your wish is simple, but you have not gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Thus, I cannot assist you." The dragon's answer nearly caused Luo Xian to choke on his own disbelief. Was it not merely a matter of words to grant a wish? Must it be complicated for amusement's sake? Now, Luo Xian had every reason to believe that the Dragon Ball world he had entered was a counterfeit, clearly designed to frustrate fans of the original narrative. If you continue with this farce, you need not return. You may stay here. Luo Xian was furious. The consequences could be dire. All right, farewell. Just as Luo Xian began to suspect the dragon's authenticity, it spoke once more. "Farewell, wait." Luo Xian instinctively replied. But it was already too late. The dragon had transformed into a burst of golden light and vanished, seemingly returning to its future realm. Had they not agreed on a year's time? Why had it disappeared so swiftly? Was time measured differently in that future world? Luo Xian stood there, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Was the dragon merely playing tricks on him? Nonetheless, it had revealed much, including how he had arrived in this world and the existence of the Dragon Balls, which could indeed return him to reality. If the Dragon Balls could facilitate his return, why then had he wished to come to this secondary dimension in the first place? These questions left Luo Xian utterly confounded. What was his future self contemplating, and what catastrophic event had transpired? He could not fathom it. "Luo Xian, are you all right? What about that giant serpent? Were you conversing with it?" As Luo Xian pondered, Imo, Shi, and the others rushed over, having seen the serpent vanish. Initially, they had thought the golden light signified an impending attack from the serpent, but it now appeared that the serpent had fled, leaving them perplexed. What had Luo Xian said to the serpent that prompted its retreat? "Quickly, we must leave. The dragon has vanished, and the jungle raptors, sensing the absence of a threat, are heading this way." Luo Xian shouted. In truth, the dragon's disappearance meant that the energy confining it had also dissipated, prompting the jungle raptors to return. Upon hearing a roar, Luo Xian quickly deduced that the vanishing energy would be acutely sensed by these keen beasts. This was instinctual, a natural ability to seek safety from peril, independent of strength. Thus, in the instant the energy vanished, nearby jungle raptors were drawn back to this location, as their nest lay in this vicinity. "Let us depart this place." Teresa nodded gravely. If the jungle raptors returned, they would surely be overwhelmed. Though they were filled with questions, the group had no choice but to make their way towards the outskirts of the jungle. Along the way, they encountered several attacks from the jungle raptors, all of which Luo Xian dispatched with remarkable speed. There was no time for delay. The longer they lingered, the more raptors would gather. With a resounding crash, after eliminating a group of 10 jungle raptors, the group successfully escaped the depths of the northern forest, arriving at a more central location. Many of the raptors had returned to their lair, making this central area relatively safe. It appears that the jungle raptors will not pursue us any further. Let us rest here. Having surveyed the surroundings and finding no immediate danger, Luo Xian instructed the group to halt. They had now reached a central area where, logically, threats should be minimal. Upon hearing Luo Xian's words, everyone nodded in agreement. They were increasingly centered around him. After all, he had single-handedly defeated 7 of the 10 jungle raptors they had just encountered. Such prowess garnered genuine admiration from Teresa and the others. Thus, this subtle shift in dynamics went unnoticed, as no one paid it any mind. Luo Xuan, what was that giant serpent? And what is this dragon you spoke of? After a brief respite, she inquired curiously. The others, upon hearing She's question, perked up their ears, genuinely intrigued. They had all been interested in the matter, but Luo Xuan's reticence had made them hesitant to ask. Now, with She's rapport with Luo Xuan, she ventured to pose the question after a moment's hesitation. That was not merely a serpent. It was a dragon, albeit different from the jungle raptors. I recall my grandfather speaking of such a dragon in my youth. Its power is formidable, yet it does not attack indiscriminately. As long as one communicates effectively with it, it will depart peacefully. Luo Xuan understood that the Saiyans could not comprehend his dialogue with the dragon. So he concocted a plausible fabrication. If he were to reveal that the dragon could grant any wish, it was certain that the Saiyans would set their sights on Earth after unifying Vegeta. After all, that was something even Vegeta coveted. Very communicative? She pondered, recognizing the truth in her thoughts. The dragon had instilled fear in the jungle raptors, driving them to flee. Yet after Luo Xuan's interaction, it had vanished in a flash of light. This illustrated the dragon's considerable power and its willingness to engage in dialogue. It is merely the manner of communication that only Luo Xuan seems to comprehend. After all, the words he just spoke were completely unintelligible to Moshi and the others. Luo Xuan, what are your plans moving forward? Upon hearing Luo Xuan's explanation, everyone began to understand the unfamiliarity with that object, coupled with Luo Xuan's logical reasoning, made it easy for them to be convinced. However, now that Luo Xuan has become so powerful, continuing his training in the northern forest would only be a waste of time. This place is no longer suitable for him. I wish to continue my cultivation and aspire to grow stronger, hence my desire to venture to a location where advanced warriors train. Upon reflection, the most formidable beings in the northern forest are the jungle raptors. Initially, one might assume that there exists a more powerful presence within, yet turns out to be the divine dragon. Thus, Luo Xuan had no choice but to head to the training grounds for advanced warriors. It is evident that those areas are populated with beings far superior to the jungle raptors. Luo Xuan is now capable of withstanding 15 times Earth's gravity, which is equivalent to 1.5 times that of planet Vegeta. This is already quite formidable for him, yet remains insufficient as he is still far from his ultimate goal. You wish to go to the southern desert? Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Teresa was somewhat taken aback. Just as there are designated training areas for intermediate warriors, there are, naturally, separate locations for advanced warriors as well. However, they are not in the same vicinity. The training grounds for advanced warriors lie within a vast expanse of desert to the south. While it may lack numerous ferocious beasts, it harbors many venomous creatures, which are not only powerful in combat, but also possess high offensive and defensive capabilities, and they are adept at concealing themselves in the sands that if one is not cautious, they might fall victim to their poison. The primary focus of training there is to enhance the Saiyans' reflexes, offensive power, and speed. It was unexpected that Luo Xuan intended to pursue his training there. What about the rest of you? Luo Xuan nodded, recognizing that training speed and reflexes in that environment would be optimal, thus making it his best choice at present. I will accompany you, Moshi declared without hesitation. It was alongside Luo Xuan that she had ventured into the heart of the northern forest, leading to her current strength. Therefore, wherever Luo Xuan goes, she would follow without a second thought. I shall join you as well. Although I have often claimed that my strength rivals that of an advanced warrior, I have never been to the southern desert. Thus, I wish to accompany you this time, Teresa said after a moment's hesitation. He had been in the northern forest for quite some time, yet he felt his progress paled in comparison to the few days spent with Luo Xuan. Previously, he had only seen some relatively powerful beasts and avoided them whenever possible, unlike Luo Xuan, who directly sought trouble with the beasts. Hence, he also planned to accompany Luo Xuan to the southern desert, hoping for personal growth. And what about you, Bello? Luo Xuan nodded and turned his gaze toward Bello and the others, recognizing their combat prowess and wishing to bring them along. Wherever Teresa goes, I shall follow. Bello expressed his intent without much hesitation. Since joining Teresa, he has gained considerably. Although his strength may not be sufficient, he desires to accompany her to the southern desert. We shall not go. The other 3 Saiyans shook their heads in unison. Although their strength had increased significantly, they lacked even the ability to handle a jungle raptor alone, making a trip to the southern desert a certain death. Therefore, they preferred to remain in the northern forest to enhance their abilities. Luo Xuan said nothing further regarding their choice, simply nodding in acknowledgement. Each person has their own aspirations. While he valued their strength, it would be a bit forced to have them join him in the southern desert. So they parted ways amicably. Shall we head directly to the southern desert now? Teresa inquired. Since the decision to go to the southern desert had been made, it was indeed best to leave as soon as possible. Yes, but before that, we need to take Bello to hunt a few jungle raptors so he can successfully condense his energy sphere. Otherwise, he will be utterly unprepared upon arrival in the southern desert. After some thought, Luo Xuan realized that if Bello were to truly accompany them, he must learn to condense his energy sphere. It would be utterly absurd for a Saiyan to lack this ability. In truth, it is merely a matter of time. At this point, Bello is likely capable of not only condensing an energy sphere, but also launching them in succession without issue. However, he has been wasting energy during the condensation process, which is why he has yet to succeed. Therefore, there are only 2 approaches. Either bolster Bello's energy to a level akin to Mashi's, allowing for ample expenditure, or provoke him to unleash his potential. After all, once one successfully condenses at once, the subsequent attempts will become significantly easier. Luo Xuan has ways to strengthen Bello, such as nearly beating him to death and then providing him with a senza bean, which would enhance his abilities. However, given the precious nature of senza beans, Luo Xuan is reluctant to squander them. Although he has discovered a method to shorten the cooldown period, he cannot afford to waste them outright. Thus, he will have to stimulate Bello in another way, and he has devised a plan for that. Are you saying I can also condense an energy sphere? Bello exclaimed with excitement upon hearing Luo Xuan's words. He had always felt that while others could condense energy spheres, he could not, perhaps due to inadequate talent. However, hearing Luo Xuan's words reignited his hope. Previously, Teresa could only condense an energy sphere once. Yet now she can do so twice. And Mashi, who once struggled, has also succeeded, all thanks to this young man before him. Thus, hearing that he too might have a chance to successfully condense an energy sphere filled Bello with enthusiasm. I believe if it is not truly a matter of talent, then it is indeed possible. Luo Xuan expressed his concern, fearing that if Bello ultimately fails to condense it, the blame would solely rest on his perceived lack of talent. Indeed, if talent is lacking, one will inevitably fall short in all endeavors. All right, when shall we begin? After some contemplation, Bello realized the truth in this statement. If he truly cannot condense it, it must be a talent issue. So he showed no hesitation, as long as he can successfully condense the energy sphere without hindering others. That would suffice. There is no rush. Let us first seek out a jungle raptor. This form of stimulation, of course, refers to the thrill of combat. Saiyans are by nature a warrior race that grows stronger with each battle. Thus, Luo Xuan intends to use this method to stimulate Bello. All right. Bello nodded in agreement, as he is now capable of holding off a jungle raptor alone, though defeating one still eludes him. Nevertheless, since Luo Xuan consistently trains using jungle raptors, Bello harbors no doubts. Subsequently, the 4 of them bid farewell to the trio of Saiyans, who, now possessing sufficient strength, need not fear as they traverse the northern forest. Escaping from a jungle raptor should be well within their capabilities. Roar! Observing the 4 jungle raptors before him, Luo Xuan's lips curled into a smile. F4. Rapid extraction. A thought crossed his mind as he raised his hand, swiftly defeating 3 of the jungle raptors, leaving only 1 remaining. The last jungle raptor, upon witnessing its companions felled by Luo Xuan, felt not fear, but an intensified rage. Bello, this one is yours. Luo Xuan patted Bello on the shoulder and pointed to the furious jungle raptor not far away. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Bello wasted no time and charged toward the jungle raptor. All right, regardless of what happens next, do not intervene. We will remain seated over there. Having settled the arrangements, Luo Xuan spoke to Mashi and Teresa. clarifying that the jungle raptor was intended to stimulate Bello. If Teresa and the others were to take action, the effect would be nullified. Mashi nodded without a moment's hesitation. She was the most obedient to Luo Xuan's words. After a brief moment of hesitation, Teresa also nodded, believing that Luo Xuan would not harm Bello. Thus, the three sought refuge beneath a large, shady tree, enjoying scorpion tiger meat while leisurely observing Bello's battle. Bello's combat prowess was indeed formidable, as he managed to gain a slight upper hand against the jungle raptor. Although he was unaware of Luo Xuan's reasons for having him engage in battle with the jungle raptor, he trusted that there was a rationale behind it, as long as he could successfully condense an energy ball that would suffice. That Bello's combat ability was quite impressive. Teresa, watching from the sidelines, nodded in agreement. After all, Bello had been venturing through the northern forest with him for many years. However, his progress had not been remarkable during that time. Now, alongside Luo Xuan, his advancement was surprising if only he had left behind 2 jungle raptors for Bello. Luo Xuan had not anticipated that Bello would prove to be much stronger than he had imagined. Just as Teresa was about to respond, she witnessed Luo Xuan toss a piece of scorpion tiger meat, striking Bello's raised foot just as he was about to kick the jungle raptor. Bello was on the verge of landing a kick on the jungle raptor, but unexpectedly, a piece of scorpion tiger meat intercepted him. At that moment, however, Bello had no time to discern who had interfered, as the jungle raptor was already launching an attack, prompting him to evade swiftly. This pattern continued. Luo Xuan would pull out a piece of scorpion tiger meat, take a bite, and then throw it at the precise moment Bello attempted to strike the jungle raptor. Frustration mounted within Bello. What was going on? Not only was he not receiving assistance, but it also seemed like Luo Xuan was aiding the jungle raptor. Yet, Luo Xuan showed no signs of stopping. Each time Bello aimed to attack, he was thwarted, gradually finding himself at a disadvantage. Teresa, witnessing this scene, contemplated intervening, but recalling Luo Xuan's assurance that he would not harm Bello, as well as his earlier instruction to refrain from interference regardless of unfolding events, she remained still. Damn it! Bello seethed with anger. The situation was becoming dire. This was the first time he had encountered such a frustrating battle. Finding a moment of respite, Bello stepped back, consumed by fury. Engaging the jungle raptor was never an easy task, and with Luo Xuan's constant interruptions, Bello felt increasingly constrained. Ultimately, driven by rage, he lost his composure. Seizing an opening, he evaded the jungle raptor's attack, his right hand slightly open, while his left hand grasped his right wrist, successfully condensing an energy ball. However, instead of directing the energy ball at the jungle raptor, he hurled it towards Luo Xuan. Though unintentional, the interference had originated from that direction, leading him to instinctively throw the energy ball towards Luo Xuan in his anger. Luo Xuan, be careful. Upon witnessing Bello successfully condense the energy ball, Mashi and Teresa exchanged smiles, only to see the energy ball hurtling towards them. They quickly rose and shouted, knowing that if struck by the energy ball, the consequences would be severe. Yet, Luo Xuan did not evade. Instead, he stood tall, fingers splayed, as the energy ball exploded just as his hand opened. In an instant, dust was whipped up, enveloping the area in a cloud of yellow soil, as a gust of wind blew through. Dispersing the dust, Luo Xuan emerged unscathed, his fingers still extended, having successfully caught the energy ball. Boom! This time, the energy ball was not cast by Bello, but rather by Luo Xuan himself. After intercepting Bello's energy ball, Luo Xuan proceeded to condense his own. No! Teresa cried out, believing that despite Bello's attack on Luo Xuan being unintentional, Luo Xuan was now retaliating in anger, intending to eliminate Bello. That it was understandable for anyone to be furious. After all, one had helped him condense the energy ball, and upon its success, his first target was the very person who had assisted him. Teresa feared that Luo Xuan was intent on killing Bello. However, her exclamation came too late, for Luo Xuan condensed the energy ball with astonishing speed, and the explosion echoed near Bello almost instantaneously. Bello certainly did not mean to provoke such a response. There was no need for Luo Xuan to kill him. Witnessing the explosion, it was clear that not only would Bello perish, but Teresa herself would likely meet the same fate amid such overwhelming power from Luo Xuan. Yet, It was unnecessary for Luo Xuan to resort to murder, especially after their prolonged companionship. Luo Xuan was not one to indiscriminately take lives, as Teresa grappled with despair. Ma Xi's voice resonated in her ears. Given her extended acquaintance with Luo Xuan, Ma Xi had a deeper understanding of his character than the others. She was confident that Luo Xuan had no intention of killing Bello in that moment. Huh. Teresa raised her head upon hearing Ma Xi's words, realizing that she was correct. Luo Xuan's temperament was not so volatile. Just then, Teresa heard footsteps and turned toward the direction of Bello, who emerged from the dust. Bello, are you all right? That's wonderful. Having spent 2 years with Bello, their bond was strong. Had he truly been killed by Luo Xuan, Teresa would have been a loss as to whether to seek revenge. Thank you. I was reckless just now and lost control of my emotions, Bello said sincerely. Ignoring Teresa and focusing on Luo Xuan, that it's nothing, Luo Xuan shook his head. The earlier incident had been deliberate. He aimed to provoke Bello into harnessing his rage to condense the energy ball that he understood that Saiyans exhibited formidable combat power when enraged. Thus, even if some energy was wasted, the inability to control oneself due to fury would lead to an inevitable surge of energy, culminating in success as for the subsequent attack Luo Xuan unleashed. Are you all right? Teresa glanced at Bello, who had clearly been struck by Luo Xuan's attack. How could he possibly be unscathed? While Bello possessed considerable defensive strength, it was insufficient to withstand an assault from Luo Xuan. Luo Xuan did not attack me. He targeted the jungle raptor. After condensing the energy ball, I was too fatigued to fend off the jungle raptor's assault, which resulted in my being struck down by Luo Xuan, Bello clarified. This was the truth. Luo Xuan had not acted out of anger to kill him, but had instead rescued him from the jaws of the jungle raptor. I see. Teresa comprehended Bello's explanation. Luo Xuan had indeed aimed for the jungle raptor. Well, now that Bello can condense energy balls, with a bit of practice, he will become increasingly proficient that it's time for us to head to the southern desert. Luo Xuan expressed indifferently. The group nodded in agreement and prepared to depart, having spent over a month in the northern forest, yielding commendable results in their training as they made their way out. They encountered a familiar wave of scorpion tigers. How is it possible to encounter so many scorpion tigers on the outskirts of the northern forest? Hark despaired as he gazed at the 50 or so scorpion tigers surrounding them. He swore he had not harmed any of their young, yet these scorpion tigers were inexplicably trailing them. Who could have foreseen that this time it might truly lead to their demise here? Regrettably, Rigo shook his head, having entirely relinquished hope that it was not merely the 50-odd scorpion tigers that posed a threat. Even 15 of them could effortlessly eliminate them at this juncture. He felt no inclination to resist. Save perhaps for Keith, whose combat prowess was woefully inadequate, a ferocious scorpion tiger lunged at him, and it was too late to defend himself. He could only resign to his fate. However, in the next moment, the scorpion tiger was sent flying Moshi. Upon seeing the familiar figure before them, Rigo and the others were taken aback. You're alive. Have you forsaken your entry into the central region? Yet now. It seemed she might join them. To perish together could be deemed a form of fate. Rigo felt a flicker of joy at the sight of Moshi, but the grim circumstances quickly extinguished any elation. How were they to combat over 50 scorpion tigers, unless Luo Xuan appeared? But in the next instant, the trio stood agape. Moshi charged into the throng of scorpion tigers, delivering a punch to each with a precision reminiscent of Luo Xuan. Before long, the ground was littered with the corpses of more than 50 scorpion tigers. How had she accomplished such a feat? Rigo swallowed hard. When they had been together, she could barely handle 5 scorpion tigers. Yet now, the numbers had multiplied tenfold. How was this possible? However, after dispatching the scorpion tigers, Moshi paid them no heed and departed without a backward glance. Moshi, where are you headed? Keith called out. Unable to restrain himself, she paused momentarily. South Desert, she replied, continuing her journey without a second thought, leaving Rigo and his companions in stunned silence. She did not look back when she had aimed to enter the central region of the northern forest. Rigo and the others had no intention of accompanying her. Thus, with her newfound strength, she saw no need to linger. Her previous intervention had merely been a fortuitous act of saving them, a way of repaying past debts. "Is it resolved?" Luo Xuan inquired nonchalantly upon Mo Shi's return. During his battle with the fang-toothed giant beast, he had developed a distinct aversion to Rigo and his companions, who had merely engaged in betting on the sidelines. It was one thing not to assist. It was quite another to treat it as a spectacle. "Well, we can leave now," he stated with a nod, clearly disinterested in discussing Rigo further. Perhaps he was disappointed in them. Or perhaps, having grown stronger, she deemed them unworthy of her company. Luo Xuan said nothing more, turning to exit the northern forest, with Teresa, Belo, and Mo Shi following closely behind. Was that really Mo Shi? Rigo pondered. Still reeling from the sight of the scorpion tiger corpses strewn across the ground, 50 scorpion tigers. How could they have been vanquished so effortlessly? I don't know, Harker stammered, swallowing hard before shaking his head. Had Mo Shi truly grown this formidable in their time apart? Given her current prowess, even 10 Harkers would prove no match for her. That is MOXIT appears her decision to enter the central region of the northern forest and align with Luo Xuan was indeed the right one, allowing her to grow at an accelerated pace. Keith, having witnessed Mo Shi's intervention on his behalf, was certain of her identity. Initially, he had thought she might have perished at the hands of the scorpion tigers. But now it seemed she had emerged from the central region, her strength having reached what could only be described as the pinnacle of an intermediate warrior, if not rivaling that of a high-level warrior. Yet he perhaps overestimated her. High-level warriors indeed possess such capabilities, but not all who wielded such strength could compare to them. Shi's ability to dispatch so many scorpion tigers stemmed primarily from their dispersed fighting power. Although they might have been stronger when united, faced individually, they were not insurmountable foes. This was wisdom gleaned from her time alongside Luo Xuan. When encountering the jungle raptor, these scorpion tigers had hardly filled her with trepidation. Upon hearing Keith's words, Rigo felt a bitter pang. Had they followed Mo Shi into the northern forest as central region, perhaps they could have grown as strong as she had. Yet, regrets were now futile. They would never catch up to Mo Shi's stride. She mentioned she was headed to the South Desert, right? Rigo suddenly recalled her earlier words. The South Desert was a realm only high-level warriors could hope to survive, where even some of those warriors had met their demise. Yes, she must be going with Luo Xuan. They likely have no inkling of the South Desert's peril. Harker interjected, having overheard, in his view, Mo Shi would not be foolish enough to venture into such a treacherous locale, unless it were for Luo Xuan. Perhaps they are aware, Keith suggested, believing Mo Shi's alliance with Luo Xuan to be a clever move. Huffed, if they weren't fools, they wouldn't be seeking to challenge the jungle raptors, Harker retorted. Disgruntled, he believed Luo Xuan and his companions were merely fleeing a location they could no longer tolerate. They think the South Desert is like the northern forest, with clear divisions of outer, central, and inner regions. How Navi? Harker continued. The South Desert is unlike the northern forest. Its toxins roam freely without regard for territory, making encounters with them frequent. Some high-level warriors have entered the South Desert only to encounter its most fearsome inhabitants and suffer fatal consequences. In light of Harker's derision, neither Keith nor Rigo responded. Had they not witnessed Mo Shi's prowess, they might have retorted, but after seeing her current strength, they fell silent. It was not until they encountered 3 intermediate warriors emerging from the central region of the northern forest that they grasped the magnitude of what Luo Xuan and Mo Shi had accomplished there. There lies the South Desert. After 2 days of travel, Luo Xuan and his companions finally reached the threshold of the South Desert. Observing the gradually yellowing horizon, Luo Xuan nodded. The atmosphere here felt distinctly different from the northern forest. What set the South Desert apart from the northern forest was the absence of any clear hierarchy. Here, regardless of one's combat prowess, be it strong or weak, solitary or communal, danger lurked at every turn. Teresa elucidated, as he was quite knowledgeable about the South Desert. Upon entering, we may immediately encounter formidable creatures, or we might wander for a while and only encounter lesser beings. Regardless, we must remain vigilant. The creatures here are predominantly venomous. The South Desert is famed for its toxins. Almost all creatures bear venom. Should one fall victim to an attack without timely treatment, death is a likely outcome. Moreover, due to the Saiyans' limited technological advancements, many who succumb to poisoning find no remedy, thus establishing a trade dynamic. The Zafula people supply antidotes to the Saiyans, who in turn offer a particular metal found in the desert in exchange. You seem quite well-versed in the South Desert, Luo Xuan remarked casually. Without Teresa's insights, he might have charged in heedlessly that I once relied on my strength and ventured into the South Desert, but after just one day, I hastily retreated. Teresa shared, showing no embarrassment. Though the creatures here may lack brute strength, their speed and defensive capabilities are astonishing, and they excel at concealing themselves within the shifting sands, making them exceedingly difficult to detect. They can silently approach and deliver a venomous bite. Should the toxin be potent, it could paralyze one's nerves, rendering even Saiyans powerless in combat. Thus, upon entering the South Desert, Teresa had encountered several creatures and witnessed 3 high-level warriors slain the following day. Prompting his swift departure, "Yes, that's so. Let us proceed." Luo Xuan nodded, recognizing the need for vigilance within. While the South Desert posed great dangers, Luo Xuan understood that to grow stronger, he must dare to confront such risks. After all, this is the world of Dragon Ball, and he certainly does not wish to be a mere wretch with a fighting power of only 5. The same goes for Teresa and the others. They have already begun to feel themselves growing stronger. How could they possibly retreat in the face of danger? Such behavior is not characteristic of the Saiyans. Thus, without hesitation, they followed Luo Xuan into the southern desert. As they journeyed forth, Luo Xuan and his companions encountered no peril. It seemed that the southern desert was even quieter than the northern forest. However, beneath this tranquility lay a more sinister threat. Therefore, they remained vigilant, aware that often the most dangerous entities lurked behind the facade of calm. What could it be? A sandstorm. At that moment, Luo Xuan noticed a swirling mass of yellow sand connecting heaven and earth in the distance, resembling a tornado. Thankfully, it was not heading in their direction. In this southern desert, one must not only be wary of creatures hiding in the shadows, but also of natural phenomena, such as sandstorms. Mosi explained that, fortunately, this was at a considerable distance and posed little threat to them. Nevertheless, for Saiyans, this was not a significant challenge. After all, their keen eyesight and swift speed allowed them to spot danger from afar and react accordingly. Soon, the sandstorm dissipated, revealing many exposed rocks in its wake, as this was merely the edge of the desert. After the winds had settled, Luo Xuan noticed something else on the ground not far away. It appeared to be 2 individuals. Teresa and the others also observed that 2 figures lay upon the ground nearby. In the glaring light of day in the southern desert, it was evident they had perished. They did not appear to be Saiyans. Mosi nodded in agreement. The physiques of these 2 individuals were certainly not those of Saiyans. Could they be Zafurians? Let's go take a look. Since arriving in this world, Luo Xuan had yet to encounter the legendary Zafurians, known for their high intelligence. Although it was likely that they were merely 2 corpses now, Luo Xuan felt compelled to investigate. The others remained silent. They held little interest in whether they were Saiyans or Zafurians. However, since Luo Xuan was curious, they followed him without any reservations. Upon approaching, they indeed found 2 corpses lying on the sandy surface, their faces concealed, revealing only their diminutive stature, approximately half that of Luo Xuan. Their attire was not the furs typical of Saiyans, but rather the distinct clothing of another kind, albeit tattered and worn. It was evident that these individuals had not died recently. Based on their physique, they were unmistakably Zafurians. These bodies are noticeably smaller than those of Saiyans, and their clothing is clearly not Saiyan. Luo Xuan remarked. Indeed, he nodded, extending a hand to turn one of the corpses over, seeking something specific to be careful. Just as Luo Xuan reached out, a snake lunged at his hand, prompting Mosi to exclaim in alarm. Luo Xuan's reflexes were swift. Rather than retracting his hand, he struck at the snake's vital point. The serpent was cast aside, writhing on the sand for a moment before succumbing. Though Luo Xuan's strike had been casual, it bore considerable strength. He had not anticipated that the venomous creature would thrash about for a moment before dying. It seemed that the creatures of this desert were not without their defenses. Luo Xuan murmured to himself before flipping the corpse over. Indeed, he discovered a device affixed to the corpse's eyes. This was precisely what he sought. Although it seemed of little use, it could measure the power levels of others. And Luo Xuan was eager to ascertain the extent of his disparity compared to those stronger warriors. He retrieved the device, but furrowed his brow at its condition, while the device appeared intact. The button on the side was irreparably damaged. He then took the device from the other corpse, only to shake his head again. This one was even more damaged, with its surface marred by cracks, rendering it unusable. Thus, Luo Xuan's plans appeared dashed, as he felt a tinge of disappointment. The system in his mind commenced downloading plugins, and to his astonishment, it was precisely what he needed. A new detector? Luo Xuan. What is that? Teresa inquired curiously as she observed him removing the devices from the Zafurians' eyes and discarding them on the ground. It seemed the Saiyans were unaware of the purpose of these devices. Although they had interacted with Zafurians, such technology did not appear to be widely adopted, and these two individuals seemed far from ordinary Zafurians. Otherwise, they would not have found themselves in the southern desert. I do not know. I was merely curious to take a look. It seems to be some kind of machine, but it appears damaged. Since Teresa was unaware of the device's nature, Luo Xuan felt no obligation to divulge this information. Nor was there any necessity to inform them. After all, the Saiyans had yet to encounter such devices, which would still be some time away, at least a year. Let us proceed. Luo Xuan shook his head. Now that the system had provided him with a new detector, he no longer required these. However, assigning a shortcut key to a device seemed somewhat wasteful. After speaking, he rose and led Teresa and the others onward. Deliberately stepping on the two devices and destroying them. It was evident that these two Zafurians had fallen victim to an attack in the desert, and no other Saiyans had encountered them. Thus, Luo Xuan wished to shield the existence of those devices from others, for Saiyans were not fools. Teresa and the others paid no mind. After all, they held no interest in such devices, which would not enhance their strength. Seeing Luo Xuan crush the two small machines only reinforced their belief that these devices were of no value. Otherwise, why would he destroy them? As the group continued onward, Luo Xuan's awareness turned to the newly added shortcut key in his mind. He felt that the shortcut for this detector was somewhat extravagant. After all, devices like these should be readily available among the Zafurians. Even if he could not obtain one now, once the great battle concluded in a year, he would surely acquire such a detector. However, since it had already been downloaded, he had no choice but to accept it, regardless of his feelings of waste. This was an item bestowed by the system. And while he could request improvements, he could not demand that the system provide something entirely different. That, if only he could have a shortcut to transform into a Super Saiyan. For instance, F1 for Super Saiyan, F2 for Beyond Super Saiyan, and F3 for Super Saiyan 3. How simple that would be. But such thoughts were mere fantasies, for this system could only offer him shortcuts to enhance his strength, not forcibly elevate his abilities. That most, it provided supplementary assistance. Just like the Spirit Bean system, if there were no cooldown, Luo Xuan could easily sustain severe injuries and consume Spirit Beans to rapidly boost his power. However, since discovering the secret of the Spirit Beans, Luo Xuan had ceased to covet such reckless methods of power enhancement. Turning his focus within his mind, Luo Xuan eagerly examined the F5 shortcut key, and he felt a surge of excitement. This F5 detector seemed somewhat different from what he had anticipated. F5, detection system active, can detect the combat power data of all living beings. Passive, can sense the energy of all beings, with detection range increasing with ability enhancement. Detecting energy, moreover, is a passive skill, which means that this ability allows Luo Xuan to perceive the existence of Qi. It is well known that in the Dragon Ball universe, apart from Son Goku, Saiyans are incapable of sensing Qi. Even Vegeta only mastered this skill later on. This implies that Saiyans fundamentally lack this ability. After defeating the Zarbon people, they began to rely on scouters for their assessments. In contrast, Luo Xuan stands apart, as his capacity to sense Qi enables him to control his own energy, thus evading detection by other scouters. Allowing him to masquerade as weaker than he truly is. Over-reliance on scouter data is hardly advantageous. Now that Luo Xuan can sense the Qi of living beings, it follows that he can also manage his own energy. Therefore, this shortcut has not been squandered. Rather, it has conferred significant benefits upon him. Luo Xuan, are you all right? You seemed lost in thought just now, she observed Luo Xuan, whose expression shifted from serious to cheerful, leading her to wonder if he had been bitten by that snake earlier. I'm fine, just contemplating some matters that I find perplexing, Luo Xuan replied, shaking his head. The affairs of the system must remain undisclosed. For with his current capabilities, he would struggle to protect himself. Although his strength is formidable, it is only relative. When compared to Lin and the others on the gravity chamber, he feels he would be outmatched. Hence, he must diligently hone his skills. Otherwise, there are those on planet Vegeta who could easily defeat him. F5 detection. A thought flashed through Luo Xuan's mind as he prepared to test the effectiveness of a scouter while assessing the combat power of Mo, Shi, and the others. The first to be measured was Mo, Shi's combat power, which registered at 3,407. A significant increase compared to Raditz's arrival on Earth, where he was only at 1,500. However, Raditz was a low-class warrior, whereas Mo, Shi is a mid-class warrior, making her strength of over 3,000 quite unsurprising. In fact, she is somewhat weaker than Nappa, who reached 4,000 upon arriving on Earth. However, this pales in comparison to Vegeta's combat power at that time. Next, Luo Xuan scanned Trees' combat power, which astonishingly reached 5,100, surpassing Nappa, and no wonder her strength is likened to that of a high-class warrior. This level of power is indeed impressive. Lastly, he checked Bello, who registered a combat power of only 2,333, less than Mo Shi's. Nevertheless, he remains considerably stronger than Raditz, who hails from a low-class warrior background. I wonder if the scouter could detect my own combat power. After gauging the others, Luo Xuan had a rough understanding of their strengths, enough to estimate the power of high-class warriors, albeit imprecisely. After all, one cannot deduce the capabilities of Rigo from Mo Shi's readings, as they likely do not even reach 2,000. Contemplating this, Luo Xuan had no other recourse but to glance at himself. To his surprise, his own combat power value manifested in his mind. 7329. Luo Xuan was taken aback. His own strength had exceeded 7,000, however, considering he had trained under more than double the gravity of planet Vegeta. This achievement seemed reasonable. When Son Goku trained on King Kai's planet, which bore only the standard gravity of planet Vegeta, he returned with a combat power of 8,000, and with the Kaioken technique, his power surged to 32,000, allowing him to defeat Vegeta. Thus, attaining over 7,000 was not exceedingly high. I wonder how strong Lin is. I recall that during their last encounter in the gravity chamber, she only exerted 30% of her strength to defeat him. Although he has improved significantly since then, so has she, continually training against high-class warriors, while she may not train under the immense pressure of over double gravity like Luo Xuan. High-class warriors possess innate talent, making it uncertain how much their combat power has risen over the past month. It seems he must strive even harder. Otherwise, when the time comes to battle, victory may elude him. Upon learning of his combat power, Luo Xuan did not relax. Rather, he felt an even greater thirst for strength. After all, with his current power, he could hardly venture into the universe, let alone surpass the many Saiyans still on planet Vegeta. Luo Xuan, are you truly all right today? Mo, she remarked, observing him shift from frowning to elation, and now to a fiery determination that I'm fine. Just be cautious of any ambushes nearby. Luo Xuan cautioned, shaking his head. Suddenly, the scouter detected a combat power value not far from their location. Initially, Luo Xuan would not have noticed, but the scouter revealed an energy signature nearby, even though he had not seen anyone in the vicinity. This indicated that the presence was concealed in the shadows. There's something lurking in the dark? Mo, she asked, momentarily taken aback by Luo Xuan's words. Nevertheless, she trusted him implicitly. Whatever he stated, she believed. After all, were it not for Luo Xuan, she might still be like Rigo and the others, merely hunting for the great toothed beast on the outskirts of the North Forest, lacking the qualifications to train in the South Desert. Everyone, stay vigilant. There is something hidden beneath this desert, completely out of sight, Luo Xuan asserted, nodding. The entity lay concealed beneath the sands, invisible to the naked eye. Yet the scouter had clearly detected it. its combat power measured at a mere 170. Luo Xuan did not underestimate this seemingly low combat power. The creature was hiding in the desert. Should it launch a surprise attack, even a Saiyan could fall victim. Moreover, Teresa had mentioned that the majority of creatures in this desert possess toxins. If bitten, one might not perish from the poison, but their nerves could be paralyzed in an instant. Hence, the South Desert is deemed far more perilous than the North Forest. The true danger does not stem from the combat power of these creatures, but rather from their sudden assaults, which are difficult to anticipate. With a scouter, one could identify the presence of these creatures. However, without one, a sudden attack might catch one off guard, leading to dire consequences. Even with a scouter, if there are too many foes, or if one's reflexes are insufficiently swift, one could still be bitten, considering these creatures are hidden beneath the sands. Everyone, exercise caution. Although these creatures might not be particularly strong, they often attack in groups. If one is spotted, there may be others lurking nearby. Teresa's experience clearly surpassed that of Luo Xuan and the others. Though he had not spent much time in the South Desert, he was well acquainted with the habits of its inhabitants, frequently hearing tales from high-class warriors who had ventured here. After all, he was once regarded as the closest to a high-class warrior himself. Such a person could not possibly be unfamiliar with a few high-class warriors. Teresa had planned to train in the South Desert if given the chance, believing it to be an excellent place to enhance a Saiyant's reflexes and speed. Previously, he felt confident in his combat power and defenses, thus intending to refine his speed and reaction time. However, after spending a day here, Teresa wisely chose to return to the North Forest for training. While the creatures here may generally possess lower combat power, killing a Saiyan is far simpler than dispatching a jungle lizard. Regardless of one's strength, fatigue is an inevitable factor, and these creatures take advantage of such moments to strike unexpectedly. If one reacts in time, there's little cause for concern. However, if caught unawares, they could swiftly become prey. Indeed, everyone should remain cautious. Luo Xuan nodded in acknowledgement, surprised that other entities might be concealed nearby. However, the detector only indicated the presence of a creature not far away, revealing nothing else in the vicinity. Could it be that these beings possess such remarkable stealth capabilities that the detector is rendered incapable of detecting their traces? Nevertheless, Luo Xuan and his companions paid little mind to these uncertainties. After all, they had ventured into the South Desert for cultivation, not leisure. Thus, regardless of the hidden entity's power or their potential to endanger their lives, it was of little concern to them. Only those elusive beings dwelling deep within the sands could facilitate their continuous improvement. As such, they harbored no fear. Rather, they gravitated towards the presence of these creatures. Indeed, the Saiyant's intrinsic nature is one of combativeness. To flee at the first sign of danger without attempting to confront it would hardly reflect their true essence. Suddenly, as the group cautiously approached the location where Luo Xuan had detected the hidden creature, a snake darted towards them with remarkable speed. Yes, it was indeed racing towards them, its swiftness rivaling that of a velociraptor. In an instant, it lunged at Mashi. However, the diminutive serpent posed no threat to her. With a swift kick, she sent it flying. Be careful, Mashi whispered, a sense of unease creeping over her. The snake appeared rather small. Perhaps too small. Her words echoed in the air. A multitude of black shapes began to emerge around them, so densely packed that only upon closer inspection could they discern that they were swarms of the very same small snakes Mashi had just dispatched. Yet, the sheer number of these serpents was astonishing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The throngs of small snakes surged towards Luo Xuan and his companions, each one moving with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the group. And despite their diminutive size, their overwhelming numbers left everyone astounded. Luo Xuan and his companions did not underestimate the situation. The task of vanquishing so many snakes would undoubtedly be time-consuming. Look over there, Luo shouted, pointing to a location not far off. The group turned in the direction he indicated and spotted a small snake writhing momentarily on the ground before lifting its head to gaze at them, flicking its tongue. This was the very snake Mashi had kicked away, and now it seemed unfazed, fixating on them before darting towards their direction with the same speed as before. What is happening? Mashi thought, bewildered. Although she had not exerted her full strength, that kick should have been more than sufficient to incapacitate a mere serpent. How could it possibly be unharmed? Observing the small snake approach, Mashi was struck with shock. She knew precisely how much force she had applied. Even a scorpion-tailed tiger would not have survived such an impact. How could this snake possess such formidable resilience? Luo Xuan and the others realized that despite Mashi's kick, the snake appeared unscathed and continued to advance toward them. "Did you not use your full strength?" Belluo inquired, glancing at Mashi if she had indeed held back. It could explain the snake's resilience. Yet, even without full force, a kick should have been enough to incapacitate it. The snake's defensive capabilities were astonishing. Mashi shook her head, clarifying that it was not her lack of force, but rather the snake's astonishing defense that had allowed it to survive. "It seems we must exercise caution. These snakes possess both speed and strong defenses, and they may even be venomous. Everyone be vigilant." Teresa's expression grew serious. He had previously traversed the South Desert, but had never encountered such a situation. In his earlier experience, he had only faced a single giant snake, which proved to be of little threat and was ultimately slain. However, he had witnessed several elite warriors being overrun by a pack of wolves, realizing just how perilous the South Desert could be. Now, encountering these resilient small snakes was a new and unsettling experience. He wondered what other dangers lay hidden within the desert. "Let us dispatch them quickly. If necessary, we can resort to energy spheres," Luo Xuan suggested. Despite finding no immediate threat in the small snakes, he sensed that they were not the true adversaries in this desert. Something far more dangerous was lurking beneath the surface. As the group nodded in agreement, the small snakes had already encircled them. Although numerous, their combat prowess did not seem overwhelmingly formidable. The primary concern lay with their venom. As long as they remained cautious and avoided bites, they should be able to manage the situation. Swoosh! The snakes moved with incredible speed. Yet Luo Xuan and his companions were not slow either. Having learned from Mashi's previous encounter, they exerted their full strength against the small serpents. Upon engaging, they soon realized the true extent of the snake's defensive capabilities. Even with their full might, some of the small snakes still did not perish and continued to launch attacks against the group. "Why are we still struggling to finish them off?" Mashi wondered aloud, perplexed. She had clearly dispatched many of them, yet they seemed to be appearing in an endless stream. There must be a nest nearby. "They are likely emerging from beneath the sands," Luo Xuan surmised, his expression growing grave. Initially, he had thought that although the number of snakes was substantial, they could be dealt with swiftly in battle. However, it now appeared that this was not the case. Each time they eliminated a group, another wave would spring forth, as if the snakes were inexhaustible. If this relentless cycle continued, Luo Xuan himself might endure. But Mashi and the others could soon find their stamina waning. Even if they attempted to flee, their speed might not match that of these serpents, and retreating while leaving their backs exposed to such swift attackers would be ill-advised. Endless! Damn it! Are we facing the progenitor serpents? A name surfaced in Teresa's mind as he pieced together Luo Xuan and Mashi's conversation with the current predicament. Progenitor serpents? What are those? Mashi recognized the gravity in Teresa's tone, understanding that these snakes were likely not as simple as they seemed. Otherwise, Teresa would not appear so concerned. Upon hearing this name, particularly from Mashi, Luo Xuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Saiyans, you certainly have a flair for the dramatic. Previously, he had heard tales of a type of snake inhabiting this desert, small in stature and lacking in combat power, seemingly harmless. However, what made them terrifying was their seemingly endless reproduction. For every one they killed, another would spring forth, wearing one down until exhaustion led to demise. Additionally, the rapid growth cycle of these snakes, maturing into full serpents within merely 7 days, coupled with their swift reproductive capabilities, warranted their ominous title, progenitor serpents. Teresa, well versed in these matters, was able to provide some answers to Mashi's inquiries. But how did the Saiyans who escaped manage to do so? Belluo was particularly curious about this. If some had encountered the progenitor serpents and still managed to escape, there must be a method that I don't know. No one has ever successfully evaded their attacks. Those who are aware of them likely only witnessed a progenitor serpent from a distance. The knowledge of their habits and growth cycles comes from the research conducted by the Zoful people. They probably shared this information because they require the iron mines in this desert, Teresa replied. shaking his head. If anyone had truly escaped, his expression would not be so solemn. The fact that no one had evaded them was precisely why he was so grave. No one has ever escaped? How can that be? Even if these small snakes are formidable, elite warriors are not weak. Surely someone must have made it out. Upon hearing Teresa's words, Mashi retorted, if these intermediate warriors are unable to escape, what are the advanced warriors? I am uncertain. Perhaps these serpents possess an innate sensitivity, perceiving us as easy prey. After all, it is rare to hear of advanced warriors encountering these derivative serpents. Teresa shook her head. Acknowledging the rarity of such occurrences, if derivative serpents were to appear, there would undoubtedly be a multitude of their remains strewn across the ground, along with the bones of Saiyans. Yet, such events are seldom witnessed. With encounters typically involving solitary appearances or pairs of Saiyans, there has never been a report of 3 Saiyans being attacked by derivative serpents. Thus, it stands to reason that these serpents can sense the strength of their adversaries. Choosing to evade those they deem too formidable to die in their company, there were only 3 intermediate warriors and a lone Luo Xuan. Although Luo Xuan and Teresa could rival advanced warriors in the eyes of Teresa and her companions, they merely matched them, unable to surpass their strength. Therefore, from the perspective of the derivative serpents, Luo Xuan and Teresa's combat prowess might not appear particularly imposing, which could explain why they were targeted. The group could only surmise this rationale. Otherwise, it was improbable that they would have attracted the serpent's aggression. The serpents must possess the ability to sense power, prompting their attack on the group. Regardless, they needed to devise a means to escape from this place. Otherwise, they would be overwhelmed by these serpents. Teresa had heard tales regarding the origins of these serpents, rumored to be insatiable, which allowed the derivative serpents to roam freely in this desert, leading to the demise of advanced warriors at their fangs. However, such encounters were infrequent, which had caused little concern until now, as they found themselves unfortunate enough to encounter the serpents shortly after entering the southern desert. Moreover, there may be other hidden dangers lurking within. Everyone should exercise caution. Though uncertain of what lay beneath the sands, Luo Xuan was aware that other creatures likely resided within, biding their time. Furthermore, he understood why the derivative serpents perceived their group as relatively weak. According to Teresa, the serpents would not attack unless there were 2 or more advanced warriors present, with Luo Xuan and Teresa both reaching a level comparable to that of advanced warriors, and alongside the capable Mashi and Bello. Their group should theoretically equate to at least 3 advanced warriors. Yet the derivative serpents appeared unperturbed, leading Luo Xuan to deduce that these serpents possessed a similar ability to sense energy, having just acquired the shortcut key. Luo Xuan suppressed his energy, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary low-level warrior. Perhaps this was the reason the serpents misjudged their threat level. Naturally, Luo Xuan refrained from elevating his energy further, as he wished to ascertain what other entities lurked beneath the desert. If these derivative serpents could indeed slay an advanced warrior, Luo Xuan found it hard to believe that he was certain that something lay hidden within the sands, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. If they did not eliminate this concealed threat, they could easily become the next Saiyan spoken of as having fallen victim to the serpents. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, the others grew vigilant, although they sensed nothing amiss. Luo Xuan had never been wrong in his assessments. They believed that a more formidable presence lurked beneath the desert sands. Time passed, and the group began to feel fatigued. However, they sensed that the number of derivative serpents seemed to be diminishing, prompting them to fight with renewed vigor. The formidable entity Luo Xuan had mentioned had yet to reveal itself, leading Teresa to question whether Luo Xuan had perhaps miscalculated. The derivative serpents were not as powerful as rumored. They likely had underestimated their strength, believing that a force equivalent to 3 advanced warriors could not possibly be overwhelmed by these lesser serpents. "Hey!" Mashi exclaimed as he dispatched the last of the derivative serpents. Surrounded by the corpses of hundreds that had attacked them, it seemed no more serpents emerged. Had they truly vanquished an entire nest? Finally, they had eliminated the serpents, leading Mashi to conclude that they weren't as dangerous as initially thought. Perhaps the tales were merely fabrications to instill fear in intermediate warriors like themselves. After defeating all the serpents, Bello breathed a sigh of relief. Although their combat strength was not particularly high, their defensive capabilities were remarkable. Had their offensive power been greater, they might have faced dire consequences. However, it appeared that these little creatures were indeed not exceedingly formidable, making their defeat relatively easy. Let us move quickly. There may be another wave of attacks imminent, Teresa urged, disregarding Bello's remarks. Luo Xuan nodded in agreement. While he remained concerned, there was no time for hesitation. They needed to depart swiftly, surveying their surroundings, which were eerily silent. Luo Xuan felt a palpable tension. Without further deliberation, they set off in another direction. They had come to this desert for training and could not afford to abandon their mission over such a minor setback. If that were the case, they would never grow stronger. To become more powerful, they must continually take risks and confront stronger adversaries, growing stronger through adversity. As Luo Xuan turned, a set of data suddenly materialized in his mind's eye, a measure of combat strength indicating an approaching individual or creature. Be cautious, Luo Xuan warned sharply, lacking the luxury to investigate the combat reading further. Just as his warning left his lips, a scream pierced the air. Ah! Teresa's voice rang out, and the group turned to see her ensnared by a massive python resembling the derivative serpents. Its head adorned with a horn-like protrusion. Without hesitation, Luo Xuan summoned energy spheres, launching them towards the colossal serpent's head. The serpent hissed in pain as it was struck, loosening its grip on Teresa, who seized the opportunity to escape and sprint towards Luo Xuan and the others. The serpent shook its head, realizing its prey was fleeing, and without a moment's delay, it surged after Teresa. The speed of this serpent far exceeded that of the smaller ones, and it quickly closed the distance. Poised to devour Teresa whole, Luo Xuan, without a moment's pause, conjured another energy sphere and hurled it towards the serpent's gaping maw. The sphere detonated within its mouth just as Teresa reached Luo Xuan's side. What on earth is that creature? Teresa gasped, still shaken by the encounter. Had it not been for Luo Xuan's timely intervention, she would likely have become the serpent's next meal. It was undoubtedly a derivative serpent. But this one was the true predator capable of slaying advanced warriors. Luo Xuan regarded the serpent, which had withstood 2 of his energy attacks without visible damage, his expression grave. The combat reading indicated this massive serpent possessed a power level of only 1024. Yet its defensive capabilities were astonishingly robust, making it a challenging foe. Luo Xuan frowned, contemplating how an energy sphere capable of dispatching a jungle raptor had failed to significantly harm this large serpent. The data suggested that the serpent's power level of 1024 was impressive for its kind. Had it not been on Vegeta, but rather Earth, it was unlikely any creature could reach such a level. Yet, despite Luo Xuan's own power exceeding 7,000, he found himself unable to breach the serpent's defenses, raising questions about the true nature of this creature. Its power level must indeed be considerable, setting it apart from the lesser serpents they had just encountered. Although there were no detectors and no means to sense the atmosphere, Teresa was still able to perceive that this creature's combat prowess was likely formidable, as its appearance suggested. Indeed, its fighting strength was greater than that of other beasts. However, any one of us would be capable of dispatching it. The primary issue lay in its exceptionally robust defenses, which rendered energy blasts ineffective against it. Luo Xuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging Teresa's keen observation. The combat capabilities of the serpent were indeed impressive, leaving one to wonder how it had developed such strength. Could it be that these serpents possessed an understanding of cultivation, honing their bodies through rigorous training? Yet, adhering to the principles of survival of the fittest, these serpents must continuously grow stronger to endure in the arid desert of planet Vegeta. Those unable to adapt would inevitably face extinction. However, for animals to engage in cultivation was nearly impossible. They could only evolve to better align with the natural world, fortifying their scales to enhance their defenses. Indeed, within this southern desert, no creature appeared weak. Upon entering, they encountered such a formidable entity, igniting excitement in Luo Xuan as he pondered what other opponents lay ahead. Just moments ago, when he was ensnared, he distinctly felt the hardness of the serpent's scales. Even with a full-force attack, he left no mark upon its surface. Teresa nodded, recalling his own attempt to strike the massive serpent when ensnared, only to find his efforts seemingly futile. If we combine our attacks, can we bring down this serpent? Bello inquired. Their combat strength was not insignificant, and Luo Xuan had mentioned that their capabilities surpassed those of the serpent, that if they joined forces, they should be able to subdue it. Right? Initially, there had been some skepticism toward Luo Xuan, but now complete trust had been established. They had sensed nothing of the gigantic serpent, while Luo Xuan had. When they dealt with the smaller serpents, they had assumed Luo Xuan was mistaken, believing no significant threat lurked beneath the desert. However, after witnessing the emergence of the giant serpent, they had come to respect Luo Xuan's insight. Thus, they no longer doubted his words. No, you and Mashi can only muster one energy sphere at most, and you've already expended considerable stamina against those smaller serpents. Should we attempt to combine our forces now and fail to breach its defenses, the consequences would fall squarely upon you, Luo Xuan cautioned, shaking his head after considering Bello's thoughts. They had indeed been drained by the smaller serpents and had yet to fully recuperate. Engaging in battle now would be futile. They now understood why the serpent had unleashed so many smaller ones. It was a tactic to deplete their energy. Additionally, they realized the reason the serpent refrained from attacking more than 2 high-level warriors was that facing 3 would render it unable to exhaust their stamina effectively. Ultimately, it risked being killed by the combined efforts of 3 high-level fighters. That it seemed this colossal serpent possessed intelligence, understanding how to secure its food while ensuring its own safety. This may also explain why it had not attacked the nearby Saiyans watching the spectacle. It sought to avoid drawing too many adversaries. As long as it had sufficient food, it was content. The passing Saiyans, witnessing the futility of escape against high-level warriors, would certainly refrain from intervening. Who would risk their own lives for another? As for the immense serpent before them, they had never seen it emerge, and the high-level warriors they had witnessed were all slain by it. This was indeed a challenging predicament, for this creature had proven capable of killing high-level warriors. Although the combined strength of Luo Xuan and his companions could rival that of 3 high-level fighters, they remained individuals and thus were easily exhausted. The serpent was cunning, aware of the need to deplete its foes before revealing itself. Had it emerged alongside the smaller ones, 2 high-level warriors could have easily managed 1 each. What shall we do now? Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Mashi furrowed her brow, surprised by the serpent's capabilities. Leave it to me. Every creature has a weakness. As long as I can identify it, we shall prevail, Luo Xuan asserted. Every living being possesses vulnerabilities. Even the Saiyans have their tails as a point of weakness. Though the serpent's defenses were formidable, locating its weak spot would render the confrontation manageable. Be cautious, Mashi advised. Given Luo Xuan's assertion, they did not impede him. As he pointed out, their current attacks would only be wasted efforts. They could only wait for Luo Xuan to uncover its vulnerabilities. At that point, a coordinated assault would yield more significant results. Luo Xuan nodded, adjusting the gravity system to 0, removing any additional gravitational pressure. The serpent's speed was remarkable, and Luo Xuan had already expended considerable stamina. Without the use of senza beans for recovery, lowering the gravity was the only option. After all, senza beans were precious, and he would not consume them unless absolutely necessary. With the gravity system deactivated, Luo Xuan shot forth like an arrow, hurtling toward the massive serpent. Having just endured 2 of Luo Xuan's attacks, the serpent remained wary. While those strikes had not breached its defenses, they had certainly inflicted pain, causing it to bide its time for an opportune moment. However, with Luo Xuan launching a direct assault, it felt no fear. This serpent had consumed its fair share of small creatures. Their taste was quite agreeable. Thus, upon witnessing Luo Xuan's approach, it was filled with rage. How dare its food resist? Hey! Luo Xuan leapt into the air, delivering a swift punch to the serpent's head. The speed was astonishing. Even the serpent had not anticipated the blow, which landed squarely against it. Yet despite the impact, the serpent remained unfazed, retaliating with a sweeping tail. Luo Xuan, suspended mid-air, had no means to evade and could only brace himself for the serpent's strike. With a resounding thud, he was sent crashing into the desert, sending clouds of sand into the air. Luo Xuan, Teresa exclaimed, surprised that he had been bested so quickly. As the sand settled, Luo Xuan's absence was noted, causing Teresa and the others to widen their eyes in alarm. In that moment, Luo Xuan, having seemingly vanished, reappeared at the serpent's tail, clasping it tightly before hurling the serpent away, sending it crashing heavily onto the desert floor. What incredible speed! Did you see Luo Xuan's movements? The battle transpired in an instant. Bello had only seen Luo Xuan thrown into the sand before witnessing him toss the massive serpent. No, both Teresa and Mashi shook their heads, acknowledging that Luo Xuan's speed had been too swift for their eyes to follow. What level had Luo Xuan trained to achieve such remarkable velocity? It was far superior to his speed during his confrontation with Teresa in the northern forest. While Luo Xuan was fast, the serpent was not slow either. After crashing onto the desert floor, it reappeared before Luo Xuan in the blink of an eye, jaws agape, lunging to bite him. Rapidly, Luo Xuan gathered energy in his palm, directing it toward the serpent's gaping MW. An energy sphere flew forth, exploding within the serpent's mouth. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Xuan evaded the serpent's attack, fully aware that this strike would not injure it. After all, he had already tested his defenses once. While this energy sphere was slightly more potent, it was not enough to inflict significant damage. As he made contact, and then withdrew, Luo Xuan gained a clearer understanding of the serpent's formidable defenses. They were indeed not to be underestimated. After being struck once more, the serpent eyed Luo Xuan warily, refraining from launching another attack, as this little figure appeared quite formidable. Luo Xuan was indeed impressive, possessing rich combat experience that allowed him to evade the serpent's assault so adeptly. Bello also expressed his sentiments, observing that Luo Xuan possessed considerable combat experience. Otherwise, he would not have been able to conjure an energy sphere in that critical moment to strike at the serpent's mouth. Typically, one would opt to evade such an attack, as forming an energy sphere is immensely taxing on one's stamina. However, evasion necessitates ensuring one's speed can outpace the serpent's assault. Failing that, one risks being bitten. Should one fall victim to the jaws of this formidable serpent, salvation would be unlikely. After all, any creature capable of traversing the desert is not easily dealt with. Moreover, it is imperative that Luo Xuan's abilities are exceptional. Otherwise, even if he could form an energy sphere, achieving it within such a brief span of time would be unattainable for anyone but him. Teresa nodded in agreement, acknowledging that not everyone possesses the capability to summon energy spheres with such alacrity as Luo Xuan. Meanwhile, Mashi remained silent, yet she too was taken aback. When she first encountered Luo Xuan, he was merely honing his combat skills against the gargantuan beast. Yet merely over a month later, his combat experience had grown remarkably rich. Which was no small feat, however. Mashi understood that Luo Xuan's wealth of combat experience came at the cost of his life. He trained against the gargantuan beast, the scorpion tiger, and the jungle raptor, creatures that others merely sought to eliminate swiftly, but he used them as instruments for his personal growth. Through countless battles, Luo Xuan had acquired the combat prowess that now rivals that of advanced warriors, a feat accomplished through effort that far surpassed that of his peers. Otherwise, if a low-level warrior could easily catch up to an advanced one, the distinction between the two would be rendered moot. The two sides exchanged glances for an extended moment until the serpent could no longer contain itself and launched an attack. However, rather than directly assaulting Luo Xuan, it burrowed into the sand. The serpent is fleeing. Upon witnessing the serpent vanish into the desert, Bello frowned, questioning whether Luo Xuan had driven it away. Not at all. The serpent had been born and raised in the desert, making it far more suited to combat beneath the sands. Concealed within the desert, it could remain undetected, waiting for the opportune moment to strike, a maneuver from which even Luo Xuan could not defend himself. Teresa shook her head, explaining that if the serpent could be so easily dealt with, it would not have garnered such a fearsome reputation in the southern desert. That creature possesses considerable intelligence. What should we do? Should we assist Luo Xuan? If it attacks from behind, he would surely benefit from our support, Bello inquired, noting that Luo Xuan was currently unaware of the serpent's whereabouts. Should the serpent launch a surprise attack from behind, Luo Xuan would be in grave danger. It would be futile. We cannot match the serpent's speed. Even if it launched a rear attack, we would merely be devoured, unable to resist. Only Luo Xuan can keep pace with it. Before Teresa could speak, Mashi chimed in. If any of us could match the serpent's speed, we would not merely be spectators. It is precisely our inability to keep up that confines us to this role. On the battlefield, Luo Xuan observed as the colossal serpent plunged into the desert, vanishing from sight, a subtle smile gracing his lips. For others, disappearing into the desert may spell doom from sudden ambushes. Yet for Luo Xuan, equipped with his detector, the situation posed no significant challenge. As time ticked by, the serpent remained hidden. Over here, at a certain moment, a series of data appeared in Luo Xuan's mind, akin to the readings from the Dragon Ball's detector, complete with a small triangle pinpointing its location. Without hesitation, he vanished from his position in that instant. The serpent's gaping maw appeared beneath his feet, prompting Luo Xuan to deliver a swift kick, sending the massive serpent soaring. The moment it emerged, Luo Xuan deftly kicked it away, without a trace of hesitation. What astonishing speed! Teresa was astounded, never expecting Luo Xuan's velocity to reach such heights. Furthermore, how did he know the serpent would emerge from that direction? Bello, witnessing the serpent being sent flying, realized he had been oblivious to where it would appear. The serpent was indeed swift. Had he not been forewarned, evasion would have been impossible, much like how he himself could not have predicted the serpent's emergence beneath him. However, Luo Xuan had clearly anticipated the serpent's attack, kicking it away without a moment's doubt, revealing his knowledge of its impending appearance. Yet, this question remained unanswered, for Teresa and Mashi were equally astonished. Unaware of how Luo Xuan had achieved this feat after being kicked away, the serpent writhed momentarily before burrowing into the sands once more. Re-emerging behind Luo Xuan, without a hint of hesitation, he pivoted, his toes barely grazing the ground as he launched a powerful kick, striking just below the serpent's head. Hiss! Though the damage was minimal, the serpent was infuriated. In the vast desert, it could conceal itself, with few adversaries capable of locating it. Yet today, it had been discovered twice by a mere morsel, a humiliation that stung its already low intelligence. Meanwhile, the trio of Mashi and her companion stood transfixed, utterly baffled by how Luo Xuan accomplished such feats, surpassing their understanding of him. While Luo Xuan had always been formidable, he had never exhibited such prowess before. Today, his speed and reflexes seemed to have undergone a drastic transformation, revealing a Luo Xuan they scarcely recognized. What they did not know was that prior to this battle, Luo Xuan had alleviated the effects of gravity. Moreover, he had equipped himself with a shortcut in his mind, the detector. As soon as the serpent moved, he could pinpoint its location, allowing him to evade its attacks and counter effectively. This cannot continue. Just as the onlookers marveled at the spectacle, Luo Xuan furrowed his brow. Though he appeared to hold the upper hand against the serpent, he understood that such combat demanded intense concentration of mental energy. Any momentary lapse could result in a fatal bite. Furthermore, his stamina was rapidly depleting. Should this prolong, defeat would be inevitable. He must identify its weaknesses. The serpent boasted formidable defenses, yet could not be entirely devoid of vulnerabilities. Thus, Luo Xuan needed to uncover its weaknesses to secure victory, or else he would stand no chance. Hiss! Realizing that hiding in the sand was futile against Luo Xuan, the serpent refrained from retreating into the desert and instead launched a direct assault. This straightforward attack aligned with Luo Xuan's preferences. After all, locating its position while concealed in the sand provided little opportunity to exploit its weaknesses. Therefore, its direct attack was the most advantageous course for Luo Xuan. The serpent's frontal assault, however, posed a disadvantage for Luo Xuan. Teresa frowned, perceiving the situation differently. She believed that the serpent's concealment in the sands allowed Luo Xuan to sense its presence and strike, benefiting him greatly. Yet, with a direct attack, Luo Xuan might struggle to withstand it, given the serpent's swift speed. What should we do? Upon hearing Teresa's words, Bello found some merit in her reasoning, if that were indeed the case. Then Luo Xuan would be in peril. What can we do? We cannot keep up with Luo Xuan's pace. We can only watch from here. Ma Shi, having spoken up, remained steadfast in her faith in Luo Xuan. Thus, seeing him in this predicament, she refrained from voicing further concerns, simply observing quietly. Moreover, as she had pointed out, there was no way to assist. Rushing in now would only complicate matters for Luo Xuan. If assistance were possible, it would have been undertaken long ago. But Lu pondered this notion, realizing that the battle between Luo Xuan and the Yin Shi was far beyond their capabilities, rendering their intervention futile. Hey! As the Yin Shi approached with a swift motion, Luo Xuan met it head-on. Despite its rapid speed, its considerable size hindered its ability to respond as quickly as it might have wished. This was Luo Xuan's advantage. Although smaller in stature, he possessed numerous opportunities to evade attacks, unlike the Yin Shi, which, regardless of how it attempted to dodge, remained vulnerable. Thus, it had evolved robust defensive scales. Otherwise, it would merely be a living target, easily vanquished by any advanced warrior. Capitalizing on his inherent advantages, Luo Xuan relentlessly attacked the Yin Shi, seizing every opportunity to strike. Yet despite his efforts, he failed to uncover any weaknesses in the creature. As if the Yin Shi were devoid of vulnerabilities altogether. How is this possible? At this moment, Luo Xuan had exhausted considerable stamina, yet the Yin Shi's weaknesses eluded him. However, he reasoned that every living being must possess some form of weakness. It was inconceivable for it to lack any. While evading the Yin Shi's assaults, Luo Xuan reflected on previous encounters, sensing he had overlooked something crucial. Once more, he launched a punch at the Yin Shi. But this time it appeared prepared, swiftly countering by flinging Luo Xuan away with its tail before darting off. Luo Xuan. Upon witnessing the Yin Shi's action, Teresa and the others expressed their astonishment. The onlookers had failed to notice Luo Xuan's impending strike, yet the Yin Shi seemed to possess a foreknowledge of it. So that was it. Undeterred by being flung aside, Luo Xuan merely smiled. The previous encounter was not a matter of prediction. Akin to how he evaded the Yin Shi's strikes through his detector, the creature relied on its instincts. The Yin Shi did not possess knowledge of Luo Xuan's intended target, but instinctively shielded that area, inherently protecting itself from any assault directed there. And that area was evidently its weakness. Initially troubled by the inability to discern the Yin Shi's vulnerability, Luo Xuan had unwittingly stumbled upon it. Its weakness lay in its abdomen. No wonder it had almost bitten him earlier in battle. Had it extended a fraction further, it could have reached him. Yet it refrained, evidently wary of exposing its abdomen to Luo Xuan's attacks. Luo Xuan, are you all right? Ma Shi and the others rushed to his side. Just moments ago, Luo Xuan had been utterly unprepared and had been flung away by the Yin Shi's fierce tail, a blow that was undeniably severe. I'm fine. Did you see the spot I attacked? That's the Yin Shi's weakness that I'll devise a way to expose it further, and you can strike directly. Luo Xuan wiped the corner of his mouth. A trace of blood visible, yet he paid it no mind as he spoke to Ma Shi and the others. The trio glanced at the Yin Shi approaching their location and nodded. They had also observed the area Luo Xuan had targeted. Initially believing the creature had preemptively sensed his intent, it now appeared to be instinctive protection. Indeed, Luo Xuan declared, charging towards the Yin Shi once more, that he was the only one capable of matching the creature's speed. And thus it fell upon him to unveil its weakness. They merely needed to focus their attacks on that vulnerable point when the time came. Bang! Luo Xuan re-engaged the Yin Shi, employing fists and feet. While the creature retaliated with its tail and jaws, a fierce exchange ensued. Luo Xuan found it impossible to breach the Yin Shi's defenses, yet the creature likewise struggled to land a blow on him. Even when it managed to strike, Luo Xuan successfully defended against the attacks. How advantageous it would be to wield a weapon. As he delivered another punch against the Yin Shi's scales, he felt a sense of frustration. His strikes bore little impact, yet the recoil left his hands aching. However, Saiyans seemingly had no inclination to utilize weapons, preferring to resolve matters with their fists. Just as Luo Xuan regained his footing, the massive Yin Shi swung its tail once more. Unable to evade in time, he was forced to catch it with his hand. Boom! Though he managed to grasp it, his legs sank deep into the desert sand. Should the Yin Shi strike again, he would surely be crushed. Aware of this, Luo Xuan clutched the creature's tail tightly. and as it attempted to retract, he was pulled along for the ride. Of course. Had the yin she chosen to simply drop its tail, Luo Xuan would have certainly been flung off, and that was precisely what the yin she did. Hey! As it released its tail, Luo Xuan held on, sliding around half a circle before landing steadily. Yet he refused to let go. He executed a throw, propelling the yin she away. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Xuan hurled an energy ball towards the flying yin shi, which struck precisely at its abdomen, the very location of its weakness. Hiss! The impact elicited a cry from the yin shi, reminiscent of a wail of anguish. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before its lament could conclude, Ma Shi and the others unleashed their energy balls. Having prepared while Luo Xuan engaged in battle, as he attacked, their strikes followed suit, 3 energy balls converging on the yin shi's vulnerable point, causing it to crash heavily to the ground at last. It was resolved. Belu exhaled deeply, relieved. Though the yin shi lacked formidable offensive capabilities, its defense was exceptionally robust. Had the battle continued, Luo Xuan's stamina would have surely been depleted. Not yet. Teresa gravely shook her head. While they had indeed struck the yin shi's weak spot, it had not succumbed. Thus the matter remained unresolved. Upon hearing Teresa's words, Belu turned his gaze to the yin shi. Sure enough, it still stirred, albeit lacking its previous vigor. Luo Xuan wasted no time. He knew not how the creature's recovery abilities functioned, but it was imperative to prevent it from recuperating. Otherwise, their efforts would be in vain. What Luo Xuan did not anticipate was that upon his approach, the yin shi would burrow deep into the desert, attempting to flee. Naturally, he could not allow it to escape. If the yin shi could deplete their energy with its smaller counterparts, it indicated a degree of intelligence. Should it evade capture, it could lie in wait within the desert, poised to retaliate in the treacherous southern desert, fraught with dangers. A vengeful yin shi lurking was no trivial matter. A moment's inattention might very well lead to dire consequences. Observing the yin shi burrowing into the sand, Luo Xuan lunged forward, grasping its tail and pulling with all his might. His strength was considerable, and at this critical juncture, the yin shi was gradually being dragged out. Hiss! Realizing its escape was thwarted, the yin shi pivoted and lunged at Luo Xuan. He evaded, yet the force of its tail sent him soaring into the air. This is bad. Suspended in midair, Luo Xuan found himself immobilized and less agile, rendering him vulnerable to the yin shi's assault. Teresa, witnessing this scene, shouted in alarm. Indeed, as she had predicted, the yin shi wasted no time. Upon flinging Luo Xuan aloft, it opened its jaws, aiming for him. Just as Luo Xuan finally began to descend, he thought, when will I ever learn to fly? Luo Xuan complained, yet there was little he could do. He had not yet mastered the art of flight. Below him, the yin snake was already approaching, its elongated body impressively lengthy. Force swiftly extracted. Without hesitation, Luo Xuan launched an energy sphere directly at the yin snake, which caused his own body to be propelled slightly upwards before descending towards the creature. Luo Xuan exclaimed softly, clenching his fist tightly in front of him, harnessing the force of his descent to speed toward the yin snake. In an instant, he flew straight into the creature's maw. Luo Xuan, seeing him swallowed by the yin snake, she shouted in alarm. However, moments later, Luo Xuan emerged, having punched his way through the snake's mouth. F4 quickly extracted again. This time, he targeted the ground with his energy sphere, but its power was diminished, for Luo Xuan's stamina was nearly depleted. Utilizing the cushioning effect of the energy sphere, he landed steadily. At that moment, the head of the yin snake crashed heavily to the ground. Luo Xuan was now covered in blood. Blood from the massive creature. This was not the first time he had been drenched in such a manner. He had similarly emerged bloodied after passing through the body of the jungle's swift dragon, Glancing at the fallen and motionless yin snake, Luo Xuan exhaled in relief, surprised to encounter such a formidable opponent so soon after entering the South Desert. Although its combat prowess was lacking, its scaly defenses had managed to prolong the battle significantly. Luo Xuan, are you all right? Shi and the others approached, their concern evident after witnessing the perilous encounter. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued, Luo Xuan replied. Shaking his head, he was unsure why, But with each increase in the power of his punches, a substantial amount of energy was extracted from him. Initially, this was manageable. But as the force of his strikes grew, he sensed that the energy being drawn from him intensified correspondingly. If he did not become stronger soon, he might not have enough energy to draw upon next time. Thus, Luo Xuan realized he must enhance his strength, for dealing with the yin snake was no trivial task. He wondered just how many such creatures lurked within the South Desert. Teresa observed the yin snake, blood gushing from it and seeping into the sands, shaking her head in resignation. To encounter such a creature upon their initial foray into the South Desert was disheartening. She feared the presence of many more like it in this desolate expanse. "We should leave this place," Luo Xuan suggested. "The blood of the yin snake might attract other ferocious beasts. Despite its formidable nature, it was not the most powerful entity in the South Desert. And the overwhelming scent of blood could indeed lure other predators. That it was prudent to vacate the area before any unforeseen threats emerged, especially since Luo Xuan might not be able to handle them." Agreed. She and the others concurred, recognizing that while the yin snake had strong defenses, it was not the apex predator of the South Desert. After tidying up briefly, Luo Xuan and his companions set off in another direction. Shortly after they departed, a large bird circled above the site of their battle before swooping down to seize the massive yin snake, carrying it away to another location. Strange, Luo Xuan mused as he walked, sensing a disparity in the strength of his right hand. Just moments ago, it had felt immensely powerful, yet now it seemed as if it possessed no more strength than his left. He noted that whenever he faced danger, his right hand exhibited far greater force. It was not merely strength, but sheer power. However, in the absence of combat, it felt no different from usual, making it difficult to discern that it could swell to such proportions. He regretted not having a detector to gauge his combat power during those moments of explosive force. If only I could have measured it then, I would know how much my strength increased. According to his instincts, the surge in power was significant. Whether battling the fang-toothed behemoth, the jungle swift dragon, or the recent encounter with the yin snake, Luo Xuan had felt the enhancement in his right hand unmistakably strong. Yet, the exact extent of that increase remained a mystery to him. "Luo Xuan, I noticed that you only unleash your power at the last possible moment during battles. Why not strike early?" Teresa inquired. Having detected something amiss with Luo Xuan, it was evident that he possessed the capability to pierce the jungle swift dragon with a single punch. Yet had waited until she was gravely injured before retaliating. The same had occurred during the fight with the yin snake. He could have overwhelmed its defenses sooner. Though she sensed something peculiar, she was uncertain, so she approached him with her question, hoping to glean some insight. "He's likely using the yin snake as a means of training." She interjected before Luo Xuan could respond. "Training?" Teresa regarded she with a furrowed brow, realizing that she had known Luo Xuan longer and might possess valuable insight. But was Luo Xuan truly utilizing the yin snake for training? From their first encounter, he had fought the fang-toothed behemoth without employing his full strength, deliberately restraining his abilities until he was nearly exhausted before delivering the final blow. The same pattern had emerged with the scorpion tiger and the jungle swift dragon. He had always waited until the last moment to finish off his adversaries. She offered an explanation. Though she too was unsure why Luo Xuan delayed his explosive power, yet she understood that he was reluctant to share the truth with others. So she spoke up, "Yes, that's so." Teresa pondered, recalling that this had indeed been the case previously. However, during the recent confrontation with the yin snake, Luo Xuan had clearly engaged in combat. Indeed, Luo Xuan conceded with a nod, feeling somewhat odd about the sudden outburst of power in his right hand. Yet his instincts urged him to keep this matter private, believing it best that not too many people were aware of it. Thus, he would regard it as a training endeavor. "Very well," Teresa replied, still somewhat skeptical but unwilling to press further given Luo Xuan's insistence. Perhaps he was indeed merely training, and she was overthinking things that F2 16 times. Luo Xuan activated gravity, setting 16 times greater than that of planet Vegeta, equivalent to 1.6 times normal gravity. He was determined to exert himself further to gain strength and resolved not to lift this gravity until absolutely necessary. "Thank you for earlier," Luo Xuan said quietly to Mo Shi as they walked together. While Teresa and the others led the way, he acknowledged that without Mo Shi's assistance, he would have been at a loss for how to handle the situation, and thus felt it necessary to express his gratitude. "It's nothing, but I'm curious. Why do you always wait until the last moment to unleash your power?" Mo Shi smiled, her eyes fixed on Luo Xuan. She too was eager to understand why he consistently delayed revealing his formidable combat abilities until the final moments of battle, swiftly dispatching his foes thereafter. I'm just training," Luo Xuan replied with a smile, opting to keep his secret close. Since he had withheld the truth moments ago, there was no way he would disclose it now. The desert's training was quite monotonous. Had he been alone, he would have struggled to endure. Luckily, with Mo Shi and the others accompanying him, the experience was far less tedious, allowing for conversation and camaraderie. "How have you been feeling lately?" Having just completed a fierce battle, Luo Xuan observed that Ma Shi's combat experience had significantly enhanced, rendering her a completely different person compared to their initial encounter in the northern forest. Moreover, she had successfully concentrated energy spheres on 2 occasions, and Luo Xuan found it perplexing that what was once a straightforward task now seemed somewhat laborious for them. Nonetheless, her combat prowess had evidently improved considerably. Indeed, training in the South Desert proved to be far more effective than their experiences in the northern forest. Ma Shi nodded in agreement. Aside from her concern for Luo Xuan, she remained as stoic and expressionless as she had been during their first meeting. Of course, she would smile when interacting with him. "That's good. After a bit more training, we shall return," Luo Xuan replied. Nodding, it had been 2 months since they entered the northern forest, and he had now mastered the ability to move effortlessly under 20 times the normal gravity. This was akin to training under twice the gravity of planet Vegeta, a regimen that had allowed Luo Xuan to progress rapidly. However, he understood that such training alone would not suffice to attain true strength. Previously, Luo Xuan had assessed his battle power at 8873, surpassing Goku's strength when he had just returned from King Kai's planet, when Goku was at 8,000 and Vegeta at 18,000, a notable disparity. Yet Luo Xuan recognized the importance of balancing effort and rest. Even though such intense training could rapidly elevate his abilities, it also placed considerable strain on his body. The only regret he harbored was, "Well, I too wish to return," Ma Shi nodded. "After being away for an extended period for training, one inevitably yearns to return home." In contrast, Teresa and Barrow were indifferent. They had spent over a year training outside without ever returning home, having already integrated their training into their daily lives. Nevertheless, since Luo Xuan expressed a desire to go home, they decided to return just to take a look. "Damn it, that guy was incredibly strong," a Saiyan with a face marred by scars exclaimed as he approached from a short distance. They had recently discovered a metal mine and intended to exchange the findings with the Zafurians for essential supplies in the desert. The Saiyans had a pressing need for medicinal supplies to treat their injuries, as their combative nature often led to wounds. Unfortunately, while attempting to carry away the ore, they encountered another group of Saiyans who seized their precious find. "We were outmatched. We had no choice but to concede," remarked a tall, lean son named Gao Shou, who appeared somewhat disheveled, though not as battered as the one who had spoken earlier. "We'll have to search for other deposits. With the right potions, we can endure a bit longer in this South Desert. Once our abilities are enhanced, we can settle the score with them." This quartet of advanced warriors was already a formidable assembly, yet they had unexpectedly faced 6 advanced warriors this time, making victory impossible. Thus, they relinquished the medal or without a fight. That someone over there, a previously silent Saiyan observed, spotting Luo Xuan and his companions not far away, his tone tinged with caution. In the South Desert, encounters often led to combat. However, given their injuries, engaging in another confrontation could be perilous if their adversaries possessed significantly greater strength. "That person looks familiar," Gao Shou noted, recognizing someone among Luo Xuan's group. "That's Teresa." Just as he spoke, a voice with a sinister undertone interjected, laced with animosity directed at Teresa. "Teresa, the very one who defeated you." "A mid-tier warrior," another Saiyan chimed in, recalling that his companion had once been bested by a mid-tier warrior, a fact now seemingly verified. "If it weren't for my carelessness and the gravity platform's rules, where falling to the ground counts as a loss. I wouldn't have lost to that guy. The scion who had been defeated by Teresa gritted his teeth, bitterness evident in his words. Although he had indeed faced an unfortunate incident, a loss remained a loss, regardless of the circumstances. Now, many were aware that he had fallen to a mid-tier warrior, which was a source of profound shame for him. There's no need to be so agitated. This isn't the gravity platform. The rules don't apply here, the scion who had suffered significant injuries remarked with a chuckle. Having lost the iron ore, he still felt irked. So encountering weaker opponents was quite welcome. Let us not stir up trouble. We should search for the next iron mine, Gao Shou suggested, shaking his head as he wished to avoid further conflict. It's fine. We'll just deal with them. Another scion, clearly combative, declared cheerfully before the three of them advanced toward Luo Xuan's group. Reluctantly, Gao Shou followed suit as the band of scions approached. Luo Xuan noticed them as well. However, he did not pay them much mind. Although the area was expansive, it was not unusual for advanced warriors to cross paths in this training ground. Yet, at that moment, he realized they were indeed heading in his direction, that if one were to follow the Klichstein narrative from novels, a confrontation seemed imminent. What are you staring at? The battered scion growled as he neared Luo Xuan, noticing Barrow's unyielding gaze upon his face, which irritated him considerably. What's it to you? Barrow retorted, taken aback by the scion's aggressive demeanor. Initially, he had merely been curious about who had dealt such a beating to the scion. Now, he wondered why the assailant had not been more relentless. Had he been the one to strike, he would have ensured the scion was rendered speechless. Teresa, it's been quite a while. However, this place ISNT meant for mid-tier warriors like you. Oh, and certainly not for low-tier trash. The scion who had been defeated by Teresa addressed him directly. Although he had indeed lost to Teresa, he attributed it to the platform's rules and a moment of inattentiveness. Believing that as an advanced warrior, he should never have been defeated by a mid-tier. I thought I recognized you. It's you, Taitisi, Teresa replied, having remembered the advanced scion he had previously battled. While he had faced few advanced scions, he could recall those he had managed to defeat, with Taitisi being the strongest among them. Winning against Taitisi had required a stroke of luck, and that victory had cemented Teresa's reputation as one of the closest to an advanced warrior's title. It could be said that Teresa's fame had been solidified after his battle with Taitisi. I told you, this South Desert isn't a place for mid-tier warriors and low-tier trash, Taitisi sneered, believing that Teresa's previous victory had been merely a stroke of luck. In the South Desert, life and death were dictated by fate, and the notion of rules was absurd. What? After being defeated by me, you still dare to show your face here. We mid-tier warriors are unwelcome. Yet you, an advanced warrior who was bested by mid-tier, still have the audacity to come. Teresa remained unfazed, acknowledging Taitisi as a former opponent. Even if luck had played a role, a victory was a victory. And Teresa no longer harbored any concerns that he was well aware that his current strength could utterly overpower Taitisi. You merely won by chance. If you have the guts, let's have another match here. Taitisi retorted, his temper flaring at Teresa's words, as the defeat had left a lifelong scar on his pride. Ever since his loss to Teresa, he had frequently become the subject of ridicule. Even during the times of gravity training, he was often looked down upon. Although Taitisi's strength was rather lacking, he was, after all, an advanced warrior. Eventually, with no other choice, he had to retreat into the southern desert to cultivate. Little did he expect that today would bring a fateful encounter with Teresa, and the sight of an old foe ignited a fierce animosity. Never mind, I have no desire to engage with a defeated opponent. However, Teresa shook his head at Taitisi's words, genuinely unwilling to fight. He sensed that Taitisi posed no threat, indicating that he was no longer a match for him. What? Are you afraid? Taitisi mocked, misinterpreting Teresa's silence as a sign of weakness. Yet, Teresa paid him no heed, merely casting a glance at Luo Xuan, who appeared indifferent, absent-mindedly playing with the sand. Forget it. You are not my rival. Ultimately, Teresa shook his head again, convinced that Taitisi was no danger. However, he could detect a hint of peril emanating from the tall, slender scion, suggesting that this individual was truly the strongest among them, that if he were to act, Teresa doubted his ability to withstand the onslaught. Realizing that words would not provoke Teresa, Taitisi took the initiative and launched a punch at him. Teresa, however, made no unnecessary movements, simply evading Taitisi's strike with a subtle shift of his body. Since you were so eager to fight, then come at me. Teresa, incensed, felt emboldened by the presence of Luo Xuan. Should the tall Saiyan engage, Luo Xuan would certainly intervene. They had completely centered their focus around Luo Xuan, who possessed considerable strength. Ha! I too seek a worthy opponent. You'll do, kid. Just be sure not to look foolish. The battered Saiyan, nursing wounds from a previous confrontation, noticed Taitisi and Teresa had begun to clash. Frustrated by his recent defeat, he redirected his aggression toward Bello, who showed no hesitation, having long harbored disdain for this Saiyan, and charged forward. Leave that woman to me. I have no desire to play with a lowly warrior. Saiyans were inherently combative, and another Saiyan glanced at Mashi and Bello before heading toward Moxai. That it seems I have become a target as well. Noticing the approaching figure, Mashi's lips curled into a dangerous smile, and he whispered to Luo Xuan, "No need to hold back." Luo Xuan nodded, having already assessed the combat power of these individuals with his scouter. Taitisi's combat power registered at 4892, significantly weaker than Teresa's, which had increased further. Defeating him was not a daunting task. The Saiyan battling Bello, however, had a combat power of merely 2871, raising Luo Xuan's suspicion regarding his status as an advanced warrior. The one challenging Mashi had a power level of only 3000, presenting no challenge for Mashi, whose strength was now on par with Teresa's. Yet, the only individual who astonished Luo Xuan was the tall, slender advanced warrior, whose combat power reached an impressive 6165, the highest he had encountered among Saiyans. Logically, such formidable strength should be utilized in competitions at the gravity training facilities. It was perplexing to find him training in the southern desert. Moreover, the warriors accompanying him exhibited comparatively low power levels. Was it possible that a power level exceeding 6,000 was still unworthy of competition at the gravity chamber? Now, it's just you and me. Shall we fight? Luo Xuan rose, brushing the sand from his attire, and addressed the advanced warrior with a calm demeanor. He was eager to test his strength against these advanced warriors and ascertain his own capabilities. Advanced warriors were not merely defined by their power. Their combat experience often surpassed that of many intermediate warriors. However, upon encountering Luo Xuan and his companions, the narrative changed. This group had honed their skills from the northern forest, excelling in both power and experience, rivaling even advanced warriors. You wish to challenge me? The tall Saiyan regarded Luo Xuan with a furrowed brow. He did not belittle Luo Xuan, but sensed an unusual aura emanating from him. Despite being a low-level warrior, Luo Xuan exuded an immense pressure, akin to that felt in the presence of formidable opponents at the gravity facilities. Why could a low-level warrior instill such a sensation? The tall Saiyan realized he could not underestimate Luo Xuan. Nevertheless, he had no intention of retreating. Whether against a low-level or an advanced warrior, he would not falter. Indeed, Luo Xuan nodded, having nothing more to say, merely wishing to gauge his own strength. Thus, even if the advanced warrior declined, he would still engage. Such courage, the tall Saiyan remarked with a smile, acknowledging that although he did not look down on Luo Xuan, the audacity of a low-level warrior challenging an advanced one was notable. This was perhaps the inherent superiority complex of advanced warriors, who, blessed with natural talent, found their path to strength comparatively easier. Therefore, to them, it took immense bravery for a low-level warrior to confront those who had dominated them since childhood. However, Luo Xuan was not of this world and bore no such notions. With his own strength having risen, he was determined to test himself. Let the battle commence. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Xuan charged at the advanced warrior. He had no desire to squander time. He merely sought to experience the extent of his capabilities and gauge the might of those at the gravity facilities. With a resounding thud, Luo Xuan's punch was met with the advanced warrior's defense. This was no beast nor the likes of Teresa. The figure before him was a true advanced warrior, formidable in both power and experience. Thus, Luo Xuan approached this opponent with caution. "Ha! Your power is quite impressive." The advanced warrior chuckled, lifting his leg to kick at Luo Xuan. In response, Luo Xuan executed a backflip. evading the strike and landing steadily, his gaze fixed on the advanced warrior. I shall not hold back. With that, the advanced warrior wasted no time, launching himself forward with a powerful leap. Initially, he believed that no matter how strong a low-level warrior might be, they could never surpass an advanced warrior. However, his perception began to shift. This low-level warrior's combat ability might indeed rival his OWN. In other words, this low-level warrior had achieved a level of strength akin to that of an advanced warrior. When did it become so effortless for low-level warriors to surpass advanced ones? Though turmoil surged within him, his expression remained unchanged. While this low-level warrior might contend with advanced warriors, it did not guarantee victory. He intended to demonstrate to Luo Xuan that surpassing advanced warriors was no simple feat. Otherwise, their innate sense of superiority would crumble. Advanced warriors, are they? Luo Xuan murmured softly, realizing that the combat experience of advanced warriors exceeded his expectations, but he steeled himself. Recognizing this was an excellent opportunity for growth. Thus, without the slightest hesitation, he charged forward. Having already gauged each other's abilities, neither party had any intention of further testing the waters. They immediately erupted into a fierce battle. The advanced warrior landed a punch on Luo Xuan, only to be sent flying by a swift kick from him. As Luo Xuan pursued, he was taken down by a shoulder throw, but quickly retaliated with a kick to the advanced warrior's abdomen, sending him soaring. With a powerful push off the ground, Luo Xuan ascended into the air. Mid-flight, the advanced warrior began his descent. Luo Xuan swiftly stabilized his body and dove towards the ground. As the advanced warrior touched down, he deftly evaded to the side, and just as Luo Xuan prepared to land, the warrior launched a kick at him. Luo Xuan shouted, managing to momentarily steady himself in mid-air. The advanced warrior's kick narrowly grazed his face before he finally landed. With a single hand braced against the ground, he flipped and stood upright. Was he truly a low-level warrior? The trio that had previously battled alongside Teresa were equally astonished. They had realized Luo Xuan's capabilities during his challenge against the advanced warrior. Initially, they had scoffed at the notion that a low-level fighter could confront an advanced one. However, they now recognized their grave misjudgment, as this low-level warrior was indeed capable of engaging in combat with an advanced opponent. Moreover, the three intermediate warriors before them seemed equally equipped to face advanced fighters. What kind of formidable team was this? Bring it on, the advanced warrior, seemingly invigorated, shouted at Luo Xuan and resumed his assault. Meanwhile, Luo Xuan felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. This exhilarating battle was a first for him. Unlike his previous encounters with Teresa, the jungle raptor, or the yen snake, none had provided him with such a thrill. The more he fought, the more exhilarated he became. Although his soul belonged to Earth, his body was that of Saiyan, and his thirst for battle remained unquenched. Only combat could ignite his excitement. The intensity of their fight escalated, and despite the brief duration, both warriors exhibited remarkable prowess, making it difficult to discern a victor. Luo Xuan, while continually increasing the gravitational pressure, found himself on equal footing with the advanced warrior. Otherwise, his combat prowess would have easily overwhelmed the advanced fighter, rendering the encounter less enjoyable. The more Luo Xuan fought, the more he reveled in it, while the advanced warrior, after experiencing the thrill, was left astonished. He realized that this low-level warrior was serving as a training stone, constantly enhancing his combat experience. The advanced warrior begrudgingly acknowledged that this low-level fighter was using him as a sparring partner. This revelation both angered and frustrated him. He had never anticipated encountering such a powerful low-level warrior capable of treating an advanced warrior as a mere training partner. But to make matters worse, he discovered that he could not surpass Luo Xuan. Hey, you're quite strong, but let's see how you handle this move. After a brief separation, the advanced warrior declared to Luo Xuan that he conceded that Luo Xuan was formidable. Having pushed an advanced warrior to such lengths as a low-level fighter, was he finally about to unleash his trump card? Not far away, Titus overheard the tall, lean Saiyans' words. He was somewhat astonished by the low-level warrior's strength. Yet a sense of schadenfreude washed over him. Once that move was executed, the low-level warrior would likely be gravely injured, if not killed. Luo Xuan observed the advanced warrior before him, finding the scene eerily familiar. Reminiscent of his battle with Teresa, did Saiyans truly save their most powerful techniques for last? However, it made sense. If one could secure victory without resorting to their ultimate move, there would be no need to reveal it. Thus, the most potent technique was typically reserved for moments of desperation. Yet, what felt familiar to Luo Xuan was not merely the words spoken, but the stance taken. Could it be another energy ball? Nearby, Moshi and the others noticed the advanced warrior's posture, unmistakably indicative of energy ball formation. However, Teresa felt somewhat embarrassed, having previously boasted about the time he took to master that technique, only to witness the tall Saiyan execute it as well. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, the advanced Saiyan conjured something resembling an energy ball, appearing significantly stronger than Teresa's version. However, compared to Luo Xuan, it fell short. Be cautious. This may not take your life, but if you take the hit, it will likely exhaust you considerably, the tall warrior warned, believing the attack to possess substantial power. Yet he doubted its efficacy against someone capable of battling an advanced warrior like Luo Xuan. This technique would not harm an advanced warrior, so he surmised it would be ineffective against Luo Xuan as well. However, it could indeed deplete his stamina, facilitating a subsequent attack to secure victory. Well then, let us see, Luo Xuan replied nonchalantly. Perhaps in the past, he would have expended considerable energy, much like during his initial encounter with Teresa's energy ball. However, after mastering the energy ball himself, he now possessed a thorough understanding of it. Such an attack could hardly injure him. Teresa, your friend seems rather foolish. If he loses, he shouldn't blame us, Titus remarked while sparring with Teresa. Although he was astonished by Teresa's newfound strength, his extensive combat experience allowed him to hold his ground, prompting him to deliver such taunts that, "Oh, is that so?" Teresa refrained from engaging in further banter, knowing that if Luo Xuan were vulnerable to that attack, he would have been defeated long ago. Unfortunately, Luo Xuan had already demonstrated the ability to withstand an energy ball during his battles with intermediate warriors, making the current situation trivial. You likely have no idea what that is, but you'll find out soon enough. Just don't regret it, Titus retorted, noticing Teresa's unperturbed demeanor, which irked him. Nonetheless, he soon separated from Teresa. Preparing to observe the unfolding spectacle, the others ceased their skirmishes, eager to witness the low-level warrior's downfall. Meanwhile, Moshi and his companions held back, anticipating the moment when this group would be humbled, having suffered at Luo Xuan's hands. They had believed they could catch up to him, only to find it already distanced himself further. All right, prepare to receive my attack. The tall Saiyan nodded, launching the energy ball with tremendous speed, trailing a brilliant light as it surged towards Luo Xuan. Observing the incoming energy ball, Luo Xuan made no attempt to evade, simply watching it approach. Not blocking, Titus and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Even Teresa found Luo Xuan's lack of defense peculiar. Just as they were taken aback, the energy ball reached Luo Xuan. "Ah!" Luo Xuan exclaimed, and the energy ball struck him directly, exploding and sending a whirlwind of sand swirling around. "Is he dead? How unfortunate," Titus remarked, shaking his head. Had he attempted to block, he might have survived, but now, without any defense, his demise seemed inevitable. "Wait, he is not dead." Another Saiyan nearby, witnessing the cloud of yellow dust, saw a figure emerge, his pupils dilating in shock. It was Luo Xuan. I could see that moment. Luo Xuan not only remained unscathed, but was also seemingly unaffected, just as he had been moments before. How is this possible? The tall Saiyan was left dumbfounded. Even when blocked, this technique was not guaranteed to succeed, yet this low-level warrior had merely shouted and emerged unscathed. Impressive strength. Luo Xuan chuckled softly. The power of the energy sphere he had just conjured was impressive, yet it posed no threat to him. The tall, slender Saiyan was taken aback, rendered speechless. His strongest technique had been effortlessly thwarted by a mere shout from the lowly warrior opposite him, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. "Since you have unleashed your most formidable move, I suppose I shall do the same." With a grin, Luo Xuan extended his hand, and an energy sphere materialized in an instant. "Why, you can do that too?" The tall Saiyan was momentarily stunned, astonished that this lowly warrior was capable of such a feat. "Now that this is settled, let us continue our battle, Titus." upon witnessing Luo Xuan's display. The trio of Teresa recognized that the fight was nearing its conclusion. Very well. Titus had initially intended to suggest another round with Teresa, but upon turning around, he noticed that Teresa was also gathering an energy sphere in her hand. Glancing at the other two, he saw that the woman and the remaining intermediate warrior were similarly poised, each with their own energy spheres. This scene did not escape the attention of the advanced warrior, whose expression shifted from astonishment to sheer shock. Despite the lowly warrior's status, his combat prowess was formidable, and the ability to conjure such an energy sphere was remarkable. The other three, though classified as intermediate warriors, did not strike him as particularly strong. Yet, to his surprise, they all managed to successfully condense energy spheres that appeared to rival his own in strength. What manner of individuals are these, at that moment? Titus, alongside the battered Scion who bore the marks of defeat, felt a twinge of regret. Had they known, they would never have engaged in battle with this group. How had they trained? A team of 4. 1 lowly warrior and 3 advanced warriors, all capable of contending with advanced fighters. It seemed they surpassed the average advanced warriors in strength. When had it become so easy to outclass them? I surrender. The tall Scion, realizing the potency of the energy sphere in Luo Xuan's grasp, had no choice but to concede. He had initially believed that after unleashing his ultimate technique, this lowly warrior would surely be defeated. Yet he had not anticipated that his strongest move would be countered so effortlessly. Furthermore, the same technique was employed against him. While unsure of its full power, he could surmise that it would be at least on par with his own. We surrender too. Following the tall Scion's capitulation, the other 3 Scions also chose to yield. After all, they had yet to master the energy sphere technique and felt utterly powerless in its presence. Upon hearing their surrender, Luo Xuan, albeit reluctantly, retracted the energy sphere. After all, it would be rather unsporting to continue the fight when the opponents had already conceded. It was a pity. He had intended to test the strength of his energy sphere against an advanced warrior. But now that opportunity was lost. If only the tall Scion knew of Luo Xuan's sentiments, he would surely feel like retching. How could Luo Xuan view him merely as a test subject for his technique's power? Luo Xuan could obliterate the energy sphere with ease, yet Teresa and her companions dared not do so. They could only hurl the energy sphere into the desert, where it would explode. The Saiyans, witnessing the destructive force of the energy sphere, swallowed hard, relieved they had not attempted to heroically intercept it. Were they truly incapable of conjuring such a thing? Observing their expressions, Luo Xuan found it puzzling. Could it be that these advanced warriors were unable to successfully manifest an energy sphere? This seemed odd. After all, even those with only a few hundred battle power could manage it. Could it be that they cannot? Having been bested by Luo Xuan, and with the latter not having struck again, the tall Scion felt a newfound respect for him. When Luo Xuan inquired about their abilities, he answered candidly, as it was not something worth concealing. How strange, Luo Xuan found it perplexing. Even Barrow was capable of forming an energy sphere. This indicated that with a little practice, anyone could achieve it. Oh, why were these Scions unable to? Was it possible that the tall Scion had not imparted the knowledge of how to condense energy spheres to them? Are you truly a lowly warrior? The advanced warrior hesitated before asking. Although the individual before him appeared to be a lowly warrior, he could hardly believe that such power could reside within someone of that classification. Perhaps, Luo Xuan replied with a smile. Indeed, he was a lowly warrior, but who was to say that such a rank could not possess formidable strength? While he may have been born with less talent and progressed more slowly than others, he firmly believed in the principle that diligence could compensate for deficiencies. Your battle prowess is impressive. Why not train at the gravity chamber? Are the advanced warriors there truly that formidable? Luo Xuan pondered for a moment. It was a question worth asking. He was unfamiliar with the other advanced warriors, and having encountered one of considerable strength, it would be enlightening to compare. Had all that time spent training there not yielded results? Not at all. I simply prefer training in the wilderness. While the gravity chamber would likely enhance my strength, I find it confining. The individuals there are indeed quite powerful. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's response, the tall Scion shook his head. Had he chosen to go, he could have easily secured a spot at the gravity chamber. However, he disliked being tethered to a platform, so he opted against it. Training in the wild suited him better, as he had been raised in such an environment. A sudden change would be rather unsettling for him. I see. Luo Xuan nodded, though he still had not extracted any particularly useful information. However, he did glean that the Saiyans at the gravity chamber likely possessed combat strength comparable to that of the individual before him, albeit perhaps slightly superior, though he could not ascertain by how much. Yes, if you were to train at the gravity chamber, you should be able to defeat most, aside from a few particularly strong ones. The tall Saiyan assumed Luo Xuan was interested in the gravity chamber and offered a word of caution. During their recent battle, he had noted that Luo Xuan's combat prowess exceeded his own, suggesting he would likely outperform other Saiyans there. However, the few who had never been bested at the gravity chamber would present a challenge. After all, the longer one trained there, the stronger their combat power became. Indeed, I shall try it when I have the time. Luo Xuan nodded, deciding to postpone that matter. After all, he was currently training within a gravity system and had no need for a gravity chamber. His desire to challenge it stemmed primarily from his encounters with Mashi and others. Only within the gravity chamber could their combat prowess truly flourish. That you've come here in search of iron ore. Haven't you? We found a deposit over there, but it was seized by someone who recently descended from the gravity chamber. If you wish to confront him, you may do so. It was Titus who spoke up. Having observed Luo Xuan's impressive combat abilities, frustrated by the recent loss of the iron ore, he encouraged Luo Xuan to take action, in his view, even if the ore ultimately did not belong to them. It should not be left in the hands of those ruffians. Titus, mind your words, the tall Saiyan interjected, attempting to halt Titus's reckless encouragement. The individual who had taken the ore was indeed quite powerful, having just come down from the gravity chamber and was primarily seeking respite in the desert. After all, training the gravity chamber was no simple task. Shabak, weren't you just defeated and feeling unsatisfied? We too share that sentiment. We have no interest in claiming the iron, or that if he seeks a challenge, then he is the most suitable opponent, Titus declared, unabashedly revealing his intentions born of discontent. Oh, a recent descent from the gravity chamber? Luo Xuan found this intriguing. This was a genuine Saiyan who had just emerged from the gravity chamber. The prospect of challenge was indeed appealing. Yes, he came down just yesterday and is currently resting, but will be returning to challenge soon. Zabuk nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the combat prowess of that individual surpassed his own by a considerable margin. However, he postulated that you should not be able to defeat him, for I did not endure for as long under his hands. After reflecting on this, Zabuk added that he had previously engaged with both individuals. Thus he was well aware of their capabilities. A mere comparison would suffice to ascertain the outcome. Yet upon hearing this, Luo Xuan suddenly found himself intrigued. If that person indeed descended from the gravity chamber merely to take a respite, it would imply that he has been frequenting that environment for an extended period. Engaging him in combat would likely provide a clearer insight into the true strength of the Saiyans dwelling within the gravity chamber. Are you interested? Observing the smile that graced Luo Xuan's lips, Mashi turned to him in inquiry. She had grown somewhat familiar with Luo Xuan. Although he appeared quite gentle, it was well known that Saiyans could hardly be characterized as mild-mannered. It was simply that nothing had piqued his interest until now. Thus, Mashi discerned that Luo Xuan's curiosity had indeed been awakened. I have a slight interest. Luo Xuan nodded, for he had always been captivated by the strong. As long as there was a chance to battle, he felt exhilarated, especially when pitted against formidable opponents. However, you might want to inquire about the number of adversaries. They're not weak and have managed to drive away their foes. Mashi cautioned, recognizing that the 4 individuals before them possessed considerable strength. Yet, the fact that such a formidable group had been vanquished indicated that their opponents were not only powerful, but likely enjoyed a numerical advantage as well. Mashi understood this clearly. Otherwise, they would not have suffered such a dire defeat. There are 6 of them. Upon hearing Mashi's words, Zabuk spoke first, without needing Luo Xuan to ask. They would not have lost so swiftly had they not faced 6 opponents, who had overwhelmed them rather brutally. 6 individuals. What is their strength? Luo Xuan furrowed his brow. If 6 individuals could reduce Zabuk and his companions to such a state, then their chances of victory were decidedly slim. This was not a competition. After all, one-on-one duels were not to be expected out of those 6. 5 were not particularly strong. However, the remaining 2 possessed considerably greater strength. One of them was the elite warrior I just mentioned, who had descended from the gravity chamber and was significantly stronger than I, while the other matched my prowess. It is said that these 2 have been rivals, battling each other in the gravity chamber for years. Was the one who had been so thoroughly beaten by that individual. Zabak gestured towards the battered Scion from earlier, only to realize that the Scion bore even more bruises now, suggesting that during his skirmish with Barrow, the latter had shown no mercy whatsoever. Nevertheless, he shook his head. In a group of 4, not a single elite warrior was present, yet their strength was so formidable. If they were inherently elite warriors, their combat capabilities would likely dwarf those of the individuals within the gravity chamber. Elite warriors are naturally endowed with exceptional combat talent, followed by intermediate warriors, while low-level warriors are deemed utterly inferior. Yet, the emergence of such strength from a low-level warrior stripped the elite warriors of any sense of superiority. Zabak recognized, however, that low-level warriors start at a disadvantage. And to reach such heights, they likely had to exert efforts 100-fold or even 1,000-fold greater than others. In truth, Zabak's thoughts were not unfounded. Since entering the northern forest, Luo Xuan had not rested, continuously battling in a gravity environment, while those elite warriors in the gravity chamber would take breaks when fatigued. Hence, Luo Xuan gradually caught up to them. Another warrior of comparable strength to you? Luo Xuan hesitated. Their strongest member, Teresa, only possessed a combat power of slightly over 5,000, which was similar to Zabak's. Did this mean he had surpassed 6,000? Although there was merely a few hundred difference between 5,000 and 6,000, those few hundred could easily tip the scales in battle. Thus, even if Teresa faced off against that individual, victory was far from certain. Teresa, what do you think? After some contemplation, Luo Xuan decided to consult Teresa, hoping she might possess some confidence. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's inquiry, Teresa shook her head. Though I have yet to confront such a person, having just witnessed your battle with him, I have no assurance of victory against him. To be honest, I sensed a hint of danger emanating from him. Teresa was not being dishonest. Upon their initial encounter, he had felt an unsettling aura surrounding Zabak. If the opponent were indeed as strong as Zabak, victory would likely elude him. Then we shall have no choice but to bide our time. Luo Xuan sighed, recognizing that while he yearned to engage the powerful, he had to consider the safety of those around him. Should their adversaries come seeking conflict, Luo Xuan would not retreat. However, venturing forth to provoke trouble while risking his teammates was ill-advised. If you truly wish to pursue this, I can assist you in confronting that individual. Zabak interjected. Though he had initially intended to dissuade Luo Xuan, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction akin to what Taitisi had expressed. After all, they had only recently discovered the iron mine and to have it handed over so easily, while his companions suffered such injuries, was intolerable. Zabak was no altruist, but he could not ignore the plight of his injured comrades. You will help me? Luo Xuan queried, intrigued by Zabak's willingness to aid him against the Scion. It is not I who aids you, but rather you who aids me. Zabak shook his head at Luo Xuan's words. This was inherently his matter, and now that Luo Xuan sought to challenge that individual, he was inadvertently assisting him. Thus, it was Luo Xuan who was providing help. I can also stand against one, Taitisi grumbled, clearly irked. Otherwise, he would not have approached Teresa with the intention of sparring. He had just been thoroughly humiliated and, upon encountering a former rival, could not help but confront him. However, he now understood that he could not defeat Teresa. This was a mid-level warrior who had once triumphed over him by sheer luck. But now he could easily be bested by her strength. What do you think? Luo Xuan turned his gaze towards the others, seeking their opinions. He was eager to engage in battle, but valued the input of his companions. He did not believe Zabak was leading them into a trap. After all, there is no need to suffer injuries merely to deceive a group of mid-level and low-level warriors, even if their two teams were to clash. He remained unconcerned. His energy spheres were not limited to a single use. Follow your lead. Mashi was the first to express her stance, having completely entrusted her decisions to Luo Xuan. She would heed his every choice. We are indifferent. Teresa and Barrow nodded in agreement. They had never feared anything and held a great deal of faith in Luo Xuan's judgment. A smile crept onto Luo Xuan's lips. He would have the opportunity to battle once more. Zabuk observed with a hint of astonishment as Teresa and the others placed such unwavering trust in Luo Xuan. 3 mid-level warriors exhibited such confidence in a low-level warrior. This struck him as peculiar. He had previously mentioned that the low-level warrior stood little chance against that individual. Yet, these three seemed to have immense faith in him. A thought flickered in Zabuk's mind. Could it be that this low-level warrior had not fought with his full strength during the earlier encounter? Unlikely. During that battle, it was evident to him that the low-level warrior had indeed exerted himself to the utmost. In fact, Zabuk's intuition was not misplaced. Luo Xuan had indeed given his all. However, this had only occurred under the constraints of a twofold gravity environment. Without that added weight, the outcome remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Ma Shi and the others did not dwell on such intricacies. As long as Luo Xuan believed he could win, that was sufficient for them. Shall we be on our way? Then, Zabuk, if you would kindly lead the way, Luo Xuan addressed Zabuk, having gleaned his name from their earlier conversation. Very well, A.S. Shabak observed Luo Xuan's unwavering resolve. He refrained from uttering any further comments. To continue the discourse might inadvertently cast doubt on Shabak's own courage. While there were those willing to assist in reclaiming lost honor, the apprehension of an action was simply not a trait associated with Shabak. A formidable entourage of 8 individuals advanced with great determination towards the so-called iron or site. Along the way, Shabak engaged Luo Xuan in extensive discussions regarding the iron mines. The Saiyans, amidst the vast desert, were bound to encounter perils, and sustaining injuries was an unfortunate yet commonplace occurrence. However, the medical proficiency of the Saiyans was regrettably lacking. Thus, in instances of severe injuries, there was little recourse for treatment. Their only option lay in scouring the southern desert for the iron ore desired by the Zafurians, in exchange for medicinal supplies or assistance in healing that Shabak's wife had become paralyzed following a fierce battle. Although many Saiyans tended to disregard emotional bonds, not every Saiyan shared this sentiment. Shabak, in particular, yearned for his wife's recovery. Hence, he traversed this arid landscape in search of iron ore, hoping to barter for the Zafurians' medical care. In Luo Xuan's recollection, the Zafurians were a peace-loving race, and as long as the Saiyans could provide the iron ore, they had never broken their promises. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the Saiyans were secretly plotting the eradication of the Zafurians. Of course, Luo Xuan had no intention of involving himself in these matters. His sole desire was to survive within the realm of Dragon Ball. Regardless of what the future held, he sought to remain uninvolved in the affairs between the Zafurians and the Saiyans. Focusing solely on self-preservation, does this mean that the iron ore is of great significance to you? Luo Xuan inquired after absorbing Shabak's words. According to Shabak, should they delay any further, his wife's condition might reach a point of no return. Thus, his relentless pursuit of the iron ore in this desert was driven by urgency.